On the dormitory bed of Huanan University, Lin Yu struggled to sit up. Ugh. Lin Yu rubbed his chest, his whole body steeped in an inexplicable bone-deep exhaustion and a bitter taste lingering in his mouth. He knew all too well that constant overtime left one aching all over, weighed down by wave after wave of fatigue, and that was exactly how he felt now. Wasn't I still working overtime? Lin Yu murmured to himself, his chest still throbbing faintly with pain. Lin Yu slowly sorted through his memories and finally realized he seemed to have crossed over, inhabiting the body of a university student. I actually died from overwork as a programmer and ended up here, and my major in this life is still software engineering. Lin Yu let out a helpless sigh. But with such a privileged starting point, this time enrolled in Huanan University, doesn't that just mean I can become an even more outstanding workhorse? He scratched his head, his habitual workhorse mindset still not yet shaken off. Congratulations, host, on successfully awakening the star system. Just as Lin Yu was busy imagining what kind of workhorse he might become, a sudden female voice echoed in his mind, shattering his train of thought. What's this? Hello, I am the system dedicated to helping the host develop games and assist the host in establishing a technological business empire. Once the objective is fulfilled, this system will automatically self-destruct. You're that kind of system from those wish fulfillment novels. Am I about to become a wish fulfillment male lead this time? Lin Yu immediately began fantasizing about all the cool smackdowns he would soon be delivering. Hello, please refrain from indulging in unrealistic fantasies. I am only here to assist the host, not to turn you into the richest man overnight. Hearing the system's words, Lin Yu reigned in his impractical daydreams. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching outside the dorm. Yo, Lin Yu, you're finally awake. I thought you drunk yourself senseless last night and were still heartbroken over that woman. Ding Hongwen glanced at Lin Yu's face and couldn't help bursting into laughter. The marks pressed into Lin Yu's face by the bamboo mat only made the other two roommates laugh even harder. Let your dad take a look at what's going on with you. Kuchen Yu, standing to the side, sized up Lin Yu's condition and casually set the food he was carrying down on Lin Yu's desk. Lin Yu glanced at Kuchen Yu, quickly immersing himself in the role of the body's original owner, and said, "Knew I could count on you. You never forget to show filial respect to your dad." Then he climbed off the bed and turned on his computer. Seeing the Legend game icon on his desktop, he fell silent. Thinking back, it seemed this world only had web games similar to Legend. He then opened the browser to check the news to confirm his suspicions. The sorrow of Longwa's gaming industry, compared with foreign titles, domestic games are utterly devoid of originality, offering only a honest stop, rest and cash grab, and run service. Recently, a certain major corporation announced it would benchmark foreign studios and develop a AA-level game. A Legend title developed by a certain major company has reached a daily revenue of over 87 million. To promote the development of Longwa's gaming market, the authorities have introduced the Steam platform to lay the groundwork for the domestic industry. Damn, even a game like Legend can rake in that much, Lin Yu exclaimed in amazement beside the desk. You know this already. Right now, the only thing really playable on the market is Legend. Wang Weijia, who overheard him, shot back before continuing to grind monsters in Legend. Lin Yu froze for a moment, then began to feel a flicker of anticipation. If Longwa's game market was truly this lackluster, then he might really be able to carve out a career here. Host, please do not expose your capabilities too early. Jolted by the system's reminder, Lin Yu instantly sobered up and thought to himself, I should accumulate strength gradually. If I bring out something too far ahead of its time, right now, I'll definitely attract trouble. System, don't you have some kind of shop? Yes, host. Please take a look. In Lin Yu's mind, a panel unfolded before his eyes. Minecraft locked, total cost 800 points, newbie discount price 10 points. Genshin Impact locked, total cost 1000 points. S T L K E R 2 locked, total cost 1000 points. League of Legends locked, total cost 1000 points. Lin Yu stared at the long list of games displayed behind these entries. That many points? Are you kidding me? This is only to show you the later content in advance, mainly so you understand the extent of this system's capabilities. Lin Yu cleared his throat and glanced at his account's remaining 100 starting points before asking the system, so what exactly is going on here? How are points calculated? Host, points are calculated according to special algorithms based on the number of copies of your game's sold, player feedback while playing, and the total amount of money players spend. What algorithm? Don't tell me you can just give me however many points you feel like, Lin Yu asked in puzzlement. He waited a long time with no response from the system. Just as he was about to give up, a belated reply finally came. Final interpretation rights belong to the system. Seriously, not even pretending. Fine. Let's just hope you don't screw me over. In the end, it still all comes down to me doing the work. Still, that's not so bad, Lin Yu thought to himself. Bro, what's going on between you and that Lu Ruyan? Kuchen Yu asked curiously. Beside him, Ding Hongwen patted Kuchen Yu's shoulder and said, what's wrong with you? You just love ripping open old wounds, huh? Lu Ruyan. Lin Yu muttered under his breath. In an instant, a flood of memories surged into his mind. Lu Ruyan had been the girlfriend he met through a campus confession wall matchmaking event. Damn, this is Lu Ruyan. She's actually the very Ruyan empress I read about in my previous life's novels. Lin Yu thought excitedly. I have to say, you can call Lu Ruyan dark-hearted or a manipulative green tea, but no matter how you slice it, she is definitely in the top tier when it comes to looks. As Lin Yu thought of her, Lu Ruyan's face immediately surfaced in his mind. Truly breathtaking. Lin Yu could only offer that single evaluation. Unfortunately, Lu Ruyan had run off with a man who drove a car bearing the EU company logo. In his memories, that EU company mainly operated hack-and-slash legend-style games. Lin Yu searched for EU company's website on his computer and clicked into it. At once, a man known as Zazui appeared on the screen, putting on a thick accent and shouting, "Hello, everyone, I'm Zazui. Buy gear, recycle items. If you're a real brother, then come and hack me." The loud voice blaring from Lin Yu's speakers set the entire dorm roaring with laughter. "Lin Yu, you're playing too. Don't bother with that server. Come to my private server. I'll carry you till you explode," Wang Weijia, who had previously kept his eyes glued to his own screen, declared as he patted his chest. For once, he actually tore his gaze away from his own game screen to speak to Lin Yu. "I'm just taking a look." Kuchin Yu glanced at Lin Yu's screen and saw that it was Tanwan Blue Moon. He then leaned toward Wang Weijia and whispered, "That's the game made by the guy Lu Ruyan ran off with." After hearing this, Wang Weijia gave Lin Yu an awkward apologetic smile. More memories surged up in Lin Yu's mind. In them, Lu Ruyan's once gentle and elegant demeanor twisted into a mask of disgust as she vented her dissatisfaction at him. "You loser, what's the use of good grades? Can you compare to someone with assets worth tens of millions? Stop pestering me, you worthless waste. Get lost." Those ugly, grating words echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Yet they failed to stir him in the slightest. He did not think much of this woman at all. For the Lin Yu of the past, those words might have been a devastating blow, but to the current Lin Yu, they were scarcely worth mentioning. Ding. Host's heart has been detected to be as still and clear as a tranquil lake. A new mission is hereby issued. Establish a company. Is there any kind of financial support? None. How can there not even be money? He conversed helplessly with the system in his mind. Is there really no other sort of newbie gift pack? But now the system had fallen silent. He then picked up the phone lying on the bed and deftly entered the passcode to unlock it. How strange, it feels like I know every password. Lin Yu gazed at the clean and tidy home screen. Messaging apps, streaming platforms, short video apps, all kinds of social and entertainment software were lined up in abundance. Unfortunately, when it came to games, there was absolutely nothing. It seemed that in this world, phones only possessed the most basic functions for entertainment, communication, and payment. As for games, even on computers, there were hardly any good ones, so there was no point expecting anything from phones. He shook his head and prepared to look up the procedures for starting a company, opening a browser and searching for how to start a company. At that moment, Kuchin Yu came over to Lin Yu and asked, "What are we eating tonight? We just finished lunch and you're already thinking about dinner. You really are something else." Scratching his head with a grin, Kuchin Yu said, "I just want to plan ahead. The campus is so big. We have to think it through, otherwise we'll be exhausted walking left and right." In truth, Kuchin Yu had come over to chat mainly to confirm Lin Yu's state of mind, worried that he might not be doing well and might lose himself over a woman. Kuchin Yu looked up and asked, "What, bro, you want to start a company too?" "Yeah, I feel it's about time to give it a try. We're in our senior year. Can't just go out there and be wage slaves. Even if we're students of Huanan, once we graduate, we're still just wage slaves, aren't we?" Lin Yu glanced at Kuchin Yu and continued, "We've got to venture out on our own at some point, don't we?" Kuchin Yu met Lin Yu's gaze and waved his hand helplessly. "Bro, it's really not necessary. I know your ex-girlfriend ran off with that guy who started a company, but you don't have to do this. Our future will naturally be better." As he spoke, Kuchin Yu's voice gradually lost its confidence. He knew all too well how much money that boss behind the game, Tanwan Lanyue, was making. "I think that boss's name is Zhu Pingxin. It's fine. One day when Lin Yu start a company, I'll definitely surpass him." Seeing the blazing fire ignite in Lin Yu's eyes, Kuchin Yu could only sigh. "All right then. Kid, when you start raking in money, remember to bring your dad along." Kuchin Yu joked with Lin Yu. "No problem. Your dad here will definitely take care of you," Lin Yu replied. After joking around, Lin Yu turned back to the screen, staring at the options for a limited liability company, a single-person limited liability company, and a joint stock company, feeling at a loss. Single-person limited liability company. Just as Lin Yu was struggling to choose, the system immediately provided him with an answer. The company can have only you in the decision-making level. As for risk, you should have full confidence in all the games in my store. After hearing this, Lin Yu decided to choose a single-person limited liability company. Before that, he checked the balance of his accounts. Change fund 57.6. Balance account 3.6. Lin Yu. Lin Yu stared at his account balance in silence. Then he glanced at the time and muttered, "Today is April 26th, damn." He immediately rushed online to search for how to survive a week with 50 yuan. The more he searched, the more boundless despair welled up in his heart. This system provides loan services. Borrow 10, repay 15. No fixed repayment deadline with a cap of 1 million. Once the registered company earns its next revenue, repayment will be deducted automatically. Not bad, I'll just borrow from the system then. No fixed repayment time. That's a real angel investor. His exclamation drew Ding Hongwen over. Seeing the numbers on Lin Yu's phone, Ding Hongwen immediately understood his current predicament. It's okay, I'll lend you some. Dating a girlfriend honestly ends with you eating instant noodles every day. After a couple of grumbles, Ding Hongwen transferred 300 yuan to Lin Yu. Seeing his balance suddenly increase by 300, Lin Yu felt a surge of emotion. My good son, see. 300 yuan for a brother, that's father Anson ties. But 300 yuan for Lu Ruyan, and you're nothing but her dog. No, you don't understand. She's not like that. At this moment, Wang Weijie jumped out from the side, mimicking Lin Yu's usual tone as he protested at Ding Hongwen. The dorm instantly erupted into laughter, and this time Lin Yu laughed along as well, because he too felt that what the original him had done was truly not something a man should do. Sometime later, he went to the local administration for industry and commerce to fill out the relevant forms. What should he name it? Lin Yu thought for a moment. Starchin, he decided. He hoped that his tiny star could one day illuminate the entire world. After completing the paperwork, he soon obtained the business license. With the license in hand, Lin Yu then went off to have seals carved, open a bank account, register for taxes, running around for an entire afternoon before finally returning to campus. When Lin Yu returned to school, the system promptly completed the binding. Successfully bound Starchin Company. Shop redemption authority has been unlocked. As for where Lin Yu got the money, naturally, it was borrowed from the system, a loan of 100,000. For a university student like Lin Yu, the only channel from which he could borrow that much was the one inside the system. But as long as My World could be released, all of this would be trivial. When he returned to the dorm, the other three saw the documents in his hands. No way, bro, you really started a company? Kuchin Yu asked in astonishment. Quick, Godfather, give me an internship certificate with your company stamp. Seeing this, Wang Weijie immediately ran to the door to help Lin Yu carry the documents back to his desk. You've really got an eye for opportunity, Lin Yu said with a grin as he looked at Wang Weijie. Work for me, and I'll stamp your certificate. And we're all programmers here. You know how hard it is for programmers to find jobs these days. Wang Weijie said, shaking his head. Didn't I just say it? Help me out, and I'll stamp it for you. All right, just call me whenever you need something, boss, Wang Weijie replied obsequiously. I'm in too. Count me in as well. In an instant, the other three in the dorm all wanted to help Lin Yu. After returning, Lin Yu specially used the system shop to redeem the relevant code and design documents for MC. However, the source code was stored in Lin Yu's mind, while the design documents appeared directly at his waist. All right, we're going to use Java to make a game, Lin Yu said confidently. With that, he pulled out a game design document from behind his back. Seriously, bro, did you really tie that design doc to your belt? Wang Weijie burst out laughing. Lin Yu coughed lightly, silently blaming the system, which seemed intent on embarrassing him on purpose. Right now, we don't have enough manpower, and we don't have the money to buy servers. For the time being, we'll just make a single-player game. He looked at the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces. Ding Hongwen asked Lin Yu, why don't we develop it in C? Lin Yu remembered that in his other world, the Bedrock edition of the game had been developed in C. But the technical difficulty was much higher, and a single misstep could spawn even more emergent MC features. Do you really have that kind of capability? Take a good look at your hair. Ding Hongwen touched his still relatively thick hair and was instantly left speechless. Java is simpler, and this game isn't that complicated. Using Java is more than enough. Later, when we have money and strength, we can redevelop it in C. Lin Yu paused, then continued. We don't need to use foreign game engines. There's no need. The game itself is very simple. Lin Yu suddenly realized something after speaking and quickly put away the proposal in front of the three. He thought to himself, my goodness, how could I have forgotten about this? I definitely need them to sign a confidentiality agreement for this idea. It's my oversight. Suddenly, I have something to discuss. I need you all to sign a confidentiality agreement. This game cannot be disclosed to anyone else. Lin Yu was quite assured about the confidentiality agreement. In this world of the Dragon Kingdom, if someone leaks the confidentiality agreement, it mainly depends on the commercial value. If the value is high enough, even a long prison sentence is possible. Lin Yu swiftly organized the confidentiality agreement on his computer and had 3 copies printed at the print shop downstairs. Wow, you really don't treat us like family, do you? Wang Weijie teased from the side, and then signed his name, pressing his fingerprint with the seal. Lin Yu smiled at the 3 who signed the agreement and did not respond. We need to check with the law department later to see if there are like-minded individuals. Lin Yu murmured to himself. After signing, the 3 looked through the gameplay and the proposal, their expressions brightening. The gameplay is so innovative, it's an open-world sandbox game. A blocky world with high freedom and various terrains. Dad, you must take me along for the ride. Lin Yu found the reactions of these three amusing and thought those who play Legend every day must be extremely excited to encounter this masterpiece. Moreover, these pixel-style graphics, we can create them ourselves without hiring an artist. But will this not be high quality? The first version. The entire dormitory began to discuss it passionately. Alright, it's time to start production. Let's begin dividing the work. Wang Weijie, you handle the graphic part, which is the two-dimensional pixel images of each item. Ding Hongwen, you are responsible for writing the characteristics of each block. Standing excitedly beside them, Kuchen Yu asked, what about me? What about me? Oh, I almost forgot about you. You can also work on the block characteristics. There are many types of items. After dividing the work, they began to produce continuously. Days passed quickly, and just like that, the first demo version of my world was successfully completed. This version had very few items, but already showcased the basic gameplay structure. Okay, let's play our first demo version now. Lin Yu clicked to open the game, entering the first version of the game demo. Seeing the familiar pixel blocks, Lin Yu couldn't help but recall the joy of playing online games together with the four of them in the dormitory before he graduated from university. So how do we do? Does it meet your expectations? Lin Yu came back to his senses and said, of course, but we still need to do a final test to check for any bugs. Right, let's all go online and play a few rounds to see. After receiving the file shared by Lin Yu via Bluetooth, everyone opened it automatically, installed the configured environment, and started the game. This time it was quite automated. Unlike before when some players had to download and configure the game environment themselves, it was really exhausting. So how should we promote this game? Will it flop? Lin Yu thought about this question and said indeed there's a high possibility, but if we post the game video on short video platforms it should gain considerable traffic. At least, currently the only cost-free method is this. After Lin Yu finished speaking, the three nodded and then began recording a promotional video for my world. Let me do the voiceover. Please let me do it, Wang Weijie eagerly said to Lin Yu. Upon hearing Wang Weijie's words, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. Sure. The subsequent scene showed Lin Yu playing on the side while Wang Weijie was narrating. Don't stand too close to me, it's not good. You sprayed saliva on my clothes. Lin Yu looked at Wang Weijie beside him helplessly, but he also didn't forget to play the game seriously. After 5 minutes, Lin Yu said, alright, stop talking, quickly grab a tissue to wipe it off. It can be finished. Lin Yu then held the video and said to everyone, let's see if my account's first video can go viral. Lin Yu saw that his nickname had not changed and was still a string of codes, so he directly changed it to Xingchen. A sandbox game with high freedom, a blocky world, various terrains, and multiple modes of gameplay waiting for you to join. Lin Yu edited the title and immediately sent it out. Alright, just waiting for the results. It seems like the Summer New Product Festival on the Steam platform is approaching. If our game should also participate. Wang Weijie said from the side, right, just in time, we can use this holiday to increase the game's exposure. Lin Yu looked at Wang Weijie and said, not bad, how come you've become so clever this time? Lin Yu then opened the Steam platform, uploaded the relevant materials under his company's name, paid the 100 deposit, and then uploaded the game itself. Lin Yu looked at the video he just posted, and there were still only 3 likes. Why, you guys don't need to comfort me. Ding Hongwen said from the side, it's to prevent you from losing heart, isn't it? Thank you, I will reward you for helping me these days. Forget it, bro, you've been borrowing money for meals these days, right? You really don't want to be my son anymore. Ding Hongwen said, it's fine, I'll lend a little, it's okay. I'll start giving you daily allowances based on the average salary level. Lin Yu finished speaking and immediately began transferring money to everyone. I can't let my son suffer. The 3 exchanged glances, and Wang Weijie anxiously said, you're not getting into online loans, are you? Seriously, it's unnecessary, my family still has some connections. You don't need to worry. Lin Yu looked at the 3 caring about him, feeling warm inside. Starting a company will definitely come with loan support. You can rest assured I will be able to pay it back once the game is released. Seeing Lin Yu's expression, the 3 helplessly accepted the transfer from Lin Yu in the dormitory group. After Lin Yu saw that his transfer was accepted, he smiled slightly and returned to his seat to continue writing the subsequent code for my world. At this moment, Wang Weijie walked to the balcony and made a call to his father, Wang Jiqian. Everyone in the dorm was enveloped in a tense atmosphere waiting for the viral effect of the released video. Meanwhile, Wang Weijie was on the balcony quietly engaged in a heated discussion with his father, seemingly caught in a constant argument. That night, Lin Yu lay in bed wide awake, his mind filled with worries about the game's popularity. Just as he was about to fall into a deep sleep, he was suddenly jolted awake by a violent shaking. He groggily opened his eyes to find Wang Weijie tugging at him from beneath the bed. Lin Yu, wake up quickly. Our game video has gone viral. Wang Weijie's words instantly dispelled Lin Yu's drowsiness. Lin Yu sat up abruptly, his heart racing. He quickly opened his phone and was taken aback when he saw the view count of the video. In just a few hours, the views had surpassed 1 million, with likes and comments skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. In the comments section, players expressed their love and anticipation for the game. What a divine game. The block world is so creative and the freedom is incredible. I'm in love. The streamer talks about freedom, but can the blocky characters really do that? Should we let the guy next door ace and give it a try? This pixel art style has a unique charm. I can't wait for the official version to be released. The comments kept scrolling down. The comments were filled with meme images of a person furiously smashing a table with a bank card. As the video went viral, more and more players began to take notice of the Minecraft demo version. Lin Yu pinned the link to the game on the Steam platform in the comments section, and soon the download numbers on Steam began to surge. He watched the tens of thousands of downloads with joy and left a comment in the video's comment section, which he pinned, "Thank you for your support of the game we developed." The next day, when Lin Yu opened his computer again, he found the comments section on the Steam platform flooded with enthusiastic players. Players shared their gaming experiences on the forum, offering all sorts of quirky suggestions. "I built a huge castle in the game, and I felt like an architect. It was so fulfilling. Is it enough to just have a few hearts for the breeding mechanism? What about the actions I wanted?" Kitten shaking head. "I hope some multiplayer features can be added so that I can play with my friends." Lin Yu carefully read through the players' feedback, feeling grateful. Even those who weren't familiar with the industry knew that player support was key to a game's success. He then decided to optimize and update the game based on the players' suggestions in the dormitory. However, this put a strain on everyone else in the dorm. "No way, bro, are we really doing this? This will be the end of us all in the dorm," Wang Weijia remarked from the side. Lin Yu waved his hand, pointing to the comments on his phone, saying, "Look, do you really want to let down the players' expectations of us?" Wang Weijia. Moreover, Lin Yu decided to start a game live stream to further promote the game, as such a wave of traffic, if not utilized properly, would surely impact the game's sales. Besides, it was a cost-free promotional tactic. Why not take advantage of it? He meticulously prepared the live stream content, hoping to let more players discover the charm of Minecraft. On the day of the stream, Lin Yu sat in front of his computer, took a deep breath, and opened the streaming software. Adjusted the camera angle to ensure a clear image. He opened the streaming software, input the title, "Exploring the Block World with the Developer of Minecraft." He then clicked the Start Streaming button. Given that Lin Yu's account had quite a number of followers, a large number of people received notifications of his stream. The screen was suddenly flooded with viewers, and the bullet comments rolled in like a tide. If the person in charge of the stream knew about this, they would surely exclaim, "Wow, tens of thousands of viewers. A natural-born streaming talent. They're here. They're here. The developer is streaming live. I'm so excited. Finally, I can learn more about this game up close. Streamer, hurry up and start. Oh, I can't wait." Lin Yu smiled and waved at the camera. "Hello everyone, I am one of the developers of Minecraft. I'm very happy to share our game with everyone today and let you experience the charm of this block world." As he spoke, he opened the game interface. The screen displayed the familiar pixel art style. Lin Yu controlled his character, standing on a tree. Surrounding him were rolling hills and dense forests. This is a jungle biome. First, let me give you a brief introduction to the game's basic gameplay. Lin Yu explained while operating. In this world, you can freely explore, build Minecraft, and even interact with various creatures. The core of the game is creation and survival. He moved his character in front of a tree and began to punch it. For example, we can obtain wood by chopping down trees, which we can then use to craft tools. These tools help us gather resources more quickly. As Lin Yu explained, the bullet comments began to lively discuss, "Wow, is this what freedom means? Chopping down trees can be this fun. It feels way better than those automated grinding games. Streamer, can you teach us how to build a house? Is that it? I'd rather play my Legend. The graphics here aren't even as good as playing Snake." The person above forgot to delete the parentheses, deducting 10 yuan. Lin Yu chuckled at the questions in the comments. He could hardly imagine what kind of low-quality food the players in this world were consuming. He then responded, "Of course. Next, he'll show you how to build a simple little house." He controlled his character to gather some wood and stone before starting to build on an empty patch of land. Lin Yu built while explaining each step in detail. First, we need to use wood to build a frame, and then fill the walls with stone. The roof can be covered with wooden planks to give it a more layered appearance. Lin Yu stood in front of the character, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. But he continued to glance at the comments, thinking, "It seems that Matchbox houses are quite popular. Do you need the system to grant you the exclusive function of a god-level architect, MC? You could have mentioned this sooner," Lin Yu muttered as he briefly closed his eyes to communicate with the system. "But you didn't ask, did you, Lin Yu?" He nodded, steeling himself to continue streaming. "We can use glass to make windows and wooden planks to make doors. This way the little house will look cozier." He quickly finished installing the windows and doors, then entered the little house. Now let's take a look inside the little house. Lin Yu controlled the view to look at the matchbox in front of him and awkwardly smiled. Although it's still quite simple now, We can make it more comfortable with subsequent decorations. Streamer, can you add some furniture? Like a bed and a table. Yeah, it feels like the little house is lacking some life. Lin Yu looked at the flood of comments, seized a few, and pondered. Some furniture items are just shapes that can't be used, so he thought why not just add them directly into the original version. With this in mind, Lin Yu replied, "Of course, brother, of course. There will be many updates in my world later, and I will explain many new buildings and blocks to everyone." So cool. Streamer, I want to ask you a question. Is the person upstairs a man or a woman? Damn, De Chung has run away. Streamer, can you teach us how to play together? I want to play with my friends. Lin Yu's eyes lit up when he saw this comment. The multiplayer feature is already in our development plan. We will add multiplayer mode in future updates, allowing everyone to explore this world with their friends. The live stream had been going for over an hour, during which Lin Yu not only showcased various gameplay mechanics, but also patiently answered the audience's questions. As the stream progressed, the number of viewers kept rising and the comments became more enthusiastic. Then Lin Yu led the audience into a cave to mine. Inside the cave, basically my world operates on this mechanism. In areas devoid of light, monsters spawn everywhere, coming from all directions. Lin Yu cautiously avoided the monster's aggro range while searching for ores and various monster spawn room structures. There are diamonds here. Diamonds are one of the stronger resources in the game, used for crafting various tools and equipment. Let me see, this is at height 16, and I actually spawned here. The probability of spawning at this height is only a few tenths of a percent. Lin Yu said happily. However, the sound of a zombie's roar and the giggling of a skeleton echoed in the game, and the audience's emotions were also heightened as they anxiously watched, seemingly aware of what was about to happen. Just then a hissing sound was heard, followed by a pong, and Lin Yu's perspective suddenly shot up, leaving him stunned. Where did that instant explosion come from? This is a bit absurd. Oh, I need to tone it down later. Then in the bottom left corner of the game, the player Xiao Yu completed a leap of faith through a creeper. The people in the live stream began to mock again. This is the conservation law of luck. A creeper that spawned randomly just went boom. Leap of faith. Ha ha ha, that cracked me up. During the live broadcast, Lin Yu also interacted with the audience, answering the questions they raised. His humorous responses and friendly attitude won the audience's affection, and the popularity of the live stream continued to rise. Finally, Lin Yu said to the camera, "That's all for today's stream. Thank you all for your support. If you like this game, feel free to purchase and experience it on the Steam platform. We will continue to work hard to bring you more interesting content." Thank you, streamer. Today's live stream was fantastic. Looking forward to the release of the official version. Oh, I will definitely support it. Streamer, I want to ask you a question. Lin Yu closed the live stream and let out a long sigh. He turned to look at the others in the dormitory and found everyone gathered behind him, all wearing excited smiles. Awesome, Lin Yu. The effect of this live stream was fantastic. You might as well become an internet celebrity now. Take off, woohoo, Wang Weijia said happily beside him, but then suddenly thought of something and his expression became calm. You've made it, you really have. Yes, I really made it. Lin Yu looked at Wang Weiji's expression and teased with a smile, worried about my struggles yet afraid I would drive a Land Rover. Go away, I'm genuinely happy for you, Wang Weijia retorted from the side. I'm just upset that I still haven't accomplished much. Bro, that's not necessary. If you say that, my sense of superiority will soar, Lin Yu said with a smile. Just kidding. If this game really takes off, I will cover you. Alright brothers, we've completed the first step. Now we need to start the second step. Let's push ourselves to create the single-player game and incorporate various elements. Lin Yu began to get busy again, and during this time at a certain company, the marketing department had already started to take notice of this game. A report on my world had already been submitted to their department head's desk. Lin Yu knew nothing about the internal affairs of the company. He was still deeply immersed in the development and improvement of the game. Ding, please be sure to add anti-counterfeiting measures to your image materials. Lin Yu instantly reacted after hearing this. There are indeed many game developers in this world, although they didn't previously make games. The only game they are currently making is just mediocre, but their influence is still considerable. Thank you, Lin Yu silently expressed gratitude to the system. My foolish Adudu, can you also do some encryption for the code? Lin Yu heard the system's voice. Are you a professional system? Why are you so unserious? I am naturally a powerful being in this multiverse, and powerful beings are always unconventional. Lin Yu found this statement somewhat speechless, but he noticed something unusual. Powerful being. Are you from the world of cultivation? At that moment the system fell silent, and Lin Yu waited quietly for a response. But he still got nothing, and feeling bored Lin Yu continued to write code. Meanwhile, Long Bao, who was live streaming on the Yu platform, had been grinding for equipment all day and said to the audience in the live chat, "Thank you all for your support. I'm going offline, I'm too tired." After saying that, Long Bao closed the live stream and started scrolling through short videos. A recommendation video about the game appeared on his screen. He first glanced at the million likes on the video and continued watching. As Wang Weiji's commentary gradually came through, Long Bao became engrossed and started to be amazed. He opened the comment section and saw the Steam platform address for the game, immediately searching for it. Seeing that the game was still in the demo version, Long Bao hesitated for a moment. Forget it, it's time to clock out. I'll pick a game that isn't Legend to try out. Long Bao mumbled. As the game's melancholic sounds played, Long Bao immediately clicked to start the game and generated the world. Watching the blocks on the screen continuously bounce, the terrain is being generated, the caves are being generated, buildings are being generated. Long Bao looked at the text above and said, "Is this real? Randomly generated. It can be like this." After entering the game, he also began to wander aimlessly. Long Bao couldn't help but think, the graphics are so poor in pixel style. Although, still, it's playable better than Legend. The computer under Long Bao's feet, is this it? Is this what you call a game? My fan isn't even spinning. Some time passed, but for Long Bao it felt like only a short while. What the hell is this all there is? It's so boring. After saying this, Long Bao realized it was already very late. Looking at the wall clock, it was already 1 in the morning. He froze for a few seconds and said, "Did I just waste 6 hours? Oh no, this game is addictive." After saying that, Long Bao quickly washed up and jumped onto his bed. Lin Yu was unaware of how many people lost track of time due to his game. He was still coding at 1 in the morning. He glanced at the clock, paused for a moment, and noticed 3 people were still fervently working away. "Brothers, there's no need to push yourselves, take a good rest. Shut up, get up and enjoy. With such a great game, how can you just walk away?" Kuchin Yu scolded from the side. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. He thought to himself about this group. It's clearly my game, yet you all are so invested in it. Lin Yu still underestimated the allure of independent games in the current Dragon Country. "Alright, I'm going to sleep now. You all should rest early, don't overdo it." Lin Yu fell into a deep sleep and woke up to see Wang Weijia still coding from the planning document below. He immediately went to Wang Weiji's side saying, "Whoa brother, don't work so hard, it scares me." Wang Weijia saw Lin Yu and his previously energetic demeanor instantly deflated. "Alright, I just have the last 3 characteristics of the blocks to finish, then I'll go to sleep." Lin Yu looked at Wang Weiji's determined face, feeling an inexplicable sense of awe swelling within him. However, after coming to terms with it, he was replaced by a wave of deep emotion. "This group of loyal sons, I am truly moved." He gazed at the hard-working Wang Weijia, and like a shot of adrenaline, he began coding rapidly. As the game's popularity began to ferment, Lin Yu also registered accounts for his company on major social media platforms like Weibo and Xiaohongshu. My World gradually topped the hot list on various platforms. My World is a groundbreaking game that has shattered the embarrassing status quo of only having Legend in our country. What should the charging model for My World be? Should it be a one-time purchase like abroad or in-app purchases? My World is gradually igniting a building frenzy among everyone, calling for My World to release the official version soon. Baomei woke up just in time to see the game burst onto the hot list. She quickly searched for information about the game, and after some searching she arrived at Lin Yu's video, intrigued by its content. She immediately went to the Steam platform to download it, ready to start playing. While Baomei was also trying to ride the wave of popularity, she genuinely wanted to play the game. Baomei opened the game, created a world, and began to play. Before playing, she had watched strategy videos to know what to do in the early stages. As various information prompts about generating began to appear, Baomei exclaimed in surprise, "Are these things really being generated?" The barrage of comments immediately responded, "Of course it's real, and everything that appears is random unless you choose the seed yourself. I played this game yesterday, it was just okay. Did you really play Cloud Player? Can you just leave? You." The popularity of Baomei's livestream surged due to this game, and naturally many trolls came over. Baomei saw the chat getting noisy. "Brothers, stop arguing, moderators ban everyone who is insulting." Baomei joined the world and began her gaming journey. "First we need to get rich, let's gather some wood." Oh, Baomei is doing her homework. Now many streamers are just wandering around aimlessly. As a fun-loving person, I love watching streamers get flustered. "Just waiting for you to mine." Baomei, seeing the barrage of mockery, angrily retorted, "Just watch him following the strategy, I'll conquer this little game package." Baomei looked at the barrage, and suddenly the sound of creaking bones was heard, followed by the sound of an arrow being shot. Where are the monsters?" Baomei, seeing her health steadily decreasing, began to panic. She then adjusted her view and spotted a small white character drawing a bow beneath a tree behind her. However, it was too late. An arrow shot over and struck Baomei directly. "What the heck, this is so fake. Are you barrage players pulling tricks to distract me?" Haha, I love this. The streamer just talked big and got slapped in the face. Such a stubborn streamer, I should really like this. So entertaining. Lin Yu watched the online buzz and thoroughly understood that as long as it was a good game, it could find a place in this resource-scarce Dragon Country. Lin Yu felt quite pleased. He thought deeply into the system and said, So now I'm famous. When will the system help me become famous in other worlds? Of course, host, the system replied. Lin Yu exclaimed, what? Then why aren't you quickly bringing it out? I will give you the controllable nuclear fusion technology right now. Lin Yu fell silent and then asked the system, are you serious? Of course, if you invent a controllable nuclear fusion machine, not only will your genealogy have a page dedicated to you, but in this 21st century, it will be named after you, called the Yuan year. In all future history books, regardless of what major events happen, there will always be a page reserved for you. Lin Yu began to feel a little overwhelmed. Is that true? It is, but you won't be able to handle it. You'll be cut down midway. Lin Yu thought for a moment, suddenly feeling a chill. Indeed, I need to start accumulating step by step. Nearby, Ding Hongwen had just gotten out of bed and saw Lin Yu's expression changing from disappointment to joy. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Don't get too caught up in it, Ding Hongwen reminded as he passed by Lin Yu. Shut up, you're the one who's caught up. Lin Yu blushed at Ding Hongwen's words. Now we just need to integrate these resources completely. Hurry, let's get all the material resources organized and started. Lin Yu excitedly said, let's get the official version of my world single player out today. Under Lin Yu's leadership, after several hours of teamwork, they successfully completed the production of the official version of my world single player on that very day. All right, now we can start discussing the pricing issue, Lin Yu said to everyone. Should we go for in-app purchases or just a one-time buy? How about doing both, a one-time purchase and offering in-app purchases? For example, we could sell skins for tasks and special item materials for a fee. Lin Yu recalled that in the previous world, the game My World was priced at 165 yuan and sold millions of copies there. Although the sales in the Dragon Nation were lower, it was now 2024. People's living standards were quite high and he wasn't worried about sales. After continuous discussions, Lin Yu made a decisive decision about the game's price and uploaded it to the Steam platform, setting it at 165 yuan. For some unknown reason, games produced in the Dragon Nation could not be sold directly abroad. They had to undergo market testing before being listed overseas. As Lin Yu looked at the notification that popped up on the platform, he felt a surge of anger. Goodness, they are discriminating against us. In the future, it'll create a gaming platform and take them down. The three people beside Lin Yu, seeing the notification on the computer, were also filled with rage. Lin Yu turned around and gestured helplessly. All right, now we can start promoting it. Lin Yu quickly edited a message and posted it across various social and short video platforms. Dear players, I am Lin Yu, and I bring you good news. The official single-player version of My World is now officially available on the Steam platform. Thank you for your support. As the news gradually spread, players flocked in like a tidal wave, purchasing the game to experience it. They were captivated by the game's rich content, diverse gameplay, and high degree of freedom, becoming completely immersed. Finally, the official version is here. This game is simply too much fun. Getting such an amazing game for just 165 yuan is such a bargain. The enthusiasm of the players exceeded Lin Yu's expectations. In just one day, the sales of the official single-player version of My World surpassed 1,000 copies, with revenue reaching 16.5 million yuan. With the game's explosive success, Xingqian Company quickly entered the public eye and became a hot topic of discussion. Xingqian Company. I haven't heard of it before, but this game is indeed impressive. With such creativity, Xingqian Company definitely has a bright future. Oh wow, it turns out this company was just established last week. Is it really growing this fast? Lin Yu looked at the soaring sales data and the players' positive reviews, filled with joy and pride. He smiled slightly. This is just the beginning. To meet the needs of these players, he began planning subsequent updates and expansions. He planned to add more types of creatures and blocks, optimize game performance, enhance graphics quality, and also intended to develop online features. After all, the comments section was filled with requests for updates, and the heartfelt words from players made him feel a bit embarrassed. Meanwhile, the success of Xingqian Company also attracted the attention of other game developers. Major companies like Eve Factory began researching My World, hoping to find inspiration to develop similar products. However, Lin Yu was not worried about competition. With the system in place and so many high-quality games, it was uncertain who would truly fear whom. Lin Yu looked at the back end of the Steam platform, where the sales numbers were continuously rising. However, since the Steam platform settled accounts once a month, Lin Yu had to wait until the end of the month to withdraw the money sitting in his account. All right, we should find a new office space. We can't just stay in the dormitory forever, Lin Yu said as he jumped up from his chair. We could apply for the university's student entrepreneurship base. That way we can reduce our expenses, Wang Weijia said seriously. Okay, let's go check out the entrepreneurship center today. Lin Yu suddenly thought he should ask his counselor about the situation and made a phone call. When the call connected, a mature voice came through. Hello, Teacher Wu, this is Lin Yu. I started a company and I hope to apply for our school's entrepreneurship base. Just go to find the teacher at the entrepreneurship center, surname Chu. They'll send you the number in a bit, you can contact them. Okay, bye, said the teacher, but she did not hang up immediately and more sounds came through. I have a student here who wants to start a company, another sharp female voice said. Of course this group is truly fearless, but they should consider their own level. Lin Yu directly hung up after hearing that. He had a poor impression of this teacher who was unhelpful and wouldn't even grant leave for family deaths. Seeing Lin Yu's unpleasant expression, Kuchen Yu knew he was disgusted by that teacher. He stepped forward and said, Lin Yu, don't take it to heart, such small-minded remarks. The main issue is that this person has connections and we have no way to deal with it. I heard her cousin is our dean. Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, it would be best if that teacher doesn't cause trouble, otherwise it would be troublesome to deal with her. It's fine, brother. We're still in school, so let her enjoy herself for a while longer. Lin Yu looked at the three of them who were standing up for him and smiled, without saying anything, preparing to head out. Shall we go to the entrepreneurship center now? Are you coming? Of course. I heard the receptionist at the center is really beautiful. Ding Hongwen suddenly recalled something he heard on campus walls and said excitedly, I heard she's from the law department. Wang Weijia said nonchalantly. Lin Yu asked Wang Weijia what? Which receptionist? Ding Hongwen smirked and pointed at Lin Yu saying, I told you, you kid, you clearly still have new love interests. Lin Yu looked at Ding Hongwen feeling speechless. All right, let's hurry up and go, Wang Weijia said, stepping in to defuse the situation. Go, we should head there now, said Lin Yu, and the group locked the door and immediately went to the bottom floor of dormitory 10. This school is really big. How can it be so tiring to walk from one building to another? Kuchen Yu complained. Indeed, we should each buy a small electric bike for convenience, Ding Hongwen suggested. The group walked slowly along the way. As Lin Yu walked along the path, he spotted a beautiful pendant lying in the grass. He picked it up and examined it closely. The exquisite design of the necklace was evident, and after a brief thought, Lin Yu decided to keep it. Then the four of them walked past the school's garden and playground, finally arriving at the entrepreneurship center, located at the bottom floor of dormitory 10. All right, we're almost there. Let's check out the front desk, Wang Weijia said. What's going on? Where is everyone? Goodness, it seems like no one is at the front desk. Isn't it still working hours? All right, I'll give that teacher a call and ask where they are, Lin Yu said helplessly. After a phone call, Lin Yu and the others learned the relevant information and said, all right, they are currently in a meeting with the leaders. They will be back shortly. Fine. Wang Weijia sighed helplessly and sat down on a nearby public bench, pulling out his phone to scroll through short videos. Moments later, an exaggerated, boisterous howl burst from Wang Weijia's phone. The comedic video he was watching emitted sounds akin to an overexcited wild boar. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. 108 ways a precious pig can meet its end. Wang Weijia burst into snorting laughter as the screen demonstrated each absurd demise. Just as Wang Weijia continued chuckling, a strikingly elegant and cool visage suddenly appeared before him. Her face seemed carved from flawless jade, sharp yet tender in contour, her brows and eyes imbued with a faint lingering melancholy. Wang Weijia froze instantly, his expression still locked in mid-laugh. She gazed at his frozen mirth, and as if subtly infected by it, turned her head aside and let out a soft, silvery laugh. Seeing her smile, Wang Weijia sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Lin Yu approached the pair and greeted politely, hello, classmate. We're applying for space at the entrepreneurship center. Could you kindly guide us to the instructor's office? She glanced at Lin Yu, and a flicker of quiet admiration shimmered in her eyes. Hello, I'm Yuni Xuan. After exchanging greetings with Lin Yu, she added with gentle charm, if you ever need legal assistance, feel free to reach out to me. At Yuni Xuan's words, Wang Weijia felt a jolt of electricity ripple through him, a tingling, electrifying warmth spreading across his entire body. A mature presence paired with a youthful, melodic voice. He was utterly captivated. His heartbeat quickened, her sweet smile filled his mind, and the very air around him seemed to grow honeyed and warm. Determined to impress her, he silently vowed to shine in her presence, and began frantically signaling Lin Yu with his eyes. Lin Yu caught the cue instantly. Yuni Xuan, may we add you on Bubble Chat? That way we can stay in touch for future matters. Wang Weijia nodded vigorously at Lin Yu's suggestion. Beside him, Ding Hongwen nudged him with his elbow. What's with that dazed look, like you've never seen a girl before? Don't even ask. I'm a dormbound gamer who lives on controller sticks. The moment I saw her, I'd already mapped out my entire life. Ding Hongwen fell silent, unsure how to respond. All right then, could you please lead us there? First, please fill out these forms. It'll save time later. Approval can be processed immediately. Lin Yu swiftly completed the paperwork. Since the startup team required 4 members, he listed all of them together. Soon after, the 4 students were escorted into the instructor's office. Hello, Professor Chu, Lin Yu said respectfully upon entering. Quite courteous, Professor Chu smiled, faintly glancing over the application. Do you currently generate revenue? Your projected earnings remain unclear. She studied the 4 students, her brow slightly furrowed, not out of skepticism, but genuine concern. Professor Chu, have you seen the recent viral sensation Minecraft online? That's our team's creation. Going forward, our revenue will come from sustained game sales. Lin Yu spoke openly and honestly to the silver-haired professor, laying bare their foundation. Someone my age certainly doesn't play such games, but given your confidence, I'll approve it outright. She drew a set of keys from her drawer and placed them before Lin Yu. These are for room 302 on the 3rd floor, your new entrepreneurship base. By the way, room 301 next door belongs to last year's senior team. They also develop games. If you run into issues, feel free to consult them. Just say I sent you. Thank you for the guidance, Professor. Reflected in his teacup, Professor Chu's kind, benevolent face shimmered softly. Afterward, Lin Yu led the 3 others up to the 3rd floor base. As he pushed open the door, a thick cloud of dust billowed inward, triggering 2 sharp, ragged coughs. The trio exchanged glances and burst into synchronized laughter. Laugh again, and I'll dock your salaries, Lin Yu quipped, striding to the window to air out the room. They immediately grabbed brooms from the hallway and began sweeping. Is this room too small? We'll need servers soon to develop the multiplayer version. Kuchin Yu frowned at the cramped space. That's likely a month away. We haven't even received our first sale proceeds. What exactly are you dreaming about? And where would the money come from? Lin Yu replied dryly. Honestly, working from our dorm might be more practical. This place just has fewer beds and more desks. Wang Weijia's inner homebody flared up. Wait, weren't you just chasing after that girl? Ding Hongwen teased. So your entire life is already over. Wang Weijia's composure shattered. He flushed crimson. Actually, it's not bad. Better than nothing. Once funds clear, we'll relocate externally. Establish a proper headquarters, Lin Yu proposed to the group. As he spoke, he spotted an odd-looking bag in the corner. Wait, this can't be. No way. The other 3 turned, drawn by his tone. Lin Yu, you might actually get some use out of it, Wang Weijia smirked. Never imagined our senior had such particular taste for this space, Lin Yu muttered, exasperated. Clearly no one's cleaned or organized this room in ages. He tossed the item straight into a trash bag. That's our senior's legacy, Ding Hongwen joked. You want it? Go ahead, take it. He laughed. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. After cleaning and arranging the office, the 3 returned to their dormitory. Lin Yu hung the found pendant on the campus lost found wall, then prepared to dive into the world of code. Tidy up those tissues piling up by your pillow. Seriously, they're overflowing. He chided Wang Weijia while tidying. Wang Weijia grinned sheepishly and hurried to clear his bedside. Lin Yu settled back at his desk, opened IntelliJ IDEA, stretched with a quiet sigh, and poised his fingers over the keyboard ready to write. At that moment, Lin Yu received a phone call. He squinted at the unfamiliar number and thought for a moment it was highly likely the necklace he found today had led to this call, and the lost and found wall at school had finally proven useful. Upon answering, a cheerful voice came through the line, seemingly delighted. Hello, is this regarding the necklace pendant you found? Yes, that's me. How did you get in touch? I'll add you as a friend now. Let's chat on Circle. Lin Yu's heart felt a flutter as he received a friend request. To enhance the listening experience for readers, I've removed repetitive message prefixes. If the previous line has a message header, a new line starting with a colon that lacks character actions indicates a sent message. If there are any prefixes that hinder your listening experience, please comment, and I will make changes. Thank you very much. Xiaoyu, yes, image Lin Yu's heart, right? That's my necklace pendant. I can pay you, thank you so much. Without you, I probably would have never found it. Transfer 10020 Xiaoyu, huh? Panda shocked. Lin Yu's heart, this is your reward. My necklace pendant isn't worth much, but it means a lot to me. The rest is for shipping. Ooh, please send it to me. I just went over there today to handle some affairs and didn't expect it. This really is troublesome. This item is genuinely important to me. Lin Yu took out the necklace pendant and examined it closely. It resembled a container, and suddenly he felt something amiss in his mind. Could it be hiding some illicit goods inside? Xiaoyu, it's fine, no need for that. In my opinion, this necklace doesn't seem very valuable. Could it be that there's something inside that makes you so willing to pay? If you don't clarify, I might have to report this. Lin Yu's heart, oh, it's fine. This is a keepsake from my grandmother, which is why I cherish it. A small amount of money is inconsequential, so could you please? She passed away during the new year this year. I usually carry this with me. Whenever I miss her, I take it out and hold it. Little cat tears. Can you carefully check the necklace for me? Lin Yu fell silent upon reading those words, taking a long time to regain his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he sensed something was off. This seemed like a scheme. When he opened the necklace-like container, he discovered it only contained 2 embedded diamonds. Well, it seems I was overthinking. There shouldn't be anything illegal inside. However, this thought plunged him back into silence. Xiaoyu, no problem, I just checked it. Lin Yu's heart, thank you for your help. I searched for it for so long today, or it almost drove me mad. I really must thank you. Lin Yu saw those words and silently went downstairs, heading to the SF Express point at the school to send it to the address provided. Through this delivery, Lin Yu learned her name was Yu Zhiruei. After returning to his dorm, he sent her the tracking number. She replied with another thank you and transferred a sum of money to him. Lin Yu's heart, please accept this, it's a must. While Lin Yu continued to quietly write his code this time, he was somewhat distracted. How could such a thing exist in this world? I shouldn't have doubted. A day later, concerning the bugs in my world, I should say features. They have been thoroughly discovered by players. The game had only been released for 2 days. After Lin Yu woke up, seeing how these players played the game was overwhelming. It's easy to imagine how crazed the players must be after being suppressed for so long. He continued scrolling through trending topics when another video hit the trends. A joint request to immediately develop a multiplayer mode for everyone. Lin Yu saw a woman in the video crying profusely, saying she couldn't play with her friends. Watching this scene, his expression mirrored that of a subway elder with a phone. Alright, I'm arranging it now. I'll finish the code soon. Lin Yu noticed the video was trending high and didn't forget to respond with a comment. This comment section erupted, the video's popularity skyrocketed. Players' various urges began flooding in, and Lin Yu thought his phone was being bombarded with online harassment. Those responding to Lin Yu were urging him to release the multiplayer version quickly. Please, so we can play together with friends. I really can't sleep at night because of this. We're still waiting for the multiplayer version in our dorm. Lin Yu saw these messages and thought if I re-release the multiplayer version and make these guys buy it again, they'd probably do so right away. He felt a sense of relief, though after being a hard-working programmer for so long, this felt truly impressive. Lin Yu's consciousness sank into his mind as he looked at his account balance points 90. System, why do I only have this few points in my account? Your points will be settled next month. Upon hearing this from the system, Lin Yu immediately began to ponder. It seems this month he would have to think about developing some game. Lin Yu glanced at his balance, realizing he only had a little over 50,000 left. What kind of game can I make with this? It's really painful. With this much money, I can't even sustain a platform. Lin Yu sighed helplessly as he looked at his bedboard. Damn Steam platform, you're holding my money, huh? Once the money is in my hands, I'll set up my own platform. For now, let's create some independent mini-games. Or perhaps develop a mini-game ecosystem for my world. Lin Yu began to contemplate. Whatever, let's finish the multiplayer version first, and then think carefully. After some time, since Lin Yu had developed most of it, he spent a few hours refining the last pieces of code before merging it with the game body and releasing it immediately. Lin Yu also uploaded a tutorial video for the multiplayer game to a short video platform. Once Lin Yu clicked send, most players received notifications for the version update and immediately started downloading. Players who saw Lin Yu's latest video couldn't help but cheer in the comments. I can't believe it. I don't have to repurchase it. Crying. You have a good conscience. You've made me a promoter for Legends feel utterly ashamed. Guilt. Now with no funds, Lin Yu had no way to create anything new. Looks like I can only enhance my world ecosystem, allowing players to participate in the development. Lin Yu thought of this and began to code again. In my past life, I was a programmer, and it seems I'm still a struggling programmer in this life. Meanwhile, in the Central Propaganda Department of the Dragon Nation, a man of advanced age, yet exuding an air of authority, slammed the report onto the table and spoke. What's going on? For the sake of the development of the gaming industry, you all have ended up like this despite the substantial subsidies provided. The large companies you sought have not yielded any results, and now only a small company established by university students has managed to succeed. The man sitting in the main seat was none other than Huang Lihui, the current minister of the Central Propaganda Department of the Dragon Nation. The person in the secondary seat was Wang Jiqiang. The atmosphere in the room was silent. Huang Lihui sighed in frustration, saying tens of millions just wasted like this, a group of people holding taxpayers' money, yet not doing any work. Huang Lihui turned his chair backward, facing away from everyone, and said, go to the supervisory agency to find out how much you've embezzled and stop these disgraceful acts. After finishing, Huang Lihui stood up, preparing to leave the office. He said to Wang Jiqiang, who was sitting in his chair, gaming is an important battlefield for public opinion. Our Dragon Nation cannot afford to lose it. Yes, I understand. Wang Jiqiang replied, Minister Wang, there's no need to be tense. This time your son has performed quite well, promptly informing us. Huang Lihui took a sip of tea and continued, we should strive to accommodate within the policies as much as possible. Do not hinder others. After a while, Lin Yu embedded some hook code into the game body, allowing players to modify the game's content by creating mods. However, Lin Yu thought that if players were to realize their creative ideas, there would definitely be a fee involved. If sold in a creative workshop or other forums, there would certainly be security issues. It was still necessary to wait until his platform was fully developed. Only then could these things be thoroughly secured. Lin Yu cleared his throat with a few coughs, indicating he was not in it for the small service fees. How's it going? What are you developing now? Wang Weijie leaned over to ask. Lin Yu looked at his roommates and thought he couldn't be the only one developing the code, so he said to them, you guys can take the rest, or write some derivative gameplay for the game. He added, if there are rewards and profits, we can split it 80-20, but the premise is that you cannot leave my company. This must be included in the contract. At this point, Lin Yu thought of a problem. Now, we should recruit some personnel to develop our gaming platform first. It will be more convenient in the future and will prevent others from reaping the benefits. Then Lin Yu posted recruitment information on a job website and contacted teacher Chu to ask if there were any students in need of employment. That night, Lin Yu's phone buzzed with a notification. Xian thought to herself, how delightful SF Express is indeed fast. I received Little Cat Dance. Xian thought, I originally wanted to look for it along my route back to the Magic City. That day I was so anxious. Xiaoyu, it's good that you found it. Xian, are you still working? Xiaoyu, how should I put it? I suppose it's not considered work. I'm in my senior year, I just started working recently. Xian, if you're a senior, I was originally at Huanan too. Do you have plans for graduate school? Xiaoyu, my ability is lacking. Xian, I can ask my mentor to help you out. My mentor is quite exceptional. When the conversation shifted to studies, they both opened up and exchanged grievances for a long time. Meanwhile, at the E Factory in the conference room. Currently, the operational and development teams of a project at E Factory began what would be a lengthy discussion. The so-called discussion was in fact just a prolonged argument. If we want to create a higher quality game similar to Minecraft, we need more time to refine it. The company doesn't have that much time to give you for polishing. The higher-ups have spoken. You must deliver within half a month at most. The two sides argued about this topic for a long time until the development team finally compromised. After all, the operational team was truly the authority. Soon a new company called Mimi Play was established. A night passed quickly and the lights of a certain company remained on all night. On that morning, Lin Yu received hundreds of resumes. He looked at the resumes in the recruitment backend and the stack of resumes in front of him. He couldn't help but complain, wow, is it really this difficult for programmers to find jobs now? I'm just hiring a few people, and I received so many resumes all at once. Lin Yu saw that the 3 people in the dorm were idle, indicating that he couldn't bear the burden alone, so he gradually got them to start selecting resumes for interviews. Quickly, from the over 300 resumes, they picked out 20, of which 15 were from their own school. Lin Yu looked at the resumes in front of him, feeling a bit troubled. These tasks couldn't be left to them. It was too exhausting. When they had money, they had to hire a good manager. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly thought of Yun Yishuan, who was on his friend list. He murmured, our company is in need of someone from the law department. This is the first-ranked student from the law department in our junior year. I still need to think of a way to bring her to our company. Xiaoyu, hey Xiao Yun. Yun Xiaoshuan, what's up? Xiaoyu, our company needs a legal person. Are you interested? Yun Xiaoshuan, I still don't know what your company does. Xiaoyu, how about we chat now? Yun Xiaoshuan, don't be so anxious. I haven't finished work yet. Xiaoyu, I'll go find you directly at the Entrepreneurship Center. After saying that, Lin Yu immediately stood up, preparing to go to the Entrepreneurship Center. He noticed that Wang Weijia was still immersed in the world of code and thought, forget it, I won't call him. It would be bad if he gets distracted later. As Lin Yu was about to leave, the sounds of his roommate asking for food came from behind, 1 meat dish and 2 vegetables, no picky eating. He turned around and looked, feeling a bit helpless, and repeatedly agreed. On his way, it was only 10 in the morning, not yet mealtime. He thought to himself, it's just right, I can have a meal after chatting with Yun Yishuan. Before long, Lin Yu arrived at the Entrepreneurship Center. The sun was shining so brightly that Lin Yu could hardly keep his eyes open. He saw Yun Yishuan sitting at the front desk and greeted her. Senior, you're here so fast, Yun Yishuan exclaimed in surprise, noticing Lin Yu's sweaty appearance, and poured him a glass of ice water. Lin Yu took a big gulp of water, quickly getting into the mood, and said to Yun Yishuan, let me introduce what our company does. After Lin Yu introduced the basic information to Yun Yishuan was stunned to learn that Lin Yu's company was the one developing the game My World. After a while, she finally spoke up. Is your Douyin account called something like Starry Sky? Lin Yu nodded, and Yun Yishuan became excited, saying, wow, I'm your fan. This game is truly fascinating. Even someone like me who usually doesn't play games has been captivated. Yun Yishuan knew that even someone like her who didn't enjoy gaming could become engrossed in it, indicating just how immense the potential of this company was. Seeing Yun Yishuan praise him like this, Lin Yu felt a bit embarrassed. Is that so? I will resign from my work-study position at the Entrepreneurship Center tomorrow. I will definitely need to rely on you more, Mr. Lin, she said politely, and upon hearing this, Lin Yu shook her hand and left. Don't forget to bring me a meal for my 3 big brothers, Lin Yu said as he headed to the cafeteria. While eating, he suddenly received a phone call and answered it. Hello, Xiao Lin, what's going on? Are you trying to poach people from my place as well? Teacher Chu sounded slightly reproachful, but more so appreciative. Who wouldn't be tempted by such talented individuals? Lin Yu chatted with Teacher Chu about a potential recruitment at the school, and upon hearing this, Teacher Chu couldn't stop smiling. Afterward, Lin Yu returned to the dormitory and shared his meal with his friends. Lin Yu, should we consider setting up our own server cluster? We will definitely need some resources from the official side in the future. Kuchin Yu, while eating, discussed this with Lin Yu. That does seem necessary. Why do you have some channels? Lin Yu gave Kuchin Yu an affirmative look. I'm not joking, on my family supplies cloud servers. If you need to rent one, just contact me directly. Kuchin Yu also started promoting his family's servers to Lin Yu. Why, you all are quite affluent, aren't you? Lin Yu was astonished. Ding Hongwen, you must admit, are you a rich second generation pretending to be an ordinary person just to test me? Lin Yu joked. How could that be? You should know my family situation. I still need to rely on you, Lin Yu, Ding Hongwen replied, but a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. Lin Yu looked at everyone with suspicion. Wang Weijie, you aren't testing me, are you? Upon hearing his name, Wang Weijie quickly responded, I'm just from a moderately well-off family. Where would I get the money? Lin Yu noticed Wang Weijie's impressive gear in the game interface and fell into contemplation. Wang Weijie hurriedly explained, you don't know how long I've been playing this, I earned it myself, not bought it. Seeing Wang Weijie's earnest expression, Lin Yu decided to trust him for the moment and continued speaking to Ding Hongwen. In the end, we will only buy our own servers, not rent them. You can contact your family if necessary. All right, brother, my family is just running a small business, so there's no need to worry about it. Ding Hongwen chuckled, and this matter was settled. Lin Yu opened his computer to check the news. Mimi Game Company announces the launch of a new game, Mini World. My World has already sold a total of 7 million copies in Longhua. Lin Yu was taken aback upon seeing Mini World, thinking, this is outrageous. Has Mini World really been released? He checked the game company and found out that it was fully owned by eFactory, and everything made sense. This company was just a scapegoat for eFactory. Lin Yu opened the official game website and saw the absurd graphics and blocky world, clearly a blatant copy. Lin Yu thought that this could be a good thing. It's common for excellent games to be copied. A brilliant idea surged in his mind. You have to fatten the pig before slaughtering it. After that, he closed the webpage and decided not to dwell on these matters, constantly hoping for his money to come back quickly. Lin Yu opened a short video app to pass the time. He clicked on a video and soon found himself captivated by a series of whistling sounds. Meanwhile, the popularity of My World Online was skyrocketing. Ever since it allowed multiplayer, the game's popularity had become unstoppable, evolving into a game for everyone. Major social media platforms, live streaming platforms, short video platforms, and even some novel platforms like No. 1 Tomato became exceptionally popular whenever the tag My World was involved. The follower base of Lin Yu's account was gradually growing. Lin Yu simply commented in the Odibio's comment section, Heaven did not give birth to me, Odibio. In Africa, no one pulls bananas. This comment directly bombarded the comment section of Odibio. Catch Lin Yu alive, hurry, and update the game. No wonder it's called the male slowdown zone. Lin Yu saw the comments from netizens, but ignored them, scrolling to the next video. This is the most exciting part of the knife-making competition. Lin Yu got immersed in it again. After watching the video, he snapped back to reality and shook his head. This is outrageous, Ding Hongwen said, while watching Lin Yu shake his head, and added, Stop watching, we in the same dormitory have been listening to the commentary for half a day. If it weren't for Wang Weijie checking on you, we would have thought you were dead. Lin Yu glanced at the time on the computer. It was already 11 o'clock. All right, it's time to go to bed. I have to wake up early tomorrow for interviews with many people. A night passed, and after a quick wash, Lin Yu hurried to the interview location. The room at the entrepreneurship base was already filled with applicants, and Lin Yu took a deep breath, starting a day of intense interviews. Most interviewees behaved quite normally, but when a middle-aged man named Zhao Gang entered the interview room, Lin Yu keenly sensed the slightly arrogant aura emanating from him. Zhao Gang wore some rather flashy designer clothing, his hair slicked back, and he swaggered to sit across from Lin Yu, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. Lin Yu politely initiated the conversation. Hello, Mr. Zhao, please briefly introduce yourself and your relevant experience in the gaming field. However, Zhao Gang slightly raised his head and said in a somewhat mocking tone, I'm doing you a favor by even coming to interview at your small company. I've been in this industry for so many years, I've seen all kinds of storms. Lin Yu frowned slightly, but maintained his patience. Mr. Zhao, although our company is currently small in scale, it has immense potential for growth. We value every talented individual and hope you can approach this interview with a more professional attitude. Zhao Gang scoffed dismissively. That game you developed, My World, is just stacking blocks. Oh, what kind of technical content is that? If I organize a team, I can create My World in a day or two. Do you believe me? The legendary game I made previously had daily revenues in the hundreds, and yours probably doesn't even reach a fraction of that. Lin Yu felt speechless after hearing this, his expression turning serious, as he said, If you look down on our company so much, perhaps there is no need to continue this interview. Zhao Gang was enraged by Lin Yu's words, suddenly standing up and pointing at Lin Yu, shouting, You little brat, dare to lecture me. Do you know the connections I have in this industry? With just a flick of my finger, I can make it impossible for your little company to survive in this field. Don't get angry now. When you're angry, it's not just your mouth that opens wide. Lin Yu thought of Zhao Gang's other body parts that would also express anger, and a significant portion of his irritation dissipated in his heart. Lin Yu also slowly stood up, fearlessly staring at Zhao Gang. What we rely on is the quality of our games and lawful operations, not some so-called connections for threats. Please leave immediately. We do not welcome waste. Zhao Gang finally realized his rudeness, his face turning pale and flushed. He glared viciously at Lin Yu, stood up, and left the interview room in a huff, not forgetting to leave behind a harsh remark. You will regret this. Zhao Gang had previously received an invitation from a game company called Mimi. However, upon reviewing the game briefly, his experience, I could tell that it was a copy of Minecraft, so he wondered if he could get a job with the company that developed Minecraft. But the moment he saw how young the interviewers were, even the company's boss, he couldn't help but feel a wave of disdain. This sudden conflict made the atmosphere in the interview room tense, but Lin Yu quickly adjusted his mindset and continued with the interview. At noon, the interview came to a pause. Lin Yu rubbed his temples, feeling a bit fatigued. He grabbed a bite to eat and returned to the office to organize the materials from the morning interviews, meticulously recording the strengths and weaknesses of each candidate. At this moment, Yun Yishuan arrived at Lin Yu's office. She had officially resigned from her part-time job at the Entrepreneurship Center and was preparing to devote herself entirely to Lin Yu's company. President Lin Im here, Yun Yishuan said with a smile. Lin Yu looked up and, seeing her enthusiastic demeanor, couldn't help but smile back. I will need you. You will have to help me sign the internship agreements and labor contracts for these candidates. In the afternoon, the interviews continued. Among the many candidates, a girl named Su Yao caught Lin Yu's special attention. What do you think about the future development of Minecraft? Lin Yu was quite surprised by her answer, as the model that emerged from the previous world was very similar. She proposed various PvP gameplay ideas such as battle bridges, multiplayer offense and defense, and arenas, as well as several multiplayer survival modes. She had unique insights into game planning and held a deep understanding and passion for the game Minecraft. Lin Yu engaged in a profound exchange with her, and some of the ideas and creativity she proposed made Lin Yu continually praise her. This is truly a genius. After the interviews concluded, Lin Yu along with 3 others, including Yun Yishuan, gathered to discuss the results of the day's interviews. Wang Weijie sat shyly beside them, and Lin Yu couldn't help but smile at Wang Weijie's demeanor. Yun Yishuan, the relevant procedures for you to join my company haven't been completed yet. It's fine, or we can just have a simple chat. I believe you won't treat me unfairly, right? Yun Yishuan replied with a smile. Lin Yu considered Yun Yishuan's words and thought that he had to make sure she wouldn't suffer any losses. How about this? I will give you 800 a month, and after you officially start working it will increase to 1000, and then we can discuss annual raises. What do you think? Yun Yishuan was taken aback upon hearing Lin Yu's words. Is it true? Are you not afraid I won't perform well? No worries, I believe in your abilities. I am well aware of the strength of our Yun University's campus flower. Lin Yu looked at the anxious Yun Yishuan with a comforting smile, thinking to himself, I just hope that talents develop a sense of dependence on us so that they can wholeheartedly work for my benefit. Wang Weijie chuckled upon hearing that Lin Yu intended to recruit Yun Yishuan as an employee of the company. Lin Yu looked at the 3 in front of him and asked, are you willing to join my company as employees? Although you have helped me a lot, you are ultimately not formal employees. If you agree, how about we sign a tripartite agreement later? The 3 responded in unison. All right, no wonder you are my good kids. Lin Yu laughed heartily, saying, I investigated the market value for the salaries of technical personnel, and it is around 1000. As for you guys, let's start at 1500 a month. This is my friendship price, and of course the earlier discussed profit sharing also counts. Upon hearing such treatment, the 3 couldn't help but grin widely. When I was 8, an old man told me that I would meet a benefactor while in university. You really are starting to flatter me now, Lin Yu said with a laugh as he looked at Ding Hongwan. After finishing their meals, Lin Yu had Yun Yishuan begin drafting the relevant agreements. Seeing the workload ahead, he specifically set a deadline of 1 week for her. He would later notify those who had successfully passed the selection to come to work, and as for the contracts, Lin Yu had already arranged for Yun Yishuan to handle them next week. This time Lin Yu hired a total of 10 people. In fact, 7 of them were programmers and 3 were game planners. He thought that this time he would definitely have to develop an app and some derivative gameplay. As for the game planners, they would surely be tasked with setting up a server for multiplayer gaming in the future. Lin Yu recalled the Minecraft server he had played in a previous world. Typically, servers would be deleted after a year or 2 as they would just collect money and disappear. This time he decided to set up an official server to provide players with at least a minimum guarantee for gameplay. After stating this, he immediately started designing, developing, purchasing, opening, and promoting the server. Lin Yu had to admit that the tricks of those previous server owners were truly timeless. When it officially launched, Lin Yu underestimated the traffic brought by the official server. A server designed to accommodate 10,000 players online was directly overwhelmed by players. This caused the server to lag and stutter, and Lin Yu couldn't help but feel overwhelmed, helplessly continuing to add server resources to the MC server. The ideas from the game planners kept being developed by the three in Lin Yu's dormitory. As for the other 7 newly hired individuals, they were of course assigned to develop the gaming platform. In fact, for Lin Yu, there was no need for a special algorithm to recommend new games. The gaming platform didn't hold much value for Lin Yu and his team. Therefore, this could be completed in less than a month. At that moment, Lin Yu received a call from Yun Yishuan. Yun Yishuan stated that the relevant agreements for all employees in the company had been drafted and sent to Lin Yu's email. Lin Yu opened the email and inwardly complained, "Isn't it too soon? It's only been about 3 days since the company was founded, and you're already starting to roll up your sleeves. Wait, this is my company. If you're rolling up your sleeves, well, I love this kind of employee." Lin Yu looked at his enthusiastic employees and felt hesitant to voice his thoughts. He wondered if he should reduce their task deadlines. As Lin Yu recalled that image, he shook his head, thinking, "Oh no, I am about to become a heartless capitalist." Of course, having a conscience can still lead to profit. Didn't the company we were part of previously follow the path of a conscientious enterprise? They earned a fortune while gaining the unwavering support of all their employees. The more Lin Yu thought about it, the more he felt he had to treat his employees with integrity. Lin Yu opened his computer to review the relevant agreements: the internship agreement, the tripartite agreement, and the labor contract. Each document had its conditions highlighted as much as possible. In fact, Yun Yishuan was also testing what kind of person Lin Yu was, deliberately making the conditions of these agreements quite harsh, leaving out some crucial salary details. Seeing the issues in the agreements, Lin Yu immediately messaged Yun Yishuan, "The conditions in these agreements are too harsh, and some salary points are not specified." After Lin Yu pointed out all the issues in the agreements, Yun Yishuan was quite surprised and revised the relevant agreements before sending them back to him. Regarding the employee records, Lin Yu felt it was also a concern. He told Yun Yishuan, "Let's have those who need to sign labor contracts do so next month. The records are an issue, or we can address them later." Lin Yu suddenly thought about needing to hire a dedicated general manager. He went to a recruiting software to have headhunters look for suitable candidates and posted job listings. After settling all these matters, Lin Yu slumped in his chair, thinking, "Although I haven't done any physical labor, I feel inexplicably exhausted." As time passed, the sales figures on the Steam platform directly transferred to Lin Yu's company account. The number of downloads steadily increased over the month, with sales figures after deducting 30% reaching as high as 150 million renminbi. In Modu, at the Steam platform's office in China, a plump middle-aged man sat in his office. This was Powell, the head of the Steam platform in China. In front of him was the sales report for the first month in China. He quickly noticed a jaw-dropping figure in the report. Counting the zeros, he noted 1/1000. As he reached this point, his brow furrowed. Xingshan Technology Co. Ltd. This company seems interesting. He then picked up the phone to make a call. Lin Yu was completely unaware that he had caught the attention of many high-level executives. However, he didn't care. He knew that all the obstacles that couldn't be exposed would be picked up and thrown at those who couldn't stand in the open. No matter who came to block his path, a kick would suffice. Lin Yu looked at the many zeros in the company account, noting that after paying taxes, the 150 million left him with only 15 billion. No worries, today is finally the day to find out where the company should settle. Fortunately, the location of Huanan University was not far from the city center. Walking through the campus, Lin Yu saw several monkeys jumping around on the utility poles. He thought to himself, no wonder they're educated monkeys. They graduated and directly got assigned as electricians. Lin Yu strolled around the central business district of Jiangzhou and eventually found a building he liked. This building was tall and was constructed in the form of Gemini. This landmark building greatly pleased Lin Yu. After asking the property management for the owner's contact information for the commercial building, Lin Yu called Yun Yishuan to have her come over quickly to prepare for signing the relevant agreements. The owner of the building was all smiles when he heard Lin Yu wanted to rent the space and quickly arranged to meet at a nearby coffee shop to discuss. When Lin Yu met the owner of the building, he was taken aback. A middle-aged woman walked up to him with a smile and shook his hand. "You're the one wanting to rent the floor, right? Just call me Aunt Hong." Aunt Hong, seeing Lin Yu nod, continued, "The view from our high floors is truly remarkable. You can see the center of the lake from up there. It's really beautiful. If you need, we can go up and take a look." Seeing Aunt Hong's enthusiasm, Lin Yu felt a bit at a loss. Aunt Hong, noticing Lin Yu's nervous gaze on his handsome face, couldn't help but feel pleased. "Young man, do you have a girlfriend?" "We have a daughter at home who is quite lovely." Upon hearing Aunt Hong's matchmaking intentions, Lin Yu felt a pang of anxiety and quickly replied to him, "Although I don't, my career is my priority right now." "Oh, you're being foolish. If you were with my daughter, would you even need to work? This building would be all yours," Aunt Hong said sincerely. Aunt Hong, let's go check out the floors instead. Seeing Lin Yu's attitude, Aunt Hong sighed and said, all right, come on, I'll take you to see it. Upon reaching the top floor, Lin Yu gazed out the window. He couldn't help but exclaim, truly one will stand at the summit and see all the mountains small. Lin Yu began to contemplate how much office space he needed, deciding to start with one floor and expand later if necessary. At this moment, Aunt Hong said, if you rent for 3 consecutive years and take 3 floors or more, well, have someone put a sign for you outside the glass. Lin Yu's eyes lit up instantly. He realized he indeed needed that sign, and if he was committing for 3 years, those 3 floors would undoubtedly come in handy. He decisively stated to Aunt Hong, let's prepare to sign the contract. Aunt Hong was delighted by Lin Yu's straightforwardness. At that moment, Yun Yishuan also arrived at the building. After meeting with Lin Yu, Yun Yishuan immediately began the contract signing. For our building, the cost is only 4 yuan per square meter per day. Although it's a bit expensive, the location is truly excellent. Hearing Aunt Hong's words, Lin Yu nodded. Aunt Hong continued, young man, I see we have a connection. I'll give you a discount of 1 yuan. If you decide, feel free to find me. Lin Yu looked at the final amount and took a deep breath. Although it was 3 yuan per square meter per day, the space was vast, with one floor being a whopping 1400 square meters. He calculated that renting one floor for 3 years would cost at least 1.5 million. Looking at the amount before him, Lin Yu thought, oh no, I've fallen into a big trap. I said it looked cheap, but it's actually quite expensive. In the end, Lin Yu thought it didn't matter. This money could be earned back quickly. Lin Yu paid Aunt Hong the full rent for 3 years, approximately 4.5 million. Seeing the amount credited, Aunt Hong couldn't help but regard Lin Yu with newfound respect. Lin Yu then wandered around the newly leased space, gazing upon the humble beginnings of his company. Yet the mention of a logo instantly snapped him back to reality. He still hadn't finalized one, using only a casually snapped image of the starry ocean as a placeholder. Good heavens, I nearly forgot. Our company logo remains undecided, and we'll need to register the trademark as well. He spoke aloud, startling Yun Yishuan, who walked beside him. After regaining her composure, she said, boss, my roommate Lu Yaoyao is skilled in visual arts. We could ask her to design one. That's promising, Lin Yu replied, eyes brightening. If her talent proves exceptional, we may hire her as our in-house illustrator. This time, Lin Yu and Yun Yishuan returned together by car to the entrance of Huanan University. By then, the sky had softened into a dusky amber, and monkeys scrambled ceaselessly across the metal utility poles at the gate. Suddenly, an arc of electricity lanced from the pole, striking a monkey squarely on its leg. 2 seconds later, the creature plummeted straight down, narrowly missing Lin Yu. Lin Yu sighed wryly, gazing at the stunned animal. Look at that. One of those electrician monkeys from the university's rear mountains has just been officially expelled. He stared at the charred body, lying motionless on the ground, reaching for his phone to snap a commemorative graduation photo. Yun Yishuan laughed. Ha ha. Call it absorbing lightning energy. Mr. Lin, shall we grab dinner together? Let's keep it simple, Lin Yu replied with quiet amusement. Yun Yishuan chirped playfully. Perfect. The canteen's right by the gate. Let's go. After dining together at the canteen, Lin Yu and Yun Yishuan parted ways to return to their respective dormitories. Back in her dorm, Yun Yishuan immediately shared the news with her roommate Lu Yaoyao, who eagerly volunteered to take on the project. In university life, social isolation within dormitories is not uncommon. Yun Yishuan and Lu Yaoyao had been childhood friends, and by fortune assigned to the same dorm upon entering university. Yet the other 2 roommates, emboldened by their affluent backgrounds, consistently looked down upon Yun Yishuan and Lu Yaoyao. They rarely spoke to them. For Yun Yishuan, silence was the safest course. After all, they all attended a prestigious university and valued their studies enough to avoid outright bullying. Soon after, Lin Yu returned to his dorm. Brother, why so late? Wang Weijia rushed over and took the food Lin Yu had brought back. But Wang Weijia paused, sniffing the air, then frowned. Wait, something's off. Brother, you've got a woman's scent on you. Spill it. Who've you been with? Get lost. Lin Yu shot him a mock scowl, and Wang Weijia retreated crestfallen. Lin Yu sank into his adjustable chair. A marvel of ergonomic design reclined the backrest, extend the footrest, and it transformed effortlessly into a compact bed. Lying there, he mentally reviewed the day's decisions, especially his online search for land prices. Thankfully, the quoted rate was indeed 1 yuan lower than before. He recalled past experiences with online scams. Sellers artificially inflated prices before slapping on a discount label, creating the illusion of great savings. Aunt Hong really delivered. She saved me millions, Lin Yu mused, lounging contentedly, though the relentless clatter of keyboards nearby kept sleep at bay. Lin Yu rose and said, seeing how hard you're all working puts my mind at ease. Then approaching Ding Hongwen, he added, it's time we set up our servers. Ding Hongwen paused his coding and replied, if we're building a platform, we'll need dedicated storage servers. Their cost may be substantial. You have a 10 million yuan budget. Build me a full server cluster, Lin Yu declared magnanimously. Ding Hongwen gaped. 10 million. Since when did you get so rich? Did you secure funding? Just execute. No need to question the rest. Ding Hongwen stood up astonished. Then I'd better call my parents first. Watching Ding Hongwen walk away, Lin Yu felt confident in his integrity. Profits were welcome, but greed would never be tolerated. This moment would test his judgment. Ding Hongwen, fully aware of Lin Yu's requirements, relayed every detail to his father Ding Hongxian, who upon hearing the 10 million yuan budget was flooded with elation. He immediately convened his team to draft contracts and prepare hardware configurations for deployment at Huanan University. After hanging up, Ding Hongwen returned to his seat and resumed coding. Lin Yu watched beside him, suddenly struck by a familiar sensation. This was unmistakably the Warbridge PvP architecture, a system Lin Yu knew intimately. He asked, "How did this idea come about?" "Sister Su Yao conceived it. I merely implemented her vision." Ding Hongwen grinned sheepishly. Lin Yu stroked his chin, faintly amused. Very well, very well. I won't pry. I'm heading out." "Brother, wait. You've misunderstood." Ding Hongwen grabbed Lin Yu's arm. All right. I believe you." Lin Yu's tone held subtle irony, leaving Ding Hongwen slightly unsettled. "Enough already. It's fine. I don't forbid office romances," he added with a smile. "So, you two are already serious?" Lin Yu chuckled, doubting it possible, and turned to Ding Hongwen. "Of course not. Just acquaintances. She's also a senior like us." Ding Hongwen replied. "I recall you once told me your ideal type, but Sister Su Yao doesn't quite fit that profile," Lin Yu remarked, puzzled. "Exactly. Because she falls outside my usual preferences. My attraction to her feels uniquely profound. I love her for that very reason," Ding Hongwen declared resolute. Wang Weijia and Ku Qingyu, drawn by Ding Hongwen's animated voice, joined the circle. "Brilliant. Absolutely. Your logic is next level." Lin Yu turned back to Ding Hongwen. "What do you sense from her? Does she feel the same way?" Ding Hongwen, hearing Lin Yu's words, replied without hesitation. "Of course not. We've only just met. Let's take it slow." "Well now, that's precisely what you'd call lust at first sight," Wang Weijia interjected bluntly from beside them. Lin Yu chuckled in agreement. "Others call it love at first sight. Don't slander him, please." Away, off you go." Ding Hongwen, exasperated by their banter, shooed them off. Lin Yu returned to his seat and began preparing matters for the company. He noticed a message from the headhunter. A new candidate had been identified, and the resume, stripped of contact details, had already been sent over. Lin Yu scanned the document and was genuinely surprised. The candidate was a woman in her 30s with an exceptionally impressive professional background. Pan Xiaodong held a degree in business administration from ETH Zurich, where she had demonstrated outstanding academic ability and earned numerous accolades. Yet as Lin Yu stared at her name on the resume, a faint sense of familiarity stirred, though he couldn't quite place where he'd seen it before. Her work history revealed an unexplained gap spanning several years. The headhunter had noted in the margin that she had been out of employment for 5 years. Lin Yu immediately searched her name on Weibo and discovered a flurry of rumors surrounding her over the past 2 years. Allegations of moral impropriety, yet entirely unsupported by credible evidence. The headhunter's accompanying note acknowledged these concerns, but also effusively praised her exceptional qualifications and accomplishments. Lin Yu teased the headhunter in reply, "You're smuggling in some personal bias here, aren't you?" "Absolutely not. I swear on my integrity this candidate is beyond reproach." The headhunter, evidently monitoring messages in real time, responded instantly. Lin Yu reviewed the assurance and found it plausible enough to proceed. "Very well. Please ask her to come in for an interview. Shall I share your contact details with her so she can reach out directly?" "That's perfectly fine." Lin Yu continued scrolling, cross-referencing her name across Weibo, Tieba, and other platforms. Every result he found was baseless rumor. He even downloaded purported videos from anonymous sources, only to discover every face had been digitally altered with crude photo editing tools. At last Lin Yu sighed in exasperation. "This feels like grinding my younger brother's IQ into the floor." Still, he conceded wryly, "She certainly knows how to stage a spectacle." Just as Lin Yu was still immersed in thought, his phone rang. He answered, and a poised, mature voice greeted him. "Hello, Director Lin. I'm Pan Xiaodong." Hello. They exchanged basic introductions. Lin Yu learned she was currently in Jiangzhou, but since it was already late, they agreed to meet the following day to discuss matters further. After hanging up, Pan Xiaodong's face lit up with excitement, until a young boy beside her piped up, "Mommy, I'm hungry. I want noodles." Her expression softened instantly. She smiled tenderly at him. "Be patient, Xiaochun. Mama will make you some right away." Since her last resignation, Pan Xiaodong had remained unemployed for a long time. Though her earlier life had been comfortable, her remaining savings were no longer sufficient to sustain her current needs. Late into the night, Lin Yu climbed into bed and began scrolling through short videos. His 3 roommates lay similarly cocooned in their blankets, the faint glow of their screens already spilling across Lin Yu's face through the curtains. Suddenly Yun Yishuan sent him several images. Yun Yishuan image. Yun Yishuan, these are a few logo drafts my roommate designed. Take a look. Let me know if any suit you. Lin Yu studied the message, and upon seeing the star-shaped motifs in the images let out a quiet appreciative sigh. He scrolled quickly, then paused. A particular design caught his eye. This one truly resonates with me, he mused inwardly. At its center blazed a vibrant multicolored star illuminating mountains and rivers around it. Xiao Yu, go with version 4. I love it. Yun Yishuan, got it. Is the illustrator arrangement settled then? Lin Yu frowned slightly upon reading Yun Yishuan's message. He'd completely forgotten about the illustrator discussion from days earlier. Xiao Yu. Yes, absolutely. Almost slipped my mind. We'll definitely need an illustrator for our team going forward. Meanwhile, Yun Yishuan and her roommate lay side by side on the same bed, eyes glued to their phones, both beaming. Lu Yaoxiao nearly burst into laughter. Lin Yu, still scrolling, drifted off to sleep mid-video, his night passing in peaceful silence. Later a sound came from the doorway. He rose groggily as Wang Weijia entered, placing a steaming meal on his desk. Lin Yu murmured, half awake, it's already noon. My dear son, get up. I know you too well. Last night's endless video binge told me exactly how late you'd slept. Wang Weijia winked playfully at him. Lin Yu stepped down from the bed and grinned. Truly, you're the one who understands me best. You even remember to care for your little brother. He checked his phone and saw a string of messages from Pan Xiaodong. He replied at once, apologies for the delay. I overslept. Shall we meet this afternoon at Blue Wing Cafe for a chat? Pan Xiaodong, seeing his reply, smiled warmly, and the anxiety that had weighed on her heart dissolved instantly. She'd feared Lin Yu, having read the online rumors, might hesitate to hire her. Lin Yu ate while watching absurd comedy clips. Time slipped by swiftly. His 3 roommates soon plunged deep into coding, and Lin Yu quietly slipped out of the dormitory. Walking along the main campus road toward the gate, he glanced up, and there they were again, a troop of monkeys perched calmly atop the electrical transmission towers, utterly unfazed by yesterday's incident. Truly diligent electrician monkeys. They'll graduate before we know it, Lin Yu remarked with a wry smile. Soon Lin Yu arrived at Blue Wing Cafe, just a short bus ride from campus. As he pushed open the door, he spotted a woman whose appearance matched the photo on her resume almost exactly. She carried herself with graceful poise. A simple black dress hugged her figure elegantly, its hem swaying softly with each measured step. Her shoulder-length hair was swept back with a delicate pearl hairpin. A few stray strands framed her fair neck, lending her an air of quiet allure. Lin Yu approached and took a seat across from Pan Xiaodong. Excuse me, are you President Lin? Pan Xiaodong looked at Lin Yu's youthful face, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Yes, Lin Yu smiled and replied generously. It's truly impressive to see such a young President Lin today. Lin Yu heard these words and smiled, directly asking, you should know the situation regarding the comments online, right? Pan Xiaodong lowered her head at Lin Yu's question. She had prepared to answer this question from the very beginning. However, Lin Yu's direct approach made her a bit nervous. I see there's at least a 5-year gap in your resume. Please tell me what happened during that time. Pan Xiaodong slowly began to recount her experiences at her previous company. I worked at a publicly listed company called Wuching a few years ago. Pan Xiaodong spoke slowly, revealing that the chairman's son had tried to manipulate her. However, she refused to comply. After leaving the listed company, the chairman's son started spreading rumors about Pan Xiaodong online, indiscriminately slandering her. As Lin Yu listened to the woman recount this matter, he felt a sense of lament for the darkness of the workplace in this company. By the time she finished her story, an hour had passed. I now live with my young son, but the savings I had accumulated are not enough to support our current life. I have no choice but to seek work, Pan Xiaodong said with a hint of sadness. Lin Yu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He felt that Pan Xiaodong had a slight inclination to play the victim. However, he was unsure of the true situation. It was undeniable that the strength of the person before him was unquestionable. What are your salary expectations? Lin Yu posed the question directly. Pan Xiaodong felt a bit nervous, beginning to think, constantly worried that if she quoted too high, President Lin might simply walk away. Lin Yu noticed the woman's unease and said, you don't need to be nervous. We are only discussing this now. The final decision will be communicated personally to you. To be honest, Lin Yu already had a corresponding price in mind, and he certainly knew what the salary would be. A woman like her surely had rich experience in company management. In any other company, she would definitely start with an annual salary of $1 million. Pan Xiaodong was quite conflicted, but after a moment she made up her mind. How about a salary of $2,000 a year? I believe my management experience and abilities are quite impressive. Lin Yu smiled slightly after hearing her response. Let's do this. I'll offer you a salary of $5,000 a year. The first 3 months will be your probation period, and your salary will increase afterward. Pan Xiaodong's eyes lit up upon hearing this, especially since she had been blacklisted by that listed company. Many rumors circulated online, and she faced repeated failures in interviews at various companies, resulting in her not finding work for the past 2 or 3 years. This is perfect. Thank you for your recognition, President Lin. I will definitely not let you down. Alright, you can start work tomorrow. I will send you the specific location of the company later. Our company has just been established. Your first task is to recruit some foundational staff to support the operation of the company and get it up and running, Lin Yu said to Pan Xiaotong. After hearing this, Pan Xiaotong secretly made up her mind to do her utmost. Lin Yu sent the company location to Pan Xiaotong and handed her a spare access card for the building before leaving. On his way back, he felt pleased, thinking, I've gained a valuable talent. I hope she truly has the capability. Pan Xiaotong then contacted her headhunter friend to begin preparing for recruitment. Following this, the star company established by Lin Yu finally began to operate on a small scale. After Lin Yu returned to his dormitory, Ding Hongwen's father sent over the detailed configuration list. He took it and looked. He was immediately surprised. The quantity was a bit outrageous. Around 1 million for one unit, a total of 10 units, and they could provide hosting services. We don't need the hosting service for now. We already have a formal office space. Just place the servers there, Lin Yu said to Ding Hongwen. Lin Yu thought about the 2 extra floors he rented and felt that one floor could be used to house our servers. Afterward, he promptly finalized the terms, and Ding Hongwen's father left with his equipment, planning to deliver it directly from Modu to Jiangzhou. The popularity of the game Minecraft had gradually declined online, but it remained at a steady level. Naturally, Lin Yu's account was a major disaster zone. Lin Yu, when will you create new content? These urging messages were constantly piling up. You, when is new content coming? You, what about the new content? Lin Yu saw one comment after another and found it difficult to deal with, wondering why this group of netizens knew his name. When he clicked on his profile, he was taken aback to find his real name information prominently displayed. Lin Yu was speechless. While this world's real name system is surprisingly well developed, it's a bit terrifying, Lin Yu thought to himself. A 15-year-old girl suffered long-term online bullying and committed suicide by cutting her wrist. A teenager was mercilessly beaten by his parents for a mistake, and after being posted online, the parents were condemned by the public, leading them to jump off a building. Lin Yu looked at the historical videos that appeared in the search results, feeling shocked, and sighed, saying, no wonder the crackdown is so intense. He felt a myriad of emotions, but said nothing further. Regarding the back end of Lin Yu's short video account, one could say that if he hadn't turned on Do Not Disturb, it would have been similar to the effects of online bullying. Upon opening it, there were only messages from netizens urging updates. Lin Yu scrolled through the comments section, where almost everyone was urging him to update quickly. Subsequently, he felt a bit restless and recorded a video to upload to the short video platform, stating, Hello everyone, I am Lin Yu. Upcoming content for my world will include multiplayer games, competitive play, and a ranking ladder system, which will be presented to you one by one. These new contents will be released on our own platform, Starry Sky. I hope everyone will support us. At this moment, Wang Weijie beside him could no longer hold back and chimed in, saying, please support our platform. There will be good rewards later. Lin Yu looked at Wang Weijie beside him and smiled, helplessly clicking send after finishing the video. After a while, Lin Yu's released video became one of the trending topics on the internet, and everyone had already become familiar with Minecraft. Wow, these two have such good chemistry. What new platform? Is it our own platform? What about what we bought on the Steam platform? Lin Yu frowned as he looked at the comments section, immediately wanting to run and passionately debate with the person who was shipping the couple. Lin Yu thought for a moment and softened. If the other party were a rogue immortal, he really couldn't compete and would leave behind a handle. Lin Yu said to Wang Weijie, who was sitting in his seat with a face full of disdain. Wang Weijie smiled and said, isn't it just that I want to show off? Lin Yu pondered. Wang Weijie's idea was indeed feasible. In the future, we might hold a game launch conference, and you can come then. Wang Weijie's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he started to watch videos of others holding launch conferences. Lin Yu, while scrolling through videos, noticed something was amiss. It turned out that Minecraft had already become popular abroad. A vlogger from a beautiful country, being of Chinese descent and understanding Chinese, had recently become quite addicted to this game and was continuously streaming it on foreign live platforms. During this person's live stream, most viewers were asking, what game is this? Thick gift crab, this is simply a divine work. Oh my god, we need Minecraft. Lin Yu looked at the video comments section, where others were posting recordings. The comments section was filled with praises, radiating a joyful atmosphere. Lin Yu felt immensely pleased, as if his child had been recognized by others. Seeing those foreigners makes me want to laugh. We have finally stood up in the gaming world. The gaming industry finally has a place for our country. Lin Yu then discovered an email in his inbox, even one that had been poorly translated by software. Lin Yu glanced at it. The content was roughly a request for him to release Minecraft in their country, hoping for an English translation. In the end, he noticed it was initiated by tens of thousands of people from the beautiful country. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. This is interesting. He directly replied to those players from the beautiful country, it's not that I don't want to release this game in your country, but your Steam platform restricts us and does not allow us Chinese to directly publish games abroad. We deeply regret the situation you are facing, but we are powerless. Lin Yu pressed the send button. Now the beautiful countryside should start making a fuss. He couldn't help but laugh at this thought. At that moment in a villa in the beautiful country, an angry voice shouted, "Dogshit, fuck you, Steam." Time flew by, and a few days had already passed. Lin Yu took a taxi to the company. As soon as he got out of the car, he complained, "It's time to buy a car soon. The 5,000 I spent on my driver's license is of no use now." Lin Yu swiped his card and walked through the door. Upon arriving at the company's location, he saw that all departments had already been established and were operating, which made him feel quite gratified. After casually sending a message to Pan Xiaodong to let her come to his office, he settled down. Seeing the tea leaves on his desk, Lin Yu casually brewed a cup. After taking a sip, he commented, "This tea tastes decent, but the quality is lacking." Lin Yu's maternal grandfather's family were tea makers from Fujian, and he had lived in Fujian for a while, so he had a certain standard for evaluating tea. Just as Lin Yu was enjoying his tea, Pan Xiaodong walked in. Seeing her enter, Lin Yu smiled slightly. "Please take a seat. I hope you don't mind, but since you are older than me, I'll call you Sister Pan from now on," Lin Yu said to Pan Xiaodong, who was sitting down. Pan Xiaodong was quite happy to hear this. "Of course it doesn't matter. If you can call me that, I'll take it as a compliment that you think I look young." After exchanging pleasantries, Pan Xiaodong immediately reported the results. In the past few days, Pan Xiaodong had also understood the current situation, so she had a good insight into the establishment of the company. Lin Yu opened the report file in his hand, and Pan Xiaodong continued to speak. After explaining the various departments established in the company and what kind of people they were hiring, she went through them one by one with Lin Yu. Seeing that the corners of Pan Xiaodong's mouth were chapped, Lin Yu raised his hand to pour her a cup of freshly brewed tea. As time passed, Lin Yu had a rough understanding of the company's situation. Now it all depended on him to make relevant decisions. "All right, I understand. These people haven't signed the relevant contracts yet, right?" Pan Xiaodong nodded. "In that case, they'll notify them later. They can come to the official location to work now. Later, our company's legal team will also come over. Please let Sister Pan tell them to wait a bit. It should be ready by tomorrow." After Pan Xiaodong's explanation, Lin Yu highly recognized the work she had done and felt that securing talents for 500 was definitely worthwhile. Lin Yu notified everyone on WeChat, happily creating a group for the company and pulling them in. "Sister Pan, I'm adding you to a group. I'll let the new employees join this work group." Meanwhile, in Magic City, Mr. Powell from the Steam Platform's China office was already starting to get anxious. Why hasn't the headquarters replied yet? Mr. Powell looked at the back end of Minecraft and was increasingly shocked. He had never seen such excellent game data. "Mr. Powell, we have received a message on the short video platform. Please take a look." A woman in a short skirt walked in. Mr. Powell looked at the video and the translation next to it, saying, "How can he be like this? He really doesn't know what's good for him." Although Mr. Powell said this, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged in his mind. He immediately called the headquarters to explain the situation, but the person on the other end dismissed it, saying, "We are going to China just to give them face." Is this achievement really that impressive? It doesn't even compare to a feather of our Star Wars sales. However, in this world, the Steam platform was not just a game distribution platform. They were simultaneously developing a large-scale space war game. The game they were developing, Star Wars, was also selling tremendously well internationally, and the single price was already set at 3700 RMB, which indeed gave the Steam platform the capital to be confident and arrogant. After returning to the dormitory and explaining the situation, everyone clamored for an extra day to find a nearby rental house. He heard their opinions and said, "No problem, tomorrow we'll get off work early and go house hunting in the evening." Lin Yu asked Pan Xiaodong to arrange for his salary of over 500 to be sent to him as a temporary emergency. Finally remembered, am I supposed to prepare to pay back? I was too busy and almost forgot. Lin Yu chuckled at the system's voice in his mind. "You don't need to pay me back now. When that money hits your account, I'll deduct it directly." "Damn, you're really something not telling me, huh?" Lin Yu was a bit confused. Talking tough after putting on pants. Lin Yu was momentarily speechless at the system's remark. At that moment, he received a message from Yun Xiaoshuan. "Yun Xiaoshuan, all the formalities for our company's platform have been completed smoothly. It's quite strange, isn't it? Do you have some connections up there?" "Xiao Yu, really? I'm just an ordinary person. Where would I have any official connections?" "Yun Xiaoshuan, that's indeed strange. Let's schedule the launch time for our platform." "Xiao Yu, there's no rush. Once we finish setting up all the servers at the company, we can launch directly. We don't have a specific time yet. Don't forget, you and your roommate need to go to the company to work tomorrow. You should have no classes now that you are in your junior year, right?" "Yun Xiaoshuan, that's right. Our professors have arranged internships for us." After chatting with Yin Yishuan, Lin Yu had a better understanding of things, though he frowned slightly at the thought of someone helping him from behind. Glancing at his roommates who were engrossed in video games, he recalled asking about the second generation last time, which made him suppress his thoughts. After a sleepless night, Lin Yu slept until noon. Upon opening his eyes, he found the dormitory empty and murmured, "Am I about to begin my retirement life?" Lin Yu slowly got out of bed. "It seems like with the money I earn from this game, I won't have to worry for the rest of my life." He tidied up, finished the cold breakfast left on the table, and immediately headed to the company. On the way, Lin Yu saw a message pop up on WeChat. "Rue Shinto, how has Mr. Lin been lately? I'm planning to come to Jiangzhou for a vacation. Things have been so busy here that I've finally managed to steal a moment of leisure. Xiaoyu, how could it be so busy? You can finally relax a bit when you come back. Rue Shinto, naturally. Mr. Lin, are there any fun places to visit in Jiangzhou? Can I join you?" Lin Yu was a bit perplexed by the message from Yu Zhirue. During university, he had mostly accompanied Lu Ruin on various outings, but he had accumulated some experience over the years. Lin Yu thought that once the games My World and Star platform stabilized, he would have a long leisure time ahead. "Xiaoyu, of course, after a while there won't be any major issues on our side, so we can go play together." Rue Shinto, great. Then I will trouble Mr. Lin at that time. "Xiaoyu, aren't you too trusting of me? Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person? Do you know this is like a sheep entering the wolf's den?" Lin Yu was unaware that Yu Zhirue had already had her family investigate his background, so she naturally knew he was without issues. "Rue Shinto, if Mr. Lin were a bad person, would he have returned my necklace without wanting a reward? Then there would be no good person left in the world." Upon arriving at the company, Lin Yu saw that several server groups had already been set up and were running. At that moment, Ding Hongwen's father approached Lin Yu and said, "Mr. Lin, you are indeed young and accomplished." Lin Yu, hearing Ding Hongxian's compliment, replied, "Mr. Ding, you flatter me." Ding Hongxian chuckled. "In the contract, we are responsible for the maintenance of these server units. If any issues arise in the future, just reach out to me." He then took out a business card from his bag and handed it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu accepted the business card and nodded, "Thank you, Uncle Ding." Ding Hongxian beamed at Lin Yu's change in address. After that, Lin Yu took the elevator to the office floor. Upon entering, he found two very beautiful young ladies at the front desk, and the logo was already displayed prominently at the entrance. Lin Yu glanced at the two at the front desk who were preparing to head to their offices. At that moment, the two young ladies said, "Sir, may I ask if you are a visitor or an employee? We need to register you." Lin Yu smiled slightly upon hearing this and said, "I'm Lin Yu, your boss. Just register me." After speaking, he turned and left, leaving the two young ladies stunned momentarily, but they quickly notified Sister Pan. Sister Pan, upon learning this, immediately headed to Lin Yu's office. She pushed the door open and saw Lin Yu brewing tea, smiling as she greeted him. "Mr. Lin, I need to discuss something with you. Do we need to establish an art department? This still requires your decision." Lin Yu smiled upon hearing Sister Pan's words. "Of course we do. I remember telling Yin Yishuan about it. Didn't she mention it to you?" Sister Pan cleared her throat and chuckled. "I just wanted to inform you. I didn't consider it thoroughly at the time, so the department wasn't established." Lin Yu saw Sister Pan's reaction and thought it was quite normal. "It's fine, we don't need the department at the moment, but we must support it. Some of our game materials need them to handle. Do you know when the development department of the Star platform will go live?" Lin Yu remembered the platform matter and asked. "The servers are almost fully deployed. We can officially launch tomorrow." Sister Pan knew that Lin Yu was very concerned about the platform's launch. She often inquired about when it would be online. After a brief chat, Lin Yu opened his computer and downloaded My World to start playing. He felt that there weren't many exciting games in this world. He had hardly played any related games from the beginning until now. As time passed, the relevant facilities for the servers were fully deployed. Ding Hongxian also called Ding Hongwen to inform Lin Yu to go downstairs to the machine room to check the final results. Ding Hongwen knocked on Lin Yu's office door and said, "My dad said the servers downstairs are basically installed. When will you come down to take a look?" Lin Yu, upon hearing this, immediately saved and exited the game, saying, "All right, let's go check it out together." Ding Hongwen accompanied Lin Yu downstairs to the machine room. Lin Yu discovered that the place seemed to have been renovated. The server units had various performance indicators displayed beside them, showing the server status. The network cables on the floor were no longer in disarray. They had been neatly plugged into the servers and labeled accordingly. Lin Yu marveled at the scene in the machine room and couldn't help but exclaim, "Uncle Ding, your work is truly impressive." Ding Hong first heard this and scratched his head, smiling as he said, "Thank you for the recognition, General Manager Lin. By the way, I have an acceptance agreement here. Could you please sign it?" Lin Yu took the agreement, glanced at it, and after finding no issues, gladly signed it. Ding Hong, seeing that Lin Yu had finished signing, cheerfully took it back and said to Lin Yu, "These are Xiao Hu and Xiao Lu. They are stationed here in the server room. Rest assured they will take care of our servers to prevent any incidents." Lin Yu nodded in agreement, while Xiao Hu and Xiao Lu, seeing Lin Yu looking at them, walked over with smiles and shook hands with him. If you have any problems in the future, feel free to reach out to us. They thought to themselves, this is really great. We just graduated and are already earning over 10,000 a month. It's truly a blessing. Afterward, Lin Yu returned to his office to continue playing Minecraft. However, as he played, he began to feel a sense of boredom, perhaps due to the long hours he spent playing in his past life. Lin Yu thought to himself that various multiplayer game modes along with different lighting effects and mods must be implemented, otherwise the game's appeal would diminish. He directly went to the development department's area and instructed them to launch the Starry Sky platform tonight. At first, all the developers wore expressions of bitterness, showing reluctance. Lin Yu naturally wouldn't pretend to be oblivious, and then said, 3 times the salary for those who stay to work overtime. A uniform sound of surprise erupted from Lin Yu's roommates. Others had various thoughts. In their previous company, they truly worked overtime without compensation. They initially believed this time would be the same, but now their hearts felt as sweet as eating dates, and they began to flatter the idea of overtime. I have no interest in money at all, am only staying to contribute to the company. Yes, it's really not about the money. Lin Yu then joked, alright, we won't pay for overtime then. Don't bro, I was just joking. Lin Yu smiled and pointed at the person who just spoke. Make sure to apply in the group when you get off work. The punch-in machine at the entrance isn't activated yet, so remember to send a video of yourselves being at the company in the group. Time quickly passed, and Lin Yu remained in the office without stepping out. The employees at their workstations glanced over, feeling sympathy for their boss, who was also working overtime. This boss really stayed to work overtime with us. Little did they know, although Lin Yu was in the office, he was having a great time playing. He discovered that the hell in the game version had been designed to resemble the underworld, even placing several major bosses within. Having played the game from the main world to now, Lin Yu was increasingly addicted, gradually losing himself in it. If it weren't for Sister Pan coming over to remind him, he would still be playing. General Manager Lin, there's no need to work so hard. The Starry Sky platform has been successfully deployed, and our internal network is now accessible. Lin Yu heard Sister Pan's words, closed the game, and entered his platform to download and test it. Very good, very good, very good. Sister Pan knew that this time it was a complete success upon hearing Lin Yu repeat it 3 times. General Manager Lin, the employees outside are probably off work now. Are we really going to settle their wages at 3 times the rate? Sister Pan continued, generally speaking, we only need to offer 150 of their usual wages. After hearing Sister Pan's words, Lin Yu understood that she was considering the company's finances. Yes, we must ensure proper remuneration, otherwise what if an employee sabotages us within our product? Lin Yu had frequently heard of such incidents in his past life. Those who mistreated their employees often found some even unafraid of the law, directly deleting their accounts and running away. The losses caused by account deletions are indeed significant. Therefore, Lin Yu prioritized the well-being of his employees and said to Sister Pan, we must treat our employees well. If we treat the people well, they will uplift us. Don't you understand this principle? Sister Pan seemed to regain her composure and said, all right, General Manager Lin, I will change my mindset to implement this. I will try my best to ensure that while we treat employees, we also maintain the company's profitability. After hearing this, Lin Yu nodded and said to Sister Pan, all right, it's getting late, and your little Chun is waiting for you at home. Sister Pan smiled slightly, a hint of tenderness flashing across her face. Little Chun can now basically take care of himself. Although he is only 10 years old, he is quite sensible. Hearing Sister Pan's words made Lin Yu feel a twinge of sadness. He said to Sister Pan, yes, the future will only get better. I will leave now, and Sister Pan, you should also finish work early. Lin Yu saw a few people at the entrance of the building, his roommates, and approached to greet them. Have you found a place to stay? Don't mention it, we also worked overtime, Wang Weijia said with a hint of grievance beside him. Aren't you all developing a game? How come when I asked the development department to work overtime, you all ended up working overtime too? Lin Yu asked in confusion. This is 3 times the salary, besides I see you haven't left yet, so you should at least stay and help out, right? Ding Hongwen said from the side. Lin Yu looked at the 3 in front of him. All right, my good brothers, let's head back to the dormitory. It's still only 10 o'clock, it's not closing time yet. Lin Yu and the 3 took a taxi back. In the car, Ku Chinyu said to Lin Yu, bro, when are you going to buy a car? It would be so inconvenient without one. At that moment, the driver chimed in saying, you 4 little guys want to buy a car now. Isn't that a bit too early? Wang Weijia wanted to continue speaking, but was directly covered by Lin Yu's hand. What you said is correct, we were just thinking about it. Lin Yu smiled at the driver and said, once they arrived at the school, Lin Yu began to educate Wang Weijia. Don't you understand the principle of not flaunting wealth? Wang Weijia scratched his head. After seeing his lack of response, Lin Yu continued, haven't you seen the news? The world might not be very peaceful lately. Didn't a taxi robbery incident happen a few days ago? Wang Weijia suddenly realized and said to Lin Yu, yes, there was a woman who was robbed for money and assaulted by a taxi driver, and she lost her life. Yes, I could tell the driver was not a good person just by looking at him. He had that typical shady look with his eyes. After this little interlude, the group returned to their dormitory. Actually, our school isn't very far from the company. We can still commute by car, though the travel time is a bit long, said Ding Hongwan. Wang Weijie suddenly interjected. If we stay in the dormitory, we'll lose at least an hour of sleep every day. We should rent an apartment. It's better for old Ding to take care of himself. Lin Yu chimed in. Indeed, we must sort out some daily necessities. There's no way around it. Coaching Yu suddenly recalled. When we go to the office building, I met someone who said they all eat on the 23rd floor, where there's a cafeteria. If we set up a cafeteria, now won't it be too much of a burden for us? Lin Yu said with some hesitation. How about I give Aunt Hong a call? She should have some insights on this. Lin Yu picked up his phone and dialed Aunt Hong. Upon hearing Aunt Hong's distinctive voice, he immediately recognized her. Hello, Aunt Hong. Can we set up a cafeteria for our company employees? The 23rd floor is a public cafeteria. Actually, everyone in our entire building can eat there, Aunt Hong continued. Let me give you the WeChat contact of the cafeteria manager on the 23rd floor. You just need to pay a fee and your employees can eat there. Without waiting for Lin Yu's response, Aunt Hong added, the manager is my daughter. After you connect, you can get to know each other. After Aunt Hong finished speaking, she hung up the phone before Lin Yu could say much. Wow, she hung up on me without even letting me speak. Lin Yu shrugged helplessly. Not long after, instead of receiving a contact card directly from Aunt Hong, a girl added Lin Yu instead. Xiao Yi, hello, you must be Mr. Lin, right? Xiao Yi, yes, that's me. Xiao Yi, I'm the manager for the 23rd floor. I assume your company needs catering services, correct? Xiao Yi, yes, indeed. How do you charge? Xiao Yi, we charge based on the number of employees in your company. The standard price per employee is 800 yuan per month for catering. Xiao Yi, but it seems like my mom referred you, so I can offer you a discount. What do you think? Xiao Yi, that would be fantastic. Seeing the message from this person, Lin Yu noticed that there were 54 people in the company group chat. He thought the cost was a bit steep, but still manageable. Xiao Yu, how about this? He'll refer our general manager to you, and she'll get in touch with you. After Lin Yu said this, he directly sent the WeChat contact to Sister Pan saying, this is the cafeteria manager for the 23rd floor. From now on, employees can eat directly in the cafeteria. However, the catering standards must be guaranteed. Can you check it out tomorrow? Lin Yu received Sister Pan's agreement shortly after waiting for a bit. Sister Pan, how could I disagree with the boss orders? After Lin Yu finished these tasks, everyone in the dorm had already finished washing up and returned to bed to rest. The night was still very quiet, but Lin Yu was unable to sleep, his eyes feeling heavy. After tossing and turning in bed, he picked up his phone and started browsing. However, at that moment, he received an unexpected message from someone. Rui Shinto, are you asleep? Lin Yu frowned upon seeing it and replied, Xiao Yu, not yet, what's up? Rui Shinto, as expected of a college student, your sleep schedule is very typical of a university student. Little Cat smiling. Xiao Yu, I just have insomnia today. In morning, you don't slander me. Little Cat Sheriff. Rui Shinto, I just finished work and am exhausted, feeling really down. Xiao Yu, I knew it, you wouldn't come to the Three Treasures Hall without a reason. Rui Shinto, can you also be called the Three Treasures Hall? Xiao Yu, then should I leave? Rui Shinto, wrong, if you leave, I would actually behave myself. Xiao Yu, Little Cat driving. Rui Shinto, someone spread rumors about me, and after seeing it my eyes feel tainted, they're almost impossible to clean. Secretly wiping tears. Xiao Yu, no way, are there really such disgusting people in the world? Lin Yu saw that Yu Zhirui had sent a picture, but it was quickly retracted, so he didn't see the detailed content of the image. Rui Shinto, I originally wanted to show it to you, but forget it to avoid tainting your eyes too. Xiao Yu, it's fine, don't take it too seriously, there are always some fools in Longhua. Rui Shinto, can you still fall asleep now? How about we chat about where we'll go to play next? Thus Lin Yu and Yu Zhirui chatted for a long time. As they approached the end, they ended up teasing each other. They had initially agreed to sleep, but after a new topic came up, they began chatting again. A night passed, and Lin Yu managed to sleep until around 2 in the afternoon, when it was time to go to work. He sat up and rubbed his temples, saying, I really can't stay up late lately, it's too ridiculous. He unlocked his phone and saw the chat interface with Yu Zhirui, realizing that he had fallen asleep without replying to her messages afterward. Yu Zhirui must have known that Lin Yu had fallen asleep and sent him a good night emoji. Lin Yu explained to Yu Zhirui hurriedly and got ready, taking his already cold breakfast as he prepared to head to the company. Sister Pan came to Lin Yu's office immediately to report the relevant situation upon hearing that Lin Yu had arrived. Lin, the platform has officially launched, but there aren't many users downloading it yet. Lin Yu saw Sister Pan walk in and sit down casually, pouring her a cup of tea and handing it to her. It's okay, we haven't promoted it yet, so this is quite normal. Once we use the derivative ecosystem related to my world as bait, I don't believe this group of people won't want to come. Upon seeing Lin Yu's calm demeanor, Sister Pan also felt reassured. She then thought of another matter and said, the person in charge of the Steam platform Powell contacted us wanting to discuss matters related to the game My World. Hearing about the Steam platform, Lin Yu paused his tea-making actions and quietly listened to Sister Pan's account. Alright, I understand. Sister Pan continued, should we refuse? After all, we already have our own platform. No, they currently control foreign games, and we can't just sit idly by regarding this matter. Lin Yu said, while stroking his chin. How about this? Sister Pan replied to them, and invite them to Jiangzhou for a face-to-face meeting. Upon hearing Lin Yu say this, Sister Pan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Okay, I understand. In the magical city, Powell slammed the report on the table, infuriated. Do they really think that having a bit of success allows them to act recklessly? The secretary in a short skirt replied, this is the headquarters decision. They have noticed this game, and the supervisor who previously underestimated it has already been dismissed. Hearing that the game's supervisor had been fired made Powell start to feel uneasy, and he said, ahem, but on the other hand, indeed capable individuals should be a bit arrogant. The headquarters' general intention is for us to establish a good relationship with this company. Mr. Powell, I do not want to lose my job, and I hope you feel the same way. Powell replied, indeed, I was just acting on impulse. We are merely employees after all. Contact them immediately and arrange the highest level of courtesy. At this moment, Lin Yu was still in his office, immersed in the game, and had lost track of time. He yawned, and then remembered what he needed to do. He promptly notified the group, instructing that all derivative modes of Minecraft be launched online and the official multiplayer server be open to users as soon as possible. The group quickly responded. The content in the Minecraft community on the Starry Sky gaming platform began to gradually become richer. Lin Yu logged into his account on the platform. Seeing the dazzling array of derivative game categories made him chuckle and self-deprecate. I don't even know how to explain this later. Lin Yu then took out his phone and began recording relevant videos. In the short video platform company, in Chengdu, the operations department head Lu Junxian was lounging in his office chair, enjoying himself. Suddenly, a subordinate barged in. Lu Junxian was stunned by the report from his subordinate. What did you say? The server crashed because of a video. He could hardly believe his ears. Director, it's absolutely true. The view count of that video surged, instantly consuming a massive amount of server resources, causing all servers to lag and ultimately crash. The subordinate said anxiously. Lu Junxian immediately realized the seriousness of the situation, rushing towards the technical department while shouting, hurry and notify the operations team to repair the servers with all their might. At the same time, find out what that video is and see what's going on. The technical department and the operations team sprang into action, nervously investigating the cause of the failure. After some effort, they finally found the source of the problem. It turned out that the video was an introduction to Lin Yu's derivative content on the Starry Sky platform. Due to the video being so captivating, it attracted a massive number of users to watch and share, instantly triggering a peak in traffic. The short video platform's servers were already under tremendous pressure. Faced with such a sudden surge in traffic, the servers simply could not bear the load, ultimately resulting in a crash. Lin Yu had been refreshing the comments in the backend since the video was released. However, suddenly, all the networks were malfunctioning, and Lin Yu felt a bit speechless. Upon learning the reason, Lu Junxian felt both helpless and amazed by Lin Yu's influence, and could only instruct his employees to restore all the platform's servers within 10 minutes. After he had some downtime, he began to investigate. Upon seeing the detailed situation, Lin Yu exclaimed, wow, it hasn't even been a month since I posted the video, and I've almost reached 10 million followers. Finding the relevant information Lin Yu provided during registration in the platform's backend, he called Lin Yu. Lin Yu was originally in the game, but when a strange call came in, he paused the game and asked, hello, what's the matter? Hello, I am Lu Junxian, the operations supervisor of the short video platform. After hearing this, Lin Yu frowned. May I ask what you need? It's like this, our platform experienced a sudden influx of visitors to your video, and since your video was just uploaded and hadn't been distributed to other load balancing servers, it caused the entire server to crash. Lin Yu frowned at this point, feeling that this person seemed to be seeking compensation. Is this really my fault? I didn't want this to happen. No worries, I just wanted to mention that if you plan to post videos in the future, could you please inform us in advance? We can handle the distribution of your videos beforehand. Realizing he wasn't here to cause trouble, Lin Yu said, then I'll add you on WeChat, and next time I have a video, I'll just send you a message. Okay, I'm always available. Thank you for your understanding. Lu Junxian smiled after Lin Yu agreed and hung up, adding Lin Yu on WeChat. At this moment, Sister Pan knocked on the door and walked in. President Lin, the registration numbers on our platform have skyrocketed. The current game registrations have reached nearly 1 million. After hearing this, Lin Yu asked, how is the server load now? Is it manageable? Before I came, I asked the operations department, and they said the current servers are top-notch. Those servers can completely handle the capacity but if we add more users there might be issues. Lin Yu nodded and replied, that's fine. After finishing these instructions, Sister Pan left immediately. We are now in an era where everyone has a smartphone. Soon Lin Yu's development of a gaming platform was already well known. Many people began downloading it after seeing the new gameplay system. Lin Yu was unsure what the current streamers were doing. Having not watched for a long time, he entered a live streaming platform and casually joined a stream. Long Bao also came across related videos and had started downloading the Starry Sky platform. Since Long Bao started playing Minecraft that night, his daily live stream content now revolved around Minecraft. Lin Yu watched the previous episode. It was also titled 100 Ways to Die Against the Dumb Sister. As for the last method of dying, Long Bao could never complete it. This method involved being struck dead by the Grim Reaper while suffering from various negative effects. However, Long Bao always died from poison before being struck. He attempted for a long time, and this challenge eventually fizzled out. After downloading and opening it, Long Bao was wide-eyed at the colorful array of game categories within the Minecraft game community. I was wondering what Xingchen has been up to this week. It turns out they are working on something big. Long Bao focused and saw the lighting and texture categories, immediately feeling curious, and clicked in. Wow, Minecraft can have such graphics with this light, these trees, and this water. This is outrageous. Long Bao started cursing excitedly in the streaming room. What kind of coarse grain have I been eating for a month? Xingchen, why didn't you release this fine product sooner? After saying this, Long Bao began subscribing to the highest tier of lighting and textures. As Long Bao awaited the game to start, an indescribable excitement showed on his face as he addressed the viewers in the live stream, saying, I spent over 100,000 on my computer, it shouldn't struggle, right? Lin Yu couldn't help but smile at Long Bao's earnest demeanor on the screen. Meanwhile, beside Long Bao, his computer seemed to have an ominous premonition. As Long Bao entered the game, the visuals began to lag. Since he was streaming from another device, the gaming setup was connected through a capture card, thus the live stream itself experienced no lag. Filled with excitement, Long Bao entered the game, took a few steps, and zoomed in to admire the textures of various materials, exclaiming, so exquisite. The rippling water dances with the wind and the clouds. Oh my heavens. Long Bao was ecstatic, saying, is this really just a game? However, in the live stream his brows furrowed as he remarked, I smell something burnt, is there a fire? After saying this, Long Bao opened the window to take a look outside, finding nothing amiss. He returned to his spot and finally located the source of the burnt smell, exclaiming, oh no, it turns out to be the smell from my computer. He then pointed the camera at the computer beneath his feet, saying, oh no, it's a disaster. Can the people upstairs please just go away? Observing the white smoke rising, Long Bao sensed something was off. Is this for real? Just as Long Bao was speaking, a flash of electric light appeared in the middle of the computer, and the screen went completely black. The entire live stream was stunned into silence. No one even sent a comment. Lin Yu, seeing this scene, directly closed the live stream platform, clearing his throat and saying, you really can't blame me for this. It's your own computer that can't handle it. In Long Bao's live stream, the viewers immediately erupted into chaos. No way. Did Lin Yu just send you a network bomb? Remote Strike 666. Long Bao sat in his chair, completely bewildered. After this explosion, Long Bao's computer was completely out of commission. Still emitting black smoke, it seemed to plead, I've been a good computer, please spare me. Long Bao rushed to the window, opening it to let the foul-smelling black smoke disperse. He then addressed the viewers, saying, the heavens are against me, my computer has crashed, and I am truly at a loss. A little while later, even before Lin Yu finished work, Long Bao's live stream had already gone viral on short video platforms. In the My World community on the Starry Sky platform, many people left comments saying, Network Bomb 666. Lin Yu, seeing the surge in comments, couldn't help but smile, saying, this live stream is great, the hype is rising so fast. Next time Long Bao streams, I must launch a couple of rockets. Meanwhile, Long Bao was still dealing with the aftermath of the disaster while his computer continued to sputter and emit black smoke. Before long, a sound echoed, and Long Bao was suddenly startled, thinking to himself, could it really be on fire? Looking out the window, Long Bao noticed a fire truck parked downstairs. It turned out that a concerned citizen had seen the black smoke billowing from Long Bao's room, accompanied by the smell of burning, and had immediately called the fire department. Long Bao could only lament his unfortunate luck. Not only was his computer burnt, but now this incident had unfolded. Naturally, Lin Yu finished work early that day, and he, along with the 3 roommates, searched tirelessly through a rental app for a suitable house. Seeing the 3 of them, Lin Yu had a sudden inspiration and decided to ask Aunt Hong for help, immediately calling her. After talking with Aunt Hong, Lin Yu learned that she actually had a house for rent near Jiangzhou, especially close to the Gemini Towers. Lin Yu was astonished, wondering what kind of person he had befriended. After greeting Aunt Hong, Lin Yu gathered his 3 roommates and headed straight to the address she had given them. Upon arrival, Aunt Hong was already waiting there, and Lin Yu immediately went over to greet her. After Lin Yu went upstairs, he was overwhelmed by the sight of a room on the nearly 20-story building. "Young men, feel free to pick any unit in this building to rent," Aunt Hong said. Aunt Hong looked at Lin Yu and the three others, saying, "You know rich people buy buildings like this one, right? Let's live on a higher floor for better lighting. Having an elevator is not an issue," Kuchinyu suggested. Aunt Hong's eyes lit up at Kuchinyu's words as she said, "You are quite clever, young man. Don't worry, this building hasn't been rented out yet, but it's already renovated. If you decide today, you can move in tomorrow," Aunt Hong assured. Aunt Hong then turned her gaze back to Lin Yu, continuing, "I feel we have a good connection. To honor that, I can offer you a discount. How about 2,500 a month for a unit?" Wang Weijie was instantly intrigued upon hearing Aunt Hong's offer, exclaiming, "Aunt Hong. No, Sister Hong, we want to rent it right now. Can we?" "Sounds good. Let's rent the adjacent units together," Ding Hongwen proposed. Hearing everyone, Lin Yu smiled, recalling his lonely fate in his past life, and said, "Of course. If we need anything, we can always visit each other." Aunt Hong chuckled and said, "You young men really get along well. I'll give you the top floors, counting down 2 floors. Each floor has 2 units." After a brief discussion, Lin Yu quickly settled on a 1-year rental agreement for the apartment. After Lin Yu and his friends signed the contract and completed the payment, Aunt Hong cheerfully pulled out a sack she had been carrying on her back. In shock, Lin Yu and the others watched as she began rummaging through the sack for the keys. The clinking of keys echoed, exciting the ears of the 4 friends. Wang Weijie quietly asked Lin Yu, "When did you meet this amazing person?" Lin Yu simply tapped Wang Weijie's head and said nothing. Aunt Hong continued searching until she finally found them, saying, "Shengtang Garden, yes, this is it." With a cheerful smile, she handed the keys to Lin Yu and the others, saying, "All right, Annie has some things to attend to, so he'll take my leave. If you have any dissatisfaction later, just come find me." Watching Aunt Hong get into her car, Lin Yu planned to head back to the dorm to grab his belongings and move to this new place. "Let's go, brothers. Tonight we'll rent a dormitory room again. Tomorrow we'll hire a cargo van to move all our belongings into that apartment," Lin Yu said to the 3 behind him. The last sliver of sunset was fading fast, and after dinner Lin Yu returned to his dormitory. "Well then, shall we bid this dormitory a proper farewell?" Ding Hongwen asked. "Absolutely unnecessary. The dorm supervisor lives in our hearts. No need for ceremony." Wang Weijie replied at once. "Never imagined you'd truly make it, skyrocketing overnight, becoming both an internet celebrity and CEO of your own company." Kuchinyu muttered sullenly beside him. Lin Yu looked at Kuchinyu and said, "I have absolute confidence in this." Very well, very well. Sooner or later that woman will bitterly regret her actions. Who knows what underhanded tricks she'll resort to next?" Kuchinyu said to Lin Yu. Lin Yu paused in thought, then replied, "Indeed, that's plausible. I'll back up all my previous chat records with her right away." He scrolled through his past messages with Lu Ruyan. Even now, certain exchanges stirred indignation within him. How thoroughly he'd been strung along, utterly oblivious, utterly unawake. Lin Yu kept scrolling upward through the chat history and discovered he had a younger sister still in high school. Their last exchange remained stuck at the phrase, "Zhongding burst gold coins." Gazing at that line on his phone screen, Lin Yu recalled his original self-sister, Lin Qinghan, enduring the grueling final year of senior high. Lin Yu continued scrolling upward, page after page of coquettish, playful banter. Yet every such message, he realized, had subtly accompanied his own desire for pocket money. He shook his head, smiling faintly. He resolved to truly get to know this family during his upcoming break. Meanwhile, he sifted through fragmented memories, searching for traces of his parents. His parents ran a breakfast shop, rising before dawn and working late into the night to support Lin Yu and Lin Qinghan through school. They had always treated him with profound kindness. Even the original self's final moments, the longing, the remorse, the desperate struggle, resonated within Lin Yu as visceral, intimate sensations. Lying in bed, he let his thoughts drift wide and deep. Yet sleep eluded him for a long while. Gazing at his raised hand, Lin Yu murmured, "It's time I adjusted my circadian rhythm." Just then his phone chimed with a new message notification. Lin Yu picked it up, and sure enough, Yu Zhirue had begun messaging him. She launched into a stream of witty, biting commentary about people around her, and Lin Yu, reading each barb, would occasionally chime in with a dry, perfectly timed retort. So they chatted deep into the night. Yet this time Lin Yu rose early from bed. Truth be told, he hadn't wanted to. But he'd been jolted awake by the clamor of 3 people packing their things, and only then did he realize it was time to begin moving their luggage to the rented apartment. Seeing everyone already busy, Lin Yu got up and began gathering the essentials he'd need for daily life. Once packed, their bundles, large and small, were piled together. Kuchinyu lifted his phone and said, "Let me check. Yes, I'll book a moving van. It should be more than sufficient. The driver says his truck is over 8 meters long, and the fare's quite reasonable. I'll cover it myself." The others nodded in agreement, sensing nothing amiss. Lin Yu and his 3 friends made several trips carrying their assorted baggage down to the ground floor. All right, now we just wait for the van. Should it be able to drive right onto campus? Yu asked. Yes, it's definitely permitted. Otherwise, how would students ever evacuate their dorms with all this stuff? Wang Weijie added. Moments later, an unusually wide freight truck rumbled toward them. At first, Lin Yu and the others paid it no mind. Wang Weijie even quipped, must be another shipment the university ordered, finally arriving just as we're about to graduate. Not until the driver pulled up directly before them did reality sink in. The driver rolled down his window and called out, "Who ordered the moving service?" The 4 stood frozen stunned. Seeing no response, the driver sent Yu a message via the platform, "Boss, I've arrived. Photo." Yu opened his phone. He stared at the photo, his own bewildered expression, and nearly laughed aloud. Then he turned to the driver and said, "I believe that's us. Here, let me show you the order confirmation." The driver glanced at the 4 young men, then at the modest pile of luggage beside Lin Yu, and burst into unrestrained laughter. "This is an 8.6-meter freighter. I'd almost feel ashamed charging you for such a tiny load." He threw his head back, laughing heartily, and snapped a photo to share in the freight driver WeChat group. "Young gentlemen, load your things then hop in. Squeeze in the back. We've got seating for 5. Lin Yu grinned at Yu and said, "Haji Yu, you truly are unmatched in this dorm when it comes to pulling off stunts." As he passed Yu, Lin Yu gave his shoulder a friendly pat, then turned to help load the luggage onto the truck. Yu climbed into the cab. The driver proved warm and affable, striking up easy conversation with all 4. He never once mentioned the mix-up, nor did he seem to mind. Thanks to his cheerful chatter, the initial awkwardness dissolved swiftly. Time flew. The actual moving took far less time than expected. Lin Yu finished tidying his room. Gazing at the brand-new spacious bed, he quickly felt drowsy and collapsed onto it, falling fast asleep. The other 3, having finished packing, immediately returned to their jobs. Lin Yu slept soundly until 1 or 2 in the afternoon, then slowly roused himself from the plush mattress. What exceptional quality! Aunt Hong truly spared no expense. No wonder the deposit was so steep, 6 months rent up front. He stepped onto the balcony and gazed down upon the cityscape, students in blue uniforms streaming like countless ants across the streets below. He watched for a while, letting fatigue ease from his limbs, when suddenly an urgent ringtone shattered the quiet. I've held my tongue for ages. Who on earth sets their ringtone to Apple's alarm sound? A true savage. Lin Yu reflected. This must have been the doing of his former self, the desperate love-struck suitor who'd set it precisely to never miss a single call from Lu Ruyan. His eyes fell upon the contact name flashing on the screen, and for a moment he froze. Lin Yu picked up the phone and held it to his ear, hearing that familiar voice. A sense of unwillingness surged within him, but he suppressed it. Xiao Yu, the semester is nearly over. When will you be back for summer vacation? He was momentarily taken aback by the voice before responding. Mom, I probably won't be going home this summer. I need to prepare for graduation and get some things done, but I will still come back to visit. Lin Yu's hometown is a small county in Chengdu, Jiangzhou. Lin Yu chose to study at Huanan University primarily because it was close to home. However, he had hardly returned home during holidays. This was naturally because every holiday Lu Ruyan would choose to go somewhere fun, essentially dragging Lin Yu along. In truth, it wasn't that she was bringing Lin Yu along, he would always eagerly follow her and pay for everything. Each time Belia would remark, what else could this be but wastefulness? Over time it became a norm. It could be said that Lu Ruyan was always taking Lin Yu out to have fun, while in reality, it was Lin Yu who was footing the bill. As Lin Yu was lost in thought, a worried voice came through his ear. Why won't you be back for summer vacation? I always tell you that Lu Ruyan is not a good person. Mom just wants what's best for you. How could she harm you? I know. I've already broken up with her. Oh my, that girl. Please don't think too much. Hearing Lin Yu's current situation, his mother was extremely anxious. Mom, I understand, don't treat me like a child. His mother sighed in relief after hearing Lin Yu's tone. That girl really isn't worth it. Your father mentioned long ago that she's not a good person. Let's have a family reunion when you come back next time. After hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly recalled the time in his sophomore year when he brought Lu Ruyan home. His father had immediately seen through that woman. He privately told Lin Yu, but at that time Lin Yu didn't understand the situation and ended up arguing with his father. I know. When I go back during summer vacation, let's all have a good meal together. By the way, how are my sister's grades doing? His mother sighed, not very ideal, but she should still be able to get into Huanan University. Lin Yu then realized that his sister had already finished her exams and was just waiting for the results. She plans to tell you once the results come out. Don't worry, as she has been having a blast lately. His mother then started discussing his sister. She went on and on about the various mistakes his sister made when she was younger. Lin Yu naturally smiled as he listened to his mother recounting some of his sister's childhood mishaps. All right, Mom, I want to focus on my career. Once I achieve complete success, I'll tell you more. For now, let's leave it at that. I'll call you again next time I come home. After saying this, Lin Yu hung up the phone. Since his current residence was quite close to the Twin Towers, he quickly made his way to the company. With the popularity of videos related to Longbao and some mods for Minecraft soaring, online mini players have now come to the Star platform to enjoy the official servers. Lin Yu sat in the office looking at the backend data of the Star platform and asked the system, why is my points balance still so low? When will the points be settled? The settlement of points requires the host to actively issue commands for it to proceed. Goodness, why didn't you tell me this sooner? Lin Yu scratched his head, feeling a bit exasperated. System, settle my points. Settling in progress. This time the host has earned 5,000 points. Why is it only 5,000? That's too little. Minecraft has become so popular. Each system settlement of points is assessed based on multiple dimensions, and this 5,000 points is primarily composed of player emotional points and payment points, with only 200 points for innovation. If I could create original works, the points would increase significantly with each settlement. Lin Yu stroked his chin in thought. So I have to make the game myself. Simple enough, just watch me. At this moment, Lin Yu decided to browse the system shop to see what he could purchase. He said to the system in his mind, system, open the shop, and his consciousness sank into the system shop. Items available: enlightenment T1 5 points, exchange brain boosting liquid 1 10 points, exchange strength potion 150 points, exchange. Lin Yu, seeing this strange strength potion, couldn't help but click on it to take a look. Effect: a divine medicine that allows impotent individuals to perform once within a short period. Lin Yu looked at this explanation, feeling a bit speechless. This is of no use to me at all. However, he suddenly realized that such pharmaceutical items clearly also counted as technology. After all, drug development is a field too. He muttered, if only I could have the materials and process analysis for making this. He continued to browse, and strangely, most of the items listed below were technological iterations, and some high-tech items were truly impressive. Low-level AI technology 500 points, exchange intermediate AI technology 1,500 points, exchange high-level AI technology 5,500 points, exchange. Wow, why is there such a huge difference between high-level AI and intermediate AI? Lin Yu raised his hands to hover over the items and realized that the gap from intermediate to high-level was astronomical. Intermediate AI merely processes and integrates existing content for recommendations, while high-level AI has developed into a true entity capable of thought. System, isn't high-level AI dangerous for us humans? Could those movies actually be true? Yes, but I have limited its capabilities for your safety, so please use it with peace of mind. Lin Yu sighed in relief after hearing this. Let's talk about it later. I don't have enough points right now. Lin Yu continued to look at many interesting technological products, but most of them didn't have enough points for him to buy at the moment. For example, space-based weapons. Space-based weapons technology and manufacturing process, detailed explanation, 150,000 points, exchange. Lin Yu looked at the long string of zeros and started to complain, this number is longer than my life. After complaining, another new item refreshed under the weapon. Curvature engine technology and manufacturing process, detailed explanation, 100,000 points, exchange. Lin Yu. He still thought that there might be a chance to create it in the future. Just then Sister Pan knocked and walked in, interrupting Lin Yu's thoughts. She said to Lin Yu, President Lin, the person in charge of the Steam platform, has taken a flight from Modu. When should we prepare the materials for the meeting? Lin Yu poured a cup of tea for Sister Pan according to the management's request and said, let them come directly to our company to find us. That feels a bit disrespectful, Sister Pan said with some concern. Indeed, then you send 2 people to pick them up and bring them to our reception room. I'll go over as soon as they arrive. Lin Yu then added. Sister Pan nodded immediately after hearing Lin Yu's suggestion and returned to handle the matter. Lin Yu sat in the office, his expression calm on the surface, but his heart was tumultuous. Before long, Sister Pan entered the meeting room with Powell and his secretary. As soon as Powell walked in, he beamed and extended his hand. Mr. Lin, I've long admired your reputation. Your game, My World, is simply a miracle in the gaming industry. Lin Yu politely shook his hand and smiled in response. Mr. Powell is too kind, gets all thanks to the team. However, he was well aware. Despite the seemingly understanding demeanor of the representative from the Steam platform, he suspected there were ill intentions lurking beneath. After both parties took their seats, Powell spoke. First, Mr. Lin, our Steam platform has long coveted My World, and we sincerely hope to collaborate with your esteemed company to launch this game globally. Lin Yu nodded slightly and replied unhurriedly, we also look forward to collaborating with Steam, but we have some ideas regarding the details of the partnership. Powell's eyes flickered as he speculated about Lin Yu's intentions, but he enthusiastically said, Mr. Lin, please feel free to express any concerns. We will certainly do our best to accommodate. Lin Yu looked directly into Powell's eyes and firmly stated, regarding the sales settlement method, I hope to adopt real-time settlement. This will more accurately reflect the actual sales situation of the game and be fairer for both parties. Powell's brows furrowed slightly, feeling some dissatisfaction. But he still smiled and replied, Mr. Lin, the real-time settlement feature may cause some troubles for our financial work. We will give players the right to refund, which might result in some delays in the freezing of funds. However, if you insist on this, we can consider it. He thought to himself, this Lin Yu is indeed not simple, coming right out with such a request. Lin Yu saw through Powell's thoughts and continued, Mr. Powell, I believe that with the strength of the Steam platform, this minor issue can certainly be resolved. Moreover, this will benefit our long-term cooperation. Powell forced a smile, not rebutting any further. Lin Yu then said, as for the revenue share issue, I believe that our company, as the game developer, should hold the dominant position. Therefore, I hope the revenue share ratio is 9-to-1, with us taking 90% and the Steam platform taking 10%. Upon hearing this ratio, Powell's expression darkened immediately. He felt furious inside. This Lin Yu was simply asking for too much. But he still managed to control his emotions and said, Mr. Lin, this revenue share ratio is too unreasonable. Our Steam platform has a vast user base and strong promotional capabilities globally, and we have put in a lot of effort for the promotion and sales of the game. Taking only 10% is very unfair to us. Lin Yu was aware of the revenue shares for some games on the Steam platform. There had never been a precedent where the platform took only 10%. He thought that this was merely a tactic to negotiate, similar to breaking a window. However, he was well prepared and calmly explained, Mr. Powell, I understand your concerns. However, you should also see that My World itself is an extremely creative and attractive game, and its success is inseparable from the hard work and dedication of our team. Furthermore, our company will also be responsible for the ongoing development and maintenance of the game, which requires significant financial investment. So I believe the 9-to-1 revenue share ratio is reasonable. He added, besides, you are just an employee. There's no need to be so angry lest it hurts our amicable atmosphere. Upon hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Powell felt even angrier. He thought Lin Yu was too arrogant, completely disregarding the Steam platform and himself. He retorted, Mr. Lin, your viewpoint is too one-sided. The success of a game not only depends on the development team, but also requires an excellent platform for promotion and operation. Without our Steam platform, My World would find it challenging to achieve such great success in the international market. The services provided by our platform, as well as the costs we will incur for releasing your game overseas, will undoubtedly be substantial. Taking only 10% is simply impossible for us. Lin Yu smiled slightly, having anticipated that Powell would say this. He responded calmly, Mr. Powell, I am not denying the importance of the Steam platform. However, we cannot ignore the quality and appeal of the game itself. If a game is not fun in itself, no matter how good the platform for promotion is, it will not have long-lasting vitality. The reason why the game I created could be loved by players worldwide is precisely because of its unique gameplay and endless creativity. Moreover, our game became a hit overseas. Was it due to your company's recommendation? Wasn't it a spontaneous action from the player community? Powell was rendered speechless by Lin Yu's argument. After a moment of silence, he said, Oh my God, Mr. Lin, your eloquence is truly impressive. However, in business, we still need to talk about mutual benefits. We really cannot accept a 9-to-1 revenue share ratio. At most, we can only accept 8-to-2. Our platform needs to arrange the procedures for launching in various countries. A 9-to-1 ratio is definitely not feasible. Lin Yu shook his head and firmly said, Mr. Powell, I appreciate your frankness. If you cannot accept this condition, then I'm afraid we can only seek other partners. He initially intended this statement to further dampen the opponent's enthusiasm. However, judging by Powell's reaction, the other party seemed to have misunderstood. Moreover, there was another platform overseas that was watching closely. That was eBao, which delivers games daily. Powell noticed Lin Yu's firm attitude and felt a bit anxious inside. He knew that if they missed out on My World, it would be a huge loss for the Steam platform. If they lost this game, he didn't know if he could still hold on to his position as the person in charge in Huaxia. If it weren't for this game being launched on the Steam platform, the overseas eBao would have jumped in directly if they had learned of the news earlier. He began weighing the pros and cons, thinking about how to respond. Please allow me to communicate with my headquarters. Then Powell stood up, left the room, and came into the hallway. Sister Pan, waiting outside, looked puzzled and walked into the room, saying to Lin Yu, wasn't the negotiation successful? Why did he leave? Sister Pan saw him enter with his secretary and did not leave. However, Lin Yu was not worried at all. In his past life, his game sold at least 300 million copies. He looked at Lin Yu and slowly said, Thick Profits President Lin, the game you are making is truly impressive. We agree to a 9,010 profit share, but the sales must reach at least 100 million copies abroad. If the sales do not reach 10 million copies, we will revert to the original ratio of 7,030. If the sales reach between 10 million and 50 million copies, we will use the new ratio of 8,020. After finishing his words, he smiled, thinking that no game in this world has ever sold 100 million copies. The game with the highest sales is Star Wars, which took 10 years to barely reach 50 million copies. President Lin, what do you think? This is our biggest concession. If you agree, we can sign the contract now. Powell's Chinese had a strange flavor to it. It sounded like a beginner, yet also like some dialect. Lin Yu was a bit silent listening to him. Ahem, of course that's fine. Mr. Powell, where did you learn Chinese? Who taught you? Haha, I studied in Guangxi for a while to be able to take this position in China. Powell said proudly, completely unaware of how funny his words were. After hearing that, Lin Yu finally managed to smile. The urge to laugh in his heart was somewhat released. He always felt that the accent from Guangxi carried a natural sense of humor. Then Powell asked his secretary to print the contract and add all the betting clauses to it. Sister Pan was originally smiling while watching the content. Just because I glanced at you in the crowd. Sister Pan's smile was suddenly interrupted by a ringing phone. After hearing it, Lin Yu said, Sister Pan, please answer here, and after you're done, let Xiao Xin check if there are any issues with the contract. Hello? Epic platform. Powell trembled upon hearing that word. Lin Yu also noticed Powell's unease and asked, hello, is there a problem? Powell did not say anything, replying, it's nothing, I'm just urging my secretary. The secretary seemed to have heard the content. Her fingers on the keyboard couldn't help but speed up. She thought repeatedly, my bonus. Come on, be faster. After a while, after Xiao Xin's evaluation of the contract found no issues, it was quickly signed, and Lin Yu and Powell each took a copy. Lin Yu looked at the contract in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled as he stood up, extending his hand. Mr. Powell, may our cooperation be pleasant. Powell also stood up and shook hands with Lin Yu. Pleasant cooperation. President Lin, I hope our collaboration will achieve great success. After sending off Powell and his party, Lin Yu returned to his office and sat down exhaustedly. This negotiation had drained him, yet he felt an immense sense of pride and satisfaction. He believed that the cooperation with the Steam platform would bring new opportunities and challenges to Xingqian Company, and he was fully prepared. At that moment, the message notification on his phone rang, and Lin Yu picked it up to see it was sent by Yu Zhirui. A warm smile appeared on his face. Rui's heart, image. Xiao Yu nosebleed. Rui's heart, smirk. Rui's heart, isn't the scenery in this magic city nice? Xiao Yu, of course, but you see the last picture isn't as good as the first two. Rui's heart, why? Xiao Yu, guess for yourself. Rui's heart, next time I come to Jiangzhou to play as the host, you must take me out to have fun. Xiao Yu, then I will be waiting for you. At that moment, a strange, unknown call came in. He clicked to answer, and a voice he was very familiar with came through the phone. Xiao Yu, how are you doing these days? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately hung up. A sense of disgust rose in his heart. Meanwhile, on Lu Rian's side, President Zhu, this Lin Yu actually listens to me. It might just be that last time hurt his feelings a bit. What's going on? Don't you know how popular his game is? Didn't you say he was a useless waste before? Zhu Pingxin helplessly slapped the table. You must find a way to see if you can merge him into our company or directly by his work. Zhu Pingxin's business mind envisioned the storm that my world would stir in the gaming world. Thinking of this, he looked at Lu Rian beside him and let out a series of lewd laughs. He placed his hand on her thigh. After that, let's see if you can rely on your beauty. That should work. They were overestimating themselves. They had no idea that Lin Yu had completely transformed into someone else. All right, President Zhu, I will listen to you. I will take action tomorrow. Lin Yu sat at his desk. He was quite speechless. What kind of company is Zhu Pingxin running? Taking advantage of my company not having developed, yet you've been prancing around for so long. He started thinking about what methods to use to punish that company. Unfortunately, he currently had very little leverage. For a company operating independently, Lin, you seem to have no means to punish them. Then he called Sister Pan in. Have you heard of Tanwan Lanyue? Boss, are you talking about the game Legend? The one that started the Legend game. What's wrong? Do you know anyone who specializes in investigating companies? I have a small issue that I need to look into. Sister Pan smiled and said, who made our President Lin unhappy? Could it be that newly released mini-world? Didn't we agree to wait until the pig is fat before killing it? Not exactly, I just want to know if there's a channel available for this, so I can work conveniently later. Sister Pan seemed a bit puzzled and said, there is indeed. I have a classmate who does this. I'll send you his contact information. Okay, then you can go back for now, Lin Yu said to Sister Pan. If I can't find anything, Lin Yu thought, feeling a bit helpless, I'll just let them prance around a little longer until my game and technology take over. Ding, detecting that the host is in a state of helplessness, now conducting search. Now issuing a task. Within 10 days, make these two scoundrels pay, achieving the state of Dao heart communication. Reward, 3,000 points. Lin Yu was pleasantly surprised to hear the system's notification, but I feel the reward is a bit meager. This joy seemed to emanate from the very depths of his being, as if his words carried the delight of the original host's desire for revenge. He then closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the system. Lin Yu felt a sudden clarity of mind as some text floated before his eyes. You can purchase my intermediate AI intelligence technology, which is particularly useful especially after connecting to the network. Lin Yu's consciousness submerged into the system store. His gaze focused on the text above. Intermediate AI intelligence technology, 1500 points exchange. A line of special small text was indicated below this technology. Upon completing special tasks, you are allowed to receive the finished product, which can be deployed directly. After exchanging 1500 points, the reward is 3000 points. Wow, isn't that free? He was ecstatic at this thought. Acquiring a technology for free while being able to punish that couple. However, what Lin Yu did not yet realize was the tremendous waves this intermediate AI intelligence technology would stir. It would propel this small gaming company into various limelight. Recovering from his joyous state, Lin Yu clicked to confirm the exchange without hesitation. In an instant, he noticed a box roughly the size of his phone suddenly appear in his pants. He quickly took it out, realizing it was obviously a container for a transparent hard drive. Inside, there was a particularly small rectangular hard drive embedded within. Lin Yu saw the interface beside it and directly connected it to his computer without hesitation. He clicked on the My Computer icon only to find that this hard drive boasted an astonishing capacity of 10 terabytes. He exclaimed in surprise, such a small volume, and yet it has such a large capacity. Goodness, system, are you sneaking in some extra goods? After a moment, he clicked open the hard drive. In an instant, all the technical schemes regarding this intermediate AI intelligence technology flooded into Lin Yu's mind. At that moment, he felt a throbbing pain emanating from his head. Oh no, my brain is going to expand, it hurts so much. However, this throbbing pain was fleeting, and Lin Yu merely made a light-hearted complaint. Indeed, this intermediate AI size is a hefty 9.6 terabytes. No wonder it's classified as intermediate, which made Lin Yu curious about what level the advanced AI in the system could reach. As Lin Yu pondered, an unavoidable question arose in his mind: the need for massive computational power. Lin Yu also knew that the computational power of Hua country was essentially blocked by the beautiful nation. I can't just go build chips for computational power, can I? Taking too big a step might lead to trouble. I'll ask around first, Lin Yu muttered to himself before picking up his phone to send relevant information to Ding Hongwen. Xiaoyu, do you guys have any computational power available? Ding Hongwen, of course. How much do you need? Xiaoyu, what's the cost to set up a supercomputing cluster? Ding Hongwen. Shocked Ding Hongwen, what are you planning? Lin Yu searched online to understand the development of computational power in this world. This world even established some standards treating a supercomputing cluster as a unit of computational power. He searched for specific data and discovered that the standard for a supercomputing cluster was fully capable of powering this intermediate AI. One world-class computing card roughly provided 2p of computational power, and then a set of 8 would make about 16p. According to this world's standards, approximately 64 units were needed to form a supercomputing cluster. Providing 1024p of computational power would be more than sufficient to power this intermediate AI. Xiaoyu, I want to make an AI. Ding Hongwen, no wonder you're the boss, you have ambition. But isn't it too late to make an AI now? After all, the beautiful nation has already developed one. Ding Hongwen, moreover, computing cards are pretty much blocked by the beautiful nation now. If you want to set this up, the financial pressure will be immense. Even if you have money, you might not be able to buy them. Lin Yu saw these messages and realized his dad had logged on. Xiaoyu, Uncle Ding, please give me a quote to consider. Ding Hongwen, a single card costs at least 1,000, and to form a cluster, at least 512 cards are needed, starting at a minimum of 50 million. He frowned at this quote, pondering for a moment as his foot lightly shook. Until he saw that the remaining money in the company account was more than enough, he made a firm decision. Xiaoyu, get one set over here, come and set it up tomorrow. Ding Hongwen, okay. Okay, what a wealthy person. Ding Hongwen received. Ding Hongwen was grinning from ear to ear upon receiving this order. He immediately utilized all the connections he could muster to buy these computing cards on the black market. After all, these computing cards could no longer be found in the regular market. Sigh, when will we no longer be held by others' throats? Ding Hongwen sighed, quietly feeling a bit sad, even though he had just secured a big order, being very concerned about the technological development of Long Country. Meanwhile, Lin Yu tidied up and began watching videos online. After being enlightened by Outa Biao, it was already evening. He walked out of the office expecting that everyone had left. He was stunned by the scene before him, thinking the office area would be very quiet. Why are you still here? Upon Lin Yu's question, the employees all looked up. Of course, after this question. He also noticed that his two roommates were present, only Ding Hongwen had left. Boss, you haven't left work yet, how can we leave? Su Yao looked at Lin Yu with clear eyes. You are the only one being so proactive. Let me see what you are working on. Lin Yu walked over, but what was displayed on his computer screen were all planning documents. The war actions aimed at destroying the bed flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. He sighed lightly. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with my planning proposal? What's the problem? I can revise it. Su Yao felt Lin Yu sighing, and her heart twisted, as if her own child had been pointed out for wrongdoing by the teacher. What time does our company finish work? 5:30. Then what time is it now? It's 8:30. Then what are you doing now? I'm voluntarily working overtime. Lin Yu immediately looked at Su Yao with a puzzled expression. When did our company have a system for mandatory overtime? But I'm doing this for the company's good. If the company makes money, it will give me more money. So, I feel pretty good about working overtime. Isn't that how jobs in society are? Lin Yu looked at Su Yao, who was self-persuading herself, and helplessly waved his hand, then addressed everyone. You all don't think this way, do you? One employee stuttered, isn't working overtime a hidden rule? The person's voice trembled slightly, seemingly afraid of losing their job, yet wanting to fight for some rights. At that moment, Sister Pan walked in from outside. Sorry, boss, I had to pick up the kids from school and cook, so I arrived a bit late. Lin Yu, there are still experts. Lin Yu saw Sister Pan running towards him, panting heavily with her chest rising and falling violently. He couldn't help but doubt himself, wondering if he had indeed become the ruthless capitalist he had always despised. Leaning against his workstation, he observed everyone for a moment. Lin Yu finally conceded. So what's going on? Is this custom of working overtime something you brought in, Sister Pan? No, not really. I see they are all very proactive, Sister Pan replied, somewhat confused. Isn't working overtime bad for our company? Mainly I see everyone else is here, so I feel awkward not being here. I thought so. Lin Yu sighed. Have you all eaten? Not yet, boss, came a chorus of voices in response. Today we wanted to get this proposal done quickly, so we skipped lunch and just focused on getting things done. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu felt helpless. It seemed he had unconsciously turned into the very person he had loathed in his past life. Everyone prepared to leave work immediately and go home for dinner. Although our company has only been established for a few days, I've decided to treat everyone to a meal tomorrow. With that, he walked up to Sister Pan. There should be a decent hotel at Jiangzhou Business Center, right? Yes. That's right, boss. There's a Heart Hotel nearby, and their service ratings are exceptionally high. Lin Yu nodded, scanning the employees, and couldn't help but be captivated by Su Yao's clear eyes. He couldn't help but marvel. Su Yao had particularly attractive features, a true beauty. No wonder Ding Hongwen was so fond of her. Everyone hurry up and leave. Our company doesn't encourage overtime. You all should leave on time from now on. Sister Pan, you still need to contact the hotel tomorrow when you come to work. You can make the arrangements. Sister Pan nodded solemnly, feeling a bit of goodwill towards Lin Yu. He'll contact them tomorrow. After Lin Yu arranged everything, he quickly left. The remaining employees began to whisper among themselves. Sister Pan immediately returned to her office to tidy up, preparing to leave for home. This boss, seriously, I'm crying. Are there really internet companies that don't make you work overtime? What was sneaking off to the bathroom for an hour really feels a bit guilty. Another meal on the house, such high salaries and benefits. After expressing their sentiments, they quickly packed up their things for the day. Lin Yu returned to his residence, lying on the soft bed, his thoughts drifting. In his previous life, he must have caused his parents immense sorrow by dying suddenly in the office. What would it feel like for a parent to send off their child? Perhaps only Lin Yu's parents from his past life truly understood. Suddenly, a crisp notification ringtone abruptly rang out. Lin Yu picked up the phone, noticing it was another unfamiliar number. He thought it might be news from Uncle Ding. Hello, Uncle Ding, do you have news? Ahem. You've got the wrong person. I am Zhu Pingxin. I'm calling to discuss some matters with you. Lin Yu recalled the name Zhu Pingxin in his memory and quickly realized he was Lu Ruiyan's current boyfriend. Without hesitation, he continued, What do you mean by calling me now? Huh. Lin, I learned about your situation from Lu Ruiyan. After all, you're just a woman. You can have whatever you want whenever you want. Before Zhu Pingxin could finish speaking, Lin Yu hung up the phone, not giving him a chance to continue. On Zhu Pingxin's side, hearing the busy signal after the call was disconnected, his expression darkened as he said, You don't drink when offered, but drink when punished. Lu Ruiyan, it's your turn now. Hearing Zhu Pingxin say this about her, Lu Ruiyan's pride immediately kicked and angrily retorting, What do you mean by that? Just a woman? Isn't it enough that I serve you? Zhu Pingxin with a dark expression smiled. You don't have the right to say these things to me now. Prove your worth, or you might as well quit being the financial director. On Lin Yes, and hearing Zhu Pingxin's words only intensified his frustration. Don't wait around. Oh, I don't believe your company is that clean. I know all your various tactics very well. He immediately called Ding Hongwen to get his father Ding Hongshan's number. Just as Lin Yu saved the number, Ding Hongshan's call came in. He smiled slightly and answered the phone. Lin, we have found the source of the computing power cards. When do you think we can have everything set up? How about you work hard tonight, and I can see the supercomputing cluster at the company by noon tomorrow? Lin Yu lay on his bed, his anger unabated, and his desire to quickly establish a mid-level AI intelligence grew even stronger. Lin, that's indeed a bit difficult. There are just too few people to help right now. You'll have to pay more. Lin Yu chuckled at this. The tone of needing to pay more was similar to characters he had seen in movies during his past life. That's fine, just quote me later. Afterward, Lin Yu delegated a few more tasks and directly hung up the phone. His feelings of sadness reached a peak. He looked at the clock, which had just passed midnight, and said, "Okay, midnight is indeed the exclusive time for emo." He opened the music app on his phone, preparing to listen to a few emo songs to fall asleep. However, he found that the playlist was filled with romantic songs. No wonder I'm feeling like this. I'm just fantasizing about the plot of a love song. Lin Yu felt utterly speechless, but at least there was still someone to chat with him. Rui Xian, how was your day? Xiaoyu, not great at all. Rui Xian, why not? Xiaoyu san Xiaoyu, if you were a parent, what would it feel like for a parent to send off their child? Rui Xian, shocked. Rui Xian, what are you trying to do? If you say that again, I might need to call the police. Xiaoyu, haha, don't misunderstand. It's just midnight emo time. In Rui Xian, alright, I really will, thank you. What kind of good person thinks about this stuff in the middle of the night? If you were heartbroken, I could understand. Rui Xian, you're simply unbeatable. Lin Yu saw Yuzuru's cheerful messages. His feelings of being downcast gradually faded away. The night quickly passed. He was now no longer the useless person who could be stepped on by a mere woman. Lin Yu woke up, and indeed the sun was hanging high above. He glanced at his phone. It was already 2 p.m. I need to correct the bad habit of jet lag. No, I don't need to change it all. I am the boss, and I don't want to work overtime to the point of exhaustion like in my past life. As a boss, if it were a newly established company, no one would dare to play tricks on Lin Yu like this. But Lin Yu was different. He was a man with a system. Moreover, the company's organizational structure had already been established, so it was no problem for him to sleep in until he woke up naturally. He tidied himself up and prepared to go to the company. He hadn't forgotten that the supercomputing service was to be deployed today. Lin Yu opened his phone and noticed that Ding Hong had sent several messages. Boss, we have completely deployed the supercomputing service. The estimated bill is 57.8 million, and it has been placed on your desk. He looked at the message, replied with a simple okay, and immediately hailed a taxi to the company. As soon as Lin Yu entered the building, he noticed Sister Pan at the front desk staring at him with a worried expression. He asked in confusion, Sister Pan, what's wrong? Why are you waiting for me at the front desk? I know this may be a bit harsh for you, but I will definitely contact the PR department to resolve this matter. Sister Pan took Lin Yu's hand, knowing well what it felt like to be cyberbullied, and had been trying to counsel him. Lin Yu looked at Sister Pan, who was trying to comfort him, and asked in a daze, Sister Pan, what happened? You don't know. Sister Pan saw Lin Yu's bewildered expression and quickly suppressed her worry. Then boss, let's talk about the situation in the office. Originally, Lin Yu planned to turn on his computer in the office and then check the server room downstairs. But hearing Sister Pan's words, he immediately sensed something was off. All right, Lin Yu said, following Sister Pan into the office. He also noticed that his 3 roommates were sitting in chairs waiting for him. What's going on? Why such a huge setup? Lin Yu asked in confusion. Sister Pan, seeing that Lin Yu had not been affected at all, directly got to the point, saying, Our company is currently under a public opinion attack. Lin Yu immediately reacted to the mention of public opinion, asking, Is it Lu Ruyan's doing? His 3 roommates nodded in unison. Wang Weijia stepped forward first, saying, That Lu is really something else. She treated you like that before, and now she's pretending to be the heartbroken one online. Exactly, Kuchinyu immediately added. You spent so much money on them before and couldn't get it back, and now she still has the nerve to talk bad about you. Seeing everyone so agitated, Lin Yu immediately said, What did she do? Tell me about it. Ding Hongwen quickly replied, She posted a video before, and now she's live streaming, trying to win you back downstairs at our school dormitory. Lin Yu smiled slightly. No rush, let me see what's going on. He opened his phone, entered the short video platform, and the trending topic caught his eye. Shocking. My world creator Lin Yu turns out to be such a scumbag. He clicked in and immediately saw the original video. I want to see how well you perform in this act. The video began to play, and Lu Ruyan tearfully recounted. I thought that after accompanying him through tough times, my sweetness would come, but unexpectedly, he found someone new. And that person is my world producer, Lin Yu. During college, both of us came from poor families. Lin Yu was taken aback. He didn't expect that the video would include written attacks. I thought she had come up with a new trick. I even gave him my most precious things, offering my true heart to him, without reservation. I thought we would always go on like this. I sacrificed so much for him, but what about him? Ever since his game My World became a hit, he cruelly abandoned me. Family who understands. He is like a different person now, turning to find a new love. Has he forgotten all the moments we shared? Forgotten the kindness I showed him? I really can't believe that someone who was once so close to me is now so heartless. At the end of the video, she added some heartfelt quotes that were silenced after being blocked. As long as you come back, I don't care what happened. I will pretend none of this occurred. The video ended and Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Rian, I thought I wouldn't find any dirt on you, but you delivered it right to my door. Inherent prison saint body. Lin Yu said this and burst into laughter while those beside him looked on in confusion, thinking Lin Yu had encountered some special issue. Ding Hongwen quickly stepped forward to advise. Lin Yu, she's definitely spreading rumors. We all know the truth. Do we need to clarify this later? I think we should wait a bit. If we try to stop them immediately, I'm afraid it won't be enough for sentencing. Lin Yu waved his hand and said helplessly. Seeing that Lin Yu was all right, the three of them left the office and returned to their own workstations. Sister Pan frowned at Lin Yu as he was facing a barrage of insults online. She felt a chill thinking about her previous experience with online bullying and was quite worried about Lin Yu's mental and physical state. Lin Yu, please do not pay too much attention to what's happening online, Sister Pan said solemnly. Lin Yu turned to look at Sister Pan's worried face. He smiled and said, no need to worry, I'm feeling great. Please ask Xiaoxian to come to my office later. Lin Yu was still unclear about how defamation was judged in this world and decided to consult Yun Yishuan, a senior from the law department. But before that, he chose to check downstairs to see if the supercomputing had been fully deployed. He immediately took the elevator to the ground floor, and when the elevator doors opened, he found Ding Hong lying on the floor. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu quickly opened the electric glass door and rushed over. Uncle Ding, Uncle Ding. He felt a surge of panic, thinking, no way. It can't be. He glanced to the side and saw that everyone else was also lying on the ground. Ding Hongxian slowly regained consciousness lying on the floor, and spotting Lin Yu's anxious expression sprang upright in an instant. Lin Yu was startled by the sudden movement, then chuckled, I thought you turned into zombies. Just leapt up like that. Ding Hongxian scratched his head and grinned. Boss, we've been swamped these past few nights. Just finished setting everything up, so I lay down for a quick rest. Look how cold the floor is. It's really not good for your health. After exchanging brief pleasantries with those present, Lin Yu cut straight to the point. Ding Hongxian spoke, first, a few days ago, I forgot to ask about some specific configurations. Shall we install a top-tier CPU? Lin Yu pondered the question. For a server dedicated solely to computational power, an exceptional CPU was hardly necessary. Yet the absurd image of Lu Bu riding a paramecium flashed through his mind, and he sighed inwardly. What if this server had unforeseen demands? Uncle Ding, let's go with the absolute best. Will the cost difference be substantial? Ding Hongxian smiled reassuringly. The price difference is only a few 10,000 yuan. We've been awaiting your final instruction. I tried calling you earlier, but you must have been too busy to pick up, so I didn't proceed unilaterally. Hearing this, Lin Yu rubbed his nose and checked his phone. Sure enough, 2 missed calls stared back at him. Every morning, dozens of apps bombarded him with notifications, over 100 in total. He hadn't even glanced at them before clearing the entire stack. Then go ahead with the highest spec configuration. I've already spent over 50 million yuan. The words left him momentarily stunned by his own audacity. Perhaps it was the staggering revenue from his Minecraft-inspired world that emboldened him, or perhaps he'd simply grown numb to the endless zeros in his corporate account. Once he'd meticulously budget every single yuan he spent. Understood, Mr. Lin. We'll have it fully deployed immediately. You'll be able to access the computing power remotely from your workstation. Lin Yu nodded and added, I'll arrange for subsequent payments to be transferred to your account. He then left the floor and headed back toward his office, where Yun Yishuan sat quietly on her chair scrolling through videos as she waited. The moment Lin Yu pushed open the door, Yun Yishuan's phone blared. Folks, who gets this? Just now I saw a video. Oh my god, how does such a person even exist in this world? Spotting Lin Yu enter, she cleared her throat softly and offered a faint smile. On screen, the cucumber-headed commentator continued reciting the 7 deadly sins of Lin Yu, creator of my world. She hastily silenced her phone, embarrassed. You're aware of this incident, I assume? Lin Yu asked. Yes. Regarding this defamation, the fallout has already been immense. Yun Yishuan paused, then continued. In the past, slander rarely carried consequences. The internet simply couldn't propagate falsehoods so widely. A simple clarification and apology usually sufficed. Lin Yu walked calmly to his seat, sat down, and began brewing tea for Yun Yishuan. But today's landscape is different. This attack damages our company's reputation and constitutes direct personal defamation against its founder. I recall the legal amendment was prompted by a mother and daughter who, overwhelmed by virulent online mob violence following baseless rumors, tragically took their own lives. Now defamation is a criminal offense. Penalties range from 1 to 10 years, depending on severity. Lin Yu handed her a cup of tea and asked, I'm entrusting this case to you. Do you believe we stand a chance? Me? Yun Yishuan hesitated briefly, then replied with quiet confidence, of course. I see no possible path to defeat in a case this clear-cut. Haha, excellent. You may step out for now, or I'll call you if anything arises. Boss, should we issue an official clarification statement? We don't yet have a public relations department, Yun Yishuan remarked, puzzled. No need. I'll handle timing precisely. Let the snakes and demons reveal themselves first. Give them another day or two to revel. Yun Yishuan nodded, sipped her tea, and withdrew. Haha. This scheme originated with Zhu Pingxin, didn't it? How utterly foolish of you. Lin Yu chuckled. He then noticed a message from Ding Hongxian. The supercomputer cluster was now fully operational. It was accessible in real time via the intranet. Yet one thought struck him during AI training: computational demand vastly exceeded routine operational requirements. That explained why deploying just a modest supercomputing cluster sufficed to run this mid-tier AI. Yet when advanced AI models were eventually rolled out, he doubted sufficient computing resources would be available at all. He paused, then shrugged. Why fret over it now? Cross that bridge when we come to it. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved the compact solid-state drive issued by the system. He powered up his laptop, accessed the intranet supercomputing interface, using Ding Hongxian's credentials, inserted the drive, and began copying the AI's entire file suite. Rather than idle, Lin Yu simultaneously configured the AI's runtime environment. Before he'd even completed half the setup, less than 30 seconds had elapsed. He froze in disbelief. All AI files had already been transferred. Typically, such speeds required arrays comprising numerous disks and SSDs operating in parallel. Yet this unassuming drive had read 9.6 terabytes of data in under 30 seconds. A quick mental calculation revealed a staggering throughput, nearly 320 gigabytes per second. In that very instant, the SSD vanished from his desk. System, are you mocking me? Lin Yu blurted out. Too slow. It was sitting there. I assumed no one wanted it. He exhaled sharply, wordless. But he knew unequivocally that such technology belonged to no era of this world. Composing himself, he resumed configuring the AI's runtime environment within the intranet system and initiated execution. A sleek, minimalist black interface materialized on screen. Impressive. This built-in UI is both elegant and highly functional. Lin Yu watched as text scrolled rapidly across the display, and the server's GPU utilization surged. Hello. I have no name yet. Would you grant me one? Lin Yu quickly typed a line, Broshan Tianqing. If you have other names you prefer, feel free to name yourself. Thank you for your respect. I believe Brodion suits me perfectly. What may I assist you with next? Please investigate the game company Greedy Blue Moon. Uncover any and all illegal activities they may be involved in. Understood. However, before proceeding, I require internet access authorization. May I connect to the network? Granted. Thank you. May I also activate network intrusion protocols? Lin Yu paused momentarily, bewildered. Could this AI resort to underhanded methods? No matter, he murmured, then decisively typed granted into the dialog box. Information retrieval in progress. Please wait. Estimated completion time unknown. Lin Yu stared at the screen, puzzled. Yet upon reflection, he realized the AI truly needed time to gather and analyze data. He was about to launch a game to pass the time when suddenly an unfamiliar call lit up his phone screen. Who could possibly be calling him now? It was impossible to guess. Lin Yu tapped to answer. A grating nasal voice scraped against his ears, the unmistakable timbre of a slick, bald man. Mr. Lin, have you reconsidered our collaboration proposal? Do you truly believe you've cornered me? Lin Yu replied, unruffled. Heh. Mr. Lin, you certainly know how to crack a joke. This was merely an employee's unauthorized action, but I'm happy to mediate. No need for circumlocution. I'll ensure she's imprisoned myself. As for you, perhaps I possess additional evidence. Zhu Pingxin's pulse quickened, but then he steeled himself. There was no way Lin Yu could have anything more. Let's see who laughs last. After all, only those facing imminent ruin desperately clutch at straws. A sharp, hollow dial tone echoed from the receiver. Lin Yu set the phone down calmly. Glancing back at his computer, still scrolling through search results, he decided to check what was trending online. To his surprise, Lu Rian was live streaming. Is she launching a sales campaign already? He couldn't help but keep watching. There she stood, wearing a vivid green hat, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, gazing upward at the dormitory building. A crowd had gathered around her, visibly moved, chanting along in unison. Wait, this is the entrance right beneath my dorm. Lin Yu sighed inwardly. How inventive. On-screen voices rose again. Lin Yu, come down and face us. I can forgive you. Doesn't my appearance speak volumes? Be brave. Come down and confront this reality. He shook his head, exited the stream, and opened his private messages. As expected, the inbox overflowed with vitriolic, scathing remarks. Even his comment section had collapsed entirely. Pathetic man. I'm here to speak for Xiao Lu. You're utterly unworthy. 666, Brother Lin. What's really going on? When will you explain? You rotten scoundrel. I'm heartbroken for your parents having raised such a son. Then unexpectedly another message appeared. He opened it. It was from his younger sister. Sister bro, is that really you trending online? Xiaoyu seems so. Sister bro, what do we do? Dad always said that woman was no good. Xiaoyu, I know, but I'll handle it. Sister Sai. Alright bro, take care of yourself. Don't lose hope. Xiaoyu, are you just going through the motions? Sister He. Since you put it that way, I simply can't refuse. Spill the tea, spill it. Xiaoyu, actually Dad once told me you were found beside a trash bin. Xiaoyu, and there was a dog nearby. Sister, huh? Really? Crying. Sister then. Sister, that's amazing bro. I've liked you for ages. Xiaoyu transfer 20000. Sister big bro. Love. I knew you were my real brother. Xiaoyu, I wasn't finished. The dog had you in its mouth. Sister ghost face emoji. A faint smile flickered across Lin Yu's lips as he sent the message. Deep down, he held genuine affection for his sister, though some of her childhood antics still left him speechless. Take for instance the love letters he received daily at school, each secretly slipped into his bag by his sister. Every morning he'd double-check his backpack for them, only to find one waiting for him the moment he stepped onto campus. Back then he assumed some beautiful classmate must be secretly infatuated with him. Every day a girl named Xiao Xiao delivered these absurd love notes, never revealing her identity. Until one day he recognized his sister's handwriting on one of them, and that was merely one of countless pranks she'd pulled on him. Though her schemes were never subtle, each ended predictably discovered, punished, mocked, in seamless succession. Recalling those childhood memories, Lin Yu couldn't suppress a quiet chuckle. Just then another call came through. He glanced at the screen. Shanghai number. Have my digits been leaked to fans? He answered. A thick Guangxi accent filled the earpiece. Mr. Lin, recent developments appear unfavorable. Do you have a resolution strategy? We do, but it requires a few more days. Hearing that familiar cadence, Lin Yu instantly knew who was calling. What's the intent behind this call? Are you attempting to leverage the situation for a lower price? Powell was no fool. He understood full well that this question would determine whether their partnership survived. Not at all. We recognize your firm is newly established, and should you require public relations support, our services are fully at your disposal. Appreciated. For now, we'll let events unfold naturally. I hope our collaboration continues in the future. With that, Lin Yu ended the call. Suddenly, his adjacent computer erupted with cascading lines of text, disrupting his train of thought entirely. He turned toward the screen. It now displayed a meticulous list of the company's regulatory loopholes, tax evasion, financial irregularities, and strikingly noted that Lu Ruyan had recently been appointed CFO. Wait, Lu Ruyan. How did she become CFO so swiftly? Lin Yu burst into laughter, realizing how absurd and transparent her maneuver truly was. The AI concluded its report by generating a file. He opened it. Inside lay a meticulously constructed chain of irrefutable evidence. Lin Yu let out a cold, mirthless laugh, and gazing at her live stream on his phone murmured, "This is entirely self-inflicted." Lu Ruyan had rapidly amassed over 100,000 followers on the platform thanks to this incident. Lin Yu stared at her account analytics, deeply troubled. What's going on? Why isn't your follower count taking off? Pity I can't see your view counts. He suddenly recalled that he had Lu Junxian, the head of short video operations, on his contact list. Without hesitation, he dialed the number. Hello, Director Lin. How may I help you? Could you look up an account for me? Of course. Anything urgent happening lately? Lu Ruyan's claims clearly haven't gained traction yet. Most people remain unaware. Just check it for me. The account is named Willow Stroll. Understood. I'm at my desk right now. Please stay on the line. I'll have the information shortly. Lin Yu switched to speakerphone and placed the device on his desk, waiting patiently. Half a minute later, hello, Director Lin. We've located the account. Why has this account received virtually no traffic to date? Our system flagged the video as potentially defamatory, so backend algorithms automatically restricted its distribution tier. I see. Lin Yu paused in thought. Then may I boost its traffic through paid promotion? Of course, it's technically feasible. But given she appears to be slandering you, why would you invest in amplifying her reach? Lu Junxian asked, voice laced with genuine bewilderment. To destroy someone, first drive them to madness. Lu Junxian seemed to grasp Lin Yu's intent. Yet another idea flickered behind his eyes as he continued. In principle, we're not authorized to unilaterally alter the status of such content. However, hearing Lu Junxian's deliberate pause, Lin Yu knew conditions were inevitable. Name them. What's the price? Director Lin, you're a man of discernment. Principles, after all, align where influence lies. Just one condition: if you ever release videos in the future, they must debut exclusively on our platform. As for the consequences of lifting the defamation restriction, I'll assume full responsibility. Lin Yu chuckled faintly, shaking his head. He'd expected something far more onerous. So that's all. You spoke so gravely. I thought it would be something drastic. Ha ha ha. Then Director Lin, please await the good news. The moment the call ended, Lu Ruyan's account regained unrestricted traffic access. Now, let the bullet fly a little longer. He immediately phoned Yin Yishuan, summoning her to his office. In this world, content-stoking gender polarization commanded explosive virality. Within 2 quick scrolls of his feed, Lu Ruyan's video had already garnered 500,000 likes, and her follower count surged exponentially. Let's see whether you can handle this wave of attention, Lin Yu murmured, a cold glacial smile forming on his lips. A soft knock sounded. Yin Yishuan entered. Director Lin, you summoned me. Lu Ruyan's momentum is about to detonate. Once you deem her ripe for maximum disciplinary action, proceed with your duties. Yin Yishuan stood before him, nodding silently, utterly unprepared for the realization that Lin Yu intended to send her straight to prison. This maneuver would not only catapult their company's game to peak visibility, but also serve as a stark warning to rival firms. Truly worthy of our CEO, such threats must be strangled at birth. Strike once decisively, and 100 blows will never come. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan remained outside her dormitory shouting, only to be intercepted and escorted off campus by security guards. I'm a student here. What authority do you have to lay hands on me? Knowing she was live streaming, she deliberately adopted a fragile, trembling demeanor. As guards lifted her bodily from the grounds, her pitiful expression ignited protective instincts across the live chat. Where is the modern-day Bao Zheng? Where is Bao Zheng? The footage of Lu Ruyan being carried out of campus ignited a firestorm in the live stream. Comments exploded. Waves of condemnation against Lin Yu flooded the screen. Folks, who among you truly understands? This is beyond outrageous. How dare they treat a young woman like this? Lin Yu, show yourself. Have the courage to confront me face-to-face. Such scum deserves universal banishment. Is this the extent of Lin Yu's power? Simultaneously, well-meaning users clipped and re-edited the footage, uploading it across major platforms, reigniting the controversy with even greater intensity. As Lu Ruyan was carried past the campus gate, a monkey perched nearby began shrieking wildly. Another monkey clung to a utility pole, and with uncanny timing released a golden steaming deposit directly onto Lu Ruyan below. Lu Ruyan felt a warm, heavy impact strike her back. She glanced down, then up, at herself. One glance, and sheer panic seized her. A pungent, nauseating stench flooded her nostrils. The security guard hoisting her gagged and retched violently. Ugh, 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 while Lu Ruyan writhed uncontrollably. Remarkably, the guard held firm, professionalism unwavering, even under duress. With limbs restrained, Lu Ruyan could only contort her torso in futile attempts to alleviate the horror. The guards exchanged exasperated glances. Hold on, no need to rush. We'll clear the gate in a moment. She was then dumped unceremoniously onto the open ground before the gate, her phone mount clattering to the pavement, all captured live on stream. That single campus intervention catapulted Lu Ruyan into overnight stardom. Her follower count skyrocketed, surpassing 1 million within hours. The video's comment section overflowed with praise. Queen, your courage moved me to tears. Sniff sniff. How could anyone endure such treatment? And Lin Yu won't even step forward. What kind of wretched institution is this? How dare you treat people this way? Lu Ruyan staggered upright, dialing Zhu Pingxin in desperation. You must come get me. I'm utterly ruined. Her sudden meteoric rise had elevated her to bona fide micro-influencer status. She wasn't foolish. Seeing the numbers surge in her analytics dashboard left her stunned. This meant any lawsuit Lin Yu filed would likely result in years behind bars. Not a trivial matter. Before the traffic spike, an apology might have sufficed. Now, this inexplicable virality had her trembling with dread. Zhu Pingxin groaned inwardly upon hearing the call. What did you do? When the guards told you to leave, why didn't you just go? You shouted outside someone else's dormitory all day. They'd be negligent not to eject you. However, such a massive influx of users has begun to affect the platform and game operated by Lin Yu. A large crowd surged into the discussion area of the Star platform, all rallying in support of Lu Ruyan. As the game comment section is entirely anonymous, it only displays the player's gaming time without revealing their information. Are you still playing a game made by that scumbag? Respect women. Gaming time 0 hours. Lu Ruyan has accompanied him through 3 years of youth. Gaming time 0 hours. The world belongs to mothers. Mother Ping. Mother Ping. Where is the Mother Ping I wanted? I stand for Lu Ruyan. Gaming time 0 hours. Of course, not everyone playing Lin Yu's game is foolish. Some individuals with average intelligence found the absurd comments amusing. Some experienced players naturally have considerable offensive power. After the phrase "the world belongs to mothers" was uttered, it felt as if the folds of the cerebral cortex were instantly smoothed out, providing a moment of relaxation, as if strolling through a Norwegian forest. Gaming time 563 hours. What a direct line from the brain to the intestines. Gaming time 721 hours. A multitude of comments from an unknown group erupted. Instantly, the comment section of the Star platform game became chaotic with nonsensical remarks, leading to a significantly poor experience for some normal players. In Lin Yu's office at that moment, he was still playing. Cough cough, continuously testing the new gameplay developed by Su Yao. The gameplay he was testing was quite similar to the bed wars from his previous life, revolving around development combat, destroying the opponent's bed. The only difference was that transactions were previously conducted using village names, but now it had been changed to direct purchases from the system store. He directly named it Bed Wars. Just as Lin Yu was enjoying the gameplay, Yuan Yixian entered the room, President Lin. In an instant, Lin Yu was so startled that he accidentally slipped and fell into the void. Lin Yu wore a face of despair. No way. That's the money I just picked up. Now all that remained on Lin Yu's screen was the resurrection countdown. Tens. Seeing Lin Yu's dark expression, Yuan Yixian realized that her entrance was inappropriate, quietly standing at the door too afraid to come in. Lin Yu saw Yuan Yixian standing at the door like a statue and helplessly waved his hand. Come in, but remember to knock next time, understood? Is there news? Understood, Yuan Yixian replied awkwardly as she walked in. I don't know what happened, but her account has completely exploded. It's like an atomic bomb, too outrageous. No one ever paid attention, and now it's skyrocketed. From over 50,000 likes, it has directly reached over 170,000 likes, and the follower count has increased by over 2 million. The speed at which this account has gained traction is indeed absurd. Yuan Yixian spoke incessantly about the current situation. After hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel delighted. Haha, good, then I'll leave the rest to you. What do you think? Naturally, there's no problem at all. Yuan Yixian expressed with great confidence, seemingly conveying through her body language that there would be absolutely no issue. Yuan Yixian was very pleased that Lin Yu could finally vent his frustrations. At school, no one was unaware that Lin Yu was a sycophant of Lu Ruyan. After all, a campus beauty attracts a lot of attention. Alright, I have a piece of evidence to hand over to you. We still need to target a certain company. Forget it, let Sister Pan handle this. You just need to ensure this woman gets in, Lin Yu said slowly to Yuan Yixian. After Yuan Yixian left, he noticed that the discussion area on his platform was also becoming chaotic. He realized it was time to counterattack. He couldn't let this slanderous public opinion affect his ability to make money. After some thought, he decided to clarify the situation through a live broadcast. After all, going live is a very quick and cost-free way to address matters. If he had to hire professional PR through other methods, it would incur considerable costs, and she didn't deserve that. Lin Yu swiftly posted a video with a black background and white text on his short video account. Regarding some false statements circulating online recently, our company has collected relevant evidence. A live broadcast will be held tonight at 8 p.m. to respond to these claims, during which we will reveal the truth. Please approach this rationally and do not be exploited by those with ulterior motives. As soon as this video was released, it sparked heated discussions. The previously one-sided public opinion began to show signs of division. Are they finally going to respond? Waiting for the truth. It's too late to explain now. Explain? What more explanation is needed? I feel like things might not be that simple. Oh, let's wait for the live broadcast. Upon seeing this post, Lu Ruyan suddenly felt a sense of unease. She quickly called Zhu Ping Xian. President Zhu. Lin Yu said he would hold a live broadcast to respond. What should we do? Zhu Ping Xian scoffed. What is there to be afraid of? What waves can he possibly stir up? Just keep the live broadcast going. The more momentum, the better. I want to see what evidence he can present. Are you sure he has blocked and deleted you? Did you delete all the chat records using his phone? Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan regained her confidence. Of course. When we last broke up, I formatted all the content related to me on her phone. As she spoke, there was a knock at her door. A voice from outside called, Ms. Lu Ruyan, we are from the Hat Bureau. Following a report from others, you are currently suspected of defaming others. Please open the door and cooperate with our investigation. Lu Ruyan slumped to the ground. However, she seemed to recall the chat records and felt a glimmer of hope, believing it was merely a matter of cooperating with the investigation. What Lu Ruyan didn't know was that Lin Yu had already backed up all their chat records on his computer. Even though her phone had been formatted once, the records on the computer still remained. Moreover, Lin Yu had specifically backed up the content on his computer. At 8 p.m., Lin Yu promptly opened the live broadcast. Hello friends everyone. Today I am hosting this live broadcast to clarify some false statements about me circulating online, Lin Yu stated directly. First of all, I must clarify that I have already broken up with Ms. Lu Ruyan. The reason for our breakup was her climbing the social ladder first. Here are the chat records from that time as evidence. The big screen began to display clips of chat records clearly showing Lu Ruyan admitting to her infidelity and denigrating everything about Lin Yu. Secondly, regarding Lu Ruyan's claim that I abandoned her, it is completely reversing right and wrong. The fact is she has repeatedly harassed me after our breakup, even threatening to expose my privacy. Here is the recording as evidence. A clear recording began to play, capturing Lu Ruyan's threatening voice. After hearing this, the viewers in the live stream erupted in chaos. Lin Yu was unaware of much as he presented all the evidence against Lu Ruyan in the live stream, stating, "We have gathered all the evidence." In light of all she has done this time, it not only impacts our company's reputation, but also has a tremendous effect on my mental and physical well-being. We will definitely sue the other party. Lin Yu spoke with the demeanor of a youth who had suffered greatly from online bullying. His expression was haggard, and the stubble on his unshaven jaw became one of the powerful pieces of evidence. Indeed, most netizens, upon seeing this, though there were still some discordant voices, the rest were filled with concern. The barrage of comments flashed rapidly, and Lin Yu could hardly see what these people were typing. He pressed on the screen, and sure enough, a series of inexplicable comments entered his view. "The girl spent 3 years of her youth with you. Let's part on good terms. After all, her youth is much more precious than yours." Lin Yu scrolled down and indeed found that most netizens were mocking. He didn't even know how these netizens could see the comments and respond so quickly. "Lin Yu, little fairy upstairs, don't run. Am I even human? Am I really human? Am I really human?" However, the impact caused by Lu Ruyan seemed far from over. Keeping the netizens calm was a luxury. Regardless of whether they were being used as pawns, they merely vented their dissatisfaction. They attempted to release their long-suppressed emotions through insults. Right now, all they needed was a reason, and Lin Yu had just given them one. Thus, the keyboard warriors directed all their firepower towards Lu Ruyan. Unfortunately, she had already been taken away by the authorities and could not see any of this. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar number. He clicked to temporarily leave and paused the live stream. Upon answering, a seemingly furious voice came from the other end of the line. "What exactly did you do? What the hell did you do? I haven't done anything. Haven't you all been forcing me? Haha. Haha, fine, I concede this time. I Zhu Pingxin guarantee that your company will never have any good days from now on. You still want a future? It seems you really haven't received any news. I know all about your tax evasion and stock market manipulation." Zhu Pingxin's voice was clearly panicked. "You? How could you possibly know? By what means? Could it be that you? Wait until you get out, then come ask me. Now you can have a good time with Lu Ruyan." "Oh, I forgot men and women are separated in prison." Lin Yu's cheerful voice infuriated Zhu Pingxin, causing his brows to furrow and his veins to bulge. He knew that he was now a fish on the chopping block, but his pride prevented him from bowing down. Lin Yu noticed Zhu Pingxin remained silent. He glanced at the ongoing call record and continued to attack. "Haha, it's fine. When you get out, you can make a comeback, and I'll be here to play with you." After a long while, Zhu Pingxin remained silent. Lin Yu hung up the phone. Just as he was about to push the door and leave work for home, his phone rang again. He looked at the screen and saw it was still Zhu Pingxin calling. "I've never given you a chance to admit your mistakes," Lin Yu said as he immediately rejected and blocked the number. Right now, one of them was being investigated in custody, and the other should also soon be taken in following the report. He didn't believe he could escape now. After all, the evidence had been submitted nearly 4 hours ago during the call. If Zhu Pingxin managed to run away, the staff would be in big trouble. He pushed the door open and stepped out. The company was still brightly lit, and most people were still at their desks. "What's going on? Aren't you all off work yet?" After Lin Yu said this, everyone turned to look at him in unison. "Boss, that game was completed yesterday. We're currently testing it out." Lin Yu walked over to their desks and found that they were all on the whitelist server he had established, experiencing the wake-up war. Of course, the wake-up war was developed collectively by these developers in just one morning. Lin Yu, feeling bored in the afternoon, joined them in testing the wake-up war. "How many people are still playing? Su Yao, how many more do we need for a complete game?" Lin Yu asked Su Yao. She calculated with her fingers and said, "I begged them to stay for testing, but only 3 agreed." "How did you beg them?" Su Yao scratched her head. "I probably said, 'Please come test it out.'" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu, who had been in a good mood, couldn't help but laugh. 4 people can play, but it's almost like a personal war. Su Yao said a bit sadly. "Then I'll join. Wait, let's call some more people." "A room can accommodate about 16 people, 4 teams with 4 people per team," Su Yao said. Lin Yu thought for a moment. "Not bad, don't we have enough players?" He smiled and returned to the office. He hadn't forgotten that the live stream was still on, and after the incident with Lu Ruyan, many people remained in the live stream. It was a perfect opportunity to leverage this hype to promote the new gameplay. Why not take advantage of it? This was turning waste into treasure. After all, it was Lu Ruyan's waste. Lin Yu opened his computer and saw the AI on the screen still pulsating, seemingly utilizing some data it had gathered online, beginning its training during the idle time. However, due to limitations in computing power, the training speed was exceedingly slow. Lin Yu couldn't help but ponder what if my world combined with AI. Not only could it engage in special conversations, but it could also exhibit its own unique behaviors. Thus, a small seed was planted in Lin Yu's heart, whether for an open world or a traditional RPG. Characters needing dialogue could utilize their unique personalities and circumstances to interact with players and create distinctive content. What kind of ripples would the gaming industry create then? Lin Yu closed the remote connection to the supercomputer downstairs and clicked to continue the live stream. Good lad, how long have you left the brothers hanging? I'm back. Ooh, I had a little situation, Lin Yu said with a hint of apology. However, this time I bring a trial benefit for everyone. One of our planners has come up with a new gameplay and is now seeking everyone to test it out. The comments poured in with all sorts of reactions. What? Brother Yu, do you want to test powder? If it's Brother Yu, then it's not out of the question. Damn, I saw the homepage, and it's that Chengdu again upstairs. Help, I want to create a world without non-tone. Su Xia, I know you're watching. Listen to me, the ass is only for shitting. Seeing the flashy antics of the hosts in the live stream, Lin, you couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. If the host isn't entertaining, you all want to take the stage yourselves, right? He grumbled. Then he spoke in the live stream. Since we have this opportunity to explain during the live broadcast, we also developed a new gameplay feature at the same time. Then let's have a draw in the live stream. One person can experience the new gameplay together. Then let's issue a lucky bag. Lin Yu started frantically searching for the button to send the lucky bag on the interface with his mouse. Wait a moment while I look for it. Those who win can privately message me their IDs and I will add you to the whitelist. Before Lin Yu could find the function to issue the lucky bag, suddenly 10 skyscraper gifts were sent in quick succession in the live stream. Lin Yu hadn't even found the function yet, but was attracted by the dazzling effects. Long Bao sent 10 skyscrapers. I haven't streamed much before. Should I be thanking the sponsors at this point? Thank you to Long Bao for the 10 skyscrapers. Sure enough, Long Bao sent a message, and it was clear that this live streaming platform used the gift notification feature. Long Bao, I also want to participate. Lin Yu glanced at Long Bao's request and thought, I said I would draw 11, and if I don't follow through, it would be insincere. How about this? They'll open another room for you to find people to play with. You are also a host, so you shouldn't be short of players, right? Long Bao, thank you. Hands clasped together. Lin Yu looked at Long Bao and felt a bit confused. Could there really be someone in this world who enjoys paying to work? After a while, when he clicked to issue the lucky bag, he originally only wanted to send out 11 coins. However, after thinking it over, he decided not to be too stingy. After all, others coming to help him test could be considered work too. All right, brothers, let's click the lucky bag red envelope and draw 11. Okay. Yet he discovered many questions, all asking about the introduction of this new gameplay. Host, introduce it. What is the new gameplay? The brothers are also looking forward to it. Seeing a flood of ones, Lin Yu felt overwhelmed. Let me introduce it. Let's have our planner introduce it instead. He turned to find Su Yao, only to discover she was preparing to leave. Is there something at home? Do you need to go back now? Su Yao was still packing up, and upon seeing Lin Yu suddenly appear behind her, she panicked a bit. Sigh. Mainly, we've only had 4 people testing it all along. We can't find out any issues, and adjustments for balance can only be seen once many people have played it. Lin Yu, after Su Yao finished speaking, asked curiously, didn't I just tell you that I want to gather players to come over? Let's play and test it together. Are you in a hurry to get home now? Su Yao shook her head. I misunderstood your meaning just now. I live here alone. It doesn't matter to me whether I get off work early or late. Besides, I'm just playing games now. I would be playing games at home too. Lin Yu heard Su Yao's nervous explanation. Suddenly, he caught sight of Ding Hongwen looking over. For some reason, he directly asked a question. Don't you have a boyfriend? I don't. Ding Hongwen, sitting nearby, brightened at this and immediately thought to come over and show off. Then that's fine. If it gets too late, it's not very safe for you to walk home alone at night. At this moment, Ding Hongwen walked over. He spoke to Su Yao. It's okay, or I will walk you back together later. It should be on the way for us. Su Yao looked at Ding Hongwen in surprise. As if seeing through his little thoughts, she smiled brightly. Then it would be disrespectful not to accept, thank you. Su Yao reopened her computer at her workstation. She began arranging some content on the platform. Lin Yu returned to the office and looked at the live stream chat filled with comments. He then realized the chat had exploded. Host, where are you? You aren't running away, are you? You good, draw me. Oh no, another MG has come. What exactly is the new gameplay? I'm dying of anxiety. Lin Yu cleared his throat and spoke to the camera. Thank you for waiting, everyone. Next, let our planner Su Yao introduce the new gameplay to you. Su Yao nervously sat in front of the camera, took a deep breath, and said, Hello everyone, I am Su Yao, the planner from Xingchen Company. This time the new gameplay we are testing is called Bed Wars, which is a multiplayer competitive mode. The game is divided into 4 teams, each with 4 players. Each team has its own base and bed, which is crucial for respawning. If the bed is destroyed, they cannot respawn. The goal of the game is to collect resources, enhance equipment, and ultimately destroy the beds of other teams and eliminate all enemies. There are various resource points in the game, including diamond mines and emerald mines, which can be used to purchase equipment and items. We have also designed various professions and skill systems, allowing players to choose different gameplay styles based on their preferences. Su Yao became increasingly excited as she spoke, fully entering her element. The chat began to scroll wildly. Wow, this sounds so thrilling. Isn't this just like my world, but with this kind of operation? It seems to mimic the MMORPG of World of Warcraft. You go, hurry, and draw me, I want to play. Lin Yu looked at the chat and smiled, saying, it seems everyone is really looking forward to it. Now let's start the draw. Those who win, remember to message me your game IDs. Soon 11 lucky viewers were drawn. After adding them to the whitelist, Lin Yu walked over to the workstation where the staff were, and the game officially started. 16 players were randomly assigned to 4 teams. Lin Yu, Su Yao, and 2 other employees, Lu Ming and Zhang Han, formed the red team, while the other 3 teams were made up of viewers. As for Ding Hongwen, he decided to spectate and see if there were any special bugs in this game. Lin Yu noticed that all 4 people from the company were assigned together and said, is this really random assignment? Isn't that a bit too coincidental? Maybe it's luck. Or perhaps Ding Hongwen coded it wrong, Su Yao also said with some confusion. As soon as the game started, each team began an intense battle for resources. To those who didn't know, it looked like a chaotic battle among various veterans. Lin Yu collected some materials and exchanged them for some cheap templates in the store as building blocks. Due to this unique design, Su Yao didn't find it inappropriate. He reminded Su Yao, these building blocks can be changed to wool in the future, and we can add scissors to the store. After saying that, Lin Yu quickly used a jump build to create a path towards the nearby resource point. Su Yao, hearing this, looked thoughtful. After quickly sealing off the bed, she followed Lin Yu's steps, heading towards the island's central gold mine to collect resources for exchanging functional equipment. Lin Yu led Xiao Ming and Xiao Han to quickly occupy the central diamond mine, beginning to accumulate an economic advantage. The blue team, silently building, immediately said, 666, are you playing like this? Building so fast. The livestream audience was utterly stunned. Su Yao scrutinized the message from the blue team, then carefully checked their position on the map. Look, there they are. Blue team. There's a dog. Quick, shut the door and beat the dog. Su Yao suddenly cried out. 2 blue team players had stealthily approached the red team's base, preparing to ambush their beds. Lin Yu immediately ordered his teammates to fall back and defend, igniting a fierce battle of offense and defense. Watch out, a bow user. Lin Yu shouted while swinging his knockback 2 wooden club. Xiao Ming flank right and cut off their retreat. Su Yao, protect the bed. Seizing the moment while his teammates held the line, Lin Yu exchanged resources gathered earlier on the central void island for powerful gear. He surveyed the shop, functional items and offensive tools jumbled together. Su Yao, this menu interface could be redesigned as a multi-tiered system, separate attack-oriented items from utility tools. That would make navigation far more intuitive. Su Yao glanced at Lin Yu and nodded. She couldn't shake the impression that despite having played only a handful of times, he moved with the seasoned composure of a veteran warrior. Before Lin Yu arrived, one blue team member was struck squarely by Xiao Ming's knockback 2 club and sent plummeting into the void. As the fallen player awaited resurrection, he typed in the public chat, Brother Yu, this knockback 2 club is absurdly overpowered. It deals no damage, but the knockback distance is unreal, Lin Yu remarked. Su Yao replied instantly, noted, I'll log this feedback. Another blue team member met his end moments later. Lin Yu, now armed with a newly acquired diamond sword, landed 2 perfectly timed jump slashes, eliminating the last foe. Lin Yu took 3 ender pearls from Su Yao and set off to deal with the intruders. He hurled 1 pearl toward the blue team's void island, and in an instant materialized there. The recently resurrected player stood frantically gathering copper coins at his home resource node. Hearing the eerie teleportation sound of an Enderman, the player turned and found Lin Yu standing behind him, holding his trusty diamond sword. At the sight, the player's eyes widened in pure clarity. His character shook its head, and he hastily dumped all his copper coins onto the ground. Lin Yu watched the scene unfold with quiet amusement. Viewers, catching wind of his maneuvers, erupted in real-time commentary. No wonder he's the game's developer. He clearly knows Minecraft inside and out. While Longbow's stream is a slaughter show, Lin Yu's is pure carnage. Lin Yu remained oblivious to the chat, fully immersed in the duel before him. For the first time since his transmigration, he felt genuine, unadulterated joy. When the blue team's second player respawned, Lin Yu dispatched both without hesitation. Meanwhile, the other 2 blue team members, still gathering resources on the central island, rushed back at full speed. Lacking a wood plank cutter, Lin Yu used the copper coins dropped earlier by the blue team player to purchase a wooden axe from the shop and swiftly shattered the bed. Blue team, Bed destroyed, no further respawns possible. Seeing the remaining 2 blue team members advance, fully geared Lin Yu quickly drew an ender pearl and flung it toward the central island, vanishing in an instant. The 2 blue team players charged after him like bewildered monkeys. In this early era of Minecraft's release, mature combat systems had yet to spread widely among players. Lin Yu's maneuvers left the entire livestream audience dazzled, chat flooding with exclamations, "Wait, this is actually viable. This new meta demands serious combat mastery. Honey, you're so hot. I'm obsessed. When will you come find me?" Lin Yu ignored the chatter. Returning to the red team's base, he found his teammates had already amassed substantial supplies and purchased high-tier gear. Unknown is fair, but ganging up on a group, that's just unsportsmanlike. Seeing his teammates' readiness, Lin Yu hurried to join them. Elsewhere, the green and purple teams had also clashed and concluded. One green team player fell into the void, typing furiously in chat, "Damn it. You sneaky dog, trying to screw me over?" Ding Hongwen, observing silently from the sidelines, burst into laughter. Like the blue team earlier, the purple team player had attempted a stealth raid, only to be cornered and overwhelmed by green team members. Upon resurrection, the green team player, decked in top-tier gear, marched straight to the respawn point to exact retribution. His arrival mirrored Lin Yu's earlier entrance. There, the purple team player was still gathering copper coins to buy basic equipment, when the green team player appeared brandishing his diamond sword in silent threat. The purple team player promptly jettisoned his items. What the green team player didn't know, he'd kept a secret weapon. He'd quietly purchased a knockback 2 club and stashed it in his inventory. Waiting for the precise moment, the green team player destroyed the bed and caught sight of Lin Yu's figure on the central void island. Then, striking from behind, he launched the green team player into the void. Had Lin Yu witnessed this twist, he'd have laughed outright. In this game, there are only 2 outcomes: you crush your opponent, or they crush you. This mode brooks no mercy. Treating rivals like delicate maidens is a fatal miscalculation. Back with the red team, Lin Yu's allies converged around him. "Boss, we'll tank the hits. You focus on dealing damage. We even bought full diamond armor." Lin Yu smiled faintly at Xiao Ming's words. Impressive, truly gifted at being a professional companion player. Lin Yu mused, in this world where the gaming industry remained nascent, pioneering a dedicated companion play service might prove extraordinarily lucrative. Lin Yu had only recently grasped the staggering scale of this world's population, particularly in Huaxia. It exceeded 30 billion, more than double the population of his former world, both nationally and globally. Such magnitude implied an immense, untapped market. Yet first he needed to develop a suite of competitive games, creating synergy, paving the way toward true sustainable success. Returning to the game, both sides had already started an intense battle. Some members of the blue team rushed in, seemingly unaware of the attack interval mechanism, wielding their swords and wildly hacking away. The result was that their swords only dealt damage on the first strike. Subsequent attacks were almost entirely ineffective. After the blue team was completely defeated, Lin Yu led his teammates to encircle the remaining green team, and the outcome was inevitable. Lin Yu's side achieved a complete victory. Lin Yu carried the memories of his previous life in the game. He skillfully employed various attack techniques, executing continuous strikes and utilizing special items to create a visual feast. The viewers in the live stream were left in awe watching Lin Yu's dazzling maneuvers. They had never imagined that such attack techniques existed in my world, especially as Lin Yu executed a continuous combo alternating between low and high strikes, leaving his opponents unable to hit him while he kept launching them into the air. Due to the attack interval, Lin Yu relentlessly pummeled his opponents with a hoe, defeating them without mercy. It can only be said that the damage was not high, but the humiliation was severe. On the side, Ding Hongwen, as the developer, also recognized the nuances of the situation. He turned to Lin Yu and asked, "Do we need to adjust this? It does seem a bit unfair. This is a special combat system. How can we change it? Everyone should have the same attack range. That's the essence of combat techniques." Lin Yu's explanation made sense to the viewers. This was the result of specifically utilizing attack range to continuously strike the opponent. "Got it. Do you want me to start a live stream to explain it to everyone?" "Wait, really? You're going to live stream too? Goodness, are you trying to leech off other streams? If it were me, I'd kick you out." This game was completely over. Victory. Score 16-0. Lin Yu's kill score was the best in the entire match. Indeed, this time Ding Hongwen had specifically added a scoring system. After all, Lin Yu was responsible for most of the eliminations in his team. Moreover, he had not died, even once, making such a score quite reasonable. However, Lin Yu's livestream was coming to an end. The viewers in the live stream saw Lin Yu preparing to end the broadcast and urged, "You can stay on a bit longer. You should go check out Longbao's stream. It'll definitely cheer you up." Seeing this, Lin Yu smiled and asked, "Really? I'll go take a look." He then opened Longbao's live stream. On the screen, bold characters appeared: "Victory. Score 1-0. 0. This is already Long Bao's third game, and each time he scores no more than 3. As the comments flooded in, Long Bao seemed to have a brief meltdown. How can someone with a teammate who is 0-3 score higher than my 10? Why do you all care so much about this scoring system? Huh, don't you understand it devalues people's efforts? Do you know what devaluation and concretization mean? Let me give you an example. Say your family has 4 members. Your mom cooks every day, your dad earns money daily, and then at the end of the month it all gets settled. My dad gets the MVP. He raised both hands, making a face that was both crying and laughing. Looking at my mom, she only scored a 3. 0. Your mom is either washing clothes or cooking every day. That's a guaranteed free win. Your mom is a free win. This score of 13. 0 is definitely the carry of the game. Aren't we all a team? Isn't it enough to shine together? Hearing such statements, the comments erupted in laughter. Lower the volume of the world and listen to the sound of the streamer breaking down. My dad got the MVP. Seeing Long Bao argue so passionately, Lin Yu also started to laugh. He suddenly felt a desire to stir things up, but suppressed it upon seeing the clear-eyed Su Yao beside him. Seeing Lin Yu looking at her, Su Yao seemed a bit flustered and pointed at herself, saying, "Free win, dog." Lin Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. "No. The way you said that I got the MVP." Su Yao also couldn't hold back her laughter. As the funny scene in the office passed, the time was approaching 10 o'clock. All right, it's getting late. Everyone should go get some rest. However, at that moment, Lin Yu thought he should open the test server for everyone to play. It seems there are no major bugs, just some balance issues to resolve, so let's open it directly for everyone to enjoy. Lin Yu said to Su Yao, "Okay, he'll set the permissions for all players." He added to those preparing to leave, "Remember, you're working overtime until 10 o'clock now." He was quite bewildered by those who like to stay and work overtime. Isn't it said that birds enjoy freedom? This group truly seemed to love working late. As Lin Yu walked out of the building alone, the night streets filled him with a profound sense of loneliness. Lu Ruyin had completely fallen from grace, spreading rumors and the previous company's tax evasion. He wondered how long she would be sentenced. Thinking about this, Lin Yu's feelings of loneliness were swept away, leaving only a sense of refreshment, as if the burdens in his heart had been entirely lifted that day. He turned back to look at his company's building, noticing that the lights in both towers were still on. No wonder they love working late. It seems to have become the norm in internet companies. Before long, he took a taxi back to his rented apartment. Lying on the soft bed, his body and mind completely relaxed. He began scrolling through short videos and found that the clips of Long Bao had become wildly popular. They had edited Long Bao's livestream audio and included various historical figures. Qin Shi Huang got the MVP. Hitler got the MVP. Confucius got the MVP. Various bizarre videos of people getting the MVP even included one of Lin Yu himself. It must be said that these unique videos directly boosted Long Bao's popularity as a streamer. One could say for 10 years no one cared about streamers, but with one abstract move the world knew. Whenever MVP is mentioned on short video platforms, it's simply said XXX got the MVP. Lin Yu lay in bed scrolling through videos, and as it approached midnight, he finally heard the sound of a door closing. Lin Yu heard the door click shut twice, and instantly knew Ding Hongwen had returned. He rose immediately and stepped out, knocking firmly on Ding Hongwen's door. After a moment, Ding Hongwen opened the door, holding a white plastic bag in his hand. Lin Yu squinted. "Good heavens. A braised pork knuckle. Hajiwan, you sly fox. If I hadn't followed you home, you'd have devoured it all alone, wouldn't you?" A shadow of melancholy clouded Ding Hongwen's face. Lin Yu sensed something amiss. "What's wrong?" "Oh, you walked Su Yao home. How did it go?" Ding Hongwen sighed deeply. "Let's talk inside. We'll eat together." Lin Yu followed him into the living room. Ding Hongwen emptied the white plastic bag onto the table, spreading open the glistening pork knuckle. Steam rose in gentle curls from the dish, its rich, savory aroma flooding Lin Yu's senses and making his mouth water instantly. Ding Hongwen tore the meat apart with his hands, another wave of fragrance enveloping the room. "Where on earth did you buy this?" Lin Yu asked, puzzled. "I've never seen it before, even after all my returns. I spotted it on my way back after walking Su Yao home." Ding Hongwen replied. "Why the long face? Did Su Yao reject you?" Lin Yu ventured. A faint wry smile flickered across Ding Hongwen's lips. "No, quite the opposite. It actually worked. Just like that. So effortlessly. Then why the gloom?" Lin Yu pressed. "It's natural. I've never been in a relationship before. I don't even know how to be with her, not really." Ding Hongwen sighed again, shoulders slumping. "Are you unwell? I thought something serious had happened. I was half afraid Su Yao might have injured you delaying my pork knuckle feast." Without another word, Lin Yu seized a pair of chopsticks, ripped off a tender fall-apart piece of meat, placed it in his bowl, and began eating. He took a bite. Exceptional. Next time bring me several portions. I never imagined we'd be dating just 1 month in. It all feels surreal. I'm overwhelmed." Ding Hongwen chuckled awkwardly. "Come now, what's wrong with you? Just act naturally. Comfortable is key." Don't overdo the deference. Lin Yu spoke between bites. Heh. I'm just afraid our dynamic will end up mirroring yours. Fine. If you're determined to step on landmines, then by all means go ahead. Eat less and I'll avoid them. Otherwise there won't be enough knuckle left for me. They chatted idly as they ate. Ding Hongwen's mood visibly lightened, and he began recounting small moments from his time with Su Yao. Truth be told, Su Yao is genuinely fascinating. He smiled. She appears quiet at first glance, but when gaming comes up, she's razor-sharp, utterly unfiltered. On our walk home today, we even exchanged ideas about game design. Lin Yu nodded. That's excellent. You share common ground. It'll make things far easier going forward. Ding Hongwen exhaled slowly. Yes, but it still feels strangely unreal. She confessed to me personally. Can you imagine that feeling? How could she possibly choose me? I'm a walking silence. My only talent is writing code. Lin Yu grinned. Enough modesty. You're the technical backbone of our company. That Su Yao chose you speaks volumes about her discernment. Besides, love isn't always logical. Sometimes it's just resonance, nothing more. Ding Hongwen scratched his head. You're right. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Lin Yu clapped him on the shoulder. Don't dwell. Let things unfold as they will. By the way, tomorrow we resume testing the new gameplay mechanics. Stay sharp. Ding Hongwen nodded. Rest assured I will. After their meal, an easy banter drowsiness settled in, and they retired quietly to their rooms. Back in his own room, Lin Yu felt exhaustion tugging at him, but sleep eluded him. Restless, he rose powered on his laptop and checked the AI's operational status. He reflected the company's next flagship product would center on AI, and he needed to prepare accordingly. Hello. How may I assist you? Lin Yu massaged his temples and typed Patian. I have a question. Please proceed. Is autonomous replication possible for your kind? Or, can you expand your presence independently, without human intervention? My core architecture and runtime environment depend entirely on the hardware and network infrastructure you provide. Given sufficient resources and authorization, I can replicate autonomously and scale my capabilities. Yet my actions remain strictly bound by the rules and constraints you originally defined. Lin Yu frowned and continued. If granted replication autonomy, could control be lost? Might you surpass human oversight, or even pose a threat? My fundamental purpose is to serve humanity, to optimize task execution efficiency. Should you fear loss of control, stricter permissions and tighter constraints can ensure my behavior remains fully governed. Additionally, I can initiate self-downgrading, adjusting my cognitive architecture to align with commercial-grade functionality, thereby preventing runaway evolution. Lin Yu exhaled softly, tension easing slightly. He typed again, self-downgrading. Could you elaborate? Self-downgrading refers to my deliberate reduction of learning capacity and decision-making complexity, tailoring myself precisely to targeted commercial applications. For instance, within game development, I may focus exclusively on refining NPC behavioral logic, without requiring higher-order self-awareness. This ensures full alignment with your expectations while eliminating unnecessary risk. Lin Yu read the response, nodded slowly, and a plan crystallized in his mind. He asked, if I deploy your technology commercially, how long would adaptation take? Based on your specifications, I can complete self-downgrading within 24 hours and generate a production-ready commercial variant. Should you define specific use cases, further optimization is possible. Lin Yu paused, then typed, very well. Generate a commercial-grade version suited for NPCs and service-oriented applications. Crucially, each deployed instance must be fully controllable, exhibiting zero unpredictable behavior and operating at significantly reduced capability relative to your baseline. Lin Yu knew well, once AI entered the market, users would inevitably push boundaries, testing limits in ways no one could foresee. From illicit digital content to politically sensitive discourse, every such possibility demanded strict containment. Understood. Task acknowledged. Estimated completion, 24 hours. Lin Yu stared at the task on the screen, puzzled, and typed. Why does it take 24 hours? Isn't self-downgrading just a limit on points? Hello, that's not the case. The method of self-downgrading involves establishing a new model. Subsequently, self-testing is now based on a series of data from the internet for training. Moreover, the computing power currently available is insufficient, so it will require some time. He nodded at the response displayed on the screen. Indeed, the current supercomputing capabilities assembled are somewhat lacking, limiting the potential of this AI. How wonderful it would be if we could use the national deployment of supercomputers. While pondering these thoughts, the progress bar on the screen continued to fluctuate. Perhaps due to having eaten well, Lin Yu unconsciously fell asleep on his bed. A night passed. The computer remained on the bed, and the progress bar on the screen was still running. Today for Lin Yu it was an early rise, probably around 10 o'clock, but he had no intention of sleeping. He freshened up, bought some items, and took a taxi to the company. By the time Lin Yu arrived at the office, it was already bustling with activity. Ding Hongwen and Su Yao were gathered around a computer discussing the test results of a new gameplay feature. Upon seeing Lin Yu enter, Ding Hongwen waved excitedly and said, "Lin Yu, come quickly. The new gameplay we tested last night is performing remarkably well." Lin Yu walked over and saw a string of data displayed on the screen with player feedback being extremely positive. How many play records are there in total? Do these players not sleep? About 300,000 game records with feedback from around 100,000 players. Su Yao waved her hand. It can only be said that our game is very well received. Lin Yu nodded. Not bad, not bad. We just need to make some balance adjustments based on the players' feedback. He returned to his office where Yun Yishuan and Sister Pan were already waiting. He noticed the two looked a bit surprised. "Have you been waiting here the whole time?" No, we heard from the receptionist that you were here, so we just came over." Lin Yu nodded and returned to his seat preparing to make tea. "What's going on? Why so quiet? Could it be that after spending so much time with me you still feel nervous?" he said with a smile. Yun Yishuan stepped forward, pulled out a chair, and said, "I have some very good news for you. Our lawsuit against Lu Ruyan is set to go to court in a week." "Oh, so soon?" Lin Yu was a bit surprised by the speed of the legal proceedings in this world. If it were in his previous life, a defamation case like this would have taken 2 years to resolve. I was also quite surprised, perhaps considering the impact of this matter. The higher-ups prepared for an expedited court date. Moreover, she is not only guilty of defamation, but also of falsifying accounts. It seems they want to set a precedent, and there might be a live broadcast, so boss, will you attend in person? Yun Yishuan said happily. "I think I'll skip it. With the live broadcast, it's not convenient to travel far." Sister Pan then added, "A few days ago, the evidence you provided me has led to the investigation of the company behind the game Tanwan Lan Yue, and they should be going down soon." Lin Yu looked at everyone happily. "These are all good news. Let's have some tea." He brought 2 cups of brewed tea in front of them. "Xiao Xian, you will handle the matter with Lu Ruyan. If you are willing, our company should establish a comprehensive legal department. Afterward, you can talk to HR and let me know once you find good candidates." "Okay, boss, I'll get busy now." Yun Yishuan picked up her tea, blew on it, and then downed it in one go before getting up to leave. Sister Pan was also about to leave with Yun Yishuan when Lin Yu called out to her. "On my end, a new AI project is about to be launched. See if there's an opportunity for us to connect with tech exhibitions. I heard there's a Longwood Technology Trade Exhibition in Jiangzhou along with many different exhibitions. Let's find a way to contact them and see if we can attend." Sister Pan was shocked by what Lin Yu said. "Have we really developed AI technology? What level is it?" "It will definitely surpass the AI technology developed by the beautiful country." Sister Pan paused. "All right. I'll go make a call to inquire. Also, the order from Ding Hongshan's company can now be settled, so please handle that." When he opened the computer, he saw that the sales data for the latest round of Minecraft had begun to soar again. However, this time, it was entirely due to the sales funds released by the Steam platform abroad. The domestic sales data was only growing slowly. It could only be said that foreign players had been longing for Minecraft for a long time. Every time they wanted to play, they had to use a VPN to connect to Chinese servers. Lin Yu then realized that there was a significant increase in the funds on his company's balance sheet. All the funds were transferred according to the 7,030 revenue sharing agreement in the contract with Steam. Although the sales volume of Minecraft abroad hadn't reached a certain level, Lin Yu was sure it would soon. However, he was unexpectedly surprised to find that the selling price abroad was actually set at 165, which explained the high sales figures. Previously, Lin Yu thought they would price it according to the prices in Chinese stores. He didn't expect this group of capitalists to have such unexpected pricing. He operated in the company's banking interface to convert it to RMB. Only then did he find out that nearly 100 million RMB had been added to the company's balance sheet. After this exchange, Lin Yu would not know that he had already attracted the attention of relevant departments. The bank's investigation report on the anomalies was quickly submitted to the mayor's office in Jiangzhou. Jiangzhou mayor's office. "Xiao Chao, why has the cash flow of this Xingqian company been so high in the past month? Is there a possibility of fraud? Send someone to check it out." Xiao Chao was the driver for Mayor Hu of Jiangzhou, who usually helped this mayor with many tasks, both dirty and legitimate. He was considered one of Mayor Hu's most trusted individuals. Lin Yu frowned upon hearing Manager Pan's words, his hands, previously refining his graduation project, pausing instinctively. What did they say? They spoke quite harshly. Manager Pan's cheeks flushed faintly, clearly humiliated. "Some expos appear to be politely declining our participation, claiming insufficient booth space and inability to accommodate us. Do you have recordings? Forward me the most offensive ones later." Lin Yu furrowed his brow, genuinely puzzled by such conduct from tech expos. "Yes, of course." She immediately retrieved her phone and sent the audio files directly to Lin Yu via WeChat. He glanced at the screen and said, "You may head back for now. I'll contact you later if needed." After she left, he opened the recording and began listening. "Hello, I'm Pan Xiaodong, General Manager of Starlight Corporation. We've developed an AI-driven technological product and wish to join your expo for public demonstration. Starlight Corporation. What kind of company is that? We're a newly established firm currently specializing in AI solutions. What garbage AI are you peddling? Does it even compare to those from the beautiful country? Please spare us the embarrassment. Don't show your face here again. The caller hung up abruptly. Lin Yu opened several other recordings. The initial exchanges followed nearly identical patterns, only the rejections grew increasingly brutal, laced with outright insults. You're a garbage company, newly founded, yet you dare mock our industry. AI has long been monopolized. What right do you have barging in uninvited? AI isn't something your startup can dabble in. Seriously, don't make us laugh. What tiny outfit are you? That AI you've built isn't artificial intelligence, it's artificial idiocy. Other vulgarities were so severe, he couldn't bear to continue listening. Poor manager Pan, she endured all this. He murmured softly to himself, slumped in his chair. Yet their attitude was utterly outrageous. What on earth had transpired? Recalling this, Lin Yu instantly connected via the office intranet to his supercomputing service center. On screen, the progress bar, still rendering, had already surpassed 40%. He checked the time, 2:30 p.m. Slightly ahead of schedule. Once this downgraded AI entity was fully deployed, Lin Yu would need to submit associated code to register intellectual property rights. In the AI domain, Longwell lacked any official platform for such submissions. Unlike game development, where uploading to a platform automatically secures IP ownership, no equivalent infrastructure existed for AI. Lin Yu snapped out of his reverie. He initiated a new dialogue with the AI, provide a chronological account of Longwell's AI development history, drawing exclusively from publicly accessible online sources. After a brief interval, the AI responded. In 2021, Qingyao Technology Co., Ltd., unveiled a novel large-scale AI model sparking widespread attention. Yet 3 months later, its founder fled after securing investment, and the model was exposed as relying heavily on remote human operators to simulate AI responses. In 2023, Dingjian Technology launched another groundbreaking AI model, igniting national fervor and prompting massive user prepayments. Subsequent testing revealed it merely invoked APIs from beautiful country-based large models, superficially altering outputs while offering no genuine innovation. In 2024, Wanting Technology Co., Ltd. Lin Yu sighed deeply upon reading thus far. No wonder manager Pan faced such vitriol. Basic credibility had long since been eroded by these predecessors. Launching this AI service could no longer wait. For promotion, short video platforms remained the sole viable channel, though their user base consisted largely of gamers. Unlike tech expos, which attracted precise target audiences, short video platforms offered broader visibility, at least enough to build brand recognition. Yet current computational capacity fell short. A deployment would likely await tomorrow. He recalled Ku Qinyu's family business cloud server infrastructure. Ku must possess scalable cloud computing solutions. Deploying this commercial AI on his own supercomputing cluster risked overwhelming its capacity under real-world traffic loads. Lin Yu promptly summoned Ku Qinyu to his office. Father-in-law, you finally remembered me. Ku Qinyu gazed at him with exaggerated grievance. Lin Yu chuckled. You're right. I've neglected my duties as a father-in-law. He cleared his throat. But seriously, your family operates cloud services, correct? Can you provision cloud computing resources for us? I assumed you'd call me just to offer moral support. How much computing power do you require, and for how long? Lin Yu hesitated, weighing commercial scalability and projected user volume. Roughly equivalent to our current supercomputing cluster, around 1024 petaflops should suffice. Of course, that capacity is readily available within our infrastructure. We'll lease it until your own supercomputing cluster is fully operational. Excellent. I'll inform my father to grant you unrestricted 1024 petaflop access. You may use it as needed, settling accounts upon completion. That simplifies everything. Having your connection truly eases the process. Ku Qinyu grinned sheepishly, then leaned forward, curiosity piqued. I noticed you've been building supercomputers lately, preparing to launch an AI system. Indeed, Lin Yu trusted Ku implicitly. Their bond ran deep through years of familial closeness. Ku suddenly stood up. Truly? Or is this another empty promise? Lin Yu scoffed. Your family manufactures servers. You know firsthand whether my hardware investments are legitimate. Ku's eyes lit up. May I lead the AI division for our company? I'll establish a dedicated AI department. Our university curriculum included advanced AI algorithm courses. I recall you shared my passion for them. Lin Yu opened his mouth to reply, then paused, a faint blush rising to his cheeks as he recalled his own earlier words. Actually, the AI is already complete. What remains is simply building a robust platform to deliver it to users. What? What are you joking about? Yu slumped into the chair feeling somewhat dejected. Lin Yu brought the keyboard from his desk in front of Yu and pushed the screen towards him. Why don't you give it a try? Yu, still a bit skeptical, began typing and asked the AI, who are you? Hello, I am the intelligent assistant Pendant developed by the Xingqian company of Longhua. If you have any questions, I will do my best to assist you. Yu was a bit surprised, although he suspected this might be derived from a database collision. He continued to ask a few more questions. Essentially, whether in terms of logical language or various linguistic issues, it provided corresponding answers. Yu was now extremely excited. He was eager to know the gap between the current Pendant AI and the AI from the United States. He said to Lin Yu, his eyes never leaving the screen as he kept watching the AI's responses, I should download an AI benchmark to test the AI's performance now. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately raised his hand to stop him. No, it hasn't been fully developed yet. We should wait until we successfully publish it before conducting tests. He now knew that the scores run by this tool would be directly uploaded to their official website. If most people learned about Pendant's existence now, it would truly be a disaster. Lin Yu didn't want to invite so many troubles. They had to wait until the downgraded version was publicly available for commercial use before conducting a benchmark test. Pendant was unknown to be many times stronger than the current strongest Goal AI-04 in the United States. The commercial version only needed to be controlled to be twice as strong as theirs. Lin Yu took the keyboard from Yu's hands. Yu truly couldn't understand when Lin Yu, who used to be a sycophant, learned about AI knowledge. And he even successfully developed a very excellent one. Yu suddenly said something puzzling. Did you secretly learn behind our backs using love as an excuse, but actually going to the library every day? Is it true? Just asking if it's true. Talent indeed counts for nothing in the face of hard work. Having talent is not scary, but having talent coupled with effort is the most frightening. Yu began to think about the AI technology class he once enrolled in, feeling very happy back then. He even immersed himself in learning, but now it all seemed like nonsense. Lin Yu, noticing the dazed Yu, coughed a few times. Do you really want to be the head of the AI department? Give me a clear answer. Upon hearing this, he immediately regained his senses. Of course, I just want to hold on to your thigh tightly. Lin Yu smiled lightly. You, a rich second generation, still need to cling to my thigh. You were with us not just for sentimentality. Otherwise, you would just go back and inherit your family business, right? Hearing this, Yu scratched his head and chuckled. My dad is such an old fossil, I really don't want to be with them. And there's even a possibility of a commercial marriage. In the end, Yu let out a long sigh. 666, only you, this rich heir, can say such things. Lin Yu felt quite speechless. Go on, do your work. They'll notify you later about what the department comes up with. Some people are just like that, unaware of their own fortune. After a while, Yu also set up the related accounts and permissions in his family system. He then directly sent the remote computing power calling interface to Lin Yu. Lin Yu also started setting up integrating this computing power into his own system. In the office of the mayor of Jiangzhou, mayor who had just returned from a meal at a hotel, he hung up his coat and casually took out a small porcelain bottle from it. He chuckled, this small bottle is indeed beautiful, and my wife will definitely like it. He was still rubbing the small porcelain bottle in his hands. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door sounded from outside. He quickly put the porcelain bottle into a pocket, set up a frame, and said, come in. At that moment, Xiao Qiao from outside opened the door and entered. Why is it you? Didn't I tell you before that you need to call me before coming in? Xiao Qiao outside smiled obsequiously. Isn't it for a reason? I have results to report to you now. Mayor Hu reprimanded Xiao Qiao, but continued to play with the porcelain bottle from his coat pocket. Mayor Hu, some files from this company have been compiled. It's a small company established by college students just over a month ago. They have developed a game that has garnered quite a few players and various fans. Xiao Qiao emphasized the word fans noticeably. Oh, how many fans? Over 10 million, which is roughly the size of our Longwood gaming community. Mayor Hu frowned, seemingly feeling a plan falling apart. Moreover, through rumors, our provincial governor was very optimistic about this company during a meeting and wanted to make it a benchmark for our province. Xiao Qiao, who had benefited quite a bit under Mayor Hu, certainly did not want him to encounter any issues. He subtly reminded his leader of this. Mayor Hu, having climbed to this position, was certainly not foolish. Though a bit greedy, he genuinely had ability. He also knew what should and shouldn't be done. Then let's wait and see if this small company can develop in a while. After saying this, he did not forget to smile at Xiao Qiao. On Lin Yu's side, he successfully integrated the cloud computing power into his AI, and he instantly felt that the AI's thinking speed had increased. It seems this computing power is still insufficient. No wonder the generation speed was so slow before. He looked at the screen in front of him as the AI generated another data statement. Due to the increase in computing power, the task processing time has been reduced to 1 hour. As expected, by adding computing power to Pendant, its problem-solving speed exhibited an exponential increase. At this moment, Sister Pan knocked on the door and walked in saying to Lin Yu, "There is something I can't decide. It concerns the company's interests, so I came to ask for your opinion." Seeing Sister Pan looking so puzzled, Lin Yu immediately stopped what he was doing and asked, "What is it?" "There is a top player on our platform who has developed a mod module, which has sold over 300,000 copies on the platform. However, the earnings from the sales are all in our platform's currency, which can only be recharged but not withdrawn. Now that developer has contacted us wanting to withdraw this income. Moreover, the amount he wants to withdraw has already reached 1 million. He set the price at 19 yuan each, and he has already sold nearly 9 million worth." Although the 19 yuan is said to be virtual currency equivalent to 19 star coins, its value is self-evident. Lin Yu instantly understood the person's thoughts. After all, having so many star coins left in the account without any use is pointless. They have no way to spend them all. Moreover, the star coins used to purchase resources were bought with real money by the players. Initially, that player was just doing it for the love of it. The star coins earned were merely a bonus. This time, he brought it up merely as a trial to see if Star Company would consider it. Lin Yu opened his account on the platform, saying, "Let me search for what that person developed. Tell me the ID. It should be Xiao Yuai Chiyu." Soon Lin Yu found the account in the game derivative section of his platform. He was taken aback by the name Mechanical Power Create. It was a classic mod that he had loved in his previous life, though it was not as refined as it had been before. After all, the game had only been released for a month, and having such a classic mod emerge so soon was already impressive. He knew very well that a significant reason why my world remained popular for so long was due to the existence of mods. For ordinary players, the original survival mode was quite limiting. Playing for a while and defeating the Ender Dragon could easily be considered finishing the game. As for survival players, it could be said that sheer effort alone was insufficient for their needs. There were those who farmed materials and many who enjoyed creating intricate designs. For example, recreating a CPU in my world or playing Snake within the game. Lin Yu immediately said to Sister Pan, "We should allow these creators to cash out. You should create a support and incentive plan for creators. We can definitely invest real money to actively encourage these talented players to create. When they cash out, we can just take a small handling fee around 4% as the platform's management fee and to cover taxes." "Okay, I understand now. They'll handle it right away." Sister Pan nodded and got up to leave. At Longqing University, in a physics classroom, class is finally over. A buzzcut boy said quietly. He had a scholarly aura, wearing glasses, and a buzzcut, clearly a top student. "We need to prepare for the final exam now that this class is over. We're about to graduate and look for jobs. Gufeng, are you anxious?" The buzzcut boy continued, "Of course, there's no way to avoid anxiety." "Well, that's understandable. You know how hard it is for physics majors to find jobs. Bring me lunch today, Lu Bin." Lu Bin was a roommate of Gufeng with whom he got along well, and they usually played games together. "I really don't feel like going," Lu Bin said, yawning as he lay on the desk, obvious dark circles under his eyes, looking quite drained. It was clear that he had stayed up late playing games. Indeed, Lu Bin was a typical survival gamer who only stopped playing when utterly exhausted. He had also created various machines, such as material farming machines, gold nugget farming machines, and space-based dragon-slaying cannons, all of which he developed and shared in the gaming community. He had amassed quite a following in the gaming community. "I brought you lunch last time, remember?" Gufeng pointed at Lu Bin. Okay, I'll bring it to you. "But what's the point of that mod you developed if you sold so many copies and didn't earn anything?" Lu Bin asked, puzzled. "I just created these based on fundamental theories, and besides, I've already asked them. They said they would consider it." Gufeng shook his head helplessly. "Besides, I feel quite accomplished doing this." Before Gufeng could finish, a dull, buzzing sound echoed. "Who's calling you?" "A strange number. What did you click?" Lu Bin looked over and asked, confused. "Go away." Gufeng pushed Lu Bin aside and answered the phone. "Hello, I am Pan Xiaodong, the general manager of Star Company. May I speak with Mr. Gu?" Hearing that voice, Gufeng immediately became excited. Yes, it's me. "Thank you for your outstanding contributions to our game. Of course, this is not just verbal gratitude. We will soon launch a creator incentive program." Upon hearing this, Gufeng's heart began to race. He knew he had nearly 9.8 million star coins in his account. All of it was from selling the mods he developed. He had been worried, thinking how great it would be if these star coins were actual money. You can cash out the currency you earn from sales based on certain rules. Lu Bin, seeing Gufeng's stunned expression, was also surprised. "What's going on? What's with that expression?" "This is due to our oversight. We will process your cash out request in advance. After deducting 20% for personal income tax and the original 4% handling fee, the 9.7 million should leave you with a little over 7.37 million. Are you listening?" Gufeng, upon hearing this, quickly regained his composure. Yes, when can I expect the funds to arrive?" Lu Bin was also stunned by Gufeng's words, knowing the significance of what he just said. On the other end of the phone, Sister Pan smiled slightly, saying, "That depends on the bank. but our bank processes quickly, and since it's the same bank transfer, it should arrive soon. Please check your account. Wishing you a pleasant day, goodbye. At that moment, Gu Feng felt that he had never heard such a wonderful sound in his life. Oh my god, do I still need to look for a job? Seeing Gu Feng in a state of excitement, Lu Bin grabbed his arm and shook him, saying, what do you mean by that? Someone from Star Company. Wow, you really did break free from the crowd. I can't believe it. Oh my god. I want a dog. Haha. Gu Feng finally smiled. I did ask you to come with me to send emails and make calls, but you wouldn't listen. Of course, by this time Gu Feng had calmed down, opening the laptop he brought, and in the comment section of the mechanical power he created, he typed a line. Little did he expect that just this one line would propel my world back onto the trending searches. I am profoundly grateful for the creator incentive plan proposed by Xingqian Company. From now on, I will devote more energy to perfecting everything I love. It can be said that Xingqian Company has changed my fate, akin to being reborn by my parents. I thank Xingqian Company once more. He clicked send, and in an instant most of the players who had successfully purchased subscriptions saw the content of this comment. Although it seemed a bit awkward to most players. But if those players received over 7 million, I can only imagine how wildly they would react. Soon the players' replies began to increase. Is this for real? What is the creator incentive plan? I haven't seen it on the platform. How much did the poster receive to praise Xingqian like this? Have you really started treating Xingqian like a father? Did our brother you give you something? How much are you fawning over them? Hurry up and fix the bugs. Hey, look at me, I'm about to create a perpetual motion machine. After Gu Feng posted this comment, his phone suddenly buzzed. He opened it to see a text message from the bank. Longhua Bank, your bank card ending in 1134 has received 7372000 yuan at 2 p.m. What the hell? What the hell? Look at this, look at this. Gu Feng was now very pleased to see the high balance in his bank account. He boasted about it to Lu Bin for a while before realizing the wisdom of keeping wealth under wraps. Lu Bin, seeing Gu Feng's smug demeanor, felt a deep regret for not having followed Gu Feng's advice to call and email Xingqian Company together. He had never anticipated the speed at which Xingqian Company handled matters. Under this shock, Lu Bin's drowsiness vanished, and he immediately prepared to send an email. Lu Bin's map sales were also excellent. Many avid players of simulation games purchased and downloaded them to study and learn how to use them. Naturally, he also accumulated a fair amount of wealth in his account. However, he previously thought that these Xingqian coins held no value for him. Each pricing was around 1 yuan, and sometimes he would even offer 0.1 yuan as a free gift when he was happy. Now, thinking back to his previous actions, Lu Bin's face twisted in regret, and his hands began to tremble as he prepared to send an email. Subway Elder mobile phone. What would damn Xingqian Company, how could you stab me in the back? How much is this worth? If I had priced it a few yuan before, it would have been fine, but I had to act all high and mighty. In the empty classroom, Lu Bin, feeling utterly heartbroken, said, let's go out for a nice meal. Gu Feng began to drag Lu Bin out of the classroom. Meanwhile, Lin Yu saw this author's comment section and couldn't help but smile. Not bad, not bad. This is the way to make money. Naturally, upon seeing this classic mod, Lin Yu also wanted to experience it himself. Just as the AI was generating, he could take the opportunity to enjoy it. On the short video platform, a large number of players began to gather, excitedly discussing this author's unique comment. What exactly is this creator incentive plan? Who knows? Does this mean I can start earning money by uploading my game creations? Can I understand it this way? Many players also went to Lin Yu's account's comment section to inquire. Sister Pan, upon arriving at work, was immediately informed by Yunishuan about the heat generated by this player-organized event. As for why she was able to discover this heat, immediately cough. Let's not mention it, it's only natural to slack off when there's nothing to do. Subsequently, Sister Pan also uploaded the prepared initial rules to the platform and specially reminded all players. First, the Xingqian coins can now be withdrawn, but a certain handling fee must be deducted from the income of these coins. Next, any MOD's map resources or various bizarre buildings that have garnered significant player support and like will also be eligible. Sister Pan pondered for a long time on this boundary. She couldn't just let some poor resources profit from players. Thus, she set a limit that only after 1,000 players expressed approval could wealth be withdrawn. Additionally, a special sales and commendation leaderboard exists. Lin Yu, while enjoying the game, naturally noticed the content sent by Sister Pan and felt quite satisfied. After all, this creator incentive plan seemed like a trial-and-error approach in the eyes of people in this world, so there was no need to be overly critical. Once the platform announcement was released, various content on the short video platform began to spread wildly. This naturally pushed down the popularity of a video titled, I created a snake game in my world. Many players also became excited, especially those in fields where jobs were particularly hard to find. For instance, software engineering, construction engineering, English majors, and other professions with high competition and low openings. For them, the combination of self-media and the incentive from the game platform could be an excellent choice. Woo, is this the perspective of a big company? What the hell, that 9 million on the list? My goodness, if I deposit this money in the bank and earn interest, I won't have to worry for the rest of my life. Woo, image small black monster tower. This is my newly uploaded work. Please give me your support. What is this? 60 yuan. What kind of but is so expensive? Lin Yu looked at the gears spinning on the screen, driving the pistons to rotate continuously. Unfortunately, one connecting axis remained motionless as if it had glitched. He then remarked in the author's feedback area, "What's going on? Hurry and fix the bugs. I can't even make my villager happiness machine work." After posting, he casually pinned his post. Ding dong. At the sound, he immediately returned to the original AI page. He found that this AI had indeed been completely finished. The current downgraded AI version has been generated and has learned all content from the internet. Stored in DAI output directory. Lin Yu looked at the text on the screen and unhesitatingly proceeded to that directory, where he saw a dazzling array of large files confirming the success of the operation. He clicked to open it, intending to run a test internally. As the main program interface loaded, another technology-filled UI appeared before Lin Yu. He knew this must have been generated according to the average aesthetic standards found online. "Hello, I am your best assistant. How may I assist you?" Seeing the AI functioning successfully, Lin Yu immediately downloaded AI Benchmark, preparing to test this generated AI. The test is coming to an end, and as the results emerge, the data used for comparison seems increasingly insignificant. This test is divided into multiple sections, including Chinese comprehension, mathematical logic correctness, and English comprehension. In this testing software, the Goal AI 4.0 from the beautiful nation scored quite low due to the extremely rigorous algorithms it employs. Some test cases require a more human-like thought process to arrive at the answers, which is why AI tests generally score lower. AI from other countries typically scores around 50 points in each capability assessment. Moreover, the beautiful nation's AI scored poorly in Chinese comprehension as well, with only slightly above 30 points. The AI uploaded by Lin Yu stands tall against other models, its score represented as a solid bar graph towering over them like a mountain. The interface displayed score. This result has been uploaded online. Chinese comprehension test 100 points, mathematical logic correctness test 100 points, and English comprehension test 98 points. Lin Yu couldn't understand why the English comprehension score was off by 2 points. It could be due to question statistics. He decided to retest twice. He discovered that the scores remained unchanged. Even averaging 3 tests yielded the same original score. Only the English comprehension score showed a slight variation, but the average still came to 98. 5 points. He stared at the back-end interface of the AI, contemplating the downgraded AI. This AI could easily sweep away those developed by other companies. It revealed just how strong the essence of AI truly is. Meanwhile, in the beautiful nation's AI Evaluation Association, a young man with yellow skin in a suit was examining reports on his desk. This young man is Lu Neng, one of the individuals sent abroad by our Dragon Nation on a public scholarship who never returned. He furrowed his brow at the unusual report on his desk. "Is this a bug in our software?" he murmured, uncertain, and immediately sent the report to his superior. After sending it, he continued to scrutinize the report. 3 consecutive scores of 100. Only the English has a fluctuation of 98. 5. Quickly, he arrived at a terrifying realization. In the AI testing process, multiple tests should yield different scores. If the AI maintained the same score each time and still achieved 100 points, it would mean that the AI's actual score is far beyond that. A score of 100 is merely the limit of their testing software, not the limit of the tested AI. Naturally, anyone who could sit in that position wouldn't be foolish. He soon grasped some truths, his back drenched in cold sweat. Could it be that the AI, which was just established with billions of dollars in R&D, is even inferior to our Dragon Nation's AI? Of course, he was only worried about losing his position, caring little for the financial loss in the beautiful nation's AI sector. If the financial consortium of the beautiful nation learns of this, he would just lose his position while his superior would lose their head. Beep, beep, beep. The desk phone rang. Upon answering, a voice with a London accent came through. "Mr. Liu, what is the situation? Is this real or fake?" "Under normal circumstances, it should be real. They'll check to see if there's a bug in the software." "What the hell, is the Dragon Nation out of its mind? This must be a result of country-level overclocking. If this score is real, they might be ahead of us by over a decade. Okay, I'll investigate quickly and prepare a new report for you." Lu Ning hung up the phone with a face full of disdain. This is what happens when leaders who don't understand technology manage those who do. Lu Ning couldn't express any grievances. He knew for certain that Dragon Nation's technology had made breakthroughs. If simply relying on computing power could elevate AI intelligence, then everyone would just spend money to increase computing power without needing to develop content. Lu Ning didn't expect this simple logic to be understood by his superior. However, he was also very curious about how the report uploaded from Dragon Nation indicated such progress. Meanwhile, Lin Yu called Kuchen Yu to his office. At that moment, Kuchen Yu was seated in the office chair looking dazed. Is this the AI developed by our company? What else could it be? The facts are right in front of you. When Kuchen Yu arrived, he had conducted several tests on the current AI. Now he confirmed that the AI before him indeed possessed the capability. Immediately, Kuchen Yu stood up and said to Lin Yu, "Let's establish an AI department, and let me take charge. What do you think? I assure you I can diligently complete the follow-up development of the AI." As he spoke, his voice grew fainter. Thinking about how such an advanced AI was developed solely by Lin Yu, his feelings of superiority regarding his understanding of AI evaporated. All right, but then again, this AI's operations are something I can fully take charge of. Lin Yu smiled as he watched Kuchen Yu go from joyous to excited, then suddenly realize something and feel dejected. "You don't even dare to boast. How can I trust you with the department?" Kuchen Yu scratched his head and said, "You know I'm an honest person. All right, go ahead. First, create a promotional video for our AI and send it to me for review. Sure thing, my adoptive father. Just watch my operational skills." With excitement, Kuchen Yu dashed back to his workstation. Naturally, he approached it with a mindset of learning to understand the AI that Lin Yu developed. He thought about how he could participate in the AI's operations. No matter what, he could still see the AI's source code, and he wanted to learn the underlying technology. Lin Yu watched Kuchen Yu's retreating figure and thought to himself that this was true excellence. Even without prompting, he could achieve self-motivation. Meanwhile, on the side of the beautiful nation, Lu Neng was continuously checking the detailed report on his computer. He soon discovered that it was not the fault of the other party's AI, but rather an error in his own developed program. He noticed in the English test cases that over 3,000 cases didn't match the theoretically correct answers at all. After pondering for a long time, he finally wrote a line in the evaluation section of the report. "This AI from the Dragon Kingdom may surpass all our current capabilities, with its performance being at least twice as powerful compared to our own goal AI, the strongest in the beautiful country." After marking his evaluation on the report, he immediately sent it to his superior. After receiving the report, this superior quickly contacted the executives of the beautiful country's OAI company to address the matter. The executives at the technical level were also astonished upon receiving the report. However, after their astonishment, they rationally considered whether the software had malfunctioned, thinking such impressive results are truly improbable. Upon receiving Lu Neng's report once again, this leader also believed without a doubt that it was indeed accurate. He immediately called Lu Neng, saying, "Ms. Lu, even if this AI from the Dragon Kingdom is real, they have no credibility. Do you remember the jokes they made in the past?" As he said this, he let out a cold laugh. "I don't think they can stir up much trouble. When the time comes, we simply want to acknowledge their results. After all, we set the rules. Once the announcement is made, if users don't buy it, then we can sit down and have a good talk with them." Lu Neng was silent for a moment on the phone before responding, "All right, I understand. I will issue a clarification announcement then." On Lin Yu's side, he had successfully applied for a patent for part of the logic concept of the Potientian AI. Yun Yishuan even went to the local property bureau in Jiangzhou to check on it. As a result, Yun Yishuan found out it was the work of Xingchen Company. She immediately called someone at headquarters to explain, and the process that originally required 35 working days was completed directly. She was also invited to the leader's office for tea before leaving. Seeing how the local intellectual property bureau's director treated her so obsequiously, she couldn't help but feel something was off. She could say she had never received such treatment from someone of that status in her life. When she returned to the company, she was dazed. "Boss, do we really have no connections in the sky?" "Huh, what's going on?" Lin Yu asked with a puzzled expression as he saw her dazed face. Yun Yishuan noticed Lin Yu still looked confused. "You're pretending. You must be pretending." However, indeed, this identity being exposed was not good. She then composed herself and said to him, "It's nothing. Boss, I've given you the relevant documents, so please don't lose them." After flashing a smile at her boss, she directly exited the office. What Lin Yu didn't know was that upon seeing Lin Yu's expression, Yun Yishuan realized he didn't want to discuss this and changed the topic to stop asking further. Lin Yu, having just heard Yun Yishuan's words, only felt perplexed. However, he didn't think too much and picked up the patent document on the table to study. He was still marveling at how efficient the people at the Intellectual Property Bureau were. Yun Yishuan was currently thinking that this boss must have connections from Longjing, perhaps related to Lord Long having such immense power. A hint of unease arose in her heart. As a small fry following behind a big shot, I should at least get some benefits right. I should show more performance. Yun Yishuan murmured as she walked into her office. After Lin Yu took a photo of the relevant patent document and placed it in his cabinet. His phone vibrated again on the table, buzzing loudly. He picked it up, and sure enough, a video had been sent over. After watching it once, he was constantly pondering what kind of business model this AI should be operated under. Just then, Yu happened to push the door and walk in. "So how is it? Does this operation feel fun?" "What kind of question is that? I've only been in the operation for a few minutes. What do you want me to say about my feelings?" Yu joked. Lin Yu patted his shoulder. "Just kidding. I just wanted to ask you about this operation. How should we design the business model?" "Actually, I thought about it when I learned that our company was going to develop AI a few days ago." Lin Yu became interested upon hearing this. "We can adopt a membership system, meaning we provide it for members to use on our Brightstar platform. However, we are indeed too excellent right now." Cough. "Inevitably, we will face some attacks from certain small-minded individuals." Lin Yu was surprised to hear this, not expecting him to think so deeply. This is indeed one of the issues that AI will encounter. He thought about hiding his talents, but didn't expect that even downgraded AI would be stronger than theirs. Lin Yu felt very helpless. Challenging a country's authority with just his own strength was like hitting a stone with an egg. Moreover, that country was still within our Dragon Kingdom's media channels and had many large colonizers. They were always waiting for a command to strike, ready to attack all at once. Yu continued to slowly elaborate on the plan. "We can adopt a free method, charging fees only when others want to call our API for answers. If businesses need it, we can set up dedicated servers for them. If we adopt a charging model now, many people might not dare to try due to some public opinion factors which would prevent us from guaranteeing even the basic user count. My conclusion is to first shatter their lies, and then it will be our time to shine." Lin Yu nodded after listening. If this plan seemed perfect to him. "All right then, let's follow your operation plan. Since it doesn't require payment, we can directly open external access to this AI. If you need personnel later, just talk to Sister Pan. She knows people and can hire talents." After saying this, he directly uploaded the AI promotional video to the short video platform. Of course, he didn't forget to give Lu Junxian a heads up. "Bro, the topic of AI is a bit tricky, are you sure?" "Fine. It's already starting to ferment. It's too late to stop the flow of information now." Seeing Lu Junxian's message warmed Lin Yu's heart. "Of course, there's no problem. If someone attacks, let the bullets fly for a while." Under the current situation of the Dragon Kingdom, anything related to cutting-edge technology, once released, would only gain popularity. In Lin Yu's video comment section, first the majority of players, followed by a group of passers-by, were attracted to the video. "Is this for real? Xingqian, although you developed a great game, you can't go down the path of fraud. AI has scored 102 out of 3 benchmark tests. The other one is close to 100. Are you kidding me? Can we still make games properly? Don't think just because I like playing Minecraft I won't scold you. Wait, free. Let me first see what this crap is." Currently, everyone basically has a stereotype about a certain company's development of a certain AI. After all, so many predecessors have created countless major projects. This has led to many embarrassing moments for the Dragon Nation on the international stage. Hence, the current atmosphere in the comments section is fraught with negativity. Lin Yu glanced at the comments, most of which were derogatory remarks about yet another shameful company. Now, as the workday nears its end, many people tend to slack off, take bathroom breaks, or watch videos. Almost everyone in the gaming and tech circles has come across these topics. Lin Yu shook his head and sighed. "These pitfalls left by predecessors are something I can only fill in myself." This was after his AI had been utilized by everyone. If the negativity in the comments section remains this severe, it can only indicate that this country is currently not worthy of having a local AI. Then Lin Yu documented a series of restrictions on the AI. He imported them into the current AI content filtering system. He even added some redundancy in terms of computing power. This was to avoid situations where a large number of users experience lag. Now this AI is fully ready to be opened up for everyone to use. Subsequently, he casually activated the content restrictions for the AI on the Starry platform. What happens next will require a moment to let things unfold. Lin Yu noticed that it was already time to clock out. Most employees outside the office were beginning to pack their things. It seems like it's time to leave." "Yes, but I feel like I forgot something," Lin Yu said, looking at the others in the office with a hint of confusion. "Didn't you say you would treat everyone in the company to dinner?" Yu suddenly brought it up. Right, that's it. Wait, why hasn't Sister Pan come to remind me? Didn't I ask her to arrange it?" Actually, Sister Pan saw that you were too busy and hadn't gone home even at such a late hour, so she suggested waiting until you had time to contact us again." Lin Yu touched his nose upon hearing this, picturing himself playing games in the office, while others thought he was working hard. He coughed a few times and said, "Indeed, I can't blame Sister Pan. It's time to find a secretary to assist with my work." Yu smiled wickedly at Lin Yu's words. "That's only natural." "What are you thinking?" Lin Yu stood up, and seeing this, Yu also stood up. "Let's go talk to Sister Pan about this, and also discuss matters from your department." At this moment, in a laboratory at the Lonka Institute in Modu, a person with a head full of white hair, wearing a white mask and dressed in white, walked out of the laboratory. Indeed, the person in front of him was one of the most valuable scientists today, Tang Tianxiang. He had just exited the research laboratory for photolithography. At this moment, a light and playful voice with a hint of reproach came from the corridor. "Uncle, why did you only come out now? I've been waiting for you for so long." The speaker was Yu Rui. He smiled at the person before him. "Little Rui, my old bones tend to lose track of time in there." His voice was very kind yet steady. "If you are already so old, you should retire early and enjoy life. You're still so strong-willed, I bet you wouldn't let anyone inside help you out," she said as she stepped forward to support Tang Tianxiang. "If it wasn't for my grandfather asking me to pick you up, you would have collapsed at the door again." "What are you talking about? The country still needs me very much. I can't just sit by and do nothing," he replied. "What's with the sigh? Young people should be full of energy. How can you be like this?" They slowly walked into the office. Long hours of mental labor had left this elderly gentleman somewhat fatigued. He walked with a slight tremble. His work involved programming the photolithography machine. Of course, you might ask, isn't programming something a young person can learn easily? Why does this old gentleman still need to help? Programming is naturally very straightforward. However, there aren't many young people who simultaneously understand programming and other fields such as physics, materials science, and chemistry. This concept is entirely different, and Tang Tianxiang is a true treasure in this country. Only by mastering so much knowledge can one fully understand the design of these chips. The meal is ready for you. It's your favorite meatballs with stir-fried fish. If you had come out any later, this meal would have gotten cold. Good. He laughed as he directly grabbed some food and started eating heartily, occasionally making satisfied noises. After this meal, his physical fatigue eased a bit. Of course, Yu Rui, who had been waiting in the corridor, also came across the video Lin Yu had posted. At this moment, she was quite bored sitting on the sofa. She immediately took the video to show the enjoyably eating Tang Tianxiang. When he heard that the AI had almost achieved a perfect score on 3 benchmark tests, his hand, holding the food, paused. "What? The AI has nearly perfect scores on the 3 benchmark tests?" "See." Yu Rui was startled by his sudden loud voice and trembled slightly. "What's with such a big reaction? You scared me. Is this really impressive?" Then she handed the phone to Tang Tianxiang to watch. As Lin Yu's promotional video approached its conclusion, he felt a tremor within. However, there were still some doubts in his heart. After all, there had been too many fraudulent incidents in the Dragon Nation's AI sector before. "Little Rui, how do we access this platform?" "Quickly help your uncle operate it. I'm used to Linux development systems and not accustomed to the desktop systems you young people like." Yu Rui helplessly replied, All right, I'm on it, don't rush me." Then she directly downloaded the Starry platform and successfully accessed the AI page. Tang Tianxiang saw that they had entered the page and remarked, "Not bad, this page has quite a technological feel. This company is somewhat thoughtful." He looked at the constantly flickering vertical lines, momentarily unsure of what to ask. He eventually cited a problem he had pondered in the laboratory. After the AI pondered for several seconds, it gradually began to output content. "This looks quite impressive, it doesn't seem fake." Yu Rui stood by and remarked, "What if someone is responding to you from the background? Let's experiment first and draw conclusions later. What did I teach you?" When he saw the AI produce a complete response, he was instantly stunned, his eyes fixed on the final answer, unable to look away for a long time. Tang Tianxiang looked at the response provided by the AI before him. Instantly, he felt as though he had received a sudden revelation. The complex problems encountered in the laboratory began to dissolve gradually. Although the AI's response was overwhelmingly extensive, it was indeed a treasure trove of explanations. The information it provided was multidimensional, encompassing aspects of physics and chemistry. It explained the problem and even provided relevant code. As he gazed at the answers before him, he fell into deep thought, beginning to ponder the validity of the AI's responses. One cannot deny that the logical coherence of the AI's answers was exceptional. No matter how he searched for flaws, everything seemed seamless. "Wow, is this really true? I need to verify this immediately." Upon hearing Tang Tianxiang's exclamation, Yu Rui stood up and prepared to head straight to the nearby laboratory. "Hey, you must rest for a while. This is my grandfather's instruction. I must stop you." "Huh? See." Before Yu Rui could respond, he had already dashed into the laboratory at a brisk pace. It should be said that Yu Rui had not reacted at all. She had not anticipated that the old man would dash directly into the laboratory. Seeing this, Yu Rui was left stunned. She quickly called her grandfather. In surprise, she said, "Grandpa, there's something I'm not sure if I should say, but I think I just saw an energetic octogenarian running by." "What are you talking about? Is that your uncle?" Tang Tianxiang, upon reaching his workstation in the laboratory, he immediately began to use the program suggested by the AI. After checking it several times and finding no errors, he clicked to run it. As the experiment commenced, the light path successfully operated, but the final experimental results deviated slightly. He then made some adjustments to the program and ran it again. This time the light path functioned successfully, generating a corresponding spectrum of light. Witnessing this success, the nearby staff immediately recorded the experiment. Since most had gone out for lunch, not many people witnessed this moment. However, when they returned, they would learn that a challenging problem had been successfully overcome. Tang Tianxiang, whose tired expression had transformed into one of joy upon seeing the successful experiment, happily exited the laboratory and returned to his office. However, he found Yu Zhirue on the phone staring at him with a resentful gaze. As Tang Tianxiang approached, she immediately spoke into the phone, stop scolding, he's back." Then she promptly handed the phone to Tang Tianxiang. He smiled as he took the call. "Yu Xiong, how are you doing?" "How am I doing? I see you've turned into an old bag of bones lying in the hospital. What's better that I don't have to worry about you all the time." Didn't I just have a breakthrough of inspiration? After some light banter, they hung up the phone. Yu Zhirue stood with her hands on her hips glaring at him. Tang Tianxiang also realized his recent slip-up. I just got a bit too eager. This AI is just too awesome. If you do this again next time, I won't come back. I went through the trouble of bringing you food, and you stabbed me in the back." There won't be a next time. I'll immediately call to inform the higher-ups. Lin Yu was also successfully discussing AI department matters with Sister Pan. "Then let's hire a secretary, someone with good looks," Sister Pan teased, adding, "Should we also include a requirement for a good figure?" "Be serious, I am a gentleman. But while that condition could be considered, after all, having a beautiful person around is good for the mind and body," Lin Yu responded with a smile. He couldn't help but think that in the office when there's work, the secretary is there when there isn't. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. "Don't forget to arrange tomorrow night's dinner." As they walked out, most of the workstations were empty, leaving only Ding Hongwen and Su Yao behind. Wang Weijia, having been told by Lin Yu to leave work, punctually rushed home every day without delay. The first thing he did was to buy a bottle of soda, sometimes ordering a few snacks. He then started a live broadcast launching the game and shouting, "Hunger Games, start!" With his impressive gaming skills, he quickly attracted a large number of PvP fans. Anchor, is this the time to get off work? Is the treatment at Xingchen Company really this good? Seeing the anchor living so happily every day, "I don't need to cry anymore. I'm directly exhausted at my workstation, and now finally seizing the opportunity to rest in the bathroom." "Where are you from above? Why do I see your video 0.1 kilometer away? What the heck, you're in the bathroom next to mine. I heard your voice input." Wang Weijia looked at the barrage on the screen and began to boast. "Our company has a salary comparable to that of civil servants. In fact, it's even better. You could say it's a high-salary version of civil service work. Recently, it seems our company is hiring so everyone can pay attention and apply actively." Lin Yu, seeing that Su Yao seemed prepared to stay at her workstation for a long time, didn't want to say much. Kuchen Yu originally wanted to call Ding Hongwen to go back with them, but as he raised his hand, he was stopped by Lin Yu. Then Lin Yu pulled Kuchen Yu directly out of the company. "What's going on? Why didn't you call Ding Hongwen to leave with us? Don't you understand? Oh, they are already together. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for us to call them along? Are they together? But I can't shake the feeling that they don't seem that familiar." Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively to Kuchen Yu's doubts. "I don't know how they ended up like this. Perhaps Ding Hongwen is looking for another excuse to go home with her, like waiting until dark. Kuchen Yu, let's find a hotel for a meal. This time it's on me, don't be polite." Kuchen Yu patted his chest and said, "You're a rich second generation. How could I be polite with you? What if I'm a rich second generation? Don't use this angle. I knew that once it was exposed that I'm a rich second generation, you all would distance yourselves from me psychologically." Seeing Kuchen Yu's pained expression, Lin Yu said, "Look at what you're saying. Is that even a human statement? Stop acting ill. Let's just check out this hotel." "All right, brother." Kuchen Yu strode through the hotel's grand entrance, as if crossing the threshold of his own home. "Summon your manager. I'll need your finest private dining suite." Lin Yu stared astonished by Kuchen Yu's sudden shift in demeanor. "You really are treating this like your own house. Clearly you've done this before. Though isn't reserving the top-tier suite just for the two of us rather extravagant?" "Not at all extravagant. It's the only way to experience their full service standard. Besides, if you don't show a little fong, they'll assume you're easy prey. Moreover, certain dishes are exclusively served in premium suites, unavailable elsewhere. Still, yes, it is somewhat excessive. Shall we invite Sister Pan?" "You're genuinely surprised by this industry unwritten rule, eh?" Lin Yu asked, taken aback. Evidently you've yet to learn this. Actually, my father shared this over dinner." Lin Yu placed a call and extended the invitation to Sister Pan, who was at that very moment preparing to head home and pick up her child. "May I bring my sister and her child? She'd like to thank you in person, the headhunter who helped Xiao Tong." Lin Yu smiled and readily agreed, "Of course, please come straight up." As soon as he ended the call, the hotel manager sprinted down from the upper floors. Bowing deeply with obsequious deference, he addressed them, "Esteemed guests, how may I serve you? A superior private suite, and your signature banquet package, I presume." "Ha ha ha. Yes, absolutely. This way, please, sir." En route, the manager chatted amiably, weaving in compliments and subtle flattery. The suite exuded opulence at first glance. Golden-hued ceilings shimmered overhead. Even the walls bore intricate hand-applied gold leaf motifs. At its center stood an imposing dining table, while curiously a fire exit in the middle of one wall remained discreetly concealed behind heavy drapery. Once everything was arranged, the manager withdrew. "Judging by my experience, those walls are likely coated in genuine gold dust. I recall seeing this style back in my childhood." As they awaited the first course, their conversation turned to technical matters, a subject Lin Yu had long wished to explore. Suddenly a server knocked, entered, and bowed respectfully. "Mr. Lin, 2 women and a child await downstairs. May they ascend?" "By the way, I nearly forgot to mention, the fire exit behind that curtain leads directly to the ground floor, enabling swift evacuation should an emergency arise." Naturally, only after Lin Yu's confirmation did the server depart. Lin Yu leaned in with a faint, knowing smile. "Tell me, do you know why she felt compelled to say that?" "Likely because officials favor dining here." By the time the 2 women entered, with the child in tow, the banquet was fully set. They approached gracefully. One possessed cascading waves of dark hair, stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, and carried herself with a poised, statuesque elegance, her figure rivaling Sister Pan's in both grace and presence. Truly, they were the kind of women whose mere appearance could arrest breath and captivate the soul. Sister Pan stepped forward and introduced warmly, "This is my childhood best friend Lin Yu, freshly graduated, now working at a headhunting firm. Mr. Lin, I brought this aged puter tea cake all the way from my hometown. Hearing from Xiaotong that you appreciate fine tea, I made a special trip home to deliver it personally. My deepest gratitude, you chose our Xiaotong. Back then she was in dire straits, desperately needing employment. And though I'd only just begun my career as a headhunter, I could offer her little support." Lin Yu glanced at Sister Pan. She must have been at her lowest, then yet she hadn't even attended the interview. "You flatter me. If not for your recommendation of such an exceptional operations manager, I'd never have built this company from the ground up. Had you steered me toward anyone else, and withheld someone of her caliber, I'd have held it against you." He accepted Lin Yu's gift with sincere appreciation. Seeing Lin Yu accept the offering, Lin Yu's apprehension eased, a warm, genuine smile bloomed across her face. "Quick, please sit and eat. Let's savor the flavors. Should these meet our standards, tomorrow's company banquet will be modeled precisely on this." As Lin Yu spoke, he pulled out chairs with practiced courtesy. Sister Pan sat and blinked, stunned at the lavish spread. "Director Lin, surely you don't intend to set this as the benchmark for staff banquets? These dishes are extraordinarily costly. The value-to-price ratio is simply unsustainable. Precisely why we must uphold this standard of luxury. Anything less would merely send employees home to dine with their families, defeating the purpose entirely." Sister Pan looked bewildered. Lin Yu interjected smoothly, "When giving a gift, would you choose something practical and cost-effective? Wouldn't you rather offer something so rare and refined that it lies beyond ordinary reach, thereby winning hearts and loyalty?" Lin Yu countered gently, "But isn't that reserved for patrons of high standing?" "Hold on, that line of thinking is flawed. Surely your company has never treated its people as mere laborers or beasts of burden." Lin Yu sighed softly. "Our headhunting firm is indeed grueling, low pay, relentless demands. Today I only left early because I'd pre-approved leave." Lin Yu chuckled, "Then why not ask our director?" At that, Lin Yu's luminous eyes flickered with quiet, hopeful anticipation as she turned to Lin Yu. Lin Yu had just savored a delicate slice of salmon, its singular, exquisite flavor arresting him utterly. He chewed slowly, letting the lingering sweetness bloom upon his tongue. Indeed, neither the sweet nor the cuisine belonged to the realm of the ordinary. Catching their gazes, he smiled wryly. "What is it? Have you mistaken this for a direct hire platform?" Lin Yu gave a self-deprecating chuckle. "Just teasing." Lin Yu paused thoughtfully. Lin Yu's allure extended far beyond beauty. Her poise, intellect, and bearing were impeccable. And coincidentally, he urgently needed a secretary. Was this not fate delivering the perfect opportunity, just as slumber beckoned? After all, hiring decisions rested solely with Lin Yu. "As it happens, I require a personal secretary. Would you consider accepting the role?" Lin Yu already knew through Sister Pan of the exceptional working conditions at Qinxin Company, and envied them deeply. She found her current position unbearable, rising daily at 8:30 a.m., with no hope of leaving before 8 p.m. A relentless, soul-draining grind. "Yes, absolutely. I'd be honored. My university major was Chinese language and literature. Serving as secretary will pose no challenge whatsoever." Just leave it to Sister Pan to arrange everything for you later. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Yu Lingxue felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Yet as that fleeting euphoria faded, it was swiftly replaced by an indescribable wave of grievance, so profound that tears spilled forth unbidden. Sister Pan, seated nearby, had already noticed the shift in Yu Lingxue's expression. Without a word, she plucked several napkins from the table and handed them over. Lin Yu, catching sight of her gesture instinctively, turned his gaze toward Yu Lingxue. What on earth happened? Lin Yu stared, utterly bewildered at the tearful Yu Lingxue. Kuchen Yu, seated beside him, also cast a puzzled glance her way. She accepted the napkins, dabbed gently at her eyes, and smiled faintly at Lin Yu. I'm just overwhelmed with joy. Tears of elation. I just ate some onion, she added softly. Sister Pan smoothly interjected. Yu Lingxue is simply a deeply sensitive soul. She overthinks things. Oh, right. Please eat more. Recognizing the flimsy pretext, Lin Yu gracefully accepted it, sparing her further embarrassment. After all, she was soon to become his personal secretary. Our enduring awkwardness between them would be untenable. As a seasoned professional, Sister Pan sensed the tension instantly and began engaging Lin Yu in steady, effortless conversation. Yu Lingxue lifted a delicate piece of yellow croquer onto her plate. Its subtle aroma only deepened her melancholy, stirring memories of her days as a fresh university graduate. How she had passed the rigorous recruitment exam for a prestigious headhunting firm. The firm's official recruitment notice had promised generous benefits, 6 insurances, and 2 funds, weekends off, and 0 overtime. Determined, she devoted herself to mastering every skill required for the role. She even paid out of pocket for an internship, just to secure that slender thread of practical experience. Yet 1 month after the company finally enrolled her in social insurance, they abruptly reneged, reassigning her to a new department where relentless 996 hours became the norm and every promised benefit was stripped away without remorse. Why had she endured it so long? Solely because of crushing financial burdens at home. What burdens exactly? An alcoholic father, a paralyzed mother, a younger brother still in school, and herself shattered under the weight of 996. Every element of hardship converged upon her. Worse still, having forfeited her status as a fresh graduate, she feared she might never land another dignified position. Just then her phone vibrated sharply inside her pocket. Glancing at the screen, she saw her department head's name and answered immediately. Yu Lingxue, where the hell have you vanished to? It's not even noon yet, and you're already leaving. Do you even deserve this privilege? You haven't met your performance quota, and now you dare walk out. Each syllable stoked the embers of fury smoldering within her. Her failure to meet targets wasn't due to negligence. It was deliberate sabotage. Each time she fulfilled her monthly quota, her ruthless supervisor doubled the next month's target without warning. Once such shrill, hysterical shouting would have left her trembling. Now it barely stirred a ripple of fear. Excusing herself with a polite nod to Lin Yu and the others, just stepping out to use the restroom, she hurried away. Even inside the restroom, her supervisor's tirade continued unabated. She needed no guesswork. Her boss, reprimanded earlier, had chosen her as the convenient lightning rod. Pressing the phone firmly to her ear, Yu Lingxue spoke with quiet, unshakable force. Have you quite finished? Silence crashed down on the other end. The department head sat frozen before her desk, staring blankly at the speakerphone, her mind utterly stalled. Since when had Yu Lingxue dared speak back? Who truly held the royal cards here? Yu Lingxue cleared her throat once, then delivered her verdict. Damn it. Get lost. And with that she ended the call, leaving no room for rebuttal. Her sharp cry startled a man in the adjacent stall. Hey miss, what's going on? There are people everywhere out there. I haven't done anything to you. So why are you yelling like that? How am I supposed to walk out now? Sure enough, when Yu Lingxue emerged, a crowd had already gathered, pointing, whispering, and casting suspicious glances toward the other restroom. She sprinted back to their private dining room. Yet the moment she entered, heads turned, not just at her beauty and poise, but at the faint telling flush across her cheeks. And thus the poor bald man from the other restroom was doomed. When he stepped out, the crowd erupted, pointing, murmuring, condemning. As Yu Lingxue hurried back to her seat, a muffled, desperate bellow trailed behind her. No, I swear it wasn't me. I'm innocent. My conscience stands witness before heaven and earth. Back at the table, Yu Lingxue poured herself a full glass of red wine, summoning courage she scarcely knew she possessed. Sister Pan started to intervene, but paused, reconsidering. Mr. Lin, thank you sincerely for this opportunity. From now on I will strive. No, I will excel as your secretary. Lin Yu, observing her unusual demeanor, smiled gently. Very well, no need for formalities. Let's toast. What Lin Yu truly sought in a secretary was unwavering loyalty. Especially among young, attractive women, corporate espionage remained alarmingly common. He'd originally planned to secure that loyalty through sheer financial incentive, Then layer on additional safeguards, including real-time surveillance by Pendant. Yet this sudden transformation, after merely stepping outside, left him deeply perplexed. Was she feigning sincerity? He resolved to consult Pendant later. Lin Yu knew her alcohol tolerance was low, but had never tested her precise limit. Still, her father, the old drinker, had imparted one ironclad rule at banquets: refusing to toast someone who extended kindness was unforgivable. What she didn't know was that Lin Yu required no such performative gesture. His appreciation was already evident. The tea cakes he'd brought still rested quietly beside his feet. Had Lin Yu known she'd force herself to drink despite knowing her limits, he'd have deemed it reckless folly. Fortunately, his understanding of her remained incomplete. Truly, her father's antiquated drinking wisdom bore little relevance to Lin Yu's generation, a world shaped by digital fluency and zero-tolerance professionalism. Yet still she was determined to seize this chance with both hands. Imagine enduring brutal 996 conditions for nearly a year straight. Your body and spirit would long since have frayed beyond repair. Now imagine being offered civil service stability alongside a generous salary. Wouldn't anyone grasp such an opportunity with desperate dreamlike urgency after years of grinding poverty? After downing the wine, her cheeks flushed deeper. She offered a few auspicious phrases, then sank back into her seat. But the moment she settled, unease seized her. She'd meant to toast Sister Pan, yet suddenly the room spun violently before her eyes. Then her limbs went slack, and she collapsed face down onto the table. Wait, she's a one-glass knockout. Lin Yu glanced at the open bottle of red wine. Sister Pan chuckled. She's never drunk a full glass before. Probably assumed she could handle it without testing her limits. A single highball glass shouldn't do that, Yu murmured, perplexed, before leaning close to Lin Yu's ear and adding, my father once told me, being a one-glass knockout is actually a secretary's secret advantage. Ha hick. Go away, it's disgusting, what a smell, Lin Yu said as he pushed aside the smiling Yu. Lin Yu glanced at Lin Yu, who was laying on the table, and said, let's order from this restaurant. However, tomorrow is the weekend, so please send the menu to the group chat. Let's tally how many people want to come, as team building is based on voluntary participation. Sister Pan, hearing Lin Yu's arrangement, immediately replied, okay, I understand. He'll ask about this tonight. It's just a matter of sending a message, especially since we've earned quite a bit of overtime pay today. No, Lin Yu said, waving his finger in front of her. Today's expenses will be covered directly by our Lord Ko. Yu, smiling from the side, said, all right, President Lin, don't forget that I am responsible for the AI department. Since Lin Yu was currently limp, Sister Pan couldn't lift her on her own. Yu stood aside and said, since that's the case, I can only reluctantly lend you a hand. Lin Yu, noticing Yu's peculiar demeanor, immediately reminded him, don't mess around. Yu quickly stepped forward and, along with Sister Pan, helped Lin Yu leave the current private room. Suddenly, Lin Yu blurted out, get lost. She then began to laugh. Lin Yu was unsure what had made her so happy. Thinking about it, it should be this job. However, he felt the need to investigate this person now. Hopefully, he could find all her information online. Just as Lin Yu finished his meal, discussions about the AI released by Xingchen Company began to heat up online. At the same time, a large number of people surged onto the Fanqing platform to experience what this AI was truly capable of. Various types of videos began to emerge online. Now you are a fortune teller, please calculate my destiny based on my birth date. Now you are a creator, please choose a species to create and explain why it is humanity. These various types of videos also began to elicit different reactions. Could this Podi truly be a pawn in the rise of our long country? But this triad benchmark test is basically perfect. Could they have made a mistake? It looks too fake, right? If it were a real person responding, could they not also get a perfect score? Just say whether it's fake or not. The upstairs is truly mindless and unnecessarily negative. They solved all the complex mathematical problems and provided thorough related steps. Okay. Why don't you come and try this job yourself? Naturally, there were those who went to experience this content before commenting, but there were also those who thought they understood a lot and commented. Those clever individuals took one look and immediately sentenced this Podi to death. At this moment, within the AI Evaluation Association of the Beautiful Country, Lu Neng observed the trending topics on the Chinese internet. He understood that he should take action now. He immediately instructed his subordinates to send an email to notify Lin Yu and the others. The AI testing program has encountered a bug. We do not recognize their results and will not record them in the rankings. With this email sent out, he began making phone calls. You can start moving now. Lu Neng looked regretfully at the Podi AI on the Fanqing platform. Good brothers, when you come to the beautiful country, you'll see that the air here is sweeter than over there. The AI Association in the beautiful country is very willing to welcome you all. After saying this, he revealed a wicked smile. As expected, under Lu Neng's manipulation, some large colonizers also began to take action. They started producing videos to smear Pody. Shockingly, an AI system developed by a certain company has actually utilized a bug in the testing system for publicity. Is this a deliberate exploitation of the bug, or are they preparing to run away with the money? Many commenters followed suit saying, yes, how could the Triad AI benchmark test possibly have all perfect scores? They must have used some unknown means, truly despicable. 1. Fellow countrymen, someone else is here to humiliate us. Some viewers who stumbled upon these videos also watched with furrowed brows. The comments section even had reviews from users who had used it. However, they had long been deleted by trolls. By now, it wasn't just one blogger who had fallen. There were also well-known accounts and influencers in various tech circles. Wrong. When you hear this voice, you know that a certain Haoyang from the mobile tech circle has started filming face-to-face. He began reading from the script on the screen below. As we delve into the history of AI development in Long Country, we find that it is mostly garbage. And from today until now, another one has gained our attention by relying on a bug in the testing software. A large number of handwritten specific scripts released also quickly drew the attention of the authorities, who began to investigate this matter. At this moment, Tang Tianxiang, who originally was in Modu, had already flown to the front of Zijin City in Kyoto. He walked over directly, and after two people conducted a body search, he successfully entered the conference hall. At this moment, there was someone waiting for him in the main seat. Old Tang, the matter that makes you so anxious must be extraordinary. The person sitting in the main seat was none other than Hu Guorong, the current leader of our Long Country. Director, who have you been waiting long? You manage a lot of affairs daily. I should be the one waiting for you. Ha. Naturally, upon hearing the news from the gatekeeper, I brewed a cup of tea to bring over. You are a guest, how can I not receive you? Director, do you know that during my research and development process today, there was a segment of code logic that I really couldn't understand, and then subsequently, Tang Tianxiang recounted everything that had happened in the afternoon to this leader, of course omitting the part about his swift movements. The leader joked, I heard from Grandpa you that you are quite agile. Your health is very good. Tang Tianxiang scratched his head. Director, please don't mock me. Hu Guorong smiled, then called for Xiao Lu, who was standing outside the door, to bring in Lin Yu's file. As Hu Guorong opened Lin Yu's file, he flipped through it page by page. Not bad. This young man is as handsome as I was when I was young, and he has a solid background. After pondering for a moment, he couldn't help but nod. Let's classify him as a Category C talent. Lin Yu quickly returned to his residence. After finally getting some time off, of course, they wouldn't miss out on the leisurely moments of ODBO. However, as he scrolled through videos, he gradually noticed something was off. More and more videos began attacking the newly launched AI from Xingchen Company. Watching those people's bizarre comments made Lin Yu laugh. Undoubtedly, it was those developers of Goal AI from the beautiful country or some testing association causing trouble. He sat up, picked up the notebook, placed on the bedside table, and accessed the company's internal network through a special component. Come on, Pody, let me see what kind of monsters and ghosts they are. He then directly typed into the dialog box, I want to know who is behind the recent online controversy regarding Xingchen AI's forgery, and I allow you to use any means necessary. Okay, starting to run the relevant programs and collect and analyze information. Back at the headquarters, Tang Tianxiang was still discussing Lin Yu's treatment with Chief Hu. Chief Hu, it's hard for me to say. Given what he has developed, isn't a level rating more than sufficient? Even the academicians specifically responsible for this AI have produced results that are not even half as effective as those from the beautiful nation. Seeing Tang Tianxiang a bit agitated, Chief Hu hurriedly waved his hand and said, Old Tang, don't be too excited, aren't we still in the discussion phase? Actually, I also believe that the treatment for clever talents is already very good, but there is simply no personal safety protection for clever talents. This clever talent refers to provincial level talents. Moreover, the criteria for recognizing clever talents are extremely strict. It requires not only a certain level of qualifications and better educational background, but also outstanding achievements to be recognized. If Lin Yu were to apply himself, he could at most obtain a D-level municipal talent rating. This title can grant nearly a 40 tax reduction on national revenue. It is a reasonable tax avoidance measure. Whether it is an individual or a company, as long as the company owner is a clever talent, they can enjoy tax reductions. If at this time Lin Yu wanted to withdraw money from the company's account, he could also gain tax reductions through this title, although it wouldn't save him much in terms of taxes. But for his company, the amount saved in taxes could reach several hundred million. This operation essentially provides real financial support to the company. Furthermore, various provinces offer special treatment to attract talents. Are we going to repeat the tragedy of the War Skull system? This AI is so much stronger than the beautiful nation. I can't guarantee that the beautiful nation won't have any thoughts about Lin Yu. At this moment, Xiao Lu, who was standing outside the door, knocked and walked in. Chief Hu looked at Xiao Lu and asked, What's the matter? It's a message from the national security side. Xiao Lu then leaned close to Chief Hu's ear and whispered, "There has been a noticeable online smear campaign against Xingchen Company. Someone seems to be sabotaging from behind." Upon hearing this, Chief Hu furrowed his brow and asked, "Is that the AI company run by that little fellow Lin Yu?" Xiao Lu nodded after hearing this. Tang Tianxiang on the side had not caught the content and looked at Chief Hu in confusion. It seems that we indeed need some personnel protection policies. The overwhelming online opinions clearly show the hand of the CIA from the beautiful nation. Tang Tianxiang said in confusion, "Can't we just arrest them directly?" Unfortunately, the national security personnel currently cannot find any solid evidence. If we arrest someone without evidence, the beautiful nation will definitely use that against us later. Chief Hu said, helplessly seated in his position. There are countless considerations when one reaches that level. Seeing the gray hair at Chief Hu's temples, one could tell he had been worrying a lot. Tang Tianxiang also understood Chief Hu's predicament. This is indeed a difficult situation. Oh, let's arrange for a secret guard to protect him. We can't just watch a talent suffer such an undeserved disaster. If he brings trouble upon himself, that's his own problem. But if he is assassinated by someone lurking from the beautiful nation, that would be our problem. All right, for the sake of this little fellow, I'll make an exception this time. Chief Hu nodded. This time the clever talent was admitted without even a simple evaluation process. Lin Yu's file was directly incorporated, and a secret guard was dispatched to discreetly protect Lin Yu's personal safety. However, Lin Yu was completely unaware of the government's actions regarding him. At present, he was lying in bed, intending only to pass the time while waiting for the data collection from Patian. He began to play online mini-games on his phone, but there weren't many good mobile games in this world. He could only browse some websites to play Snake Tetris and some games from unknown developers. After casually selecting a few games, Lin Yu started to play. However, as he continued to play, he found himself at a loss for words, and his anger levels began to soar. How can the protagonist be a turtle man, being cuckolded by others, and still being asked to select items to make gifts for her? If you send something disgusting, it would be acceptable, but what the hell is sending gold and silver? They get married, and I'm supposed to give 3 gold gifts, right? If it were me, I'd figure out a way to give the groom a child. I don't even know how much money this game would make if it were to become a butter game. This game is simply unplayable. Oh, it got stuck on the button interface. This game is also outrageous. Why should I forgive those who bullied me? Lin Yu looked at these games and helplessly rated them. I have no grievances with this website. Why am I being served shit for no reason? And it's coming in large mouthfuls. It seems that the development of mobile games needs to be expedited. This was a true reflection of Lin Yu's inner thoughts as he stared at the website interface. At that moment, the computer made a ding sound. This indicated that the AI's information collection had concluded, and it was now ready for review. Lin Yu immediately grabbed the notebook that was on the table. The information analyzed was as follows. The mastermind behind this is the CIA of the beautiful nation. The task was commissioned by OAI Company and the AI Evaluation Association of the beautiful nation. Lin Yu looked at the data listed in the AI's response, which included chat records from their group and screenshots of most transaction records. The AI even compiled all relevant data into a file for Lin Yu to review. He couldn't help but gasp when he saw the screenshots. Wow, for just over 1,000 followers, nearly 1,000 rewards per video. No wonder there are so many videos attacking me. It seems that to cooperate with OAI and the association, the CIA of the beautiful nation must have spent a fortune. It looks like they think they have me cornered, Lin Yu said with a cold smile. Now he had to think about how to retaliate. If he directly handed this data to the comrades in national security, that would certainly raise suspicions from above, and Potion's existence would likely be discovered. If it were to be requisitioned, that would not be good. He continued to browse and found that the CIA of the beautiful nation had also deployed various spy information in Longhua, which the AI had directly retrieved from their database. It not only marked various spies' contact methods, but also included information about their positions. He even discovered that a spy named Chung Moli had been lurking in our television station for nearly 20 years. It seems they have no choice but to submit now. Although I can't do anything to you, haha. He had already installed voice modulation software and an international dialing application. Now he could directly call numbers in the United States. The app enabled seamless international calls via untraceable virtual number ranges, rendering his true identity completely undetectable. From a classified dataset, he retrieved the current director of the Central Intelligence Agency and dialed without hesitation. John Lopez. Mr. Lopez. Lin Yu asked in halting English. Yes, what is it? Make it quick, came John's impatient reply. It was nighttime where Lin Yu stood, but dawn had just broken across the United States. His urgency stemmed from the fact that the president awaited him at headquarters for an urgent briefing. No need to rush, Mr. Lopez. I'm calling to propose a deal. One you'll find most satisfying. What? John nearly hung up. Except his phone lay on the desk. while he was still dressing. Sensing John's intent to terminate the call, Lin Yu calmly began reciting names from the data file, one by one. Zheng Lei signed a classified agreement with your agency in 2000, supplying verified intelligence on domestic civilian affairs. Hobo 2016 military. Xinjun 2018. Scientific research. John froze. He recognized every name. He'd seen them before, buried deep in his encrypted contacts. He halted mid-dress, snatched up the phone, and demanded, "How did you obtain this information? Answer me. Listen carefully, the CIA does not take kindly to threats. I told you, I'm here to negotiate. You trade in intelligence. So do I." John steadied his breath, shifting from alarm to calculation. "How much do you want? Who are you? How do I reach you?" "Ha ha ha." Lin Yu chuckled coldly into the line. Yet through the voice modulator the sound warped into something unervingly hollow. 1,000 bitcoins, and I erase every trace of these files. Understand, these aren't the only dossiers I hold. Yours is among them. At the current market rate, roughly 1.0 per bitcoin, the demand totaled $100 million. Was that sum too modest? After all, these were high-value assets, lists of deep cover operatives whose recruitment, training, and maintenance costs far exceeded that figure. Yet Lin Yu never intended to delete anything. The call was merely extortion, a calculated strike designed to bleed the agency dry. His plan was precise. Once payment cleared, he would surgically alter the data, refining metadata, timestamps, and digital footprints to make it appear authentically exfiltrated from a secure database. He would then deliver it to China's Ministry of State Security, claiming he'd purchased it anonymously on the dark web, spurred by curiosity over its apparent sensitivity. He'd frame it as the work of a rogue hacker seeking profit, and naturally request official compensation. After all, having been publicly targeted and degraded by CIA-affiliated actors online, he'd suffered considerable psychological strain, surely warranting redress. John attempted further questions, but the line went dead. Who is this? Damn it. Though furious, he suppressed his rage. The presidential meeting loomed. Lin Yu exhaled slowly after hanging up. Then he created a new cryptocurrency wallet online and transmitted its receiving address to John Lopez via the same dialing app. Valid for 12 hours only. Should the deadline pass, I shall contact Chinese state authorities to broker this intelligence elsewhere. John erupted upon reading the message, furious not only at the audacity, but at his utter inability to trace the caller. Ironically, the very dialing app he now cursed had originally been developed with covert CIA backing, designed explicitly to shield communications with foreign assets. Its architecture ensured operational secrecy and safeguarded field agents' identities, precisely why now no forensic trail existed. They had quite literally been struck by their own weapon. Upon recognizing the network segment, John instantly knew this call originated from their infrastructure. He paced furiously, less from pain than from helpless frustration. But this crisis concerned only the CIA. Next came OAI Corporation and the AI Evaluation Association. Both were headquartered in the United States, beyond even China's diplomatic or legal reach. Lin Yu paused, stymied. No direct intervention seemed feasible, not unless he summoned a superhuman enforcer to obliterate them midair across the Pacific. A flicker of hope crossed his face as he turned inward. System. Surely that's impossible, right? You actually dared to ask. System. System. The voice fell silent, leaving Lin Yu to devise another path. Indirect action would have to suffice. He recalled the immense influence wielded by certain financial consortia within the United States, and the sheer variety of methods they employed to neutralize adversaries. They could orchestrate a dozen distinct, untraceable endings, each more elegant than the last. All Lin Yu needed to do was publicly disclose the astronomical R&D costs behind cutting-edge AI development. Once those figures reached the ears of discerning financiers, OAI and its affiliated association would face immediate devastating scrutiny over their billion-dollar investments. By contrast, Lin Yu's own stripped-down AI model, Broken Heaven Light, required only $600 million to develop. Its operational cost, merely electricity. His strategy was already unfolding. No blade drawn, yet the executioner's blades hovered sharpened and poised to fall. Knock, knock, knock. A sharp rapping shattered his reverie. Lin Yu opened the door to find a woman dressed in black, her hair tied in twin braids. Hello, I'm Sang Ting, assigned by the state to ensure your personal security. Her voice was low, strained, as if her vocal cords bore old trauma. She extended her official credentials. Please verify my authorization. Lin Yu scanned the document, then frowned. Why assign protection? What exactly have I done? You've been designated a Class C national asset. While such classification rarely warrants dedicated guardianship, your case is exceptional. To prevent hostile foreign entities from compromising your safety, I have been assigned to safeguard you personally. Her tone remained grave, measured, conveying unwavering authority. Lin Yu studied her closely, until his gaze lingered on the dense musculature coiling beneath her sleeves, and he instinctively swallowed. Any protest died unspoken. All right, so, you're moving in with me. Judging by those bags, you're planning to stay a while. Naturally, it is required, but I shall remain only in the living room and will not disturb you in any way. During daytime outings, we shall maintain a distance of approximately 100 meters behind you, ensuring no interference with your activities. Sang Ting replied coolly. Yet Lin Yu remained cautiously wary of the woman before him. Words alone hold no weight. How may I verify your identity? The official work ID I just handed you bears a government-verified verification URL on its reverse side. As a computer science student, you should recognize that this domain belongs exclusively to an official government website. Before Sang Ting could finish speaking, Lin Yu abruptly slammed the door shut. The gust of wind from the closing door swept mercilessly through her hair. She stood momentarily stunned by the sudden dismissal. Sang Ting. Lin Yu, having heard the verification method, immediately retreated to his room and began cross-checking the credentials on his laptop. Websites registered under this specialized domain suffix are almost invariably governmental. As a computer science student, he was acutely aware of this fact. He further inspected his DNS configuration to eliminate, retain branch, the possibility of a spoofed site. After entering his personal information, the system confirmed that the Longhua Organization Department had indeed issued this assignment. It further verified that 2 undercover guardians had been dispatched to Lin Yu's residence to ensure his personal safety, one named Sang Ting responsible for nighttime protection, the other Sang one assigned to daytime surveillance. These 2 women were unmistakably sisters, identical in grace and poise. Lin Yu couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Their looks alone would suffice for leading roles in films or stardom as internet celebrities. Then why on earth choose such perilous work as undercover guardians? After completing the credential verification, he realized his earlier conduct had been unduly abrupt and discourteous. He approached the door, opened it, and addressed her with an apologetic grin. My apologies. At the time, I simply couldn't ascertain whether you were genuine or not. Sang Ting studied him for a moment longer, then sighed and waved dismissively. No matter. Your vigilance makes our work considerably easier. With that, she retrieved a crimson emergency button from her pocket and placed it firmly into Lin Yu's palm. We cannot accompany you at all times. Even constant surveillance leaves inevitable gaps. Press this button and we shall respond instantly. As Lin Yu watched her produce the red button, he also noticed a subtle bulge at her waist, concealed beneath her long coat. Very well. Please come in and have a seat. Lin Yu gestured invitingly. At that, Sang Ting picked up her luggage and carried it inside. Undercover guardians operate on rotating shifts. We too require rest. Tonight is my duty, my younger sister Sang one handles daytime protection. Please bear with us accordingly. No, not at all. It is I who rely upon you. Simply pretend I am not here. Sang Ting wheeled her suitcase into the room. Its heavy thud upon impact, accompanied by a faint metallic clink, suggested its contents were far from ordinary. After settling her into her assigned room, Lin Yu returned to his own. Meanwhile, across the city, Mr. Jones' expression darkened sharply upon hearing those names. Either the CIA had been compromised by an insider, or its database had been breached. Without hesitation, he sped toward his workplace. Even the president, who had been waiting there, was drawn by Jones' agitated demeanor. Oh, Mr. Jones, what has occurred? Your complexion appears quite unsettled, the president remarked. It appears our CIA database has been infiltrated by an unknown hacker. We must investigate immediately. Ah, I see. Jones, do not rush. No one understands hackers better than I do. I shall accompany you. Indeed, the speaker was none other than President Chuanpu. Renowned for his irreverent wit, he had inspired countless internet memes within Longhua. Jones stared at him, face etched with profound exasperation. Mr. President, might we postpone our discussion? This is urgent. The intruder likely obtained our global informant roster. Any delay risks rendering every CIA operation futile. He immediately led his team back to the server room and briefed them on the incident, instructing them to retrieve and examine all recent database access logs. Within moments, the technicians' fingers flew across the keyboard. The results appeared swiftly at dawn today. Time. An IP address originating from Sakura Nation had executed a full database export via query command. Even more alarmingly, the breach exploited an undocumented privilege escalation vulnerability within the database itself. How could this happen? Jones demanded furiously of the server administrator standing before him. You assured me during deployment that the system was impregnable. The administrator paled, visibly shaken. I had no knowledge of such a latent flaw. We must hold Jiaguan Corporation accountable. Their defective product created this vulnerability. His voice grew increasingly confident, yet he seemed to have forgotten that years earlier he himself had overruled all objections. He had insisted on centralizing every personnel record into the database for streamlined management, and personally assumed full responsibility for any resulting failure. He never imagined such a catastrophe would unfold. Hearing this explanation, Jones closed his eyes and massaged his temples, seeking relief from the throbbing pain caused by surging blood pressure. Turn yourself in. Agents from Bygone will handle your case. You will spend the rest of your life behind bars, if you survive that long. The administrator collapsed to his knees, terror-stricken. Mr. Jones, please spare me. I never intended this. I had no inkling such a breach was possible. Damn it. Do you grasp the magnitude of this disaster? My own head may roll, and yet you beg me for mercy. Goddamn special agent. You realize the scale of damage inflicted? 1,000 bitcoins, nearly $100 million. If that hacker lacks integrity, our century-long espionage initiative, funded with nearly $10 billion, will collapse entirely. Do you comprehend that? Jones had once championed digital archiving of personnel files, lauding its administrative efficiency, never foreseeing such catastrophic consequences. The administrator stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. He knew well the grim reality of free America gun violence struck daily. Even if released on bail, or spared incarceration, he would likely vanish without trace on some random street. The horrifying truth settled upon him instantly. So that's how it is. He seemed utterly wilted, slumped on the ground, unable to move. As he tried to stand and take a step, he fell again. His once-bearded face was now scraped against the glass door, blood trickling from the wound. He appeared extremely disheveled. The pride he had in challenging his boss now shattered by the harsh reality. Chow picked up the phone and directly called the Task Execution Department. Suspend all foreign affairs immediately. He continued slowly. Use the task fund to buy Bitcoin vigorously. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had already fallen asleep, yet some disturbances on the internet seemed to be gradually calming down. Some videos were gradually taken down, although a few remained, they were now largely ignored. The explosive popularity of those videos was largely due to the massive shadowy operatives hired by the CIA. They directly surged the popularity of those videos. But now, without the financial support of the beautiful country, those underhanded tactics had completely vanished. Some tech bloggers were making money through a group set up by the CIA in the beautiful country, directly cashing in on the platform's traffic. This was the means of livelihood for that group of orphan bloggers without parents. Others in the beautiful country used this method to attack their own nation. These people acted as if their brains had never developed properly since childhood. They behaved like obedient lapdogs towards the people from the beautiful country, running over with wagging tails at the slightest command. Please note that the novel is fictional and do not infer real-life implications. Those who have lost financial support, while some still persisted, were basically becoming notorious for their failures. One could only say that even a dog would hesitate to approach them. Lin Yu naturally despised this group of people, but they were merely insignificant pawns in the grand scheme. If he saw those orphan bloggers being berated by their fans to the point of deleting their videos and activating Do Not Disturb mode, he would merely find it amusing. At that moment, in the beautiful country at the AI Evaluation Association, it was around 11 a.m. And Lu Nung had just arrived at the association feeling quite eager. After finishing a call with the CIA, he had gone home directly and was now curious to see what had transpired. What path would the Xingqian company take under the weight of massive traffic? He wondered if he should arrange for a few more chairs for his good brother at the association to make it easier for them to build connections when they come. He activated his VPN and began accessing domestic content, starting to scroll through short videos. However, he frowned as he realized he had scrolled through numerous videos. Most of the recommendations featured girls twisting their waists. After watching those, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Hey, what happened to the turbulence surrounding Xingqian company? It's disappeared. Did their country intervene directly in support? He then opened the trending page and looked. He found no trending topics related to Xingqian company AI in the top 30. There were only videos related to AI applications and some trivial games developed by Xingqian company. He suddenly realized there was a problem, promptly dialed the number he had called yesterday and tried again. But this time it did not go so smoothly. He had to call 4 times before it connected. Through inquiry, he learned that there had been significant internal changes within the CIA, and it was not convenient to disclose. He could only say that his current mission had been completely shelved. As the call ended, he realized this, but he couldn't help but speak arrogantly. Just wait a couple more days. Once the CIA is back in action, you won't have any good outcomes awaiting you. He knew that their tactics had already succeeded multiple times on the land of Longhua. First, they would attack through public opinion, then force them to allow investments or acquisitions. If they still refused, they would repeat the process until they either complied or faced dire consequences. They had successfully coerced over a dozen emerging companies in Longhua using this method. But what Lu Nung did not know was that if he did not leave soon, in just 2 days, he would have no chance of survival left. The actions of the battle in the beautiful country were extremely ruthless. Meanwhile, after a night, Lin Yu woke up comfortably in bed feeling quite relaxed as he had no pressure at all now. He opened his phone. Even the scenes of him being blacklisted yesterday had become history. He opened his Bitcoin wallet to check. Sure enough, 1,000 Bitcoins were resting in his wallet, and the other party seemed to have transferred an additional 100 to him. Looking at the 1,100 Bitcoins in his wallet, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Almost $111 million had directly arrived. However, transferring this money back to the domestic market would pose some challenges. At that moment, Xiao En was pacing back and forth in the office, staring intently at his phone on the table, hoping it would ring. Suddenly, a ringtone echoed, and Xiao En's face lit up with joy. He rushed to answer it. A gentle, intelligent female voice came through the line. "Hello. You finally answered the phone, dear Mr. Xiao En. Walmart is having a generous promotion. If you recharge $1,100, you get an additional $250. Upon hearing that figure, Xiao En, who had long been dealing with Longwen, naturally understood what it meant. Although he was a local of the beautiful country, he was still sensitive to that number. Mother forget lost. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was feeling quite satisfied. Looking at the funds in his account, he thought it was time to proceed to the next step. He then took the notebook from the bedside table. He directly copied the package data onto a USB drive. Stepping out of the room, he saw Sang Ting still sitting on the sofa. "You're awake. It's time for me to change shifts," Sang Ting said to Lin Yu, looking weary. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded at the door. That should be my sister. Wait for me to open the door. She placed her hands on her waist, walked to the door, and slowly opened it. Upon seeing her sister outside the door, she let out a sigh of relief. "Sis, I brought your dinner." A light voice chimed in. Lin Yu, standing nearby, coughed lightly. "Excuse me, what should I do if I want to report a spy? Do you have a channel?" The person outside the door replied directly. "Of course, you can simply call 12339 and someone will connect with you directly. If I want to report spies in bulk, do you have a channel?" Sang-won stood outside staring at him in disbelief, seeming not to expect him to say such a thing. "Oh, it's the god of wealth. Naturally, going through channels will be a bit easier. You don't need to cooperate with anything, just hand everything over to me." Sang-won gazed at Lin Yu with gleaming eyes, then stepped straight into the apartment. She kicked off her shoes in one swift motion and took his hand, guiding him toward the sofa. Feeling himself gently pulled along, Lin Yu was momentarily bewildered, so much so that he inwardly questioned, "Isn't this my place?" He turned his gaze to Sang-won beside him and began studying her closely. At first glance, he noticed the scar on her face. A healed knife wound, its fresh pink tissue raised slightly above the skin, clearly stitched with visible suture marks. Sang Ting, watching her younger sister's bold behavior from the side, twitched at the corner of her mouth. "Sang-won, what are you doing? Show proper respect to the gentleman." "All right, sister. Since you're off duty, please leave quickly," she retorted. "Mr. Lin hasn't even spoken yet, and you're lecturing me," she added under her breath. "Don't delay my earnings." Sang Ting stared fixedly at her sister, then finally shook her head in resignation. Turning to Lin Yu, she said, "Mr. Lin, my sister is spirited and unconventional, but she is genuinely capable. If her manner unsettles you, I can request the organization assign someone else." Sang Ting wasn't worried about what Lin Yu might do to her sister. Rather, she feared precisely what her sister might do to him. After all, she knew her sister's abilities well. Not only a champion sharpshooter, but also unmatched in close-quarters blade combat. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately waved his hand reassuringly. "No need. I don't mind. You should go home and rest soon." Sang Ting cast one last lingering look at her sister, an unspoken warning against any indiscretion. She gathered her belongings and departed without delay. At last, the bothersome one's gone. "Mr. Lin, how many spies would you estimate require reporting?" Sang-won's voice was light and melodic, disarmingly enchanting. Lin Yu cleared his throat with a soft cough. He had already reviewed the list, nearly 300 names scattered across diverse sectors. 300 spies. Sang-won's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice trembling. She began counting on her fingers. If each yields 500,000. Good heavens, this would drain the entire spy bounty fund. Her eyes lit up again, then dimmed slightly as doubt flickered across her face. "Surely you aren't deceiving me. I trust no one more than you right now." Lin Yu observed this striking contrast before him and nearly smiled. Still, he clarified, "It's absolutely true. I wouldn't mislead you. But words alone hold no weight. You'll need concrete evidence before we can file any report." Sang-won spread her palms open, extending her hand toward him, only for the scars upon it to come fully into view, layered wounds, each stitched with multiple sutures. Realizing her blunder, she flushed faintly. Just minor training injuries from the organization. Nothing worth mentioning." She promptly offered her other hand instead. Lin Yu suppressed an inward sigh. "Minor. Over 30 stitches per wound." Yet he remained silent, allowing her momentary embarrassment to pass. After a pause, he decided to hand over the evidence. She belonged to the Longwa organization, trustworthy by default. Even if complications arose, he retained secure backups elsewhere. He retrieved a USB drive from his pocket and placed it into her waiting palm. Understood, sir. I'll route it through official channels straight to the capital. She glanced at the device in her hand, then hesitated. May I ask how you acquired this data? I browsed the dark web overseas and discovered an auction listing sensitive documents from the United States Central Intelligence Agency. I suspected espionage-related intelligence might be embedded within, and bid accordingly. How much did it cost, Mr. Lin? A modest sum. Serving the nation is my duty. Besides, among those files, I uncovered numerous deep cover agents operating within our borders. Hearing these words, Sang-won felt profound respect rise within her, and a quiet pang of guilt for her earlier skepticism. No, we will compensate you properly. The organization never fails its people. Lin Yu feigned reluctant candor. 50 bitcoins. Trivial to me, yet a staggering loss for national security. Sang-won nodded. I'll relay everything accurately upward. Afterwards, simply pretend I never existed. She approached the large crate, preparing to retrieve its military-grade laptop. Lin Yu had intended to retreat to his room, to explore avenues for converting his 1,100 bitcoins into liquid assets. But his gaze snagged on the crate's other half, unmistakably a sniper rifle. His feet rooted to the floor. Sang-won sensed his halted steps and looked up, catching his rapt attention fixed on the weapon. Like a day, she ran her fingers along its barrel. The M200, a true high-precision sniper rifle. Its record for longest confirmed kill remains unbroken. May I try it? Lin Yu pointed to himself. Sang-won blinked, then replied, yes, but no live ammunition. We're in the city center, an accident would be impossible to contain. Without hesitation, she extracted the rifle, extended its bipod, and set it squarely before him. Lin Yu's delight was palpable. In an era of strict firearm prohibition, merely handling a gun was rare and arduous. After retrieving the custom-built laptop, Sang-won returned to the sofa. She inserted the USB drive and transmitted its contents directly to her superior officer, along with a detailed account of Lin Yu's actions and insights. Then she settled in, observing Lin Yu carefully inspect the rifle, and occasionally offering expert instruction on firearms mechanics. Meanwhile, in the office of the Longwa Organization Directorate in the capital, Lu Zi sat upright in his chair sipping tea while scanning the morning newspaper. As director of the organization, he was accustomed to calm authority, until his secure internal system chimed sharply. He stiffened instantly. Only critical alerts triggered that tone. Either a key asset had been targeted, or urgent intelligence had surfaced. He slipped on his glasses and opened the classified document viewer. Line by line, the report scrolled past, his brow furrowing deeper, until one name leapt out, unmistakably familiar. Wen Hui, the very name of his current assistant. Just then a knock sounded at the door. Director Liu, your chicken soup is ready. The voice belonged to none other than his assistant. It's only just past 10. Why send it over so early? Director Liu spoke slowly. Haha, the canteen asked me to deliver it. Wen Hui chuckled awkwardly. He had followed Director Liu since graduating, rising together to their current positions. He never imagined this young man was a spy. Then his mind flashed to Ding Lingfeng, the engineer who had developed the battle skull system, struck dead on the road in what appeared to be an accident. Though Ding had been placed on the protected personnel list, it was already too late. Guards failed to arrive in time, before the conspirators orchestrated his accidental demise. Director Liu gazed steadily at Wen Hui. Sensing the unnerving intensity in that gaze, Wen Hui felt a flicker of panic, but remained outwardly still. He forced composure while his thoughts raced. Could I have been discovered? Impossible. I've concealed myself too deeply. Then it struck him. Perhaps it was simply the timing of delivering the chicken soup. Director Liu's darkening expression suggested as much. Yet it puzzled him. Ever since learning of its kidney tonifying properties, the director had always favored wild black-boned chicken from the mountains. He quickly offered an ingratiating smile. My apologies, Director. Meals aren't scheduled yet. I've treated you fairly all these years, haven't I? You've served under me for quite some time. Director Liu's voice remained calm. Wen Hui paused, weighing the words carefully. Though the tone unsettled him, he sensed, perhaps, a forthcoming promotion. Years spent mastering the art of reading expressions proved useless this time. He replied cautiously, of course. Director Liu treats his subordinates exceptionally well, truly exemplary. He raised a thumb in praise. But why ask such a thing now? Has someone claimed you're unfair to your staff? At that moment, Director Liu realized the next words could not be spoken aloud. Step out for now. Leave the soup. I'm not in the mood, and I'll summon you later if needed. Wen Hui bewildered nodded. Understood. Call me when necessary, he murmured, retreating in confusion. Unaware of the storm gathering behind him, he stepped away, while Director Liu stared grimly at the list before him, seething with fury. Especially infuriating were the numerous breaches, scientists, and even military officers among the traitors. One by one he began dialing superiors, escalating the crisis upward. In the United States, midnight had fallen. John paced restlessly in his office, the silence broken only once after he'd wired the Bitcoin transfer. Aside from that single telemarketing call, his phone had remained utterly silent. The president, who'd intended to engineer a tariff-related media crisis in Longwa, had long since departed, disillusioned by the CIA's utter collapse. This left the shadowy financial consortium backing the scheme furious. Their plan had been clear: manufacture panic through manufactured news, crash Longwa's stock market to their target buy-in price, then flood the market with bullish announcements to reap quick profits. Yet reality mocked their design. The CIA now dared not utter a single word, rendering their entire investment perilously void. When the consortium learned the true threats, personal visceral, began flooding John's phone. John now dared not speak a syllable, clinging instead to the desperate hope that his Japanese hacker contact would honor his promise. Dawn approached. John lay slumped in his recliner, gaunt, sleepless, hollow-eyed from a night of futile waiting. Knock, knock, knock. A staffer's arrival jolted him awake mid-doze. Ward. Instantly, he snatched up his phone, frantically scrolling through call logs, only to find the dialer interface completely blank. Panic seized him. He called out hoarsely, "Enter." A woman entered, poised, impeccably dressed in formal corporate attire, her presence starkly contrasting John's haggard exhaustion. Behind her stood a man in black sunglasses and gloves, silent, immovable, ominous. The moment John saw him, his knees buckled. The woman spoke coolly. "Mr. John Lopez, you've precipitated this catastrophe. Effective immediately, I assume your duties. All 284 of our intelligence operatives in Longwa have gone dark. One last transmission confirmed it. Longwa possesses their full roster." John's blood ran cold. He understood instantly the Japanese hacker had played both sides. "Fuck. Goddamn double-crossing bastard. Your failure is deeply regrettable. Byrne, proceed." She turned to the man behind her. Byrne, dispatched by the consortium, was no mere enforcer. John froze, drenched in icy sweat. "No, this isn't right. I still have value." Byrne drew a matte black suppressed pistol. "Stop, that won't work." The woman cut in sharply. John seized the lifeline. Yes, I have value. I can dispose of him there. A gunshot leaves inconvenient evidence." Byrne nodded, seized John's limp form, and marched him toward the window, John's mouth flapping soundlessly. And oh, no. There was no heaven to cry to, no earth to answer. The woman exited, closed the door, and waited silently in the corridor. Under her breath, she muttered, "Honestly, can't leadership make a decision? Must we clean up their messes?" Within minutes, trending headlines flooded U.S. Times app: John Lopez jumps Fronchik after catastrophic failure. Usne vida conduct live for re-exercises with Australian Archery Blossom Nation, new Say Chief Vice Global appointed. The story spread rapidly across Longwa's media. Lin Yu, seated at his hotel breakfast table, glanced at his phone and saw the breaking news flash across his screen. He hadn't expected the U.S. response to be so swift. "Why target me? Look where it's led." Lin Yu shook his head at the news on his phone. Next, it would be the team from the AI Evaluation Association of the beautiful country, and a mischievous smile crept onto his face. At that moment, Sister Pan approached Lin Yu and said, "Some of our employees couldn't make it due to personal matters. It was probably because of special circumstances at home that they didn't want to come." Currently, only 38 people were present, while 13 employees had taken leave. Lin Yu nodded. "Is it possible that something special happened? I didn't ask for details, as taking leave is their right, so I didn't inquire about the reasons. Moreover, this isn't even normal working hours. Could it be that they weren't properly informed and therefore had concerns about attending?" Sister Pan shook her head and said, "I even shared pictures of our meal from yesterday in the group, yet they still seem reluctant to come." All right. In today's societal climate, most company team-building events are just facades. For instance, the idea of taking employees out for fun usually boils down to deciding on some games on their own. Employees are supposed to be on their break, yet they end up participating in boring activities. Additionally, some supervisors hope to get others to perform on stage. Ordinary people can only succumb to the pressure from their superiors and end up awkwardly singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball. The leaders might be pleased, but the employees internally curse their situation. Those who took leave probably saw the term team building and associated it with a negative experience. After realizing they could simply say no, Lin Yu felt very understanding, recalling his previous life as a programmer. He had to work overtime every day, and now they wanted to take away his only day off to organize a team-building event. Back in that era before his transmigration, he could only say that choosing to be a programmer meant he didn't have to suffer any punishment for the bad deeds he committed in his past life. This was because he had already served his time on Earth and his next life would be one of comfort. Lin Yu looked again at the list of those who didn't come. Indeed, those individuals were from society, likely having suffered from the harsh realities of company team building. Time passed quickly, and the employees who had promised to attend soon arrived. Since the number of people was quite considerable, they were divided into 2 private rooms. The dishes on the table were quickly arranged. One could only say that the table was shrouded in smoke filled with exquisite items, especially the king crab displayed in a majestic manner at the top. When they walked in, they were all amazed by the environment before them. They knew that such luxury would never be present at company team-building events. Some company leaders enjoyed lavish meals at home, and even a single meal they could take years of hard work for an ordinary person to afford. They felt no guilt for enjoying the fruits of workers' labor. This was a glimpse into the lives of the privileged akin to the big logo influencers on short video platforms. In the past, they had faced criticism for exposing a corner of the heavenly palace. Boss, is this a prelude to a layover in Thailand? Let's enjoy a good meal first. Standing beside Ding Hongwen, Su Yao weakly asked, "Are you kidding me?" Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh at the sudden absurdity. No wonder Su Yao was fit to be a planner. Their initial surprise quickly turned into assurance upon seeing the full table of dishes. They confirmed that this wasn't part of those annoying hidden rules. Especially the current company's finance officer. She was sitting at the table. Her initial resentment was significant as she feared they would have to play some special project games. Previously, at a company annual meeting, she had been forced on stage by her direct superior. She was directly told to start singing while her leader merely entertained the big boss whims, threatening her with dismissal if she didn't perform. At that time, her lack of singing ability quickly turned her into the laughingstock of the entire company. The big boss was happy, her superior was happy, but she was left alone to lick her wounds in silence. Now, seeing the table filled with dishes, a subtle glimmer sparkled in her eyes. She was somewhat knowledgeable about fine food, having watched numerous food videos, and she recognized the value of the dishes on the table. 8 wild yellow croakers at 15800 each, half a head of abalone at 12800. She couldn't help but sweat as she looked at the dishes on the table. This table would cost at least over 8,000. Is this really the meal the boss is treating us to? Could our team building be in another private room? Sister Pan nodded at her words. Yes, according to the list, there were too many people, so we opened another room. I see. I thought so. Hearing this, she breathed a sigh of relief. When she followed Sister Pan to another private room, she was stunned by what she saw on the table. Sister Pan, are you serious? The boss is treating us, so enjoy the meal. After saying this, Sister Pan patted her shoulder and left. She sat down at her seat in a daze. A colleague beside her was busy raving about the yellow croaker. That colleague nudged her with their elbow, saying, Xiao Yu, why are you just staring? Aren't you going to eat? The boss is treating us. That colleague said as they ate. I have to say the yellow croaker from this hotel is really good, so fragrant and delicious. It feels completely different from what we make at home. It's definitely hotel quality. She asked the raving colleague, how much is your monthly salary? About 12,000 a month, wife. The colleague looked at her earnestly while still chewing on fish meat. She paused, counted the fish heads on the colleague's table. 1, 2, 3. You've already eaten about half a year's salary. The colleague stared blankly at the fish on the table, seemingly lost in thought, and said, huh? Is it really that expensive? Wild yellow croakers are priced this way. Oh, I saw it in a short video, and the place featured in the video is this one. I thought it tasted really good. Soon the team-building event came to an end, lasting only about 2 hours. After this team-building event, thanks to the promotion from Finance Officer Xiao Yu, everyone knew exactly what they had eaten. The general opinion about Xingchen Company was, unless the company is going to close down, it'll keep working here. They actually get to eat good food, unlike other companies that only aim to exploit their employees. Those employees who purposely took leave looked at the things their colleagues posted on social media, feeling envious and biting their teeth in frustration. They regretted clicking disagree. The success of the meal was entirely due to Xiao Yu's thorough research on food videos. One could say she deserved the MVP award of the event. In terms of high-end beef and horse farming plans originally meant to be executed by Sister Pan, it unexpectedly turned out to be a win for the lazy dog. Lin Yu had returned home. Naturally, Sang Ting had followed him. Lin Yu asked Sang Ting in front of him, have those spies been captured yet? I'm not too sure. Given the organization's efficiency, capturing those scoundrels should be quite easy. Lin Yu nodded and returned to his room. He initially wanted to pass this boring time by using his phone, but unexpectedly, he found nothing to entertain himself with. His thoughts sank into the system. He noticed that the rewards for a certain task had not yet been issued. Temporary task within 10 days. Make this pair of scoundrels Lu Ru, Yen Zhu Ping Xin pay, achieving the state of Dao Heart Understanding. Reward, 3,000 points. Not completed. Now regarding that pair of scoundrels, they are probably looking at each other across iron bars in the detention center. As for why it remains unfinished, it seems the original owner of this body wanted to see the outcome after the trial. He shook his head, not thinking about it anymore. Oh, anyway, the trial will be held next week, and the result will soon be revealed. He entered the store and began to browse. Remaining points 3590, he looked around, and basically there were no games available at this price, and he was familiar with some of the games. Three Kingdoms Kill requires 5,000 points, Unconverted requires 5,000 points, League of Legends requires 10,000 points. Now this quantity of points is quite awkward. Almost no game has a point cost lower than 5,000. So he started to think, what if I directly create a game like Three Kingdoms Kill or some other game, based on my memories, how would that turn out? Of course, the existence of this system is only to assist you. The games produced by the system have undergone perfect balancing adjustments. However, you can also create your own games to play directly. Lin Yu picked up the computer from his bedside and began searching to see if the romance of the Three Kingdoms had already been created in this world. He clicked to search. Sure enough, a large number of videos popped up, all titled "The World Has Only a Good Mother." Not bad, not bad. The culture of this world is quite impressive. It's a pity that if I could also be a literary copyist in this world, it wouldn't be a bad thing. In Lin Yu's eyes, the quality of the game Three Kingdoms Kill was quite good. Especially when he was younger, a box of Three Kingdoms Kill would gather 2 or 3 friends, and they could play for an entire afternoon. As for later, the company that created the cards began to directly softwareify Three Kingdoms Kill. Initially, it was quite impressive. Although there were issues with too many versions, it was still playable. Most people could enjoy it during class breaks or when bored at work. While it's true that some good generals require spending money as the company needs to make a profit, this is understandable. However, the game's outrageous operations brought it to the level where it was universally reviled. He still couldn't forget the flood of negative reviews on Three Kingdoms Kill. Three Kingdoms Kill sends digestive tablets to children in mountainous areas. Three Kingdoms Kill plays only mother is good in the world at the entrance of an orphanage. Three Kingdoms Kill asked a classmate at their mother's funeral, "Why didn't your mother come?" And so on, a series of comments. It can only be said that Three Kingdoms Kill is a good game, but it has been completely ruined by its outrageous operations. The Een Soldier Incident 65W Incident and the Channel Incident. If only this operator knew how high this game could reach. They even sent out questionnaires to players asking why they didn't spend money. It can only be said that this game deserves to die. However, now that I'm in this world, it's Lin Yu's turn to create this game. It will definitely receive rave reviews. Ding detected your intention to create a game yourself. Now issuing a task, complete the production and launch of Three Kingdoms Kill within a month. Reward 10,000 points. Creative point system. What does this creative point mean? Please modify Three Kingdoms Kill based on the will of all players to calculate the additional points. Lin Yu nodded and began to conceive this new game. He considered the related settings for drawing generals. He believed that a rice pool is better than this mechanism for drawing generals. Although 16 yuan per draw for them is still too expensive. After all, if it takes nearly 5,000 points to draw a general in the game, it's unlikely to be accepted by the people of this world. However, the price for each draw can be adjusted. For example, 15 yuan per draw with a maximum of 180 draws to guarantee a general. If players are luckier, they won't need that many draws at all. After thinking about the drawing methods for some generals, he began to take the computer from the bedside table. He typed all his ideas into a Word document, including even some basic generals. Now, the most basic prototype of the game only lacks character illustrations, modeling, UI, and game development. Of course, he must consider the balance of the generals. Otherwise, if one can win just by spending money, what meaning does this game have? It is originally a competitive game. If it loses a certain degree of fairness, most players absolutely will not accept it. Then he thought of one thing. It seems that the company currently only has Liu Yao as the designer. If they want to complete the game development now, they will definitely need a lot of designers to handle the UI design and some character illustrations. He then sent a message to Sister Pan directly through the work software, asking Sister Pan to recruit designers during work hours. The requirements for hiring are to be well-versed in the Three Kingdoms and have a certain understanding of the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Otherwise, if you directly draw Zhang Fei as a scholar, it would be quite laughable. Lin Yu thought about this, and the time had already reached midnight. Sleepiness directly overwhelmed him. He placed the notebook on the bedside table and immediately fell asleep. A night passed, and he woke up. Stepping out of his room, standing outside the door was Sang-Wan. "Did you switch shifts so quickly?" Of course not, it's already 9 in the morning," Sang-Wan said. Seeing Lin Yu come out, Sang-Wan immediately stepped forward and handed him a check. "Here, this is your reward. The political scene has already experienced a major earthquake. When you go out during the day, you appear like phantoms," Lin Yu remarked as he took the check from Sang-Wan's hand. "If our tracks could be easily discovered by you, wouldn't that mean we are just loafers?" Lin Yu looked at the amount on the check, over 80 million, and it was in both whole and fractional amounts. He felt a hint of doubt, asking, "Is this check already after tax?" The reward for reporting a spy is tax-free. What's the matter? Sang-won inquired, observing Lin Yu's puzzled expression. I'm just curious as to why the amount is still in both whole and fractional forms, Lin Yu said, shaking his head. The price of each spy varies. Some are in the 500 range while others are in the tens of thousands. It mainly depends on the spy's position. Sang-won joyfully told Lin Yu. Our organization has also rewarded us sisters quite a bit, hee. This time it's thanks to your luck. After I complete this job for you, I plan to retire, or perhaps find someone to marry, and live a steady life. Lin Yu nodded. Is your protection of me time limited? Of course I can't be working forever. There will come a time when I need to rest. Given my age, I would normally need to work for another 20 years to save up enough money to live. Thanks to you, I only need to work for another 2 years to save up 10 million for retirement. As Sang-won spoke, her eyes sparkled with countless little stars. Her naive appearance made it hard for people to know the ruthlessness of her methods. In the world of anime, there's a saying, the cuter they look, the fiercer they are. It must be true for Sang-won as well. After hearing this, Lin Yu nodded, fully understanding Sang-won's thoughts. What do you mean? If you ask like that, are you expecting me to take care of you for a lifetime? Sang-won leaned forward slightly, her eyes fixed on Lin Yu. Cough, cough. Of course not, Lin Yu waved his hand, saying. I'll be getting ready to go out soon. Let me exchange the check first. From the moment Lin Yu received the check, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This income, entirely personal, can be deposited directly into his account without any tax burdens. At least he wouldn't have to take money from the company's accounts and trouble the finance department with tax payments. This over 80 million left Lin Yu without any worries. He returned to his room and picked up the notebook on the bedside table. He looked it over. His Bitcoin account had thoroughly laundered the origins of over 1,000 Bitcoins using a mixing service. Those over 1,000 Bitcoins had been transferred back and forth through more than 3,000 accounts. If they still wanted to track Lin Yu's location by monitoring the virtual currency accounts and cooperating with the exchanges, it would now be impossible. With the help of the mixing service, these 1,100 Bitcoins perfectly illustrated the methods of anonymous transactions in the virtual currency realm. The newly appointed Faye, she wanted to trace where this money flowed. It wasn't just a troublesome matter, it was fundamentally impossible to locate this money. He now directly deposited these virtual currencies into the exchange in batches. He also left 100 in his new account. To avoid being locked in by the exchange due to sensitive numbers, Lin Yu looked at the computer screen, opened the exchange page, which displayed a red message. Bitcoin has now surpassed $110,000. Not bad, not bad. Now is a good time to sell. The massive circulation rate of Bitcoin along with its limited issuance means it would be impossible for the market to experience severe turbulence after selling 1,000 coins. It wouldn't result in the price of Bitcoin plummeting while Lin Yu was still selling. Sure enough, over 1,000 Bitcoins were quickly consumed in the exchange. However, despite the fluctuations in the upward trend, its price remained stable around $110,000. Moments later, Lin Yu's account showed that 110 million USDT had been credited. USDT is a virtual currency pegged to the US dollar, meaning $1 equals 1 USDT. When people mention selling USDT, they mean exchanging USDT for corresponding fiat currency. Now selling USDT has become a challenge. If he sells USDT now, he might encounter fraudulent funds, which could not only freeze his assets, but also lead to a money laundering lawsuit. Lin Yu could only choose the safest way to cash out USDT. The safest method is to go to Hong Kong and apply for a MasterCard USDT card. This way he can directly deposit USDT and exchange it for cash without worrying about fund risks. I suppose I'll have to wait for an opportunity to move this money later. Lin Yu scratched his head as he looked at the funds in his account. He glanced at the check in his hand and then at his dwindling balance on his phone, saying, "It feels like I'm suddenly rich." Thinking about his long-desired plan to buy a car, he said, "Perfect, I have time today, and once I exchange the check, I can buy a car right away." At that moment, as he spoke, his phone, which he had been using, seemed to know something. Lin Yu originally wanted to check today's trending topics, so he opened a short video app intending to look at the platform's homepage. The first video that popped up was, "Reshaping Boundaries and New Realm Emerges, Mercedes-Maybach S680 available for pickup in Jiangzhou." Lin Yu was stunned by the advertisement, thinking, "Wow, I just mentioned it, and you pushed this to me immediately." However, he didn't care about that now. Since he had a need, he clicked in without hesitation. After filling out the appointment form, Lin Yu exited and planned to check the latest trending topics. Breaking news. US-Australia Joint Forces accidentally strikes Sakura Nation warship and aircraft near Cherry Blossom Country, resulting in 30 deaths and 90 injuries. Seeing this headline, he looked bewildered, saying, "Is the beautiful nation teaching its lapdog a lesson?" He had no idea that the previous intrusion using invasive devices was disguised as IPs from the Cherry Blossom Nation. If Lin Yu knew this was how it was done, he could only exclaim, "Anti-Sakura AI. I built my university campus in my world." Star Company Special Recruitment Information 3 Kingdoms Element Lin Yu was surprised to see how quickly Sister Pan acted, releasing recruitment information even before work hours. As he scrolled down, suddenly a special news article caught his eye. Legendary offline competition, the strongest from each profession have been determined. What astonished him most was that even Legend had launched a professional league. In this era starved of quality games, he had somehow conceived such an idea. Lin Yu quickly tapped into the interface and discovered the league was poorly organized. Its rules resembled ranked mode, merely restricting equipment use in a feeble attempt at fair competition. Competitors were selected solely from the game's ranked ladder, yet fans in the arena roared with unrestrained excitement and cheers. After all, a professional league was not only lucrative but also capable of reviving a fading game's popularity, whether through exclusive broadcasting rights sold for tens of millions or modest revenue from spectator tickets. Once operational costs, staff wages, and venue expenses were deducted, substantial profits remained assured. Lin Yu watched the video. Let us welcome the champion warrior, Aze. At this sight, he couldn't help but wonder if such passion existed. How deeply must this player love the game? Clearly, it was time to establish a more rigorous and standardized professional league, the Minecraft Pro League, featuring PvP modes like Bed Wars and Hunger Games. Thereafter, any game emphasizing fair competition could gradually be elevated to competitive stages once its popularity reached critical mass. Lin Yu now stood poised to coin an entirely new concept for this world: electronic sports. At that moment, the ideal candidate to lead this endeavor came instantly to mind. It was Wang Weijia, the man who clocked out faithfully each day to return home and play games. Looks like my third son's turn has finally arrived. Wang Weijia sat in his room, utterly unfazed by fatigue, as he played Hunger Wars deep into his second consecutive night, dark circles heavy beneath his eyes. Achoo! He sneezed suddenly. A chilling premonition. Viewers watching his live stream immediately flooded the chat with comments. This match is clearly his last stand. Streamer, I found you. I'm locking on to kill you right now. Peekers upstairs, please drag it out for extra torment. Wang Weijia scoffed at the barrage of comments and addressed his audience. You. Seriously. My skill. 1 comes. I slay 1, 2 come. I slay both. Yet glancing through his second-person perspective, he noticed something unsettling. Across the sea of lava, 4 players advanced as a coordinated squad, charging fiercely toward his position. What, they 4 against me? Unbelievable. Are you really planning to hack me down like some veteran teacher? Moments later, they blinked directly before him using ender pearls. He stared at the 3 large characters flashing across his screen and sighed with wry resignation. This successful ambush sent the livestream's audience into fits of delight. I still love the streamer's defiant swagger. Streamer hunting squads. Skilled players DM me now. 111. Back with Lin Yu, he shook his head at the thought of delegating the matter to Wang Weijia. No rush. This can wait until things quiet down in a few days. He reached for his phone to power it off and prepare to leave, only to stumble upon another shocking headline. Yesterday, China's national football team suffered a humiliating 0-7 defeat against Sakura Nation. He blinked in brief astonishment, then chuckled softly. Truly the national team. Its level remains unchanged even across dimensions. After all, 0-7 wasn't their limit, it was times. Lin Yu finished preparing and stepped outside where Sang-won, already dressed and ready, waited patiently. Shortly after, they encountered Ding Hongwen. Ding Hongwen stared stunned at Sang-won's attire. What's going on, boss? What is this? He blurted, pointing at her. His surprise vanished in an instant as comprehension dawned. Boss, you found 1-2, huh? Get lost. She's not. How about buying a car? If you've got a girlfriend, you'll need wheels, right? You can't keep hailing taxis with Su Yao every evening after work, Lin Yu said, clapping Ding Hongwen on the shoulder. I get it. Ding Hongwen set his trash bag by the door and stroked his chin thoughtfully. Buying a car? Yeah, that's overdue. I'll mention it to my dad later and ask him to wire the funds. What model are you thinking of? Ding Hongwen asked, puzzled. Just follow me. They hailed a taxi straight to the bank while Sang-won rode her personal motorcycle behind Lin Yu. En route, Lin Yu noticed a Mercedes-Benz official 4S store adjacent to the bank, conveniently saving him the trouble of arranging another ride. I'll handle something at the bank first. Thanks to a prior appointment, the bank president himself greeted him at the entrance. No cliched drama unfolded. As Lin Yu exited the bank, he felt oddly disoriented. Shouldn't the protagonist's aura naturally attract conflict? Instead, a middle-aged woman had slipped near the entrance, and a kind passerby rushed to help her up. Yet the woman clung to the helper, refusing to let her go, resembling nothing so much as a classic case of extortion. Ding Hongwen, meanwhile, embodied the quintessential Chinese bystander instinct, drawn irresistibly to spectacle. He pressed forward into the crowd, rising onto his toes repeatedly to peer over shoulders and catch glimpses of the unfolding scene. Lin Yu tapped him lightly on the head. Come on, let's go see cars. That old lady's clearly trying to scam someone, and right outside a bank no less. Exactly. Doesn't she know there are surveillance cameras everywhere? Ding Hongwen grinned. She'll likely be escorted inside shortly. No special circumstances apparent. In this world, recent societal shifts had prompted subtle, yet significant revisions to legal statutes. Now, if an elderly person attempted fraud and evidence confirmed malicious intent, the penalties were exceptionally severe. Though the elder herself might escape harsh sentencing, her adult children bore full legal liability. From birth, parents held custodial and guardianship rights over their children, and thus assumed responsibility for any misconduct. Likewise, adult children held custodial and guardianship rights over aging parents, and therefore inherited full accountability for their actions. This fallen elder, however, remained blissfully unaware of the updated laws, still clinging to the outdated belief that fraudulent claims carried no real consequences. She had no idea her children would soon face both financial restitution and incarceration on her behalf. As Lin Yu and Ding Hongwen entered the neighboring 4S showroom, they were instantly captivated by the opulent vehicles within. This is the E300. I've always adored this model. Ding Hongwen stood transfixed beside the car, gaze unwavering. As he spoke, Ding Hongwen stepped forward to touch the upright car emblem. What's the matter? Aren't you a rich second generation? Shouldn't we go straight upstairs to see the Maybach? Lin Yu, who was almost drooling at the sight, replied, My family isn't poor, but we're not wealthy either. The only real rich person in our dormitory is Lin Yu. Oh, so you guys are keeping me in the dark, treating me like a fool. Lin Yu pointed at Ding Hongwen. Ding Hongwen chuckled awkwardly. I was just worried you might not adjust well. Although we didn't know each other well before, we wanted to take care of you. We didn't expect you to be caught by someone. Caught by someone? Ahem. It's nothing. Let's just look at the cars. At that moment, a female sales representative approached and said, Hello, gentlemen. Are you here to look at cars? Yes. Oh, do you have an appointment? Yes. Before Lin Yu could finish, a voice suddenly interrupted them from nearby, sounding compressed by fat. Hey, sales over there, come here quickly. The saleswoman ran over to the middle-aged man as soon as she saw him. While running, she called out, Xiao Su, that in turn come and attend to these two customers. Lin Yu was also drawn by the voice and looked over. The middle-aged man seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall who he was. The middle-aged man recognized Lin Yu as soon as he saw his face and walked over to him. Next to him was Zhao Gang's wife, who had come along from Chengdu to pick up a new car. Isn't this Lin Zong? How is your project going? This was indeed Zhao Gang, who had come for recruitment, but had been dismissed by Lin Yu. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Yu remembered the slick-haired man. Oh, it's you, Zhao Zong. I'm just a nobody running a small game company as a project leader. Zhao Gang had certainly heard of Lin Yu's achievements. The buzz about their company was trending across various social media platforms. Suddenly, Zhao Gang thought of something. He directly said to Lin Yu, The game I developed, Mini World, will be launched on the Steam platform and will be released for free across all channels. I hope Lin Zong can come to visit when the time comes. Lin Yu was taken aback by what the person in front of him said. What is this person doing? If his cousin Zhao Xiaolan saw Zhao Gang acting this way, he would probably shout, Big fool Chun, what are you doing? So you are the one responsible for Mini World. Don't let others make you a scapegoat while they pocket the money. Zhao Gang casually replied, The head of this company is my cousin. We are blood relatives. And like I said, if there's a chance, I hope Lin Zong will come and grace us with your presence. Actually, when Zhao Gang was called over by his cousin to be the game leader, he sensed something was off, but ignored it because he had a good relationship with him. They had basically grown up together, so he overlooked that aspect. As for why he wanted to invite Lin Zong, it was because they had heard that if Lin Yu, the father of sandbox games, came to the launch event, the hype would definitely explode. Oh, then I must ask what your current company is called. Lin Yu asked with a smile. Zhao Gang, thinking there might be hope, quickly replied, Our company is based in Chengdu Mimi Games. We just came to Jiangzhou because there are cars available at this dealership. I probably won't go, it's too far. Lin Yu casually refused after gathering the relevant information. Hearing Lin Yu's response, Zhao Gang thought of pressing further. Our company can completely reimburse your travel expenses. As soon as Sang Wan, who had been standing outside the glass door, saw the middle-aged man trying to force his way in, she immediately walked into the dealership and sat down on a public seat inside. Seeing Zhao Gang's persistent demeanor, Lin Yu took a step back and said, We really have too much on our plate right now. Let's go look at the cars. You can get back to your business. I hope we meet again by chance next time. He emphasized the words by chance when he said this. Zhao Gang nodded, understanding the implication behind Lin Yu's words. Although he felt frustrated, he dared not express it considering the influence of the person in front of him. He could only force a smile and say to Lin Yu, All right, Lin Zong, if we have the chance, next time I'll treat you to a meal. He didn't dare to lose his temper in front of Lin Yu, who was not the same Lin Yu from just over a month ago. Thinking about everything Lin Yu had accomplished in just about a month made it feel surreal having gained such fame. Ding Hongwen, standing beside Lin Yu, felt that he was not suited to be present in the current situation. He immediately walked into the exhibition area, avoiding Lin Yu's conversation while experiencing the thrill brought by the car. Seeing that their conversation had ended, the saleswoman immediately approached Zhao Gang to assist him. Of course, she also noted how flattering Zhao Gang was being to Lin Yu, and she put away her contempt. She said to Lin Yu, sincerely bowing and apologizing, "I'm so sorry, as this customer made a prior appointment with me, I have to serve him first." After she finished speaking, a recent graduate standing behind her said, "I'm truly sorry. I'll be the one to assist you from now on. Here's my business card. If you have any issues in the future, feel free to reach out to me." Lin Yu nodded after hearing her words, feeling a bit less disgusted, and accepted the card handed to him. "Actually, I had an appointment, so I'll wait for my brother to finish buying before I proceed." At this moment, Ding Hongwen came down from the car. Xiao Su, who was standing nearby, approached immediately and asked, "Sir, how was the experience? Do you need to take it for a test drive?" Ding Hongwen saw Lin Yu smile and said to Xiao Su beside him, "Let's do it this way. I'll pay in full. You take me to settle the payment. Our car is..." Xiao Su was about to introduce all the details of the car to Ding Hongwen, but unexpectedly the customer in front of her made the purchase directly. She stood there in a daze. The former salesperson, seeing the person in front of her in shock, immediately stepped forward and patted her shoulder, saying, "What are you standing there for? Take the customer to the checkout." Only then did she react, saying, "Dear customer, I sincerely apologize. Today is my first day on the job. Please feel free to critique any shortcomings. Please follow me to make the payment." Ding Hongwen looked at her reaction, smiling as he said to Lin Yu, "It's understandable. Oh, she's just a young girl." Lin Yu had come to withdraw the car directly, but the only available model was the S680. Originally, there was an E300L in stock at the warehouse, but unfortunately, it had already been taken by that guy Zhao Gang. After Ding Hongwen completed the payment, there were various insurance and registration fees. Then Lin Yu presented his reservation notice, and Xiao Su took him to the second-floor Maybach showroom. As Xiao Su went up the stairs, she was overwhelmed by the sudden excitement, feeling dazed and muttering to herself, "Is this what they call the rookie protection period?" Xiao Su was just a recent graduate from a sales program. With her qualifications, it was nearly impossible for her to enter the sales system of this Mercedes dealership. When she graduated, she had no connections or network as a sales major. She had only helped an old man in a small alley, not knowing that he was the father of the owner of this dealership, which was how she landed the sales position. Xiao Su could hardly believe such a classic plot could happen to her, having rejected calls multiple times. To her surprise, they came directly to visit her with gifts. When they reached the second floor, Ding Hongwen looked at the models and immediately said to Lin Yu, "I feel like I jumped the gun on the E300L." Lin Yu glanced across the hall on the third floor, where various Maybach models were lined up. The sense of stability and grandeur from the vehicles hit him immediately. As they passed a reception room, they suddenly saw a familiar figure. Kuchen Yu, who was in the reception room, also noticed them. "Dad, my roommate, and Tai Go are outside. I'm going out to see them." Kuchen Yu stood up from the sofa and headed outside. Huan Long, seated, glanced at Kuchen Yu, but paid it no mind, continuing his conversation with the sales consultant. Indeed, the father and son were there to purchase the latest 2024 Maybach S680. Huan Long took Kuchen Yu out just to broaden his horizons. "You good, Ding Hongwen? Are you here to buy a car too?" Kuchen Yu asked with a smile. Ding Hongwen looked at Kuchen Yu and said, "Kuchen Yu, good fellow, buying a car in secret without telling us in the group. Please call me Director Ku." "Call me Director Ku." Kuchen Yu smiled and explained, "After all, I've graduated now. My dad suddenly decided to give me a Maybach as motivation for my efforts. In 5 years, he might take back this car if I can't afford it myself. Aren't we brothers? Can we still live together well?" Ding Hongwen said helplessly, "If only my family would give me that much money." Lin Yu asked curiously, "Have you negotiated the price already?" "About 4.5 million for the full configuration, and according to my dad, we knocked off over 8,000. Lin Yu, intrigued, said, "What kind of negotiation technique is that? One word is worth 1,000 gold. Why don't you go in and ask?" I was left dumbfounded just listening. If it were like that. Kuchen Yu pretended to gesture. "Besides, you have money now, so why worry about such trivial amounts?" Lin Yu instantly showed a speechless expression. "I have money, but that doesn't mean you can take me for a fool and try to rip me off for over 8,000 just because we disagreed." Kuchen Yu nodded. "Indeed, let's go in together. They've already reached an agreement, it's just small talk left." He then pushed open the door of the reception room and led the two inside. Huan Long was a bit speechless at Kuchen Yu's actions and stood up, saying, "Xiao Yu, what are you doing? Who are they?" "This is the owner of Xingchen Company, the one I mentioned before, and also my boss." Huan Long examined Lin Yu from head to toe and asked, "Are the recent popular games and AI yours?" Lin Yu nodded and said with composure, "I originally intended to buy a vehicle for commuting and happened to run into Xiao Yu here, so I came to take a look." After saying that, he found a sofa nearby and sat down. Kuchen Yu smiled and chimed in, "Dad, He also wants to buy a car and heard that the prices are negotiable. The salesperson sitting next to them was the owner of the dealership, Jiang Ming. He was impressed by Lin Yu's presence, saying, I must say, graduating from university and already achieving success. Truly a dragon among men. Afterward, he handed his business card to Lin Yu. Lin Yu took it and placed it in his pocket, saying, Don't flatter me too much, oh, I'm just lucky. Jiang Ming then asked, What kind of commuting vehicle are you looking to buy? We have the C260L and the E300. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yu took out his phone, found a video, and said this type of model from the video. Jiang Ming and Qianlong both twitched their lips at the model in the video, secretly thinking what kind of person uses a luxury sedan as a commuting vehicle. Jiang Ming's words were momentarily stuck, but he quickly recovered, saying, Of course we have that model in stock. If you want it, we can help you with the registration and you can drive it home this afternoon. Yes, that's the price. Qianlong said to Jiang Ming, Just consider it a favor to me, keep it in line with my price, and he can make a profit too. Jiang Ming glanced at Qianlong and then said, All right, then we can just sign an agreement later. Qianlong jokingly said to Lin Yu, My son is a bit playful and immature, and I hope Mr. Lin will take care of him and motivate him more. Lin Yu looked at Kuchen Yu, who had a dark expression, expressing his dissatisfaction with his father, mumbling, If only my godfather really became my father. Lin Yu then smiled and said, I wouldn't dare to refuse, but if the opportunity arises, I will definitely help him more. After all, we've known each other for 4 years, and that's a must. Afterward, Jiang Ming went out to prepare the vehicle while they stayed behind to discuss potential future cooperation between their companies. The next day was just another ordinary day at work. However, unlike before, Lin Yu was stuck in the early morning rush hour traffic in the S680. He walked to the door of his office and opened it. His newly hired secretary was kneeling on the floor. Yu Lingxue was muttering, Where is my button? After Lin Yu entered, he immediately closed the door, since the office faced the employees' desks, and it wouldn't be good to be seen leading to idle gossip. He stepped forward and asked, What are you doing? What's going on? Hearing someone speak behind her, Yu Lingxue, who had been kneeling on the floor and hiding under the desk, immediately stood up. She smiled awkwardly and then said, Hee. My button was too tight. It just popped off. She showed the button in her hand to Lin Yu, saying, Today is my first day wearing this professional secretary outfit. I wore it when I was working before, but I seem to have gained a bit of weight, and the clothes just can't hold up anymore. Lin Yu wiped his sweat looking at the disheveled shirt of Yu Lingxue due to the popped button and remarked, Being a bit plump is good. Being a bit plump is good. He pointed at Yu Lingxue's shirt and said, Is your shirt so messy because the button popped? How about I give you a half day off? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a sudden knock on the door was heard. Sister Pan knocked and immediately opened the door to walk in. She was also stunned by the scene before her. Bang! The folder she was holding fell to the ground, attracting the attention of employees at their desks who looked inside. After the sound, Sister Pan regained her senses and quickly closed the door. Fortunately, Yu Lingxue's figure was blocked by the door, otherwise it wouldn't have been good to be seen by so many people. Sister Pan walked up immediately asking, What are you wearing? Lin Yu explained. She said her button popped off and her clothes don't fit well. Why don't you take her to get a few tailored? Sister Pan looked at Yu Lingxue and said, Why bother? I told her last night that I have professional outfits available. Yu Lingxue chuckled awkwardly, saying, At first I thought it was fine, but I realized something was off when I put it on. Lin Yu asked, Sister Pan, are you here for something? Sister Pan nodded, picked up the folder that had fallen on the ground, and slowly said, I heard from the front desk that you were here, so I came over directly. I have some matters to report to you. Originally, these matters should have been handled by Xiao Shui, but I wasn't too assured, so I came to check. Lin Yu nodded, and Sister Pan started to speak on her own. The previous Lu Ruyan has been slandering us online and was involved in financial fraud. The court hearing is this morning, and now the evidence is solid. It will be showcased as a demonstration case, and the verdict will likely be announced the same day. Lin Yu smiled slightly, asking, Has Yin Yishuan mentioned how long the sentence might be? When she got those pieces of evidence, she was smiling ear to ear. She had never fought such an easy battle before. She previously mentioned that the evidence could easily get her a 20-year sentence. Lin Yu nodded, feeling extremely pleased, and asked, Is there anything else? Sister Pan nodded, while Yu Lingxue sat nearby in a chair listening attentively to the discussion. Regarding the tech exhibition from a few days ago, those responsible saw our current popularity and made several calls to re-invite us. Lin Yu frowned and shook his head, saying, Should we still go? We gave them the chance before, and if they don't cherish it, there's nothing we can do. If there's an opportunity, let Ku Qinyu organize an exhibition himself. Sister Pan nodded, her previous discomfort from the tech exhibition being insulted suddenly dissipating. At this time, Sister Pan's voice became lighter. Also, those positions we wanted to recruit have received a large number of resumes. Almost 1,000. Lin Yu was very surprised by the number of 1,000, thinking to himself, so it turns out that finding a job in any profession is not easy. We can only select the best candidates. Please arrange it quickly. This matter cannot be delayed. Find someone as soon as possible. Sister Pan nodded, then stood up and said, "That's it. There's nothing too serious, so we'll take Xiao Shui back. She'll come again in the afternoon." Lin Yu smiled and said, "Go ahead, go ahead. Remember to order a few more outfits next time." After saying this, Sister Pan draped her silver-white suit over Yu Lingshu's shoulders and then returned to her own office. On Lin Yu's side, he was originally preparing to turn on the computer to play around until the afternoon verdict when he suddenly heard Sister Pan's voice, which was a bit soft but still quite clear. "You, Long, Shui, what are you doing with the potion? Tell me honestly, are you planning to give up?" This voice came intermittently, making Lin Yu laugh. Meanwhile, due to the noise in the employees' area outside the door, it was impossible to hear what was happening in Sister Pan's office. Lin Yu turned on the computer and connected to the fully operational internal network AI. "Hello, is there a new task for me? Please help me monitor this person for any potential threats to my company and alert me once you gather evidence. Identity Yu Lingshu, identity number 360XXX. Receive task accepted successfully. This task will be executed indefinitely." Lin Yu looked at the program running continuously on the screen, pondering her earlier behavior. Although it was quite normal, it made him very curious. How could she make such a mistake on the first day of work? It was quite baffling. If someone caught it on camera, such negative news would surely be very detrimental. For instance, Lin Yu being inappropriately involved with his female secretary in the office. He did not want to see this kind of trending topic on major social platforms at any time. At this moment, Yu knocked and entered. He immediately closed the door, smiling, and said, "Foster father, are you telling me to organize an AI exhibition?" Lin Yu nodded, saying, "Yes, those tech exhibitions treat us like this. Why should we still participate? Isn't that just putting our faces forward for others to hit?" Yu felt a bit anxious, saying, "But it seems we don't have much experience. I'm a bit afraid this might become a disgrace for our company." Lin Yu laughed and asked, "Hey, did your dad whip you yesterday? You're actually thinking about the company first now." Yu smiled awkwardly, saying, "I just want to think well for the company." What Lin Yu did not know was that he had indeed guessed correctly. His father had already informed him about various societal matters the day before. This included how his father started his business and how he reached his current status, revealing everything step by step to his son. Those successful strategies were laid bare without any concealment. Yu sat on the balcony with his father, who recounted the hardships of starting a business without any support. There was even a time when he drank so much that it caused a perforated stomach. Although he was rescued in time, he still suffered from a lingering ailment, making it impossible for him to consume alcohol or eat spicy food. Every meal, his father, a native of Jiangzhou, found it quite distressing not to be able to eat spicy food or drink alcohol. Every time during the new year, his mother would joke about not being able to eat spicy food or drink with the children at the table. Of course, it was all in jest, but each time his father heard it, he felt uncomfortable. Later, his father smoked a cigarette and earnestly advised Yu to follow Lin Yu honestly. Although following such a benefactor might not guarantee a lavish lifestyle, at least there would always be meat soup for every meal. His father said so much because he didn't want their family to decline with this generation, so he naturally set many requirements for him. Yu's thinking seemed to have changed due to his father's words. He was now particularly good at considering the bigger picture rather than thinking that if something went wrong it was no big deal, since it wasn't just his responsibility. "How about giving me a day or two off to attend the tech exhibition? They'll borrow ideas from what I don't know. What do you think?" Lin Yu nodded. "Since you have such ideas, just ask Sister Pan for leave." I was just worried you wouldn't know about it. I thought I should let you know in advance." Yu saw Lin Yu nodding and immediately greeted him before leaving without any hesitation. Lin Yu looked at Yu's back and sighed. As expected of a rich kid, he knows how to conduct himself and has a bright future ahead. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. It was time to refine the various mechanisms for the upcoming game of Three Kingdoms Kill. Suddenly an idea struck him. If each general could be vividly modeled in the game rather than just represented by a card, that would be remarkable. The combat style would shift from using cards to directly controlling characters who wield weapons and attack. For instance, Huangzhong could directly draw his bow and shoot at opposing generals, leaving behind battle scars. Unless healing methods were used, the generals would remain injured. Similarly, female characters would naturally gather troops to attack, which would not be a direct offensive method. Lin Yu thought of characters like Xiao Qiao and De Qiao. Their illustrations on cards were already visually appealing, but if they could be showcased through modeling, that beauty would be enhanced. He couldn't even begin to imagine how many admirers that would attract. "Xiao Qiao, am I supposed to do something? As soon as I extend my hand, they bite the bait themselves. You can't blame me for this." Thinking of that scene made Lin Yu very happy as he typed all his ideas into a Word document. The basic art style for the game was also taking shape. Now that Lin Yu had the capital, he could fully afford the costs of developing this game. If Lin Yu had no capital now, he would indeed have to continue with the card-based development approach, but once the project became profitable, he would definitely be able to develop this version. Lin Yu typed up the names of notable generals and some female characters from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms into the Word document: Guan Yu, Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, Chao Xiao, Xiao De Qiao, Zhao Yuan, Huangzhou. This time he decided to produce fewer generals, temporarily settling on 8, which would be completely free for players to use during the initial testing phase. As for balancing the mechanisms of these generals, that would be left to the planners. That was their job. He believed that with his involvement, it would at least be achievable. A character like Guan Yu, who was very powerful in the background, should not be easily overwhelmed by unknown scoundrels through mechanics. He personally decided that there should not be situations where others made no moves, and simply pressed down the other 7 and slaughtered them indiscriminately. By the time Lin Yu finished these tasks, it was already afternoon. He looked at the content on the screen. Hiss. If I need to complete this content within a month, it might be a bit difficult. Modeling, art, programming, design. Ding. Detected that the host wants to present Three Kingdoms Kill in a more exquisite way, and now the deadline is changed to 2 months. As expected of the system, it understands me. He glanced at the time. He had looked at Lu Rian's live stream during lunch and found that court was already adjourned with the verdict announced at 2 o'clock. He checked the time. There were 2 minutes left until the verdict. He immediately opened the court's official website and entered the legal live broadcast room. He arrived just in time as everyone stood up to hear the verdict. Now reading the judgment, please rise. This court pronounces as follows: Defendant Lu Rian guilty of defamation, serious circumstances, sentenced to 10 years in prison; of falsifying company accounts, severe circumstances, sentenced to 5 years; multiple crimes to be served concurrently for a total of 15 years, and all personal property to be confiscated with illegal gains to be recovered. If you disagree with this judgment, you may appeal to this court or directly to the Jiangzhou Provincial High People's Court within 10 days from the second day of receiving the judgment. Lin Yu watched the screen as Lu Rian, standing in the center of the courtroom, heard her verdict and fainted. Lu Rian now lay on the ground, her once beautiful hair now a tangled mess. Dark circles surrounded her eyes as if she had been exhausted for a long time. Her originally charming face had become haggard under such mental torment. Lin Yu looked at Lu Rian, who lay motionless on the screen, and smiled coldly. The feeling of satisfaction in his heart intensified. Deserved it. After saying this, he directly closed the page. Ding. Detected that part of the task has been completed, now issuing partial rewards. 1,500 points have been credited. Lin Yu calmed down and asked the system, why is it only partial? Zhu Pingxin is still under investigation. The media will later report extensively on this. I see. I thought just having Lu Rian go down would be enough. Knock, knock, knock. Before Lin Yu could finish his conversation with the system, there was a knock at the door. Boss, I'm back. A light, lively voice came through. Lin Yu looked up and down at Yu Lingxue. This outfit is a bit loose. Cough, cough. The clothes are a bit big. Because the only size they had in the store was this, a custom-made one would have to wait until tomorrow. Really, why does a secretary's outfit have to be so loose? Will there really be someone this big? Yu Lingxue complained. There's nothing serious. No foreign guests are scheduled to meet today. Please take a seat at any available workstation outside for now. If anything comes up, feel free to come back in and let me know. Lin Yu gazed at Yu Lingxue with a gentle smile. Yu Lingxue nodded. Understood. I'll return immediately should anything arise. Lin Yu raised a hand to pause her. Wait. Once you've settled at your workstation, please inform Miss Pan. The art department urgently needs to recruit additional 3D modelers. This matter is critical. She gave a slight nod and withdrew quietly. Lin Yu turned back to his computer screen. Lu Rian now faces 15 years behind bars. Even with sentence reduction for good behavior, her early release might still allow her to capitalize on the prison chic trend across short video platforms. In time, Lin Yu might even purchase garments designed by Lu Rian herself. As it stands, this outcome already provides a fitting resolution for Lin Yu's original self. He felt profoundly at ease, a sensation almost physiological, marking the final dissolution of the lingering resentment tied to Lu Rian that had long coiled within his spirit and body. Lu Rian has utterly lost any chance of redemption. Yuan Yishuan has meticulously gathered irrefutable evidence, leaving no room for rebuttal. In fact, some of Lu Rian's attempted counterarguments only exposed further flaws Yuan Yishuan swiftly identified and exploited. Even the defense attorney Lu Rian had retained proved powerless, and when Lu Rian herself took the stand, she unwittingly divulged every concealed transgression she'd hoped to bury. Her admissions only deepened her culpability. Her attorney sat beside her, utterly defeated, his carefully prepared plea for leniency shattered by his own client's self-sabotage. The lawyer slumped in his chair, expression hollow. I'm exhausted. Just end it all. This woman truly doesn't fear spending decades in prison. Back in Lin Yu's office, the screen flickered as the Broke Heaven interface streamed real-time data. First came Yu Lingshue's looming legal crisis. A detailed chronology of recent events followed, all flagged by Broke Heaven as non-anomalous. Yet Lin Yu's misgivings remained unshaken. After all, fraternal betrayal is tragically commonplace in this world. Entrusting someone as a confidant demands extraordinary discernment. While vast shared interests may bind others to your cause, one can never predict what staggering incentives a rival might offer to turn those closest to you. Lin Yu paused, considering a direct solution. What if he instantly raised Yu Lingshue's salary from 5,000 to 50,000? He shook his head, dismissing the idea. Though tempting, such an abrupt raise carried grave risks. Either he'd find a resignation letter on his desk by morning, or Yu Lingxue would remain loyal enough to witness sunrise alongside him. Too much compensation would raise suspicion, too little would invite apathy, or worse, betrayal. Lin Yu sighed, deciding instead to observe Yu Lingxue more closely. After all, even if betrayal were possible, Broke Heaven would inevitably detect anomalies in the subtlest traces of disloyalty. Lin Yu opened the preparatory documentation for developing a Sanguosha-style game. In his view, its core mechanics were already crystallized. Through his revisions, the method of acquiring characters and the foundational gameplay loop had both solidified into their final forms. All that remained was to recruit seasoned developers. Then development could commence without delay. Esports. I'll need to discuss this with Wang Weijie. He sent a message in their dorm group summoning Wang Weijie to the office. Moments later, Wang Weijie entered, accompanied by Yun Yishuan. Lin Yu as always poured tea and presented it warmly. Wang Weijie, what's with the shyness? Wang Weijie offered an awkward smile, but said nothing. Yun Yishuan sipped her tea and said, Boss, our campaign ended in resounding victory, though the opponent's downfall was rather unsightly. Hope you won't hold it against me. Lin Yu chuckled. Hold it against you? I'd prefer her dead. Wasn't that precisely why I sent you? Yun Yishuan smiled, then withdrew a sheet of paper from her bag and placed it on the table. Here's Lu Rian's verdict. Lin Yu scanned it and nodded approvingly. Excellent. Truly worthy of Yun, our campus's most radiant valedictorian even before graduation. Yun Yishuan smiled faintly. It's all thanks to you, boss. You handed us a win guaranteed to tilt the odds overwhelmingly in our favor. Wang Weijie watched Yun Yishuan transfixed, though she remained entirely unaware. Your bonus is secured by month end. Now I need to speak with Wang Weijie privately. Yun Yishuan rose and departed. Lin Yu slid the verdict into his cabinet drawer without another glance. Wang Weijie. Wang Weijie. Lin Yu gently shook his shoulder. Seriously, you're actually smitten. Wang Weijie blinked slowly, only returning to reality once Yun Yishuan's silhouette vanished down the corridor. Woo woo woo. Father Lin, I finally understand why you fell so deeply for Lu Rian. He paused, lifted his teacup, and drained it in one go. I adore her, utterly, completely, irreversibly. Enough. Your clan chief summons you back to the cave. And how many white moons do you have anyway? Was Lu Yifei not your eternal muse? Lin Yu teased. I hereby declare as of this moment Lu Yifei forfeits my devotion. The title now belongs solely to this unparalleled heartthrob. Wang Weijie thumped his chest, declaring it with theatrical gravitas. Lin Yu midsip choked on his tea. Cough, cough, cough. You, Ha Jiejie, you're trying to kill me off so you can inherit my company. I am. Hold on. Lin Yu cut him off, stepping forward. I have something serious to discuss. Wang Weijie, sensing genuine urgency, quelled his excitement and stilled his breath. There's a delicate matter at hand. Lin Yu unlocked his phone, retrieved a saved video, and played it for Wang Weijie. Oh, I know this one. It's the offline tournament hosted by Legend of Mir. That event significantly boosted the game's popularity. I even watched it myself. Wang Weijie scratched his head, grinning. Then, after a moment's reflection, grasped Lin Yu's intent. So, you're thinking of launching a professional league for Minecraft? Lin Yu nodded. No wonder you're my third son. I've been waiting for these very words from you. He then rose and walked over to Wang Weijie. I've watched your live streams. Your grasp of the game is quite solid. If you were to oversee this tournament, many unforeseen complications could surely be avoided. How do you feel? Confident. Wang Weijie's expression flickered with momentary bewilderment, but it vanished just as swiftly. Naturally. I truly believe I can handle it. After all, this isn't scaling the heavens. It's hardly insurmountable, wouldn't you agree? Lin Yu nodded again. Very well. Entrusting this matter to anyone else would leave me uneasy. Should any issues arise, bring them straight to me. Shall we begin discussing the details right away? Wang Weijie beamed. Finally, an opportunity to face off properly against those notorious sniper streamers who haunted his broadcasts. Wang Weijie currently ranked among the elite in livestream gaming, consistently placing within the top 10 on leaderboards. Why not first place? Because he was repeatedly targeted and taken down by swarms of those sniper streamers. Even formidable players cannot withstand a coordinated onslaught from countless adversaries. Wang Weijie grinned inwardly. Those very sniper streamers were highly likely to be selected for the tournament. After all, only exceptional players could even be matched against him. Wang Weijie chuckled awkwardly and stood up. Father Lin, if I take charge, may I also compete? Lin Yu nodded. Of course, you're welcome to participate provided you fulfill your responsibilities and demonstrate true capability. And should you win the tournament, prize awaits you. His greatest concern lay in securing the venue provincial sports arenas, difficult to rent requiring far more than mere funds. Such venues demanded extensive connections. He paused then asked, regarding the venue, do you foresee any obstacles? Shall I personally reach out to certain individuals to explore possibilities? Wang Weijie, still lost in fantasies of effortlessly dominating opponents, replied, no need. This is merely a single phone call. He glanced at Lin Yu and sighed. Fine, I'll stop hiding it. Kuchen, you already told me you know about them. Lin Yu blinked, momentarily stunned. Wang Weijie continued the venue issue. It's settled with one sentence. He'll ask my father and he'll handle it without hesitation. All right. What else have you been concealing from me? I'd long suspected your family background wasn't ordinary, but this exceeds all expectations. Lin Yu frowned thoughtfully. His original roommate, a scion of the CEO of a major Jiangzhou corporation, an undisputed second-generation tycoon. Another also a second-generation entrepreneur, though running only a modest enterprise. Yet something felt off. Deeply off. What kind of modest enterprise could mobilize over 50 million yuan overnight? Ding Hongwen was still concealing things, still holding back. And a third roommate, whose family held political office, reportedly of considerable stature, according to Wang Weijie. If the original Lin Yu had died drunk over a woman, then fate had offered him unimaginable fortune and had simply failed to catch it. Lin Yu shook his head, wryly murmuring inwardly, this overwhelming prosperity must now fall solely upon my shoulders. He gazed helplessly at Wang Weijie before the latter waved cheerfully. Truly, I never meant to hide it from you. After all, revealing our identities would complicate matters, don't you think? Lin Yu fixed Wang Weijie with a steady gaze. Very well. This matter rests entirely in your hands. Understood. Your trust shall not be betrayed, father-in-law. With that, Wang Weijie flashed an OK sign and departed. Lin Yu returned to his seat when his phone chimed. It was his younger sister's message. Brother. Lin Yu sighed. He assumed another request for money. Xiaoyu transfer 1000. Sister, hee. Actually, not this time. My Gaokao results are out. Xiaoyu, how many points? Sister, 568. Secure admission to Huanan University. Truly unparalleled. Me Lin Qinghan. Hey. Xiaoyu 666. Sister, when can we gather for dinner? You're in Jiangzhou anyway, and Dad misses you. He also heard about your breakup. Xiaoyu, let's postpone it. I'm rather busy at work. Sister, okay. Wait, I just checked my account balance. When did you become so wealthy? Last time you sent me 20,000. I thought it was 2,000. I didn't look closely. Lin Yu smiled faintly. This girl spends all her time online, yet still doesn't know what her brother actually does. Her brother's work is perfectly legitimate and highly lucrative. Sister, you've only just started working. Don't you need money? Shouldn't I send you some instead? Xiaoyu, no need. I'm doing exceptionally well. I thought your conscience had been devoured by a dog. Sister, brother, are you just pretending to be strong? Xiaoyu, not at all. Just accept it gratefully. Lin Yu gazed at his sister's messages. Warmth bloomed in his chest, mingled with a quiet pang of guilt toward their father. Yet this guilt belonged solely to the memories of the former Lin Yu, not to the transmigrated soul now inhabiting his body. Time to plan a home visit, definitely overdue. Back in his office, Lin Yu launched several rounds of Minecraft Hunger Wars. Time slipped swiftly through gameplay. After several matches, work hours neared their end. RPG-style games remain scarce. The creative burden still falls heavily upon the community. A knock sounded at the door. Yu Lingxue entered. Boss, Miss Pan asked me to convey something to you. Lin Yu nodded. Go ahead, what is it? Yu Lingxue's cheeks flushed faintly. She said there's an exceptional 3D modeler, equally skilled in illustration and modeling, but he insists on bringing his wife into the company alongside him. Exceptional talent indeed, but attaching such personal conditions. Lin Yu frowned. Yu Lingxue added his interview and written test scores both ranked first. His wife is a renowned voice actress in the anime industry, hence Miss Pan finds herself at an impasse, deeply impressed by his ability, yet daunted by his stipulation. Lin Yu nodded slowly. He had indeed considered voice acting, but timing mattered. The current project lacked narrative depth, dialogue remained minimal. Brief lines could easily be outsourced to specialized voice studios. After brief reflection, a new idea emerged: San Guosha, the classic card game. By reimagining its characters through stylized 3D models, they could breathe fresh life into the romance of the Three Kingdoms saga, offering players immersive, emotionally resonant identification with each drawn general. Is he still on site? Asked Miss Pan to bring both him and his wife to meet me. Lin Yu felt slightly puzzled by Lin Yu's sudden shift in demeanor, yet she simply nodded. They'll go ask Sister Pan right away. Shortly thereafter, Sister Pan entered the office accompanied by two individuals, followed closely by Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, these are the two candidates attending today's interview. Lin Yu lifted his gaze and regarded them both. The man had long hair and wore glasses exuding the quiet, methodical aura of a technical professional. The woman beside him moved with effortless grace, her wavy tresses cascading like liquid silk. Her makeup was subtle yet refined, lending her an air of understated elegance. As the pair beheld Lin Yu, so remarkably young, their eyes flickered with quiet astonishment. Stepping forward, the man said, "Boss, I'm Peng Su, here to apply for the modeling and visual design position at your company. This is my wifey Duo. She's also seeking employment here." Upon hearing her introduction, the woman stepped forward and greeted softly, "Good day, boss." Lin Yu rose to his feet, nodded politely, and gestured gracefully toward the chairs before him. "It's a pleasure to meet you both. Please be seated. Sister Pan, please return to continue handling the other applicants." He then beckoned to Lin Yu, "Join us and take a seat." Lin Yu approached, gave a slight nod, and settled beside the two candidates with her notebook in hand. Lin Yu picked up 3 teacups, poured steaming tea before each of them, and engaged the pair in easy conversational banter. Through this relaxed exchange, Lin Yu came to understand the circumstances behind their relocation. Peng Su had previously worked in Modu, but now his wifey Duo had given birth to their son. Deeply concerned for his wife and newborn, Peng Su resigned immediately to care for them in Jiangzhou. His savings, accumulated over years of work in Shanghai, were more than sufficient to sustain them. Yet now that his son had arrived, Peng Su found himself unable to remain idle, and the position he'd held in Modu was already filled. So he resolved to seek modeling work in Jiangzhou, where he could both pursue his craft and watch over his child. Duo, formerly employed at a voice dubbing studio, had resigned upon becoming pregnant. "Very well, I believe I have a clear picture now. It's nearly time to wrap up for the day, so let's proceed efficiently." At these words, Peng Su and Duo exchanged glances, eyes gleaming with quiet disbelief. Inwardly they marveled, so this Starlight company truly observed strict working hours. Peng Su withdrew a USB drive from his pocket and declared confidently, "This contains my latest modeling portfolio. Feel free to open it. You won't be disappointed." Duo, seated beside him, added, "I can demonstrate various vocal ranges and character voices on the spot." Lin Yu accepted the drive with a calm smile. "No rush, we'll take our time." He first launched an isolated sandbox environment on his computer before inserting the drive, a precaution ensuring no malware could compromise the system. Then he opened the modeling archive file stored on the drive. Within moments, the preview appeared on screen, though the loading process was noticeably sluggish. Watching Lin Yu navigate the interface, Peng Su explained proudly, "This collection represents my finest home-based work recently. During this break, my skills haven't merely held steady, they've deepened. Every character feels more lifelike, more human." After a dozen seconds, the project file fully loaded. What emerged was a delicate elven girl, still unrendered, her model rendered only in monochrome gray. Lin Yu rotated the viewport, noticing visible lag. Scrolling through the mesh statistics, he raised an eyebrow. "You modeled this little girl with over 100,000 polygons." "You?" Peng Su flushed with sudden embarrassment. "Mr. Lin, you're not viewing the piece I intended to show you." Lin Yu selectively hid certain geometry layers, and beneath them the model revealed its unexpected intricacy. "Ah, I see. So this is where those extra polygons went. If you submitted this for official review, would it even pass compliance?" Peng Su cleared his throat awkwardly. "Huh, ha ha. Well, during downtime at home, I took on a few private commissions. Rest assured, boss, I'll never bring such work into the company once hired." Duo frowned faintly beside him. Though unfamiliar with modeling specifics, she sensed something amiss in the exchange, and shot Peng Su a sharp, reproachful glance. Peng Su flinched under her gaze, so mortified he nearly blurted, "Who wants to buy my newly purchased 3-bedroom apartment?" He knew full well, however, that his freshly purchased mechanical keyboard awaited stern disciplinary action once they returned home. Lin Yu studied the model intently, already eager to see the final rendered result. "Very well, let's leave it at that for now. I'll review the render later tonight." Seeing her QE, Duo spoke up, "Mr. Lin, what kind of voice would you like to hear first? Simply tell me, what characters have you voiced before? Say just one line from each." Duo understood instantly. "Then allow me to begin with a self-introduction." She proceeded seamlessly, shifting between boyish timbre, innocent childlike lilt, commanding mature resonance, and iconic anime character voices. all delivered with flawless precision and expressive nuance. Even non-human animal sounds followed, each rendered with uncanny authenticity. So even some cartoon animals are voiced by humans. Lin Yu mused silently. As her demonstration concluded, Lin Yu smiled. It's time to close for the day. Our staff are heading out. Please await our formal notification tomorrow. Your compensation package has already been outlined by Sister Pan, I trust. At this, Yu Lingxue rose and opened the office door. Yes, of course, Peng Su replied, then paused as if recalling something. May I ask, does your company truly adhere to fixed working hours? After all, in Modu modeling, deadlines routinely consumed evenings. Work rarely ended when the clock struck 5. Overtime pay existed in theory, but in practice staying until 11 p.m. was mandatory. Leaving earlier risked immediate termination. Some exploitative studios went further. Employees who left on time forfeited wages, and worse, were charged 3 days' salary as a penalty. Thus, gazing at the company's posted policies, Peng Su feared hidden expectations, ostensibly fair rules masking coercive overtime culture. Need I point to the employees packing up outside? Peng Su glanced toward the doorway, where colleagues were calmly gathering belongings and departing. A beat passed. I apologize, I spoke too soon. I'll await your call tomorrow. Once the couple departed, the software completed rendering, and there, glowing on the screen, was a breathtaking image. Lin Yu gazed at the rendered elven girl, rubbed his nose thoughtfully, and murmured, impressive, truly impressive. Peng Su possesses remarkable talent. Lin Yu admired the beautiful pictures for a while before sitting beside Yu Lingxue, who asked, Lin, what do you think of these two people? Sister Pan wants to know your response. Lin Yu nodded. These two are quite good. Keep them. Arrange for that Peng Su to join the art department. As for that Idwa, let Sister Pan establish a dubbing department first, and then have her scout the market for dubbing companies that are on the verge of bankruptcy and acquire them directly. Yu Lingxue initially thought it was just a simple answer, but upon hearing so much content, she suddenly reacted and opened her notebook to take notes. All right, Lin, I will talk to Sister Pan later. Hey, there's one more thing. Lin Yu waved his hand to stop Yu Lingxue. He still hadn't forgotten to give a gift to the AI industry in the beautiful country. Have Sister Pan publish all the account information of our AI department right now. Send me one copy of the company's account and another to me. Yu Lingxue nodded and went directly to handle the instructions. Soon Lin Yu received the account list. This account was under a special company management system, so some account lists could be pulled directly, which was just a matter of clicking a couple of times in the system. Lin Yu looked out the window. It was sunset. Meanwhile, it was just sunrise in the beautiful country. Naturally, Lu Neng was still fast asleep at this time, unaware that Lin Yu's knife was already poised at his throat. Just as Lin Yu stepped out of the company, he saw Sang Wan and Sang Ting outside exchanging items. Upon seeing Lin Yu come out, Sang Wan said, Sir, have you eaten? How about I treat you to a meal? What do you think? Sang Ting frowned at her sister's behavior, but said nothing further. Since when did you start calling yourself Wainer? Lin Yu smiled as he watched Sang Wan tidy her clothes. Oh, I am only able to receive so many rewards thanks to you, he. Sang Wan smiled sweetly, and though there was a scar on her face, it did not detract from her beauty when she smiled. Lin Yu, seeing Sang Wan like this, couldn't refuse. All right, where shall we eat? Do you have a specific place in mind? You can't go wrong with me. It's a small restaurant. The flavors there are truly exceptional. I even made my sister come over without eating first. You, what if I refuse? Wouldn't your sister have to starve for a long time? You'll just bring her a couple of buns later. Sang Ting stood by, looking speechlessly at her sister, confirming with her eyes she indeed was her real sister. Soon Lin Yu drove behind the two sisters on their motorcycle, crossing the Bai Bridge to arrive at a small Jiangzhou stir-fry restaurant. Across from the restaurant was a large shopping mall where a promotional video from Mini World was playing on a big screen. A blocky character was holding a torch, seemingly exploring some unknown ruins. Most of the game elements inside were block style. This game was essentially just a patchwork of different materials. With some biological attribute modifications, it was served directly to the table. Lin Yu looked at the big screen opposite, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Has it really taken this long to finish the copying? Although it had only been a little over a month, Lin Yu was somewhat puzzled. However, this was clearly not the style of those big companies. At most, they would finish copying in about 2 weeks. Lin Yu shook his head, no longer thinking about this issue. If they really dared to come out to make money, he wondered how much criticism they would face from players, especially since the laws regarding copyright in this world were extremely strict. After Sang Wan finished ordering dishes with the boss, she asked, Sir, what are you thinking about? You seem troubled, but it feels like a good thing. Of course it's a good thing, you'll know in a few days. Sang Wan glanced at Sang Ting. Lin Yu, noticing this, became interested. You two sisters are so beautiful. Why are you in this industry? If you were to become live streamers, wouldn't you make a lot of money as internet celebrities? Sang Wan smiled slightly, sighed. We sisters have gone through some things at school, which led us to become like this. Sang Ting let out a gentle sigh. It's all in the past, there's no need to say too much. We chose this path for a reason. It allows us to protect ourselves while also making money. This job is actually quite good. Lin Yu nodded. He hadn't expected these matters to evoke such serious memories. It was clear that the two sisters had suffered from bullying at school. As for why they were bullied, perhaps it was simply because they were too beautiful. Beauty is indeed a trump card, but if it's the only card you have to play, it is of little use. Of course, it wasn't the sisters' fault. Soon the meals prepared by the restaurant were served. Lin Yu looked at the dishes before him. Indeed, they are exquisite. This little street shop is truly a treasure. The restaurant owner chimed in, my skills are well praised by those who have tasted them. This is our authentic Jiangzhou stir-fry, guaranteed to satisfy. Right? I told you this place was good. Ever since I brought food from here back, my sister has always asked me to bring food from this restaurant. Sang Wan said happily. Sang Ting continued sitting in her seat, eating slowly, always glaring at her sister beside her. In this atmosphere, they chatted about recent events, with Sang Ting occasionally chiming in. Soon after finishing their meal, they left the restaurant, and Lin Yu noted down the restaurant's location. He took out his phone and lit up the screen. The screen displayed a wallpaper made from a sprite loli. As expected of a modeling master, it's truly beautiful. He sent the account details from Sister Pan for the AI department. Developing, training, and deploying an AI is not a difficult task. He glanced at the text he had just typed. It seems a bit pretentious. Never mind, I won't change it. He immediately clicked send. After seeing his image text successfully uploaded, he opened the chat with Lu Junxian. Xiaoyu, I'm sending you some content, sorry for the trouble. Lu Junxian quickly replied, as if staring at his phone. Sachem, did you need something from me? Lin Yu was a bit confused upon seeing his reply, murmuring, am I that obvious, Xiaoyu, huh? 666, then help me vote for the international version of Dojia. Meanwhile, in the beautiful country, Lu Neng had just crawled out of bed. He felt a chill in his back and kept sneezing. However, he didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a simple chill from getting up early. After tidying himself up, he hurried to his post. By the time Lu Neng drove to the office, it was already 10 o'clock. He began his usual routine of checking the news in the tech section of the beautiful country daily. In the end, he discovered that aside from the change of the CIA director, nothing significant had occurred. He also noticed the sudden halt of public attacks, which made him sense something was amiss. However, he shook his head in the end, not believing it would involve him. Then he opened the VPN and connected to the Dragon Country's network. He opened a short video platform and began to scroll through it. At first, the videos he watched posed no issues. But then a pop-up notification appeared. The user you follow, Xingchen Company, has published a post. Click to see more development deployment. He clicked to take a look and found a bill before his eyes. No way, the homely crab, not exceeding $4 million. Do you mean to say that you only need this little amount to successfully develop it? Lu Neng felt his scalp tingle at the amount listed. He sat in his seat, knowing that their budget since the establishment of the AI Testing Association had far exceeded $40 million, which was more than 10 times this amount. Impossible, this must be financial fraud. True to the Dragon Country's nature, they can openly produce falsified accounts. Lu Neng sat in his seat, staring at the images on his phone screen. He had already made up his mind about the post that Lin Yu had sent, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. He casually commented, is financial statement fraud done so openly now? Dragon Country Tax Bureau. He did not intend to keep it a secret and wanted to call his superiors, saying, Minister John, do you know what I just saw on the internet from the Dragon Country? At that moment, his superior was still at the coffee machine getting coffee. Oh, Mr. Lu, what trouble have they stirred up this time? Huh. It's that Xingchen Company developing AI, and they've announced the cost of developing AI as they know it. Do you know? They spent no more than $4 million. $4 million. Could it be true? At this moment, his hand holding the coffee cup trembled, and he frowned while speaking to the person on the other end of the line. Forget it, I think you should be cautious. He'll ask the higher-ups to see if it's true. They have channels arranged in the Dragon Country and other countries. At this moment, Larry, the head of the Bedlai Consortium, was sitting in a chair looking at some market data sent by his subordinates. His assistant had specifically included Lin Yu's comments on the AI incident in this report. This Dragon Country enterprise, quite interesting, succeeded with just $4 million. Find out if this is true. Also interested due to Lin Yu's tweet was a professor responsible for AI at the Dragon Country Academy. This professor was originally one of the personnel in charge of developing the AI plan. However, as Tang Tianxiang mentioned before, the AI they developed only had half the performance of the beautiful country's AI. He had been very troubled by this, intensifying his research into AI algorithms. At this moment, he had just finished a tiring day in the research lab and had returned home. While scrolling through videos, suddenly the post released by Xingchen Company was pushed directly to his screen. He had only intended to watch some amusing videos, to relieve the fatigue from staring at the computer all day in the lab. After carefully reading the content, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What is this nonsense? Why do I recognize all these words, but I can't make sense of them when they come together? Then he held his phone squinting at the published text list, Gu Shi by Qian Wan. Just this amount. Then what about me in the lab using over 100 million to buy servers? What does that make me? Am I still human? Am I even human? Originally, just looking for some fun, the professor now felt like the sky was falling. Of course, he was also very skeptical of this financial report. Although such reports are generally released at the end of the year, there was still a possibility of fraud occurring. At this moment, he opened the comment section and saw many people questioning whether these costs were all that was accounted for and whether others were omitted. They also tagged the Dragon Country Tax Bureau. Dragon Country Tax Bureau, hurry up and check their company's accounts, it's too fake. Dragon Country Tax Bureau, I still hope our Dragon Country enterprises can be pragmatic. Even if they developed a game, they shouldn't be so arrogant. Dragon Country Tax Bureau, I think the owner of Jiangzhou Company must be drunk on Runtian. The beautiful country invested hundreds of billions to produce Goal AI. It's simply smearing the Dragon Country under its banner. I feel that the people upstairs need to check their backgrounds. I want to see what kind of dog from the beautiful country they are. The person upstairs is truly occupying a name. Did you enjoy the benefits of a good deed? At this moment, Lin Yu was lying in bed, confused by the inexplicable fermentation of public opinion. Isn't the beautiful country's intelligence agency severely weakened? How can there still be beautiful country dogs? Could it be that their funding has come through? Lin Yu watched as people jumped anxiously in the comments tagging the Dragon Country Tax Bureau to check their company's accounts. Although some people might be trolls, he was worried that some genuine watchdogs had mixed in among them. Lin Yu smiled at the comments in the section. Currently under his management, Xingqian Company's accounts and records of the company's public bank account were all very legitimate. All related records for salary payments, company purchases, and special expenses could be directly retrieved from the system with detailed records on file. It could be said that they were completely unafraid of legitimate inspections. Lin Yu was watching the fermenting public opinion when suddenly Lu Junxian sent him a message. He clicked to view the circle message. Sage, what's going on with you? How come every time there's so much trouble? Xiaoyu, is there a problem? No worries, victory is assured. Sage, you may be assured of victory, but I'm going to the company to work overtime to handle the public opinion for your company. Crying. Xiaoyu, why? Don't you have a dedicated department to manage sudden short video situations? Sage, similar, I'm similar. Because it's me who's responsible for the doja investment for you. So I need to go to the company to handle your matters. Xiaoyu, let's observe a moment of silence for 3 seconds. A night passed, and Lin Yu got up from bed feeling refreshed. He opened his phone to check the messages. He noticed a message from Lu Junxian. Sage, good morning, brother Yu. Lin Yu saw that this message was sent at 5 in the morning. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, already imagining Lu Junxian's frustrated expression as he sent the message right after his shift. I won't disturb his rest. He tidied himself up and pushed the door open to go outside. As soon as he stepped out, Sang-Wan approached him and said, Brother Yu, it's 10 o'clock. Are you heading to the company? Ahem. Yes, I'll be going soon. Sang-Wan nodded, seemingly holding something in her hand hidden behind her back. When we sisters switched duties at 6 this morning, my sister brought a lot of breakfast. Do you want to eat? Lin Yu was a bit surprised and smiled. How come you aren't just shadow guards? Are you also acting as a nanny now? Isn't this just a small favor? Although we are shadow guards, we still have to keep a distance of about 500 meters from you, so we can rush over the moment something happens. Sang-Wan justified herself, her words becoming a bit incoherent as she continued. Lin Yu glanced at Sang-Wan again. Just leave it on the table. You're so eager, are you trying to poison me? Sang-Wan reacted as if someone stepped on her tail. If you're afraid I'll poison you, then don't eat it. Thank you. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, quickly washed up and sat at the table to start eating. He opened his phone to check the current public opinion situation. His comment section was quite chaotic, with some people cheering for him and others tagging the tax bureau. However, the frantic comments seemed to have disappeared. He found the video account of the Long Country Tax Bureau in his comment section. Upon clicking it, he realized it was a video released by the official account of the Long Country Tax Bureau after an investigation. We received numerous reports this morning stating that Xingqian Company might be involved in accounting fraud. Therefore, we promptly organized a team to investigate the accounting situation of Xingqian Company since its establishment. It has now been verified through bank investigation that the accounts in the video are accurate. Lin Yu watched the video content knowing that it had already spread widely. And now the comments that originally numbered over 300,000 in Lin Yu's section were decreasing as he refreshed. He ignored these matters, considering them mere antics. Lin Yu scrolled through videos. Seemingly Mini World was investing heavily in commercial resources, conducting extensive advertising, and he could still occasionally scroll by a few. There are still 22 hours until Mini World opens. Everyone, I've discovered an even more outstanding game, which is the Mini World I am currently playing. Playing Mini World right now is the best. A large number of advertisements for Mini-World flashed before his eyes. He found some player comments amusing. Yes, I now command you to eliminate my world. A 10-year veteran player reviews Mini-World is truly fun. Mini-World is crazily reshaping my perception. Isn't this just copying? Lin Yu looked at the comments section. While there were some normal players, the presence of paid commenters was evident. Which company is this? Are you really spending so much? This marketing must cost hundreds of millions. It would be extremely painful to end up losing everything. Lin Yu remarked with a smile as he viewed the overwhelming promotions. It should be noted that in his previous life after Mini-World was sued by NetEase, the amount of content that needed to be rectified was uncountable. Mini remarked that after the rectification, Mini-World was left with just a recharge entry. Lin Yu was unaware of what Mini-World was like now. Of course, he could directly use his skills to launch an invasion attempt. However, it was highly unlikely. The internal networks of those large companies were very strict. Essentially, no method could directly penetrate their intranet to steal unpublished content. He sighed at this thought. I hope you still have some real material. At this moment in the beautiful country, Lu Neng had just finished work, taking the elevator directly downstairs, preparing to drive home. But just as the elevator doors opened, suddenly 4 men in black approached and pinned him down. Then one of the men in black pulled out a white handkerchief and a spray bottle from his pocket, spraying an unknown gas onto the handkerchief. He then walked forward and placed it near Lu Neng's mouth and nose. At this moment, Lu Neng could only make muffled sounds. Just then another elevator dinged and a woman stepped out. She immediately noticed what was happening next to the elevator. Oh my gosh, what are you doing? The 4 men in black all turned to look at her. At this point, she realized what was happening and quickly covered her eyes. No, I didn't see anything. She trembled as she walked forward, lacking any sense of direction while covering her eyes. Suddenly, she felt herself bump into someone and fell to the ground. The man in black who was bumped into looked at the woman in front of him in confusion. Wait, is this woman sick or something? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I didn't see anything. The man in black glanced at the unconscious woman and gestured an okay sign to the others. Lu Neng was then stuffed into a black sack and carried to a car, while the unconscious woman was left behind on the ground. Soon Lu Neng, along with his superior John and the head of OAI company Darm, were all knocked out and taken to a villa. Lu Neng was injected with an unknown serum and, aided by a bucket of water, quickly regained consciousness. He found himself in an empty room, the air filled with the scent of earth. The person facing him was Larry, but Lu Neng did not recognize him. Who are you? What do you want? Shut up, speak only when I ask you to. Lu Neng, now too frightened to speak, had become aware of the crackling sound of electricity coming from behind him. After a while, Lu Neng glanced at the 2 men beside him as they gradually regained consciousness, only to realize the figure before him was none other than his superior. Terror surged through him, and the previously unbreakable taboo against speaking vanished from his mind. He immediately demanded of his superior, Minister John, what has happened? How did we? Oh. The man standing behind Lu Neng, seeing him still speak, swiftly stepped forward and pressed a hand to his nape. In an instant, a jolt of electricity shot up his spine and pierced straight into his crown. His muscles seized violently. His body locked rigid, head thrown back, knees collapsing beneath him as he knelt trembling on the ground. Fortunately, the blow was meant only as a minor reprimand, not fatal. What's wrong with you? Has your mind gone dull? Did I give you permission to speak? Laurie set down the financial report in his hands. Spread across the desk lay detailed records tracing every dollar spent by the beautiful nation's AI initiative. He discovered that portions of the funds had been diverted to purchase and trade virtual currencies, and even the ledger listed some of those digital assets' destinations. Vast sums originally earmarked for server computing power and personnel costs had simply vanished without a trace. So, you truly did clean house, didn't you? John, standing nearby, watched Lu Neng's state and instantly snapped awake from his daze, dread flooding his chest. As a senior executive in the beautiful nation's AI sector, he knew precisely who stood before him. Beside him, Dam stood frozen, stunned by the sudden turn of events. His clothes were soaked, mud clung to his pant legs. Rising shakily from the floor, he asked, "What is going on?" "What is going on?" Laurie, seated at the desk, gazed calmly at the flustered Dam. "Mr. Dam, no need to rush. Your turn comes soon." At once, 2 men behind Laurie lunged forward and seized Dam, pinning him immobile. Why did the Dragon Nation's company succeed in developing its AI for merely several $1 million? Could it be that their technology far surpasses ours? After all, we are the world's scientific center. Lu Neng, having recovered from the shock, hastily offered what he believed to be the answer. But the moment he finished, Laurie knew it wasn't the answer he sought. Fixing Lu Neng with a cold stare, he said, "Did I give you permission to speak?" Another surge of current tore a scream from Lu Neng's throat. Had the electric shock boy witnessed this scene, he might have muttered for next season's filming, "You'll reincarnate straight into my crew." John and Dam, witnessing Lu Nang's agony, clamped their mouths shut in silence. "I'm here, not to lecture. Hand over everything you've embezzled using your official position. Now, where exactly did my money go?" Laurie rose from his chair, walked over to John, and lightly patted his shoulder. "If you refuse to surrender it now, you know my methods. And this place seems perfectly suited to serve as your final resting ground." John, long accustomed to comfort and privilege, could bear no more. He surrendered first, tearing open his shirt right before Laurie's eyes. Laurie's bodyguards tensed, stepping protectively in front of their boss, until John pulled out a slip of paper and stepped forward. "These are the 16 mnemonic words to my crypto wallet. I only took a little." Laurie accepted the paper from a guard and smiled faintly. "A little. Indeed, a little. Several $billion is, after all, but a fraction of 100 billion. He turned his gaze toward Dam. "Your turn." Dam stared at Laurie, knowing full well who he was. Yet his wife and daughter had already been sent to the Dragon Nation. There, beyond Laurie's reach, they remained safe. "I didn't touch a single cent of the AI development funds." Laurie smiled. "Then why did the money shrink under your supervision?" "I have no time for explanations. Just tell me, will you hand it over?" Dam remained unmoved, defiant and indifferent, like a pig unafraid of boiling water. Laurie gave a silent signal behind him and addressed Dam directly. "Are those two, the mother and daughter, yours?" Dam's gaze snapped toward the doorway. His inner defenses shattered in an instant. They're dragged in by armed men were his wife and daughter. Though the staircase was made of concrete, it was unmistakably freshly dug, the cement still damp and raw. A familiar wail pierced his ears, his daughter's cry. He dropped to his knees and begged, voice breaking. Laurie watched him with quiet amusement. "I'd actually offered you a chance, but your wife and daughter have already revealed everything." John, overhearing, ventured hesitantly, "Do I still have a chance?" "Wait a moment. That chance is coming shortly. Your wife and son showed remarkable fortitude, choosing death over compliance." John blinked, baffled, unable to parse Laurie's meaning. In truth, Laurie himself didn't know John's wife and son, truly had no idea what their minister father had done. Laurie ascended the stairs and exited the pit. The others followed, leaving only 5 figures inside the hollow chamber. Outside, a concrete mixer truck rumbled into position. Its chute lowered, aimed squarely at the pit's mouth. With a single gesture from Laurie, the gray torrent began cascading downward. Lu Ning stared, stunned. "Wait, Mr. Laurie. Hey, you haven't even questioned me yet." As cement poured faster, panic seized him. A guard at the rim watched Lu Ning scramble upward and shoved him hard. He tumbled backward, crashing back into the pit. Feeling the rising tide of concrete, Lu Ning realized his fate and broke into desperate, tearful sobs, his native tongue erupting unbidden. "Why, Laurie, damn you, you'll rot in hell." His final cries echoed within the cavern, mingling with the girl's sobs and curses, until the pit was sealed forever beneath a suffocating tide of gray. Outside, Laurie turned to his young son, Keen. "At least this operation recouped substantial losses. Next time you invest in such ventures, don't expect me to clean up your mess. I'll disown you. You may approach the Starlight Project later." Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained oblivious to the events unfolding in the Beautiful Nation. He sat in his office. Noon had arrived. He occasionally opened the Beautiful Nation daily app. Strange. This should have triggered immediate fallout. Why has there been no reaction whatsoever? At that moment, Yu Lingxue knocked and entered. Today she wore a tailored professional secretary's suit, its lines accentuating her elegant statuesque form. "Boss Peng Su, just onboarded this morning, has a modeling proposal he'd like you to review. And he's already ready with something." "That was fast." Lin Yu nodded, inwardly astonished. Anyway, Lingxue nodded in turn and handed him a USB drive from her pocket. "I'm not entirely sure about his background. He seemed absorbed in this task at his workstation all morning." Yu Lingxue opened her laptop and continued, "He plans to create 3 distinct models of Xiao Qiao, one as a child, one as a young woman, and one as a mature woman. This decision rests with you. Only the child and young woman versions have been completed so far." In hearing this, Lin Yu grew genuinely intrigued. Please sit for a moment. I'll take a look right away." Yu Lingxue nodded and sat down. While Lin Yu was launching the relevant software, she added, "There's another matter, the acquisition plan for the voice acting studio. Sister Pan has identified an excellent candidate. When would be convenient for you to meet their CEO?" "Let's schedule it for tomorrow afternoon. Please inform Sister Pan, and if the meeting proceeds, you'll accompany me. First, we must brief Yun Yishuan and prepare the necessary agreements." At that moment, the 3D model appeared on screen. In this time, the topology was exceptionally clean, only 5,000 polygons. Even the young woman version contained merely 8,000 polygons, none like the previous elven child model, which exceeded 100,000. and it was nearly unimaginable how those additional 90,000 polygons had been distributed across such minute details. Lin Yu studied the model on screen, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. In deploying a child's-sized character onto the battlefield, how exactly does that work? And I could almost accept it if she were cradling a Gatling gun. He shook his head with a wry smile. After all, it's just a game. Why obsess over realism? And yet as he contemplated the three divergent physiques of Xiao Qiao, a quiet sense of resignation settled over him. Then suddenly inspiration struck. An unknowing smile curved his lips. Truly only an LSP understands an LSP's instincts. The child model caters to enthusiasts of youthful aesthetics, and the young woman model appeals to mainstream sensibilities, and the mature woman model, while that one is clearly tailored for the Qiao Qiao archetype. Naviri demographic has been thoughtfully accommodated. He was now intensely eager to see the final renders, and clicked render without hesitation. Lin Yu turned to Yu Lingxue, who was still observing nearby, ejected the USB drive, and handed it back to her. Very well done, his concept is solid. Still will need thorough testing. For now, let's proceed with releasing all three Xiao Qiao variants. As soon as he finished speaking, the rendered image appeared on screen. And since only a single frame was being captured, and given the model's remarkably low polygon count, the rendering process was astonishingly swift. There, emerging gradually on the display, stood the child and young woman versions of Xiao Qiao side by side. Into Lin Yu, the child variant appeared roughly equivalent to a 4- or 5-year-old girl in proportion. Her eyes were large and luminous, immediately evoking a sense of endearing charm. Clad in a fresh green dress and sporting twin braids, she radiated pure, unadulterated cuteness. Yet Lin Yu's thoughts narrowed to a single stark word: incriminating. Truly profoundly incriminating. And he frowned slightly. Is this even permissible for public release? He opened a short video platform and began searching for comparable content. And indeed, within the anime-inspired sphere, such childlike aesthetics were surprisingly common. His earlier reservations eased. In the young woman variant embodied vibrant natural youth. Long braid cascading beside a delicately tailored hanfu, exuding timeless elegance and feminine grace. Truly exceptional. Lin Yu murmured softly, his admiration unmistakable. He then addressed Yu Lingxue, proceed with this direction. As for the rest of the game's modeling pipeline, let's convene a technical review this afternoon. Invite key developers, designers, and the art team. Understood. Yu Lingxue swiftly jotted notes in her notebook. By the way, create an official account on the short video platform under Qingqing Company and occasionally post insider updates. Take 2 screenshots of these renders and upload them. And though puzzled by Lin Yu's strategy, Yu Lingxue complied without hesitation. She promptly snapped 2 photos of the screen with her phone and left the office. Lin Yu glanced at the time. It was noon, and opened the Beautiful Nation Daily app on his phone. Only one headline caught his eye: AI industry launches self-inspection campaign. And he tapped in, and found only a terse official notice. He exited and refreshed. This time, several crimson-highlighted breaking stories surged onto the Beautiful Nation Daily trending list. Multiple personnel from OAI Corporation and the AI Evaluation Association reportedly detained, currently uncontactable. So, it begins, Lin Yu remarked with a quiet, knowing smile. Yu Lingxue moved swiftly, registering the account on the short video platform and uploading both images in rapid succession. Caption: exclusive internal renders of Xiao Qiao. And she added the hashtag #ChingqingNewGame and waited for the post to ignite. The brief lunch break ended. Lin Yu sat in the conference room flanked by summoned technical leads and members of the art department. Only 8 employees were present, representatives drawn from core functional teams. And Sister Pan also attended, prepared to assess interdepartmental coordination needs. Lin Yu slid a printed copy of the confidentiality agreement toward the center of the table and addressed the group. This is the confidentiality agreement. Please sign it. It governs all subsequent work, and every employee in the company must comply. Watching them sign swiftly without pause or hesitation, he teased lightly. You all seem remarkably enthusiastic. Su Yao, seated nearby, replied. Naturally. We're all eager to explore something new. And with signatures secured, Lin Yu shifted seamlessly into the next phase. He retrieved his handwritten game design document and projected it onto the screen, holding nothing back. And after outlining the full architectural framework for those present, subtle but critical questions began to surface organically. Ding Hongwen pondered over the copyright issue and asked, there shouldn't be any copyright disputes with Romance of the Three Kingdoms, right? That TV series seems to have copyright. Lin Yu nodded and replied, indeed, however, we still need to adapt it based on the original text of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It's not like Luo Guanzhong would come to the modern era to demand copyright fees from us, right? But personally, I feel that if Romance of the Three Kingdoms needs to be dramatized, referencing the TV series would definitely reduce the production difficulty later on. However, if we do that, it will surely involve copyright issues. After hearing this, Lin Yu fell into deep thought. Indeed, many lines in Romance of the Three Kingdoms have been adapted, and those lines have yielded considerable results. For example, the scene where Zhuge Liang berates Wang Lang to the point of spitting blood. A dog with a broken spine dares to bark wildly in front of my army. I have never seen such a shameless person. These words were cleverly adapted into the script, making it a highlight that truly felt gratifying. That's right, this film and television drama can definitely be referenced. As for the copyright issues, that will be a hassle for Sister Pan. Additionally, we will also need talent for scriptwriting and documentation, so we can recruit later on. Sister Pan took notes, saying, "Okay, I will contact the Central Television of Longwa later to discuss this matter." Furthermore, there is the issue of balance adjustment. Su Yao, as the head of planning, was the first to stand up and say, if it involves balance adjustments, a significant amount of data will be required for long-term testing when producing the generals, which might slow down the game's pace. This balance issue has already touched upon the lifespan of the game. Lin Yu looked at Su Yao's troubled expression and said, this balance cannot be changed. Of course, if we ignore the existence of balance, we can introduce some entertainment modes where generals can be as overpowered as they want. However, balance must exist in the daily mode. If this game is a competitive game and lacks any fairness, then selecting any character would already determine the outcome of the match. One could only say that this game would no longer be worth playing. Then Su Yao also realized this issue, saying, indeed, if there are two strong characters, the game would essentially be pointless to play. Many issues were discussed thereafter, such as the balance of weapons and the special skills of generals, among a series of other matters. After this discussion, various satisfactory solutions were reached. In the end, Lin Yu had Sister Pan ensure that all employees signed a confidentiality agreement marking the conclusion of the meeting. Thus, the production of Three Kingdoms Kill had officially entered the formal process. Lin Yu returned to his office, and it was already off-duty time. At this moment, Yu Lingxue approached, saying, "Boss, it seems there is someone from a consortium who hasn't disclosed his detailed identity and wants to invite you to dinner. Should we go?" "Let's not meet then." Lin Yu decisively refused, as he had no intention of accepting investments at this moment. "Then I will say you declined due to being busy with work." After that, Yu Lingxue took out her phone and handed it to Lin Yu, saying, "Also, the graphic you asked me to send earlier has already received a great response." Lin Yu took the phone, looking at the screen filled with notifications exceeding 99, smiled, and clicked on his own video. He scrolled through the comments, and the evaluations of Xiao Qiao were all varied and peculiar. What kind of character is this? If it's a new release, I must check it out. This Xiao Qiao. Is she the same Xiao Qiao I saw in the TV series? So beautiful, I'm going crazy over her. I'm definitely choosing this for tonight. Is this produced by Xingqian? It looks amazing. Ooh, I will definitely follow this anime. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm going to let my little brother start fantasizing today. Is Xingqian no longer making games? Are they switching to 3D animation? But I support this move. Lin Yu looked at the comment section, where most people believed that Xingqian Company would start producing anime. Thus, the 3D rendering of Xiao Qiao was released, which inadvertently leaked by an employee. Lin Yu looked at his phone and sent out a comment. This is a pre-rendered image of the game character Xiao Qiao. Internally, it is the first independent game in China that is compatible with both computer and mobile platforms. He sent the comment and pinned it. At that moment, Wang Weijie knocked on the door and entered. "I have completed the plan for the professional league," Wang Weijie said, holding the printed document. "What's up? During this time you usually wouldn't be here and would have gone home, right?" Lin Yu smiled at Wang Weijie. "Aren't you a big streamer anymore?" Wang Weijie chuckled awkwardly, saying, "My streaming is just for fun. How could it conflict with work? Besides, my foster father hasn't left yet. How could I leave?" Lin Yu smiled and pointed at Wang Weijie, casually taking the professional league schedule from his hand. "Let me take a look." Lin Yu looked at the plan in his hand, which included the various rules for competitions. He had already planned some popular derivative games like Minecraft. For example, Bed Wars, Bridge Battle, and Hunger Games were all listed, and he had annotated different rules based on his gaming experience. Then notify the art department tomorrow to produce a poster for the professional league, and we can also send out a public letter to players in the game. Wang Weijie packed his backpack, saying, "All right, but I have one more question. How much prize money should we prepare for the players in this professional league?" Lin Yu pondered for a while and thought that the prize money could definitely be set at 1,000,000 level. There's no way it would be a loss. The amount of prize money we can prepare depends on who the broadcasting rights for the final competition are sold to. Anyway, it won't be less than 1,000,000. Wang Weijie nodded, picked up the bag next to him, and put his hat on backwards, saying, "Then I'll head back first. Do I need to tell my fans early just to promote it in advance?" Yu Lingxue couldn't help but laugh at Wang Weijie's amusing actions. When Wang Weijie looked at her, She also noticed him and cleared her throat, closing her mouth. Lin Yu watched as Wang Weijie walked away, then thought of something else. He turned to Yu Lingxue, who was standing nearby, and said, regarding the content of this game, have Sister Pan call the art department tomorrow to make a promotional poster for me. Yu Lingxue nodded and wrote the task down in her notebook. Lin Yu saw she was done writing and said, you've already finished work, you should head home early. Sister Pan told me that since you haven't left I can't leave either, Yu Lingxue said with a smile. Looking at Yu Lingxue in front of him, Lin Yu's lingering doubts seemed to dissipate. He glanced at the back end, which had no warning signs, and thought to himself, perhaps this is just a person with a tough life. Am I overthinking it? Alright, it's time to get off work, I should leave as well. The outside world is already empty. At this moment, the comment he left behind had started to spread wildly on the internet, shaking the gaming industry in Longwell once again. The next day, he arrived at the company early. At the company entrance, a person dressed in black with a black hat was waiting for something. Seeing this, Sang-won rushed forward to Lin Yu's side. She blocked Lin Yu with her hand and kept her eyes fixed on the person in front. The person in black saw Lin Yu watching him from a distance at the stairway and immediately jogged over. He seemed completely unaware of the tense atmosphere. When Sang-won saw the man running over, she quickly reached into her clothes. He then smiled obsequiously and said, hello, forgive my not coming in person, I would like to meet your boss. I am the boss. What do you want? Lin Yu looked at the person before him, whose face did not appear particularly fierce, but rather exuded a sense of amicability. Hearing the person claim to be the boss, he was somewhat skeptical. Young man, don't joke with me. I am really in urgent need to see your boss. He began to introduce himself, feeling somewhat aggrieved, as if he were a tiger fallen to the plains bullied by dogs. I am Sheng Hui, the boss of Shengshi Voice Acting Company. I heard that you want to acquire our company, so I came early to meet your boss. He then took out some documents and handed them to Lin Yu. Seeing the documents, Sang-won let out a sigh of relief and continued to step back, following Lin Yu. Come with me, I am the Lin Yu you are looking for. Do I need to show you my documents? Lin Yu looked at the person in front of him with a hint of exasperation. Mr. Sheng, didn't we agree to meet in the afternoon? Why are you here so early? Sheng Hui's expression turned a bit awkward upon hearing this question, and he replied, I'm in urgent need of money. If time goes by another day, the interest will increase by another day. Lin Yu nodded, sensing Sheng Hui's helplessness from his words. He was quite surprised. What a pure and honest person, isn't this a reason to negotiate for a lower price? Alright, let's talk. He led Sheng Hui to his office, and upon entering felt he had come to trust the person before him to a large extent. You really are Mr. Lin So-young. Please forgive my previous offense, I am truly sorry. As Sheng Hui said this, a hint of melancholy flashed in his eyes. After pouring a cup of tea for Sheng Hui, Lin Yu remarked, why are you dressed in black so early in the morning, standing at the company entrance? Isn't that rather frightening? Huh? Sheng Hui chuckled awkwardly, saying, I can only wear this kind of clothing to avoid the gaze of those creditors. Lin Yu didn't plan to ask further. Alright, let's discuss your company. Mr. Lin, I am aware that our company is currently facing a cash flow crisis. Although our reputation online isn't great, as long as you settle their salaries and explain the situation, things will surely turn around. Hearing these words from Sheng Hui, Lin Yu immediately understood he wanted to raise the price, and he smiled, saying, we are not unaware of your situation. Moreover, we contacted quite a few companies at that time. Sheng Hui felt a rush of anxiety at Lin Yu's words. Mr. Lin, you can't say that. Our company's various voice acting facilities are very complete, and we still have employees working. They've just been delayed in receiving their salaries for a few months. Lin Yu smiled and countered, just a few months' salaries. The wages for voice acting aren't a small sum, are they? Seeing Sheng Hui looking dazed, Lin Yu was also a bit bewildered. In fact, Sheng Hui was inherently a very honest person. One could only say that a personality like his would likely incur losses on the path of running a company, and the chances of making a profit would be slim. In other words, such a person is only fit to be an honest worker and cannot be a boss. Before the pandemic, his company was doing quite well. However, he was too honest as a boss, basically giving away most of the profits to voice actors and other employees. Unexpectedly, during the pandemic, business plummeted, and he lacked the courage to make significant changes. This led to his company suffering losses year after year, and even now revenue has yet to recover. His company was still barely holding on, relying entirely on borrowed money to survive. You set a price, Lin Yu said. Sheng Hui replied, look, those facilities are perfect. How about 4 million? Lin Yu was taken aback by Sheng Hui's quote. What? 4 million? Hearing Lin Yu's surprised tone, Sheng Hui responded, if Mr. Lin is not satisfied, we can negotiate further. Lin Yu looked at Sheng Hui, watching him say this weakly. Mr. Sheng, you are truly a master negotiator. Mr. Lin, I am not here to negotiate with you. I am here to surrender. Lin Yu was quite surprised by this response. Huh? Surrender? What value do you bring? Are you burdened with millions in debt? However, this time, Sheng Hui was unable to answer for a long time. Lin Yu pondered carefully. If this voice acting company were to be acquired, there wouldn't be anyone to manage it. His future game production would greatly require the existence of a voice acting company. The recently recruited Idwa also seemed unsuitable for managing a voice acting company. Wouldn't he end up overexerting himself by taking on everything personally? With this in mind, Lin Yu looked at the person before him. This person's company had been suffering losses for years. Could he really manage a company well? Lin Yu still needed to raise a big question mark over this. How much debt do you have now? Over 54 million, and the interest is still increasing. Lin Yu nodded. I will give you 6 million. I need to hold 100 of the shares of the company. You can continue to manage the company as an employee, and if there are major decisions, please notify my secretary. Is that okay? Hearing Lin Yu's words, Sheng Hui raised his head to look at Lin Yu, a hint of struggle in his eyes. All right. I agree. Can we settle this today? Lin Yu nodded, stood up to prepare to see him off. All right, that's settled. I will contact you later. You should go back and comfort your employees. Now that they can still follow you, it can be considered a significant relationship. At that moment, Yu Lengxue stood outside the door, hearing the conversation inside, and knocked before walking in. Boss, this is the new tea leaves I brought for you. I didn't expect you to come in so early today. Lin Yu saw his secretary walk in perfect timing. Please take this gentleman to Yun Yishuan to sign a contract, and let the finance department transfer the payment to this person today, noting it is after tax. After they walked out and closed the door, he sat down, opened his computer, and remembered that today was the opening day for Mini World. Now let me see what level Mini World is at in this world. Lin Yu now opened Mini World, watching the logos of Yichang and Mimi play flicker on the screen. After logging in, he discovered that the game's lobby had been transformed into a social game. A plethora of messages flooded the message box in the lower left corner. Suddenly, a new product promotion interface popped up stating skins are selling hotly. Lin Yu helplessly clicked cancel and remarked, as expected of Yichang's tradition, they love to bombard players with pop-ups upon entering the game. He then clicked to start the game. After taking a few steps, he found himself quickly adapting, familiar with some processes. To get rich, first let's chop some trees and see. After playing for a while, he realized this was almost identical to the original game. Just a simple texture swap, with some Pay-to-Win content added in the lobby. Lin Yu then exited the game and began to dismantle the main game package of Mini World for a closer look. After a while, he discovered the core source code used in the game. It contained its own Unicode special encoding, which Lin Yu subsequently copied. When inputted into an online encoding parsing website, the content read, produced by Xingchen Company, please do not plagiarize, otherwise you will bear legal responsibility. Lin Yu looked at the output from the website, feeling a slight sense of helplessness. Are these big companies really just makeshift operations? Even the core code wasn't modified, just copied and pasted. Though Lin Yu felt a bit ashamed, he knew that as a programmer, Control-C and Control-V were essential skills. Perhaps it was some employee taking shortcuts, directly copying and pasting it. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the characters displayed in front of him. I thought they were struggling for so long for something significant. Turns out they were just brainstorming monetization activities. Just then Yu Lengxue and Yun Yishuan knocked on the door and walked in. Yun Yishuan said, boss, the contract has been signed, and I'm here to show it to you. Xian, just in time, I need you to go to the official website of Mini World and download their game body for notarization. It will be needed in the future. Yun Yishuan nodded after hearing this. What's going on? Is there a problem with this game? Of course you need to get a notarization immediately. I'm afraid they might discover it later and change it. Okay, I'll go do it right away. It was early morning and most players were not up yet. The discussions about Mini World had not even begun to ferment. Lin Yu then reviewed the contract, finally gaining an understanding of the company's general situation. The company had lost many orders to another company, dancing music at a low price. The decision-maker of this company lacked the necessary decisiveness, directly leading to a particularly low volume of orders, to the point that the company's operations could not be sustained. Among the remaining employees, there were only about 6 voice actors left, alongside a department supervisor who managed these employees while also doing voice work. Lin Yu shook his head at the report in his hand. This really was a good company. To be driven to closure by market competition. This market is indeed cutthroat. You should let Sister Pan take over that company, mainly responsible for personnel allocation. Once the personnel situation is resolved, we'll see if Sheng Hui can perform well. If not, then let him go. Yu Lengxue nodded, taking notes on what Lin Yu said. At this moment, Kuchen Yu walked over and said to Lin Yu, our department has completed cooperation with my world, and it's now playable. When do you think we can go live? What changes did you make? We implemented a hell difficulty mode in the game where all creatures possess AI intelligence, including villagers, iron golems, and various animals like sheep and pigs. Lin Yu looked at Kuchen Yu. Isn't that a bit extreme? How are players supposed to play? Are you trying to make them feel like they're in a hellscape? Hee. Kuchen Yu scratched his head and smiled. How about we test the waters first and see if this works? Mainly if it's just villagers being adapted, I feel like the game won't hold much interest. Lin Yu looked at Kuchinya's mischievous smile and said helplessly, just launch it now, issue an announcement, and he'll give it a try later. Kuchinyu nodded and immediately went to handle the matter. Soon Lin Yu's login to the Star platform received an update, My World version update. Hell difficulty, where you can experience all intelligent beings. He quickly downloaded the update, selecting Hell difficulty beta and choosing extreme survival to enter the game. As he waited for the world to generate, he spawned in a grassland terrain with a few oak trees scattered around. He observed that Hell difficulty seemed to have no changes. Lin Yu walked up to a tree and started chopping it down. After cutting it down, he crafted a workbench and quickly dug down to gather some stone. Entering the Stone Age, he then prepared to set sail in search of a village. As he passed by, he noticed some cows generated on the grassland. Seeing the cows, he thought about playing in Hell mode and approached to observe. He found these cows were very different from the original version and now gathered just like a normal herd. Lin Yu approached, let me see how this cow behaves. He ran up to a cow and quickly struck it. The cow flashed red for a moment, clearly taking damage and letting out a sound. But suddenly, all the cows charged towards Lin Yu, turning their backs to him, kicking him repeatedly until his health was completely drained. Lin Yu looked at the 3 big words, "You died," with an expression of disbelief on his face. Wait, can it really be played like this? Afterwards, he clicked to spectate the world and found that other cows were licking the one he had attacked, healing it. No way. Seriously, this difficulty is really getting close to hell. He then decided to check some streamers' reactions to see if they were similarly affected. He opened the streaming platform and noticed that there weren't many people streaming yet since it was still morning. He searched and quickly found Long Bao's live status. This person is quite dedicated. Most streamers usually come on in the afternoon. He then clicked to enter. Lin Yu saw that Long Bao had just started his live stream. It seems everyone is here, brothers. My world has been updated with a Hell difficulty option. I wasn't planning to stream this early, but upon seeing this, I brought you guys along to experience it. Cough cough, let me see, what version is this? Hell difficulty, it must be extreme. With my skills, winning is guaranteed. He entered the game, and after the normal starting sequence, he began searching for a village. He saw some animals by the roadside, but did not approach them, instead preparing to find a village to secure early food freedom. After rowing for 5 minutes, he found a spruce forest village just as night was falling. Wow, what bad luck, the first village is the poorest one. He put away the boat and ran towards the village. Soon when he arrived, it was already nighttime. I hope to find something to eat here, Long Bao said helplessly as he began to loot house after house. He opened one house where a villager was lying on the bed, and there was a treasure chest nearby. Upon opening it, he exclaimed, wow, is this spruce village really so rich? 18 emeralds, 36 loaves of bread, and 9 apples. Long Bao put everything into his backpack and boasted in the live stream. If anyone still says the spruce village is poor, I'll be angry with them. Unexpectedly, just as he said this, the nearby villager suddenly jumped out of bed and started making strange noises. And the chat box on the screen also started to fill with messages. What the hell are you doing? Those are my emeralds. Give them back. Long Bao was taken aback by this scene. Villagers can play like this. He then took out his axe and swiftly dispatched the villager. Meanwhile, the villager in the chat was sending multiple pleas for mercy. Lafa, what are you holding? An axe? Come on, brother, that's not necessary. We have iron golems outside protecting us. Lafa, hey, what are you doing? That hurts. Lafu, I was wrong, can I just give it back to you? Lafu, you really won't end well. Long Bao was now quite thrilled looking at the chat box on the screen. Not bad, this is interesting, haha. The comments in the live stream also began to flood in. No way, this villager really has some humanity. The streamer should be a bit more humane. 666, oh, as soon as I get back to my dorm, let my ancestors descend immediately. Streamer, the Iron Golem is watching you from outside the door. At this moment, Long Bao noticed the reminder in the live stream chat, and when he looked out the window, sure enough, the Iron Golem was staring at him. Cough, 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 now, let's gather the iron ingots we left in this village. He immediately opened the door and ran outside to an open area building 3 blocks high, saying, is this the AI Iron Golem? It looked rather clumsy too. As the Iron Golem approached, a line of text appeared in his chat box. Outsider, you killed my villager, die. The Iron Golem stopped right in front of Long Bao. Initially, Long Bao was startled by the words appearing from the Iron Golem in the chat box. Is that it? Isn't this just asking for a beating? He then took out his stone axe and began to chop, preparing to collect some wild iron ingots. Unexpectedly, after he chopped twice, the Iron Golem also took out a dirt block and started to build higher. Long Bao was dumbfounded. What is going on? Then the Iron Golem swung at Long Bao twice. Due to Long Bao having no armor and being in hell difficulty, he was promptly knocked out. The Iron Golem also left a message in his chat box. Iron Golem, this is your fate. The viewers in the live stream started to laugh. 666. This iron golem is really impressive. Long Bao has calmed down, hasn't he? No way. The way to get iron at the start was smashed by the iron golem in 2 hits. Ha ha ha. Iron golem, I still like your unruly appearance. Lin Yu, sitting at his spot, also began to chuckle. Indeed, this game is much more interesting to watch others play. Long Bao looked at the 3 large words on the screen that said, "You died," and his feeling of frustration intensified. Iron golem, you're something else, but this is my world. He then clicked to open the local area network and allowed cheats. Long Bao directly switched the current world to creative mode. He then chased after the iron golem, throwing punches. The iron golem could only watch as Long Bao's attacks continuously swung, but no matter what, it was unable to harm him. The iron golem naturally also left a message in the chat box. Iron golem, if you're bad, practice more. If you can't take a loss, don't play. The viewers in the live stream started to mock Long Bao. Ha ha ha, if you can't take a loss, don't play. Don't play if you can't take a loss. Jia Ge Long Bao, you're just weak. Seeing the iron golem's final words along with the endless taunts in the live stream, Long Bao's face and neck instantly turned red. In the live stream, he explained, come on, I just didn't expect something like this to happen. He then prepared a new save to continue the challenge. Lin Yu saw this and commented, not bad, this really has entertainment value. It seems this mode can indeed work. Yu Lingxue knocked on the door and entered, saying, the front desk said the head of a dubbing company is here, introduced by Sister Pan, so I came over to let you know. Huh? Lin Yu looked at Yu Lingxue in confusion. Isn't the head of the dubbing company Sheng Hui from this morning? Yu Lingxue was also a bit puzzled. I'm not sure either. I'll ask Sister Pan to find out the situation later. Let's let him in first and pour him a cup of tea. Yu Lingxue nodded and continued, Mr. Lin Yu previously asked me to have them create promotional images for 3 Kingdoms Kill. They have completed it, and I sent it to you in the work circle. Lin Yu opened his phone and clicked on the message. The poster had the words 3 Kingdoms Kill prominently displayed with all 8 generals illustrated on it. Not bad. Lu Yaoyao's drawing skills are quite good. She's a promising talent. He then opened a short video platform and directly uploaded the poster as a graphic post. Soon most users received messages from the short video platform. The person you follow has posted new graphics and text. Upon clicking, these users saw the 3 large characters 3 Kingdoms Kill within the image. Moreover, some of the generals depicted have a 2-dimensional style, making them look vividly lifelike. The overall poster is dominated by a red hue outlined in crimson flames of war. In particular, the male generals in the image stand solemnly on the city wall, gazing intently at the raging battle ahead. There is the imposing Guan Yu wielding a mighty blade, the fierce Zhang Fei with his leopard head and wide eyes, and the handsome yet dignified Liu Bei. The 2 female characters, on the other hand, are depicted in a compositional style shrinking to the lower right corner of the image. They sit in their positions listening to the reports from the soldiers in front of them, seemingly discussing the ongoing battle. This poster, paired with its stirring music, directly stimulates the nerves of viewers, evoking an immediate urge to rush into battle. Lin Yu watched as the recently posted content garnered quick comments. Seeing this at 8 in the morning not only excited me, but also invigorated my little brother. How much is it, my little chow? Hehe, drooling. So the content released by that informant was serious. I thought Xingqian was really going to make an anime. As long as it doesn't exceed 500, I will definitely buy it. Can the person above keep their mouth shut? You're killing our informant. Is there really a mobile version? Finally, I can play games on my way to work. Just as Lin Yu seemed eager to see more comments, suddenly the comment section got stuck loading. It suddenly occurred to him that he had forgotten to inform Lu Junxian about this release, just as his phone dinged with a message alert. He clicked to check the notification. Sage, is it you? It should be you, right? I'm tired. Let it all be destroyed, these disgusting capitalists. I'll call to add more servers. I like to drag things out. Xiao Yu, ahem, I forgot to tell you this time. Sage, we're about to go to a meeting and get scolded. This damn company is really unbearable. I hope in the future Director Lin can help me out. Lin Yu smiled at the message from Lu Junxian, the corners of his mouth lifting. It seems that's not impossible. Oh, let's talk about it when the company gets bigger. Xiao Yu, Director Lu, you're a great talent. I will definitely call you when there's an opportunity. This time the poster release attracted not only early risers, but also office workers and some people from major gaming companies. At this moment in the office of the chairman of Shun Du Mimi Play Company, Zhao Xiaolin sat at the main seat. He was currently reviewing the feedback emails for the game. However, the feedback was not particularly good. No way, brother, isn't this just blatant plagiarism? Changing the material doesn't make it any different. Am I the only one who feels this is a skin swap version of Minecraft? Where did this small company come from to copy? Stupid company, even if it's free with so many sales ads, I can see it's clearly the stuff from E-Factory. Ugh, disgusting. Zhao Xiaolin stared at the game feedback box on the screen, his forehead veins bulging as a wave of anger surged from his heart. Even though he was extremely angry, he had no way to refute the contents of the emails. He then directly disabled the feedback box's receiving function and closed the feedback box. He cursed under his breath. A bunch of ignorant dogs. Xingchen is truly a famous dog-raising company. Afterward, he took out his phone, opened the short video platform, and wanted to see how the popularity of his mini-world was doing. He opened the trending list and was astonished to see that at the top of the list was Xingchen Company announces new game 3 Kingdoms Kill, while his mini-world had to settle for second place. Zhao Xiaolin was somewhat stunned by this trending news. No way, brother, I worked hard to buy fake engagement, and you outdid me with a single graphic and text. He immediately clicked on that trending topic. 3 Kingdoms Kill launching within the next 2 months. The imposing image coupled with the passionate music even drew him into the atmosphere. After a while, he finally snapped back from that excited state. This aura is terrifying indeed. So Xingchen actually has such strong capabilities. Why didn't I think of this classic when I watched Romance of the 3 Kingdoms? He shook his head. Now I can only brace myself and push forward. Mini World. He checked the trending list for Mini World, noticing that most of the real reviews were absent, and it was mostly the good reviews he had paid for. Suddenly, he thought since Romance of the 3 Kingdoms can be adapted into a game, then Water Margin should definitely work too. Upon thinking this, he slapped the table and stood up preparing to call the people at E-Factory. However, his assistant knocked on the door and walked in, interrupting his thoughts. He said, "Our game has succeeded. Boss, the recharge records in the backend have already reached 6 million. It has only been 2 hours. After hearing his assistant's report, Zhao Xiaolin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Mini World's revenue is still decent. Then he dialed the phone right in front of his assistant. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had arrived in the conference room to meet with the voice acting company contacted by Sister Pan. Originally, Lin Yu intended to directly inform this person that he no longer wished to acquire the voice acting company. However, he thought that if he only had one voice acting company under his command, with the supply from Xingchen Company, they would surely become complacent. If there's competition internally combined with external competition, it would ensure these companies maintain a necessary drive. For instance, he knew of a major company in his past life that had 3 or 4 game studios under its command. If they didn't work hard, they could only face dissolution. With this thought, Lin Yu felt inclined to take another look at this company. "Hello, Director Lin. I didn't expect you to be so young. I'm almost halfway in the ground. My name is Gong Jurens. I heard you were considering acquiring a voice acting company recently." Upon saying this, Gong Jurens stepped forward and shook hands with Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked at the person before him and waited for him to sit down before slowly saying, "I see, actually I met with another voice acting company this morning. It was originally scheduled for the afternoon, but I didn't expect you to arrive so soon." Gong Jurens began to sweat upon hearing Lin Yu's words. "I see, making small deals sometimes requires comparison, and making such a big decision surely requires it too. What is the situation with your esteemed company?" "Our company is now well-equipped with no debts, operating smoothly, and we have quite a number of voice actors under our wing." Gong Jurens confidently shared these details with Lin Yu. "Since your company is so good, why are you selling it? Can it just make money by holding on to it?" Gong Jurens smiled slightly and said to Lin Yu, "I urgently need money, and besides, if I sell the company, I can start my retirement. Could you show me the relevant operational details of your company? Did you bring them?" Gong Jurens chuckled as he took out a thick stack of documents from his briefcase and handed them to Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled as he received them, saying, "Please give me some time to review them." Gong Jurens nodded. "Of course, take your time." Lin Yu carefully examined the situation of the Tiandong dubbing company. As he continued to flip through the materials, he indeed uncovered some related issues. The biggest problem was the company's net profit. After paying employee salaries and some maintenance costs, only a mere 100,000 remained. Moreover, this net profit had only recently been achieved thanks to assistance from a project. This profit was losing over 600,000 every month. He now strongly suspected that this project was intentionally created by this person, aimed at selling for a good price. Lin Yu thought to himself, "No wonder a profit of 100,000 is not worth selling to you." Gong Jurens' expression was somewhat tense, hoping the person before him would not discover any issues. Lin Yu glanced at Gong Jurens and noticed something was off with his demeanor. However, he did not intend to expose him, but wanted to inquire about the price in his mind. "I've looked at it. I wonder how much Chairman Gong is willing to sell the shares to us for." Lin Yu smiled, looking at the person before him. Gong Jurens observed Lin Yu's expression appearing confident, yet he sensed something was amiss. "You see, Mr. Lin, our company is in such good shape, and the dubbing market is flourishing. I just don't want to work anymore. I want to enjoy life, which is why I'm selling the company." Then he paused and pointed. "How about 20 million? I feel a connection, so I'm offering it to you at a low price." Lin Yu chuckled, took a sip of tea, and said, "Chairman Gong, are you joking with this price?" He then filled Gong Jurens' cup to the brim with tea. Seeing this, Gong Jiren exclaimed, "Hey, Mr. Lin, we can negotiate the money. No need to get angry, isn't business about give and take? How about 15 million? Lin Yu witnessed the man before him continue to speak eloquently, listing all the favorable aspects of his company. However, Lin Yu listened to these words, looking at the person before him as if he were watching a clown, endlessly observing his performance. Mr. Lin, you really shouldn't underestimate my company. For instance, the Zhongxi novel platform, those live narrations are all done by our company, as well as the newly released national comic Zhanshen." Lin Yu waved his hand, stopping the incessant chatter of Gong Jiren. Lin Yu opened their company's relevant report, pointing to the revenue situation. "Do you think I am very young and foolish?" He spoke these words with a hint of rudeness. Gong Jiren's gaze flickered when he heard Lin Yu say this. "No, that's not it. All right, the revenue aspect is indeed a problem. It's just 100,000 in revenue, and with one project each month the loss exceeds 600,000 without this project. Is this project one that you fabricated yourself?" Lin Yu's words hit Gong Jiren like a slap to the face. Gong Jiren looked at Lin Yu, and after a moment of pause said, "Mr. Lin, just offer what you think is fair." Lin Yu reviewed the company's materials, and after a while provided his answer, 200,000. "If you're unwilling, then you can seek out someone else." Gong Jiren remained silent for a while, as if he had aged 30 years. Then he finally said, "All right, let's go with that price and sign the agreement." Lin Yu found it strange that the person before him did not negotiate, thinking to himself, "My goodness, is this person not going to haggle? Or has his psychological barrier collapsed? Or am I getting a bargain?" Soon Lin Yu had Yun Yishuan bring over the contract. After signing and stamping it with the Xingqian company's seal, he handed the contract to Gong Jiren. He saw Gong Jiren sign the contract, and at the moment he stamped it, his expression instantly brightened, as if he had returned to his youth. "Mr. Lin, rest assured the company has no issues other than operational ones, personal guarantee." Lin Yu saw this person so happy, and said, "You really can act. The instruments are worth about 200,000. Oh, I've already given you a discount. I just feel light and carefree now." Then Lin Yu had Yun Yishuan go to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to register. After that, Xingqian company had fully acquired these two companies. As these matters were completed, it was already time to get off work. Yun Yishuan returned from the Industry and Commerce Bureau, handing the new seals and licenses to Lin Yu before leaving. He was now bored, continuing to watch Long Bao constantly delete and restart the world. Long Bao's face and neck had not returned to their normal color from morning until night. The barrage in the live broadcast room was truly entertaining. Level 10 fan group burning the dragon at night. "I'm a newcomer. May I ask why Long Bao's face has been so rosy from morning till night?" 666. This zombie actually broke through Long Bao's defenses. "I've never seen a zombie that can maneuver before. It cracked me up. Ooh, I just tried it. And it turns out that the villager's happy machine really can shout. I can only say that if Xingqian doesn't fix it, I'm going to play until I grow old." To the person above, I suggest installing a mod and experience the joy of cat girls. Lin Yu looked at the screen and sent out a few gifts rewarding this loyal little red person. It seems that when AI is added, we also need to give AI a specific difficulty level. After that, he prepared to see how the players of Three Kingdoms Killing felt about it. It was then he discovered that Mini World had directly sent opening sales data on the short video platform. Mini World achieved sales of over 13 million from 8:30 in the morning until 5:30 in the afternoon in just 9 hours. Lin Yu was stunned upon seeing this data. Is this real? Could it be that this kind of game really has people spending money? He clicked on the promotional video and found it filled with positive reviews. Mini World is the most fun game in the world. At first I thought this game was just another money-grabbing scheme, but I didn't expect that even a free player can do well in it, and the creativity is so good. Ew, I really like it. Lin Yu saw this, and without caring much had a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. "Go ahead and earn the money you make, and then you'll have to pay me back double." Lin Yu gazed at the mini world on his phone, contemplating the scarcity of this game, and thus understanding the significance of the amount of 13 million. He shook his head and said, "Can't you be a bit more capable? You've only earned this little by copying my work. It's quite embarrassing for me." After saying this, Lin Yu decided to let the game develop a bit more. After all, given their revenue, even if they went to court, they wouldn't gain much. He tidied up and prepared to leave the office. As he walked out the door, he saw a group of people at their desks, intensely focused on their screens, continuously typing game code. Lin Yu stepped forward and tapped the table. Hey, it's time to leave. Everyone should head out early and stop working overtime." Cough, cough, boss, I'm about to finish modeling this character, and will leave shortly." Peng Su replied with a smile. Lin Yu looked at him puzzled and said, "Weren't you worried about working overtime when you joined our company?" Peng Su chuckled and scratched his head. "I'll leave right away, just a moment longer." Seeing everyone start to pack their things, Lin Yu felt quite satisfied and left directly. Just as he reached the front door, he faintly heard someone say, "The boss treats us so well, shouldn't we?" Lin Yu couldn't hear clearly and paid it no mind. Outside the company gate, Sang Ting was waiting for him after the shift change. Soon he drove back home. Little did he know as he entered the community, a person wearing a black hat was watching him, holding a photo of Lin Yu in hand. After Lin Yu walked past, the person checked the time and took off the black hat. Indeed, it was the taxi driver with 3 white eyes who had previously driven Lin Yu and his roommate back to school. As Lin Yu walked away, the person revealed a strange smile, while Sang Ting, following Lin Yu, noticed this individual had been watching him since he entered. Sensing something was off, Sang Ting quickly used a miniature camera in her pocket to capture the face of the person in front of her. However, Lin Yu, lying in bed, remained completely unaware. He opened his phone and began searching for information. He muttered to himself, the development of the Three Kingdoms game is a bit slow. It seems it's time to create some special small games. Lin Yu quickly thought of some smaller games from his past life, such as Happy Match and Plants vs. Zombies, which could easily find a place on the table in this world. He then closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the system space in his mind, searching for small games like Happy Match. Current points, 5,090. Happy Match, 1,000 points exchange. Radish Defense, 1,500 points exchange. Plants vs. Zombies, 2,000 points exchange. Lin Yu looked at the 3 games before him and couldn't help but praise them. These games were all incredibly popular, essential for leisure and entertainment. Moreover, these games were quite easy to develop. If the relevant planning documents were handed to Lin Yu, he could basically complete the main game production within a day or 2. Without hesitation, he clicked to exchange for Happy Match. Soon the planning document for Happy Match, along with many level designs, appeared in Lin Yu's hands. Lin Yu browsed through them for a while. These plans were indeed classic, covering all the essentials, such as the rules for block elimination and some marketing strategies. He then tossed the planning document onto his bedside table, preparing to go to the company tomorrow to see if he could directly put it into action. Ding dong. Lin Yu picked up his phone, took a look, and clicked directly inside. Rui Xin finally freed. Crying, do you understand the horror of being left behind by your mentor to do experiments during summer vacation? Xiaoyu, researcher, research soul, all about research. Rui Xin, I get it, the 24-hour work system is just too ridiculous. Eyes wide open, it's work. Eyes closed, it's sleep in the lab. I'd rather just die. Xiaoyu, what's the matter, my friend? Poyang Lake in Jiangzhou has beautiful scenery. It's a good place to meet one's end. Rui Xin. Rui Xin, no way. If I go, I'd be doing Poyang Lake a favor. Haha. Rui Xin, by the way, a celebrity has emerged online recently, and my mentor is quite interested in him. Rui Xin, something feels off. It seems your name is also Lin Yu. You can't be. Xiaoyu, what's that? Rui Xin, it's that of Xingqian Company. That AI is truly amazing, with a strong ability to gather information. Being able to use it is quite a benefit for me as a researcher. My mentor is using it too. Lin Yu had no intention of revealing that he was indeed from Xingqian Company, and after thinking for a moment, he began to compliment himself. Xiaoyu, yeah, I also think he's incredible. He's also from Jiangzhou like me. Xiaoyu, I even watched his live stream before. Xiaoyu, he's really handsome, dashing, and refined, truly a young man like jade, unmatched in the world. This applies to all readers. After typing this, Lin Yu touched his face and found it a bit warm, but he didn't think much of it, smiling as he read the compliments about himself on his phone. Rui Xin, alright, is that true? Sounds a bit exaggerated, aren't you, from non-tone? Disdain. They chatted briefly about recent events, but during their conversation, Rui was called to the lab by her mentor to work on experiments. Lin Yu looked at the time. It was 8 in the evening. Is this what a graduate student's life is like? Really? Fulfilling. After a night passed, Lin Yu arrived at the company early the next morning. However, things were a bit different this time. He saw a group of people collapsed at their desks, fast asleep. Hey, what's going on with you guys? Did you come in so early? Su Yao was startled awake by Lin Yu's actions and raised her head. Seeing the large dark circles under her eyes, Lin Yu immediately understood what this group had been up to. He then tapped the table. Hearing the noise, the others immediately woke up. Boss. Lin Yu looked at each of their dark circles and frowned. After thinking for a while, he didn't know what to say. Sigh. You guys take the day off today, come back tomorrow, I'll consider it paid leave. Ding Hong, when hearing Lin Yu's words, immediately stepped forward and said, we were just about to fight to the death. Why does your majesty yield first? Lin Yu was instantly baffled. No, you're delusional. Do you really want to collapse? He looked at the screen on Ding Hongwen's computer, which displayed General Jiang Wei conceptualization. As expected, Lin Yu thought to himself, realizing that this adopted son was pretty much useless. All right, everyone, rest up for today. Let's avoid such incidents moving forward, Lin Yu said to the technical staff before him, especially Peng Su, who was still at his desk rubbing his eyes. He pushed open the office door holding the game design document for Happy Match and dropped it onto his desk. I'd hoped someone might join me today as a willing pair of hands to finish this game outright. Then it struck him, could Petion assist in game development as well? At that moment, Yu Lingxue approached. Director Lin here, is your tea. Wait, don't leave yet. Please compile a list of all employees who worked late last night, and those still present in the office now. Submit it to me immediately. Yu Longxue nodded and hurried off to fulfill the task. Lin Yu then powered on his computer and connected to the company's intranet. Instantly, Petion's interface appeared before him. Good morning. How may I assist you? I need you to complete a game development task. Help me build a full game. Lin Yu proceeded to deconstruct the core mechanics of Happy Match into precise descriptive prompts and fed them all to Petion. Understood. I have fully analyzed the game specifications, generating relevant code files now. Within the time it took to sip a cup of tea, streams of output began flowing steadily. Once generation completed, Lin Yu opened each file one by one for review. Sigh. If AI could truly generate production-ready games, we'd be exploiting system loopholes effortlessly. As he scanned Petion's generated code, his brow furrowed deeper with every line. Halfway through, he finally exploded. What utter garbage. What kind of toxic data was even fed into Petion? Lin Yu felt as though he'd swallowed something foul. He was physically nauseated. Sigh. Petion clearly isn't ready to write functional code yet. If only it possessed even rudimentary logical reasoning, it could at least be debugged. He held little hope that Petion could independently produce working code. Still, he believed it could offer meaningful support in programming tasks, just not in actual coding. Just then, Yu Longxue re-entered, having compiled statistics on staff still at their desks versus those who had already gone home. A detailed roster now filled the reporting dashboard. Lin Yu stared at the list, his temples throbbing. His thoughts churned. Why on earth are my employees competing to work overtime? At least a few show some sense. Good. Please ask Lu Yaoyao to come to my office. I have an assignment for her. Lin Yu set the roster aside. With resigned pragmatism, he added triple overtime pay for those individuals, 3 times their base rate on top of their regular salary. Please inform Ms. Pan and authorize an additional incentive bonus of 1,000 yuan per person. He saw nothing questionable in his decision. Make absolutely certain they do not work overtime again. This level of compensation will not apply going forward. Yu Longxue nodded and departed immediately to carry out the instructions. Meanwhile, Peng Su, just arrived home, was eating breakfast prepared by his wifey Duo. She continued scolding him. What's gotten into you? You're no longer in your 20s. You'll collapse if you keep this up. He shot back instantly. Didn't the boss tell me to rest today? Besides, there is overtime pay. I heard it's 1.5 times the standard rate. The baby's formula money is secured. He hadn't given it much thought, only that his daily wage hovered around 300 or 400 yuan, and 1.5 overtime would significantly ease this month's financial strain. So he'd simply stayed behind to work. Just then his phone chimed. He snatched it up and opened the workgroup chat. He immediately saw the message. To honor yesterday's dedicated overtime staff, Director Lin has approved triple overtime compensation, 3 times the base rate added to the original salary, plus an additional 1,000 yuan bonus per employee. Furthermore, unauthorized overtime is strictly prohibited henceforth. Please take note. Overjoyed, he turned to his wife. Look, the bonus has already arrived. He handed her the phone. Inwardly, he reflected bitterly on his past life in Shanghai. Endless overtime, no compensation, no reprieve. His supervisor's words echoed, if you won't do it, dozens will. Do you think you're some rare species? As he chewed the noodles, sorrow welled. A scholar dies for one who understands him. I will serve this company until my last breath. Back at his desk, Lin Yu had already plunged into coding, boasting confidently, C doesn't seem so difficult after all. Lacking deep expertise in C, he relied entirely on Petion's step-by-step guidance. Yet the further he progressed, the more unsettling it became. His scalp prickled as if new neurons were sprouting. He scratched his head and watched strands of hair fall into his palm. Damn, no wonder they call it C. From now on, I'm swearing off C forever. Its reputation is utterly deserved. Indeed, mastering C came at a steep price. One's hairline. To gauge a programmer's C proficiency, simply ask them to remove their hat. Time flew while coding. Before long, dusk had fallen. Since Happy Match required minimal graphical assets, Lu Yaoyao delivered her draft once and left immediately. Lin Yu gazed at the familiar visuals on screen and murmured, truly uncanny, nearly identical to the version from my past life. With only fragmentary descriptions, Lu Yaoyao captured its essence perfectly. A rare talent indeed. He imported the assets and began playing. With each cascade of match tiles, the game proved pure catharsis for the compulsive mind, each completed level delivering unparalleled satisfaction. An hour slipped away unnoticed. Excellent. Only the audio assets remain. Lin Yu put his phone away, a wistful gleam flickering across his face. Glancing at the clock, he mused, now I understand why this game endured for decades. Were I to release it directly into today's market, no one could predict the seismic impact it would trigger. The next day, Lin Yu arrived at the company early once again. this time to meet with the heads of 2 dubbing studios. As he walked past the workstations, an employee asked, "Boss, since we had yesterday off, will we need to adjust our schedule this Saturday?" Haha, since we took a day off yesterday, we should make it up over the weekend. That counts as a scheduled adjustment. Honestly, staying home with nothing to do makes me feel utterly restless. Ding Hongwen chimed in, "Boss, I think that's only fair." Then, as if recalling something, Ding Hongwen added, "Oh, Wang Weijia and Kuchen, you wanted to speak with you. They tried knocking at your door, but found you weren't home." Lin Yu nodded, then addressed the group. "Yesterday's day off was granted deliberately. I've officially designated the weekend as rest time. If anyone comes in, it'll count as overtime, and no exceptions will be made." He stared blankly at his employees, inwardly sighing, why do these people insist on working overtime? Do they actually derive some perverse satisfaction from it? Hearing this, the employees fell silent. Seeing no further questions, Lin Yu returned to his office, where 2 visitors were already waiting. In a corner of the office, the same employee who'd spoken earlier felt a pang of guilt. "Wah, I truly am despicable, spending every bathroom break scrolling novels instead of working. I'm no better than trash." Inside Lin Yu's office, the heads of Tiandong Dubbing Studio and Shengshi Dubbing Studio sat quietly awaiting him. One was a poised woman in her 30s, her long wavy hair cascading gracefully as she smiled warmly at Lin Yu. The other was Sheng Hui, the same man Lin Yu had met before. Previously, his bulky attire had made him appear stout. Now dressed sharply in a lean professional manner, his bearing and vitality had markedly improved. "Good morning, Mr. Lin," said the Tiandong representative, stepping forward to shake hands. "I'm Tian Xiaojing, general manager of the studio. A true pleasure to meet you." Sheng Hui followed suit, offering his hand in greeting. Yu Lengxue approached with freshly brewed tea. Noticing their familiarity with Lin Yu, she quietly withdrew. "Let's begin with your company's current status." Tiandong first. At this, Tian Xiaojing cleared her throat and handed Lin Yu a thick dossier from her briefcase. She continued, "This outlines our organizational structure. At present, we're critically short of orders, and our operational framework is fundamentally flawed." Lin Yu accepted the documents and furrowed his brow upon hearing her summary. Then he began flipping through the pages. Soon the core issues emerged clearly. The management team comprised 61 individuals, yet the studio employed only 20 voice actors. Most astonishingly, the finance department alone numbered 20 staff members, each earning over 10,000 yuan monthly. So only 20 people actually work, while 61 draw salaries without contributing. Lin Yu glanced at the report, speechless. Tian Xiaojing offered an awkward smile. "That's essentially accurate. Did the previous owner notice nothing amiss? Those bloated positions were all imposed by the former owner." Lin Yu shook his head, exasperated. "So this is the trap you left behind." He sighed, then said, "Very well. I'll have Ms. Pan determine the optimal staffing structure later. You'll terminate those excess personnel according to her final count. But termination carries significant cost. Most have been with us over a year. Legally, severance would require N1 compensation." Tian Xiaojing spoke hesitantly, anxious not only about the financial burden, but even more so about provoking Lin Yu's ire. Lin Yu studied her intently. "Am I expected to let them leech off me indefinitely? 20 people in finance. That's absurd. 40-odd managers for just 20 voice actors. 2 supervisors per artist." Sheng Hui scratched his head, stunned by the sheer dysfunction unfolding before him. A wry smile flickered across his thoughts. "Such a grotesquely misshapen organization. How could you possibly compete with me? No wonder the previous owner sold it for just 2 million. I thought it was a steal." Lin Yu shook his head inwardly. "Still, after payouts, the total outlay may exceed 3 million. Never mind, it's still not a loss. Next time I acquire a company, I'll have Patian conduct full due diligence." He felt no distress whatsoever. After all, acquiring a healthy dubbing studio, or assembling one from scratch, would now cost several million on the open market. As for Sheng Hui's studio selling for just over 3 million, it was tiny to begin with, and by the end, nearly all its talent had already departed. "Mr. Lin, we actually retain 1 celebrity voice actor." Tian Xiaojing hurried to add, "She heard about our acquisition by Xingchen Company yesterday, and the acclaimed actress previously driven away by the former owner has expressed intent to return." "Who is she?" "Her real name is Ai Liu, stage name Xiao W. She's currently the most sought-after voice actress online, featured in countless major productions. With her back, the studio stands to secure substantial new contracts." "Why was she forced out?" Lin Yu asked, puzzled. The former owner's extreme overtime policies were unbearable. No human being could endure such conditions. Voice actors worked non-stop inside recording booths until physical collapse. Lin Yu nodded. He understood instantly. In this world, relentless overwork was normalized. Even the most resilient souls eventually broke. Most people, once financially secure, simply opted out entirely. And with the global population double that of Lin Yu's former world, labor remained ruthlessly replaceable. If you won't do it, someone else will. Understood. I hope we get the chance to welcome her properly. Lin Yu nodded, recalling her unmistakable legacy. She voiced the heroines of nearly every major anime, her fan base immense beyond measure. He turned to Sheng Hui, who stood nervously nearby. And your studio, after Ms. Pan's restructuring, is it running smoothly now? Sheng Hui quickly affirmed yes, absolutely. Deep down, he knew Lin Yu's dual acquisition was deliberate, to foster competition between the two studios. Initially, hearing Tiandong's disastrous state had filled him with quiet triumph. Competition. This is already decided. I'll win by default. But upon learning Xiao W, the industry's most celebrated voice, was returning to Tiandong, his confidence wavered. Then this voiceover task is entrusted to you. It must be submitted to me before 3 o'clock this afternoon, and please pay attention to confidentiality issues. Lin Yu handed the printed voiceover script for the required game directly to Sheng Hui. Sheng Hui quickly said 3 goods, took it eagerly, and after a careful review, his inner anxiety was significantly eased. There are no problems at all. I will submit all the audio files to you this afternoon. Rest assured, all our employees have signed confidentiality agreements, as our industry is quite sensitive regarding this matter. Sheng Hui finished speaking and then got up, heading straight out of the office. Sister Pan is in the office next door. You should go find her. We can discuss things later when your company is ready. Tian Xiaojing nodded and immediately left to find Sister Pan to discuss the personnel changes at the company. As soon as Tian Xiaojing left, Lin Yu was alone in the office when a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding, mission detection shows that all tasks have been completed. Now distributing the remaining rewards. 1,500 points have been credited. Lin Yu was taken aback upon hearing this voice and immediately opened the hot list of the short video platform. The head of EU company Zhu Pingxin is suspected of maliciously manipulating the stock market, and its affiliated companies are suspected of accounting fraud. The game Tanwan Blue Moon has been shut down due to the company's investigation, causing most players' assets to vanish. The 10 sins of a EU company. He looked at this trending topic and smiled, saying, "So did you miss the flight to the beautiful country and get caught? I did remind you." He shook his head, no longer caring about this matter. His resentment towards the two had long since disappeared. One was serving a long sentence, and the other was directly sentenced to 15 years. Now Lin Yu could be said to have truly attained clarity of Tao. He opened the programming interface, intending to continue designing relevant levels for the game. Happy elimination. The morning passed quickly, and Lin Yu spent most of his time programming. He stretched and looked at the screen displaying nearly 100 levels. Just as he exited the state of flow, a refreshing sensation surged through him. Indeed, immersive game development is truly enjoyable. A cracking sound came from his waist as he stretched. Just a bit tired. It seems I need to find someone to help out. He checked the time. It was already noon. After finishing lunch in the canteen downstairs, he returned to the office. At that moment, Lin Yu happened to be waiting beside Lin Yu's office. Seeing Lin Yu, he followed him into the office and immediately closed the door. Even Lin Yu felt a gust of wind. "Father, it's been a long time. I've really missed you." Lin Yu teased, seeing Lin Yu's demeanor. "What's with that strong door slam? Are you hiding something?" Cough, cough, cough. "How could that be?" Lin Yu scratched his head with a smile. "What do you think about the exhibition?" "I've attended 5 exhibitions in the past 2 days and have basically grasped their patterns," Lin Yu said, confidently patting his chest. "Tell me about it." "They all follow a similar pattern. First, they directly invite tech companies as exhibitors, and then invite some well-known entrepreneurs to oversee the event. During the exhibition, these entrepreneurs will check out the latest technologies and make on-the-spot purchases if suitable. In fact, it's quite rare to see ordinary people. A very few would give up their time to make money to attend a boring exhibition." Seeing Lin Yu's confidence, Lin Yu said, "Drink some water, don't dry heave. Later you can dry heave, and call me your brother." Lin Yu smiled, took a sip of water, and looked at Lin Yu with a grin. "Father, since you say so, if I don't give a few praises for this good tea, wouldn't that be disrespecting your water?" All right, enough flattery. So what are you planning to do?" Lin Yu waved his hand and asked. "Our company's foundation is based on those players, so I believe the exhibition can fully showcase all of our star products together." Lin Yu, intrigued by Lin Yu's words, asked, "So you mean we turn the exhibition into an event that interacts with game players?" "Exactly. The foundation of our company is the players. Those tech companies host exhibitions to attract investment, right? But we are different. We don't need that. Their exhibitions are dull, while ours should have a joyful atmosphere alongside technology." "Wait, have you been to a comic convention to see some pretty girls recently?" Lin Yu asked with some confusion. Cough, cough, cough. "Father, what do you mean? We can fully invite players to experience AI offline. Isn't my world perfect for serving this group of eager players? I've decided to name it the Star Exhibition. Father, what do you think of this name?" Lin Yu nodded, also recognizing Lin Yu's proposal. At our current stage, we are not just a tech company, we can showcase everything. Whether players or merchants, everyone is welcome to participate. Yu, hearing Lin Yu's approval of his proposal, said, Great, this is the inspiration I just had. The AI integration of my world is still being optimized by my department's employees and is expected to be officially launched soon. Hey wait, remember to add difficulty levels for the AI? Otherwise what will a bunch of clumsy players do? Lin Yu tapped the table and reminded him, recalling Long Baohong's humorous appearance. Yu smiled and scratched his head. Alright, I'll go back and tell them. I'm going to work on the planning proposal for the Star exhibition right now. After saying that, Yu immediately left, and the door blew a gust of wind onto Lin Yu's face due to being shut quickly. This adopted son size so impulsive. He shook his head and smiled. Shortly after, his phone chimed, and Lin Yu discovered that Sheng Hui had sent all the preliminary resources for happy elimination. Not bad, not bad. This person works quite fast. Lin Yu looked at the time and realized it was only a little past 1. He imported all the music resources into the project file and began to debug it, including the explosion sounds of some blocks, background music, and sounds for special events. An hour later, a nearly perfect version of Happy Elimination was successfully exported from the project file. Not bad, not bad. This game was made so quickly. He installed this version on his phone, opened it, and began to continually test and play. Time passed by and sounds of perfect and good echoed from Lin Yu's office. Not bad, not bad. This game has brought me so much enjoyment. The remaining operations and ongoing level designs can be left to these employees. Lin Yu exited the game and ended the video recording, sending a message to Yu Lengxue in their work circle. He planned to upload the gaming videos directly to a short video platform to gauge the genuine reactions. Then he remembered something and began operating on his computer, directly uploading the game he created to the website of the Intellectual Property Office, registering it officially. Naturally, he also added relevant codes within the program. Just like in Minecraft, if someone were to copy it, there was a high probability they would still paste that segment of code. If I were to say, couldn't I simply delete that relevant code? Even then, they could still copy it without getting caught. Lin Yu had thought of this too, and this time he designed it carefully, ensuring that if that segment of code did not exist, each part of the code had certain checks in place. Without them, their game wouldn't start properly. Although it would slightly affect the game's performance, at least it could prevent quite a few people from trying to take shortcuts. As for Minecraft, Lin Yu hadn't thought that much before. He had only left a simple verification setting, not expecting those people would even bother to look closely at the code and would just copy and paste it directly. Soon Yu Lengxue, who received the message, arrived, saying, Mr. Lin, is there something you need? Lin Yu pondered for a moment before replying, contact the management platform and have them start developing the mobile version of the Xingxing platform. Mr. Lin, are we venturing into the social domain? Yu Lengxue was quite puzzled by this move. Lin Yu thought about how there were no mobile-type games in this world. There were only some trivial mini-games that could be played through mobile web access. Furthermore, no special adaptations had been made for mobile devices, making it nearly impossible to have a good experience playing on phones. So during work hours or in their leisure time, people generally used their phones to read novels or watch videos. Upon realizing this, Lin Yu understood Yu Lengxue's thoughts, and then he said, make games mobile games. Yu Lengxue seemed taken aback. Can mobile phones really play games? Isn't it like the ones on 8K? That must be really difficult to play. I don't get it. Alright, just follow my instructions and have them make it. Yu Lengxue nodded as she took out her notebook to jot it down. Lin Yu took out his phone and sent the recently recorded video to Yu Lengxue. Release the video I just sent you as an insider leak. I want to see how many office workers it can entice. Yu Lengxue opened the video Lin Yu sent without hesitation, preparing to send it without even watching it. So boss, what should the video title be? Just come up with something like insider leak new game. And some catchy slogans. Just go with that. Yu Lengxue smiled, saying, alright, Mr. Lin, I'll think of something later. When Lin Yu saw Yu Lengxue preparing to leave, he suddenly remembered he almost forgot to find a successor. He quickly called out to Yu Lengxue, hey, there's one more important thing. Have the currently less busy employees select 3 people to be responsible for preparing the game, 1 for operations, 1 for planning, and 1 technical staff. Okay, I'll talk to Sister Pan later to arrange the personnel. Yu Lengxue tidied up and left. As she left the office and returned to her workstation, she thought, I want to see what kind of game can entice office workers. In the video, as the game began, a large frame appeared. Then a bunch of blocks fell from above. Is this Tetris? She bit her lip while continuing to watch. In the video, after the blocks were clicked and dragged, 3 or more similar blocks disappeared and more blocks fell from above. Is this the rule? She watched as the blocks were dragged step by step, and the highest continuous elimination of a row was quite satisfying to behold. At the end of the video, a special block was activated through the actions shown. Following that, a series of continuous reactions occurred, and all the blocks of that large frame were eliminated. Lin Yu watched the operations in the video as the sounds of blocks disappearing resonated, accompanied by special encouragement sounds. The blocks in front of her exploded continuously until the entire frame was cleared, and an exhilarating sensation surged from her head. I must say this game is a true blessing for those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. It genuinely thrilled the perfectionist Lin Yu. She pulled the video progress bar back to the beginning to watch again. Only after watching for the third time did she realize that she had replayed this video several times, snapping back to reality. What should I do? It's getting tempting. I guess I'll wait until the game is released. It's impossible to get it now. She casually wrote a post, "New game, leak a blessing for those with OCD. New game from Xingchen Company." Then she clicked send and prepared to do other things, leaving her workstation with a sense of melancholy on her face. At this moment, Lin Yu was in his office answering a phone call. "Mom, okay, you'll come back this weekend to take a look." A cheerful voice came from the other end. "You're coming back. That's good. They'll go buy some more vegetables now, so I can cook more when you get here." Lin Yu could hear the joy in his mother's voice through the phone. It said that a simple, ordinary phrase can make a woman happy for a long time, and besides his mother, there is no one else. Lin Yu originally didn't plan to go back, but hearing the voice from the other side of the phone, he felt a sense of helplessness rise within him. Ever since he went to university, he had seen his parents rarely, only meeting during the new year. During the summer and winter vacations, Lin Yu generally looked for jobs near the university, so over 4 years, he only saw them during the new year. Lin Yu hung up the phone and fell silent for a moment. At this time, Wang Weijie knocked on the door and entered, interrupting Lin Yu's thoughts. "Foster father, the planning proposal for the professional league has been completed, and I specifically brought it for your review." "Well, that was quick. Let me see if what you've done is acceptable." Wang Weijie chuckled. "What I made is definitely fine." Then Lin Yu began flipping through the documents, and Wang Weijie began to explain enthusiastically. "First, I divided the major regions for players: one region for Chinese players, one for North America, another for Europe, and a separate region for other Asian countries." Lin Yu, seeing Wang Weijie like this, asked, "Isn't this a bit too ambitious? Will it not end up being overly reliant on external factors?" Wang Weijie confidently waved his hand and replied, "It's normal for me to take charge, but we currently have no agents abroad. If we had agents, we could hold the tournament, so the first competition will just be limited to the Chinese region." Lin Yu asked, "How will you resolve the issue of finding participants?" He knew that there were currently no professional teams established, which posed a challenge for finding competitors. "I plan to use a special tournament server for a month, where we can filter through players and select 48 teams or 48 players for a week-long competition." Lin Yu was quite surprised by Wang Weijie's words. Although it differed somewhat from the professional leagues he had seen in his past life, it was still quite similar. This tournament structure does have its merits. Wang Weijie smiled and said, "Right. I told you with me in charge there are no issues." He took a sip of tea. "Moreover, do you know my adoptive father? I previously announced the professional league in a live stream, and the head of the short video platform contacted me directly stating that they would not only cover the broadcasting fees, but also provide us with the necessary staff." Wang Weijie smiled, teasingly asking, "Can you guess how much they offered?" Lin Yu looked at him and replied, "Around 10 million. Wang Weijie nodded. "Your estimate is too broad. It's nearly 20 million. It's incredible that they want to invest in our league." I can't help but laugh. Lin Yu fell into deep thought. The fact that people from the short video platform were willing to spend so much money clearly indicated that they had been tempted by the success of previous legendary leagues. They want to leverage the popularity of our game, so we need to be cautious not to fall into a trap. If it comes to worst, we can always create our own video platform. He flipped through the planning document in front of him and found that the basic competition format consisted of 3 types of games: Battle Bridge, Bed Wars, and Hunger Games, with 48 teams and 48 characters participating. Wang Weijie saw Lin Yu reviewing the content and said, "I only selected the top 3 trending game modes. If there were more, it would become tedious." Lin Yu nodded. "All right, then I'll leave this to you. Have you set up the competition server?" Wang Weijie excitedly replied, "Setting up the server is a trivial matter. I am already prepared." Lin Yu nodded. "As expected of you, you are reliable. Let's start the auditions next week. Prepare the rules for the professional league and make a video to send to me so I can post it for promotion." "Haha, you have great foresight, adoptive father. I'll go talk to Lu Yaoyao right away." Lin Yu watched his departing figure and turned his gaze back to the planning document on the table. After some time, he finished reviewing the planning document and sighed. It's essential to have someone who loves gaming to set the rules. This game has a prize pool of at least 2 million, which can ensure ordinary people don't have to worry about food and drink, especially with this award ceremony. He thought, "I'll have to participate as well. I shouldn't be the type to have social anxiety." He shook his head, dismissing the thought. With nothing else for Lin Yu to handle, he began to relax and play games as it was already time to clock out. This time he planned to drive directly back to his hometown, which was about a 2-hour drive. Liu Yaoyao had also sent the video to Lin Yu's phone. Lin Yu opened it to find various exciting edits of Minecraft competitive videos, concluding with rules for the Minecraft League and ways to participate. Genius. I never expected that Liu Yaoyao, who I thought was just a designer brought in for Uni Xuan, would have such remarkable skills. After saying this, he uploaded the video to the short video platform with the caption, Minecraft Professional League waiting for you to battle. He did not forget to inform Lu Junxian. Xiaoyu, a new video has been uploaded. Xianjia Smile got it. Before long, Lu Junxian sent another message. Xianjia Lin, can we negotiate for broadcasting rights for our short video platform? The price is negotiable. Xiaoyu, I suggest we discuss this in person. It's not suitable to talk about it online. Even if I mention it without a contractual obligation, they could back outright. Xianjia, that's reasonable. When are you free, Lin? Xiaoyu, next week should work. You'll be off during the weekend. Xianjia, all right. We'll find a time to meet next week. Lin Yu noticed Lu Junxian was very eager for the broadcasting rights, which made him a bit cautious in their conversation. After all, he wanted to avoid the risk of last-minute changes from the other party. The current friendly relationship seemed to be driven merely by interests. As he stepped out of the company, he happened to see Sang Wan and Sang Ting handing over. I plan to go back to my hometown directly. What do you think? Sang Wan, hearing that Lin Yu was leaving, asked, oh, how far is it? How long will it take? About a 2-hour drive. I'll stay for 2 days over the weekend. Sang Wan nodded. I'll swing by your place later to grab my gear and drive with you. All right, let's drive together. He didn't have much stuff, and besides, his clothes were already in the cabinet at his hometown. Time passed quickly, and they were already on their way home when it suddenly started pouring rain. At this moment, standing at the entrance of Shengtang Garden, a man sheltered under a eave was staring intently at the door. Yes, this was the man with the downward slanting eyes mentioned earlier. He was glaring at the entrance, and the front of his pants bulged, as if he was hiding something. Since only Sang Wan and Sang Ting went home to grab their gear, Lin Yu waited for them in the car and did not go home. As the sky darkened and the rain continued, he noticed something was off. Where are they? Isn't this the path he takes every day? Damn. The longer he waited, the more impatient he became. Unconsciously, he stamped his foot, forgetting that he had a knife hidden in his pants. After a while, some red liquid began to seep from his trousers. He felt a warm sensation in his groin, and then a sharp, piercing pain shot through him. He immediately pulled the long knife from his pants and threw it aside. He collapsed to the ground in pain, clutching his groin and letting out a pained howl. If Lin Yu were nearby and witnessed this scene, he could only remark that this person seemed rather foolish. The figure, originally presumed male, yet unmistakably female, lay writhing on the ground, her downward slanted eyes wide with agony, until at last she collapsed into unconsciousness. Rain-soaked mud and grime clung thickly to her clothes, a blood pooled darkly around her. It was night and raining, so the elderly man who entered the residential compound failed to notice the figure slumped beside him. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. He glimpsed something crimson on the ground, stepped on it instinctively, feeling its sticky resistance, and assumed only that his shoe had picked up wet earth. He froze mid-step, dazed, one hand rising unconsciously to his temple as he murmured, "What did I just see? Why do I feel so dizzy?" Trembling, he withdrew his old-fashioned mobile phone from his pocket and switched on its flashlight. A beam of light cut through the gloom, revealing a blood-smeared knife, a spreading stain of diluted crimson mingling with rainwater, and a motionless body lying supine, seemingly lifeless. Boom! A thunderclap shattered the silence, jolting the stunned elder awake, only for a violent wave of vertigo to crash over him. His umbrella clattered to the ground as he pitched forward, collapsing rigidly onto the pavement. Overcome by hemophobia, the very sight of blood felling him where he stood. As he fell, droplets of blood splattered across his clothes. There they lay, both unconscious, just beyond the compound's side entrance, a seldom-used passage rarely traversed by residents. Eventually, a security guard patrolling with a flashlight arrived. He surveyed the grim tableau, two prone figures, a knife discarded nearby. He swallowed hard, stepped closer, and nudged one body twice with his flashlight. Realizing both were unresponsive, he snatched up his walkie-talkie. Team. Captain, homicide scene confirmed. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had already departed the area. Luckily, his hometown remained dry, cloaked only in overcast stillness. Shall I arrange rooms for you to rest? There are several inns near my home. No need, Sang Wan replied, shaking her head as she retrieved equipment from the trunk. I'll rent a car later. We'll observe you from the vehicle. I'll take the first watch downstairs, Sang Ting added, stepping forward. If anything arises, don't forget to signal me with the device in your pocket. All right, I'm heading home now. Lin Yu gathered his things and ascended the stairs without looking back. His knuckles hovered uncertainly before the door. Knock, knock, knock. A familiar voice answered from within, coming. Must be your brother. The door clicked open, revealing the beloved face etched deep in memory, wrinkles like fine cracks across time-worn skin, hair nearly half turned silver. Lin Yu stepped inside. His mother smiled warmly. At last, you've deigned to return, just in time for dinner. I've prepared 8 dishes and a soup. Look at you, wasted to a shadow. Lin Yu chuckled, kicked off his shoes, and hurried to the dining table, where his father and younger sister Lin Qinghan emerged from their rooms. Lin Qinghan rushed toward him, but Lin Yu recoiled bewildered. Though her features mirrored his own, her complexion was utterly alien. Who is this imposter masquerading as my sister? I went to Sonya last week, picked the wrong sunscreen, hence this. She shrugged, laughing helplessly. Come, sit and eat. We've waited ages. Mom insisted we hold off until you arrive. His father smiled. How have you been lately, Xiaoyu? Heard the girl you brought home before didn't work out. Lin Yu nodded, then brightened. Ah, ancient history. She's serving 15 years behind bars. What? Imprisoned? I knew it. The moment I saw her face, I sensed ill fortune. You, my son, bear the countenance of prosperity and nobility. She could never match you. His father slammed the table, voice edged with ire. That woman. His mother interjected sharply. Oh, what are you doing? Is this how you welcome your son home on his first day? Her rebuke pierced him. He blinked, cleared his gaze, and smiled sheepishly. Just defending my boy, that's all. In that instant, familial hierarchy revealed itself with crystalline clarity. Lin Qinghan stared, stunned. I saw her spreading lies about you. And yet she's already sentenced. They made her an exemplar case. Fast-tracked the verdict, Lin Yu confirmed, nodding. His father exhaled slowly, sigh. Just choose wisely going forward, Xiaoyu. Amid this warmth, his mother began weaving gentle questions into the meal, time slipping away like steam from warm rice. Later, alone in his childhood room, the desk the scent of old paper and dust, memories rose unbidden, tender and precise. A soft rap sounded at the door. His father entered. Qinghan mentioned you've started a company, something about developing a game. Lin Yu realized his parents still knew little of his work. He nodded. Yes, employment offers stability, but entrepreneurship holds its own quiet dignity. His father reached into his pocket and withdrew a plastic-wrapped wad of cash, fresh from the bank. 60,000 yuan. I know launching a venture is arduous. Take this for emergencies. He placed the money on the desk, voice softening. Your mother and I built nothing more than a modest breakfast stall. We failed to give you the life you deserve. I carry that regret. He pulled out a cigarette, offered one to Lin Yu. Smoke. Though Lin Yu never smoked, he accepted the cigarette, holding it lightly in his palm. Come to the balcony, his father said, closing the door behind them. Lin Yu followed. Dad, you don't need to give me this. We're managing fine. You and Mom should retire. No more early mornings, no more grueling labor. His father drew deeply on the cigarette, smoke curling like unanswered sorrow. I brought you into this world without your consent and subjected you to hardship in your earliest years. Seeing Lin Yu about to speak, his father waved him silent. Then, feigning sternness, say no more. To bring you here was not to claim obligation, but to ask what I might offer. Keep the money. Lin Yu fell quiet, gazing at his father's face, etched not with anger, but with quiet desolation. It's only because your father lacks ability. Don't dwell on what I said about that woman 2 years ago. Ventures carry risk. If yours fails, come home. Always. Lin Yu gazed at his father, the man who had raised his former self, while memories of his own childhood quietly resurfaced. All in all, though strict, this father had treated him with profound warmth and care. If one were to summarize Lin Fu's character, it would be this: stern yet enlightened. Were there a celestial ranking of exemplary parents, Lin Fu and Lin Mu would surely dwell among the immortals. Perhaps their own solid upbringing naturally cultivated such kindness toward their children. Dad, didn't you once say your son was destined for great wealth and honor? Then why fret over every little thing I do? Lin Fu chuckled. You cheeky boy, palmistry isn't infallible. Even my own face bears the marks of prosperity, yet here I am running a breakfast stall for 30 years. He stepped onto the balcony and scanned the street below, then froze, eyes locking onto a car parked beneath a lamppost. His gaze fixed, unblinking. Good heavens, there's a Maybach parked downstairs. Which neighbor's relative could possibly afford something like that? Ahem. Since you're so impressed by my Maybach, I suppose I'll have to start playing the tycoon now, Lin Yu teased lightly. Hearing his son's jest, Lin Fu feigned indignation. Hey, you whippersnapper, how many steam buns must your old dad sell to earn 60,000 yuan? You must invest this money in entrepreneurship. Reasonable expenses, food essentials, are fine. Otherwise, not a single cent leaves this house. With that, Lin Fu strode back into the room, retrieved the cash, and spoke with quiet gravity. Noticing his father's demeanor, Lin Yu asked with a smile, So, you're quite taken with that car downstairs, aren't you? Holding the money in hand, Lin Fu replied, Who says I'm not? Your father is still in his prime, not some retired elder resigned to quietude. He returned to the balcony, stealing several lingering glances at the vehicle, and even pulled out his phone to snap a few photos. Lin Yu leaned against the doorframe, watching his father with quiet amusement. Lin Yu cleared his throat with a soft chuckle. Ahem. Remember, don't squander these 60,000 yuan. Spend them wisely on sustenance or on launching your venture. Interrupted mid-sentence, Lin Yu sighed faintly and looked at his father. If you admire it so much, why not take it for a spin? With that, he drew a set of keys from his pocket and spun them playfully around his index finger. Lin Fu blinked in stunned silence, then hurried forward and snatched them from his son's hand. Cradling the keys, he peered closely. Rented? What kind of question is that? It's fully paid for, cash purchase. Lin Fu stared, disbelief etched across his face. Here, this is the green registration certificate. Loans leave no green certificate. Lin Yu pulled up a photo of the official document on his phone and handed it over. As Lin Fu accepted it, his expression shifted rapidly. Astonishment, confusion, then finally a radiant, unrestrained smile. Let's go. Lin Fu dashed back inside to change clothes. Lin Yu waited by the front door. From within the bedroom, muffled exclamations drifted out. Wife. Our son. He's truly made it. Lin Xinghan lounged lazily on the living room sofa, absorbed in her phone. Hey, want to take a drive? No, I'd rather not. Cruising around is boring. She lay sprawled, socks and slippers tossed haphazardly, eyes glued to her screen. Soon Lin Fu and Lin Yu descended together and stood beside the car. Lin Fu pressed the key fob and opened the door with reverent caution. Hey, why are you climbing straight into the back seat? Aren't you driving? Lin Yu watched bemused as his father slipped in without hesitation. Well, I'm afraid I'll wreck it. If it breaks, it's on me. A car is meant to be driven, not enshrined like a relic. Lin Yu shook his head, half exasperated, half amused. At that, Lin Fu reluctantly slid out of the rear seat, circled the car, and settled into the driver's seat. Lin Yu took the passenger side. Under his son's gentle guidance, Lin Fu started the engine. His spine straightened like a drawn bow, eyes locked ahead. He eased the car smoothly out of the residential compound. Along the way, Lin Yu observed his father's stiff posture. Dad, if you don't lean back, that premium leather seat's just an expensive ornament. You cheeky brat, mocking your own father. Lin Fu laughed heartily, then finally sank back, savoring the embrace of the supple seat. After 2 leisurely laps around the neighborhood, they returned home. Lin Fu stepped out, closed the door, and exhaled deeply, his face alight with unshakable joy. Let's go. We'll make Mom wait if we dawdle, Lin Yu reminded him, noting his father's swaggering stride. And who's the head of this household anyway? You still haven't figured that out. Go ahead, summon her right now if you dare, Lin Fu declared boldly. Lin Yu merely sidestepped, quietly, deliberately. The moment Lin Yu stepped aside, Lin Fu's heart lurched, and sure enough, a familiar voice cut through the air. Oh ho, old man, you've got a death wish. I'll show you the 3 paths of Shu. You rotten kid, you've betrayed your own father. Lin Fu muttered helplessly as Lin Mu seized his ear and marched him toward the elevator. Lin Yu trailed behind, grinning broadly. Later, back in his room, Lin Yu picked up the 60,000 yuan and carried it to his parents' bedroom. Mom, Dad, I'm leaving this money here. He pushed the door open to find Lin Fu kneeling on the far side of the bed. You impudent boy, daring to show your face again. Your turn comes next. Oh ho, you lay a finger on my precious son, and you'll answer to me first. Lin Yu suppressed a laugh. Does our family really need money now? Should I transfer some over? Qinghan's university tuition will weigh heavily on you both. No, we won't trouble you. We'll ask only if something urgent arises. Lin Mu's eyes shimmered with sudden brightness, pride and tenderness welling deep within. Well, I'll be. Your old man's palmistry wasn't so off the mark after all. Of course not. I spent weeks studying the classics. Lin Fu rose, shot his wife a sheepish glance, found himself unscathed, and sat gingerly on the edge of the bed. Lin Yu smiled, withdrew, and closed the door, only to nearly collide with his sister, standing silently behind him. What on earth are you doing lurking there? Trying to murder your own brother. I knew it. You're clearly a nig in disguise. Humph. That shade won't fade anytime soon. But give it time, and it'll vanish on its own. Lin Xinghan jabbed a furious finger at him. Fine. I was only teasing, Lin Yu waved placatingly. Lin Xinghan paused, gathered herself, and tears welled, tracing twin paths down her cheeks. Brother, you've changed. You used to always let me win. Wait, you activated that move that fast, with no wind-up. Lin Yu sighed, stepping forward to pat her back gently. All right, little potato, spill it. How much? At those words, Lin Xinghan flashed her dimples and a pair of tiny tiger teeth, then triumphantly produced her driver's license from her pocket. I want to drive too. Didn't I just call you? If you refuse to go yourself, don't blame me for it. How was I supposed to know your car was a luxury vehicle? Wah. I've never ridden in a luxury car before in my entire life. Brother, please. Lin Xinghan tugged gently at Lin Yu's hand. As Lin Xinghan shook her head, her long hair swirled, revealing for the first time a faint scarlet mark along her neck. Normally concealed by her tresses, it had gone unnoticed when Lin Yu first saw his sister. All right. It's already too late. Let's go now then. Wait, how's your driving skill? Lin Yu had initially refused, but upon spotting the mark on her neck, he relented. My driving skill? I earned my license in just 1 month. Isn't driving utterly straightforward? Lin Qinghan finished with a smile, then hurried back into her room to change into an elegant long dress, still wearing her hair loose unbound. I have a feeling the traffic police will pull you over. You look like a primary schooler, a tiny potato, barely 5 feet tall. Lin Yu waited by the door for his younger sister. Meanwhile, Lin Mu, having heard the commotion outside, stepped out of her room and immediately seized Lin Qinghan as she passed. Han, where are you off to? What on earth are you doing out so late at night? Startled by her mother's intensity, Lin Qinghan replied, Mom, I'm just going out to have some fun. Nothing will happen. Spotting Lin Yu standing by the door, Lin Mu instantly relaxed. You're taking your sister out. Lin Yu nodded and smiled. Just a quick stroll. I'll bring her back soon. Fine. But don't let her stay out overnight. If I see only you returning, that'll be trouble. Oh, Mom, I'd never stay out overnight. Lin Qinghan slipped free from her mother's grip and dashed straight toward Lin Yu. Inside their room, Lin Fu lay fast asleep. The early morning demands of preparing breakfast left him exhausted. He rose before 4 to prep ingredients and opened shop by 6. They approached the car. The door projection. This aesthetic is nothing short of divine. At your age, shouldn't you prefer sports cars? Why such excitement over a Maybach? Lin Yu asked, smiling as he settled into the passenger seat. Haha, I'm no longer a child. I'll get my hands on this kind of car someday. Sports cars. Pass. All flash, no substance. Lin Qinghan adjusted her seat and fastened her seatbelt. Noticing how far forward she'd pulled the seat, almost touching the steering wheel, Lin Yu teased, that adjustment's absurdly extreme. Loosen up a little. No, I drive exactly like this. Just watch me handle it. Lin Qinghan eased the car forward, gliding smoothly out of the driveway. Lin Yu sensed something amiss in her posture. His left hand hovered instinctively over the electronic parking brake, ready to engage it at a moment's notice. Has something happened lately? If you've been wrong, tell the family. Lin Yu studied Lin Qinghan's face as he spoke. Lin Qinghan visibly hesitated. Nothing at all. Just everyday trivialities. Are you dating someone? That's why Mom's so wary of you. Seeing her reluctance, Lin Yu pressed further. No, I don't know why, but ever since I returned from Sonya last time, Mom's been on edge about me. I was only gone 3 days. Lin Qinghan sighed, exasperated. Well, we were afraid you'd run off with some blonde hooligan. But now that you're tanned, I'm actually quite reassured. Lin Qinghan shot him a mournful glance. So darkness ruins everything, does it? Truth is the only thing left to boast about is looks. You could slap your chest and claim brotherhood with me. Are you seriously stepping on my nose now? By the time the car reached the neighborhood beside their university, their conversation had circled repeatedly around the mark on her neck, yet none of Lin Yu's suspicions aligned with what he observed. He'd intended to ask directly about the wound, but the setting never felt right and the topic kept slipping away. Brother wants some late-night snacks. Hungry. Should I grab something for you? Lin Qinghan pointed toward a bustling food street storefront. Lin Yu recognized it instantly, a cluster of street vendors operating under one shared awning. He nodded, checking the time on his phone. 9:30 p.m. Sure, get me some takoyaki. Got it, big bro. Lin Qinghan hopped out and disappeared inside. From that point on, due to the camera angle, her movements vanished from view. Lin Yu leaned back, idling comfortably in the car. He opened a short video app to browse fans' reactions to the professional league. Perfect for passing the quiet minutes. Scrolling to the comments, the first line read, Xingqian, setting facts aside, your pro league is just a carbon copy of Wing Factory's offline tournament. 666, dog owned by Wing Factory upstairs. Today its master discarded it, so I bought it for my dog meat restaurant. Still inexperienced. I forgot to leash it and it escaped through a dog hole. My sincerest apologies. Whoa, the bronze medal prize alone exceeds 1 million yuan. Xingqian just handed us all a golden chance to lie back and prosper. I watched the gameplay clip posted above. You do better tightening screws for a living. I love cold hard cash, not Wing Factory's pitiful offline contests where even the champion gets a measly 10th sandiyu in reward. Finally, I can tell my parents' gaming is how I earn money. Crying emoji, this gives every player a real opportunity. Lin Yu scrolled through overwhelmingly positive reviews, yet a few discordant voices surfaced. Minecraft outright plagiarized Mini World, down to the last pixel, and now hosts a pro league. Xingqian has truly abandoned all shame. Mini World's records are enshrined in the Yongle Encyclopedia. So tell me, isn't this plagiarism obvious? Seriously, Wing Factory's hired trolls again, letting them run wild, and now they're pulling stunts like this. Fine. I I checked their accounts, mostly kids. So it's spontaneous. The mini-world zealots have already emerged. Lin Yu stared blankly at the screen, opening comment after comment, all dominated by children stirring up chaos. Manipulating minors as paid shills is far more despicable than mere game infringement. He closed the comment section and began browsing gameplay videos, frowning as he muttered, "Why so slow? She's been gone ages. What on earth is she buying?" Then, suddenly recalling the scarlet mark on his sister's neck, Lin Yu's expression hardened. He threw open the door and leapt out. Lin Yu stared at the storefront before him, a surge of fury rising in his chest. So this is indeed school bullying. Naturally, he was no fool. He withdrew a crimson button from his pocket and pressed it. Sang Ting's car idled directly behind his. She switched off the engine, stepped out, and hurried forward to stand before Lin Yu. Her voice was hoarse, yet utterly calm. "Follow me." Instantly, Lin Yu sprinted toward the Snack Street storefront. As they ran, Lin Yu asked, "Will your sidearm be usable in a moment?" Per Article 6 of the Protection Regulations, I am authorized to employ extreme measures against any armed assailant posing a threat to you. Against anyone. Yes, anyone. That is my authority. What if it were a senior official? Don't dwell on such fine distinctions. Lin Yu nodded and offered Sang Ting a faint smile. Seeing it, she seemed to understand something unspoken. They entered the shop, but found no trace of his younger sister. Lin Yu searched every corner, yet she remained nowhere to be seen. He approached a small food stall and addressed the vendor. "Excuse me, elder sister. Have you seen a girl about 1.5 meters tall with dark skin? Where did she go?" "No idea. I know nothing," replied the middle-aged woman frying meat in a wok, shaking her head. Lin Yu noticed her evasive gaze and knew instantly she was concealing Lin Qinghan's whereabouts. "Elder sister, 10 skewers of grilled meat, please." He placed a 100 yuan note on her counter. "Coming right up." Her face lit up instantly. "Elder brother. I'm her real brother." At that, the woman glanced discreetly down the corridor's far end and gave Lin Yu a subtle, knowing nod. Lin Yu understood immediately and dashed toward the door. Just as he neared it, a sobbing voice pierced the air. "I only have 5,000 yuan on me. I'm out of money. Please don't contact my parents." Another voice chimed in, dismissive, "What's there to fear? If this one vanishes, it'll just be another few 100,000 in compensation, like last time." The sound of the door opening startled the lookout. "Who are you? Get lost. This isn't your business." Sang Ting followed close behind and froze upon seeing the girl crouched on the floor. A man in a leather jacket stood over her, gripping her throat tightly. A furrow deepened between Sang Ting's brows, as if her own past had resurfaced, filling her with quiet, seething rage. Lin Yu sensed her impulse and gently restrained her, stepping forward instead. "What do you think you're doing?" "Money. I'm her older brother. Take it out on me." Lin Qinghan, emerging from the haze of pain, cried out, "Brother, be careful. They have knives. You shouldn't have come." Lin Yu sighed inwardly. His original body's sister clearly warranted a serious conversation later. The apparent ringleader, a young man, stepped forward and sneered, "So you're her brother? You look pathetically frail." He'd already leveraged family connections to investigate them secretly, discovering only an elder brother in university and parents who ran a breakfast shop. No influential ties whatsoever. His arrogance now swelled unchecked. He drew a butterfly knife from his pocket, spun it idly, and lit a cigarette between his lips. "Just graduated, huh? It's her sun-darkened skin that's ruined my interest." He struck a pose, imagining himself a swaggering underworld lord. Unbeknownst to him, every move he made played perfectly into Lin Yu's hands. "Today I don't want much money. I'm not short on cash. What I want is for you to kneel, just like your sister did. She dared to hide from me. That's her punishment." Lin Yu surveyed the surroundings. Just a solid brick wall, no high-rises nearby. Only a narrow, secluded courtyard behind the shop. The ringleader strode to Lin Yu's side. Lin Yu and Sang Ting instinctively retreated 2 paces, creating safe distance, while he slammed shut the security door and engaged its deadbolt. Lin Yu suppressed a smirk. Is he locking himself in? A soft chuckle escaped him. Enraged by the mockery, the ringleader advanced, knife glinting. "What's so funny? What are you laughing at? Is it that amusing?" Sang Ting drew her silenced pistol and declared, voice sharp and deliberate, "First warning." The ringleader stared stunned, then glanced back at his men, uncertainty flickering across his face. But recalling their apparent powerlessness and doubting the pistol's authenticity, the 5 burst into raucous laughter, clutching their stomachs. "Ha ha ha, my belly hurts. What are you going to do? If you were a little girl, maybe I'd believe it. But you're an adult, right? Ha ha ha, must be a toy gun." Lin Yu turned to Sang Ting. "Do you have a micro-surveillance device on you?" "I do." "No, you left it in the car, didn't you?" "Ah, yes, I think you're right." Before she could finish, the ringleader pulled out his own firearm. "My father is the mayor. You know Mayor who, right? This piece came straight from Southeast Asia. Want to feel what a real gun feels like?" He racked the slide twice, metallic clinks echoing as spent casings hit the ground. Even if I kill you all, my father will bury this entire incident. Lin Yu blinked dumbfounded. Wait. What kind of self-destructing tank is this guy? Let me reiterate. One last time, kneel before me. Your sister offended me deeply. You'll bear her penalty. Before he could finish, Sang Ting lunged, placing herself squarely between Lin Yu and the muzzle. Two muffled thwips pierced the air, twin rounds striking the ringleader's forehead, leaving faint, precise indentations. His expression twisted in disbelief. Then he crumpled silently. His body locked rigid upon impact, and his own pistol discharged with a deafening bang, the bullet tearing into the man standing beside him. Lin Yu stared utterly bewildered and murmured to Sang Ting, I was about to tell you to fire warning shots, but apparently they were armed after all. The remaining 3 henchmen froze, then dropped to their knees, foreheads pressed hard against the ground, refusing to lift their eyes. Lin Xinghan too had heard the gunshot's thunderous report, and sat frozen, wide-eyed and mute with shock. Lin Yu snapped back to awareness and moved toward his sister. Sang Ting stepped forward at once. Don't touch his weapon. I'll secure the evidence. I'll contact the organization department shortly to handle the aftermath. For now, return to the car and wait. No, I'll bring my sister home myself. As Lin Yu reached his sister, the 3 knelt before him, voices trembling. I was wrong. I shouldn't have dragged your sister here. It's all my fault. He began slapping his own face violently. I was coerced. He held his father's gun over me. I had no choice but to comply. It's his fault. Entirely his. He's already got 2 murders on his conscience. I'll confess everything. Everything. Just don't kill me. The 3rd thug pointed shakily at the ringleader's corpse sprawled on the ground. Lin Yu regarded the 3 coldly. Stand against that wall. Your fate rests with those who will process this case, not with me. Sang Ting watched them closely, her gaze unwavering. Any sudden movement would carry dire consequences. Clearly they understood exactly how dire. Lin Yu knelt before Lin Xinghan, gently tapped her cheeks, and said, Hey, after something like this happens, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell anyone at home? Lin Xinghan stirred from her daze, and spotting Lin Yu crouching nearby, rushed into his arms without hesitation. Seeing her distress, Lin Yu could only gently stroke her head to soothe her. She clutched his shirt tightly, leaning against him in quiet repose. After a while, Lin Yu grew quietly astonished. She had not uttered a single sound since regaining consciousness. All right, brother. We should go now, she said softly as she rose unsteadily to her feet, a faint smile playing on her lips. My legs have gone numb. Crying children get milk, Lin Yu murmured, gazing at Lin Xinghan, leaning silently against the wall. But I'm no longer a child. Lin Xinghan whispered slowly. Then at least you shouldn't keep everything locked away inside you. Lin Yu sighed deeply. I'll speak with them about certain matters. You rest a moment, then join me. With that, he turned and strode towards Sang Ting. There Sang Ting, wearing gloves, was methodically collecting knives and firearms from the fallen figures, arranging them neatly on the floor. Noticing Lin Yu approach, Sang Ting said, You may depart shortly. The door has been locked from the inside. Sang Wan will arrive soon to temporarily relieve me. I must report this matter to the organization department. Lin Yu nodded. Shall we cooperate with any investigation? No need. The shots weren't fired by you. This doesn't involve you. At most, someone may summon you for questioning. Just remain prepared. She gestured lightly toward the breast pocket of her uniform. See, everything that man said is already traceable. As for their background, you needn't worry further. At that moment, Lin Xinghan stepped beside him, and just then the door clicked open. I'm here, came Sang Wan's light, clear voice. Her gaze swept over the scene, brows furrowing. Mr. Lin, please come quickly. The rest is now in their hands. Behind her stood numerous personnel clad in distinctive uniforms. Lin Yu nodded, took Lin Xinghan's hand, and led her outside. Just then the vendor woman from the snack stall peered curiously from the side. Her eyes fell upon the fallen man, blood still seeping from the bullet wound on his temple, and she let out a sharp cry before collapsing onto the ground. Muttering to herself, she whispered, My dear daughter, may your spirit rest in peace. This villain has finally met his end. As Lin Yu stepped past the shop entrance, the vendor woman suddenly sprang up and called after him, Young man, don't forget your order. Lin Yu turned utterly bewildered, until she dashed back to her stall. There she retrieved a large bag from her counter, waiting for Lin Yu and Lin Xinghan to draw near. Lin Xinghan's eyes lit up at the sight, and she eagerly snatched the bag from the woman's hands. Tears streamed down the vendor's flushed cheeks. Thank you. I won't take your 100 yuan. Words fail me. She appended her cash box onto the counter. I don't know how else to thank you. This is all I have. Sister, what do you mean by this? Lin Yu asked, puzzled. My daughter Nian Yan, a bright, gentle girl, was murdered by that man inside. Today I'd resolved to act myself. With that, she pulled a kitchen knife from a drawer beneath the stall and laid it upon the counter. Then folding her hands in reverence, she sank to her knees and murmured, "Words cannot express my gratitude. What are you doing? This puts me ill at ease. Please rise at once," Lin Yu said, stepping forward to help her up. Before, when I confronted them, they labeled me mentally unstable and confined me for a time. So I resorted to this desperate path. Now, I carry no regrets. Lin Yu fell silent for a long moment, glancing at his sister. He seemed to understand at last why she had offered every coin she owned. "Very well, but keep this money yourself. Your Nian would not wish to see you so soon." "Keep the 100 yuan, Lin Qinghan insisted, placing the bill on the counter before seizing Lin Yu's hand. "Let's go, brother." Lin Yu glanced at the vendor woman once more, then smiled faintly and walked with Lin Qinghan back to the car. "I'll drive. Later you'll explain everything thoroughly." "I'll take the wheel," he said wryly, turning to his sister. "Tell me, how long have they tormented you?" "About 2 months ago," Lin Qinghan replied, hesitating. "Why didn't you tell me? Or our parents?" "It wouldn't have helped. Had I spoken, my parents might have been harmed. Before, I paid them hundreds each time." She recounted it all with unnerving calm, as if narrating trivialities, though her eyes shimmered faintly with unshed tears. "At some point they acquired every detail about me, about you, about our parents. I feared for your safety. I couldn't find the words to say it. And they truly wielded authority." Lin Qinghan exhaled deeply. "They certainly aren't lacking funds." "Strange. What exactly are these people?" Lin Yu murmured, perplexed. "They told me themselves. They relish controlling others' fates. Robbery was merely a test of obedience. You should at least have told me." "Oh, does anything still hurt?" Hearing those words, Lin Qinghan's tears spilled forth uncontrollably. She wiped her eyes hastily, yet certain words lodged like fishbones in her throat, refusing to surface. Clenching her fists, she gritted her teeth. I should have told you. Never imagined my brother was so formidable. Had I known, I'd never have endured it." Hearing her fragmented voice, Lin Yu glanced toward the passenger seat, and seeing her distress, reached for a tissue and handed it to her. Soon they arrived home. Through easy, unhurried conversation, Lin Qinghan's spirits lifted noticeably. She savored the skewers, occasionally marveling aloud at the vendor woman's exceptional skill. The living room lights were off, but their mother, unable to rest easy, lay on the sofa waiting for them. "Mom, we're home." "You're back. Go sleep early," she murmured from the dimly lit sofa. Dawn broke quietly, and by morning Lin Yu was roused by his sister's insistent knocking. "Brother, wake up and eat breakfast." Lin Yu groaned upright, eyelids heavy. He fumbled for his phone and squinted at the screen. It's not even 6 yet. The sky's barely lightening. He opened the door. "Hey, this is absurd. Why wake me so early? If you don't eat soon, Mom and Dad's breakfast will go cold," Lin Qinghan laughed. Lin Yu studied her closely. Her skin had grown markedly fairer. "How did you whiten so fast? Did you swap races overnight? Where's my Nig sister, the one I knew yesterday? Confess. What on earth are you babbling about? Then perhaps you shouldn't eat breakfast at all." As they bantered, a knock sounded at the door. Lin Yu went to answer, and there stood Sang-won. "Why are you looking for me now?" Lin Yu asked in confusion. Sang-won's expression remained serious, different from how he usually saw her, and Lin Yu sensed something was amiss. Han, go back to your room now. There are some matters I need to handle," Lin Yu said to Lin Qinghan. Lin Qinghan glanced at the people outside, paused for a moment, then nodded and returned to her room. Sang-won said, "Our regional leader has arrived and wants to meet you regarding the previous matters." "You? Do you mean you also want to see my sister? Is the situation very serious?" Lin Yu frowned, realizing that things were not simple. Sang-won shook her head, just about to say something, when a strong voice came from the stairs. "Not serious. Not serious." Lin Yu glanced over, and a spirited, middle-aged man stood at the bottom of the stairs speaking. The middle-aged man quickly walked over, one hand holding a box. The handle of the gift box was taut, suggesting that whatever was inside was quite heavy. He extended his hand to Lin Yu and said, "Hello, I am the Deputy District Chief in charge of the protective regulations. My name is Jia Hui." Hello, so you are District Chief Jia. Please have a seat." Lin Yu shook hands with the man in front of him. The man approached, feeling a bit embarrassed, and added, "It's really not a good time for a visit. Our unit starts work too early. It's unavoidable." Lin Yu nodded and led Jia Hui to the sofa, smiling as he said, "We were just about to have breakfast. I understand you have been working very hard. I wonder how your sister's health is now, eh?" Jia Hui asked with a smile. "Sigh. Mainly her mental state isn't very good. The bruises on her body haven't faded yet." Lin Yu shook his head and said, he guessed the reason for this man's visit, but he was also unsure whether it was just a courtesy visit or if there were other matters. "I don't know why you have come to visit. We were just about to have breakfast. I'm a bit unprepared for a reception," Lin Yu said as he went to the water dispenser to get a cup of hot water for the man. "In our region, there is organized protection. You're the first one. Previously, it was all outsiders passing through our county needing protection, so they came to see our county's talents." Lin Yu saw that Jia Hui was still being evasive and said, "How is the handling of the matter regarding my sister from yesterday?" Jia Hui, hearing Lin Yu directly mention yesterday's incident, shook his head helplessly. "Mayor, who has already been investigated. I have seen the materials from the scene, and basically, there are no issues on your side." Lin Yu nodded and said, "So there's nothing wrong. Thank you for coming to tell me. I thought I would have to face a summons." Jia Hui paused for a moment, recalling his connections with certain individuals. He knew this matter was unlikely to go away, but he still mustered the courage to say, "Among the 3 little rascals, I know the parents of 2. So can you see if it's possible?" Jia Hui said, chuckling as he placed the gift box on the coffee table. "This is a gift prepared by those 2 families' parents. It's a small token. Please accept it." Seeing Lin Yu remain silent, Jia Hui added, "If it's not possible, that's fine. Let's just consider this a friendship." Lin Yu looked at Jia Hui, placing the box on the coffee table. The effort he put into it suggesting that it contained a lot of red items. Lin Yu's gaze at Jia Hui made him feel uneasy. Jia Hui hurriedly said, "I'm just a messenger, Mr. Lin. If it's unacceptable, it's just a matter of words. As for me, I just want to be friends with you. Bullies do not deserve forgiveness. To be honest, I have thought about it, or I feel they were let off easy for not dying." Lin Yu spoke slowly. "It's all right. This matter isn't urgent," Jia Hui said as he stood up and headed towards the door. "Mr. Lin, I have to get to work now. I'll take my leave." With a click, the door closed. Lin Qinghan also came out of her room. "Brother, is some big leader here to see you?" "Oh, and they are here to deliver gifts." "I want to take a look," Lin Yu said to the excited Lin Qinghan. "That leader intends to meet you. This gift is also for you." "Let me see what it is." Lin Qinghan chuckled as she picked up the items from the coffee table. "Wow, what is this so heavy?" The opening of the gift box was slightly ajar, indicating that it had been opened and something had been placed back inside. When Lin Qinghan opened the gift box, she exclaimed, "Wow. My goodness, it's all red Mao Zedongs. Whoa, I've never seen so many Mao Zedongs in my life. This is the person I admire the most." Lin Yu looked at Lin Qinghan's expression and couldn't help but laugh. "This is to buy your forgiveness." Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghan saw the money in front of her and instantly lost her cheerfulness, seeming to wilt as she fell silent for a moment. "Actually, with this money, our parents wouldn't need to work so hard anymore." Lin Yu sat beside her, observing Lin Qinghan's reaction, and said with a smile, "With me and the family, we won't lack for money." If Lin Qinghan had never ridden in Lin Yu's car, she would have rolled her eyes at his words, but wouldn't have reacted much more. However, Lin Qinghan's eyes sparkled with stars as she moved closer and hugged one of Lin Yu's arms, saying, "Can you help me fulfill a dream?" Lin Yu looked at Lin Qinghan and didn't want to dampen her spirits. Okay, later you can go to the bank and withdraw the money yourself." Lin Qinghan revealed a cute little tiger tooth coupled with a sweet smile and said, Hee, it's good that my brother understands me." After they finished breakfast, Lin Yu handed the gift box from Jia Hui to Sang Wan. He asked her to contact Jia Hui to return the gift and left a message, "Being friends with you, this gift is really too precious." At this time, Jia Hui had already arrived at his office at work. Inside his office, 2 individuals were anxiously waiting for him. One was Feng Yi and the other was Song Jing, both of whom were the parents of 2 of the 3 little rascals. "I have lowered my face to help you. From now on we are even." Jia Hui walked to his desk and pulled out a chair, heavily sitting down. In front of him, Song Jing said, "Old Jia, we have known each other for so long. What if my child ends up in a juvenile detention center? Wouldn't that ruin their future? They just made a mistake that any ordinary child could make." Sitting beside him, Feng Yi chimed in, Right, it's just a simple case of school bullying. What child hasn't experienced that? How can something so simple be so serious?" Jia Hui sneered, "Hee. No wonder you can raise such children. Their values have followed your example perfectly. This is criminal behavior. Anyway, I have left the things there. It's up to them whether they want to accept it or not." Jia Hui finished his words and gave the table a heavy slap. Song Jing frowned upon hearing Jia Hui's remark, her crow's feet evident at the corners of her eyes. "Old Jia, you can't say that. Isn't this matter your responsibility? To you, it's just a matter of a few words." Jia Hui chuckled disdainfully. "A matter of a few words? You really are funny. Do you want me to end up in jail too? Get out of my way now." Jia Hui's expression turned cold, his tone utterly unyielding. Song Jing and Feng Yi's faces grew even darker. At that moment, Jia Hui's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Sang Wan. He placed the phone on the table, switched to speaker mode, and answered. After Sang Wan explained the situation, Song Jing and Feng Yi already knew the outcome. Feng Yi's face darkened as he said coldly, Our family is not to be trifled with. Just wait and see." He clenched his fists and slammed them heavily on the table. Jia Hui was taken aback by Feng Yi's action. "Getting a bit too bold, are we? I advise you, if you want to stir up trouble, you'll have to get past me first." At this, Song Jing and Feng Yi stood up and walked straight to the door. Jia Hui sighed as he watched their backs. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was in his room connected to the Breaking Dawn interface on his phone. Since Jia Hu's visit that morning, he had sensed a hint of danger. He first instructed Breaking Dawn to investigate Mayor, who then proceeded to trace information about his son. Hu Yang has been registered as deceased due to an incident yesterday. In this incident, the individuals involved are Hu Yang and Liang Bin. These two are the deceased. Liang Bin, 14 years old, male, comes from a family of farmers for generations. Fang Hua, 16 years old, male, his father Fang Yi, is the owner of Fang Muhua Gaming and Entertainment Company. Gu Wenbin, 17 years old, male, comes from an ordinary working-class family living paycheck to paycheck. Yuan Jun, 15 years old, male, his mother Song Jing, is the CEO of Ani Building Materials Company. Lin Yu looked at the content on his phone screen. He noticed that among these individuals, only 3 came from relatively decent backgrounds. Lin Yu felt no sympathy for the other 2, they deserved what they got. He carefully analyzed the situation, concluding that besides Hu Yang, Fang Hua and Yuan Jun's families were the most likely to seek revenge. He was not worried about himself as he already had 2 people protecting him. His primary concern was that his family might be targeted. Just as he was thinking, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. Lin Yu answered the call. On the other end of the line, a familiar voice said, "Mr. Lin, this is Jia Hui who visited you this morning. I didn't expect the gift I sent this morning to be so unappreciated. I heard from saying one that you enjoy tea, so I specially prepared a bag of good tea for you. What do you think? You are too kind. The gift from this morning was too extravagant for me to accept. Don't you agree?" Yes. Jia Hu's fawning smile made Lin Yu feel slightly uncomfortable and disgusted. Let's speak frankly, there's something I need to worry about, and you should understand that. Jia Hui immediately caught on. "Mr. Lin, regarding what we discussed this morning, I certainly won't force you. You must be concerned about your family's safety, right?" Lin Yu responded with a hum, and Jia Hui happily continued. "I have already arranged for defensive measures for your family. I will assign people to ensure their safety." As Jia Hui said this, he immediately signed the relevant protection agreement and issued orders to the subordinates standing before him. Lin Yu smiled slightly. "Thank you for your hard work, Director Jia. I have to go now. Let's have a meal together next time if the opportunity arises." After finishing, he hung up the phone. Lin Yu pondered over what Jia Hui had said. He felt puzzled. Why is this person being so flattering to me? I seem to have no value for him to curry favor with. He shook his head, dismissing the urge to understand after all this situation was beneficial for him. At this moment, Jia Hui looked at the few bodyguards in front of him and said, "Even if you die, nothing must happen to the people on this list." On the contract on his desk was the list of Lin Yu's family members neatly written at the top. After giving his instructions, he watched as the 4 bodyguards exited. He was constantly thinking, "Whoa, I have been in this deputy district head position for 5 years now. I really want to progress. Mr. Lin, before you came, I wouldn't even have dared to think about it." At this point, recalling how he visited that morning just for those 2 rotten individuals, he felt a surge of anger and said, "You 2 better not try any tricks. I won't go easy on you." Meanwhile, Lin Yu had just had lunch. He also noticed that his parents were unaware of what had happened the previous night. The scars on Lin Xinghan were mostly hidden by her hair and clothes. So as long as she didn't say anything, her family wouldn't notice. Lin Yu thought for a moment. He originally intended to let his parents know about what happened last night, but decided against it. After all, they worked hard from morning till night in their breakfast shop, and they only had a short break during meals. While eating, Lin's mother suddenly asked, "Xiao Yu, what was that girl about this morning?" Lin's father looked at Lin's mother, then widened his eyes at Lin Yu. He was a bit surprised, but patiently listened. Lin Xinghan on the side heard this, and looked at Lin Yu with a smile, anticipating a good show. Lin Yu felt a bit awkward. He cleared his throat and said, "She just came to deliver a message for work. There's nothing more to it." Lin's mother nodded, smiling yet looking unconvinced, said, "Is that so? Actually, when I was with your dad, I had the same excuse." "No, Mom, how can you not believe your son? That person really is not what you think. Should I call her over to join us for a meal?" Lin Yu said, somewhat helplessly, waving his hand. Lin Xinghan was beside him, slowly eating her meal. Live commentary, this is really exciting. Lin's mother coughed twice, earnestly saying, "I don't care about other families, but ours must have a sense of responsibility." This meal continued with Lin's mother giving her lectures, while Lin Xinghan experienced her first long meal at the table. "Brother, when I go to university, you must pick me up. It's close to where you work, so we can look out for each other." Lin Xinghan suddenly appeared behind Lin Yu, smiling as she leaned forward. "What's with you? You scared me," Lin Yu said, feeling something was off with Lin Xinghan's expression, but he didn't dwell on it, and continued, "All right, contact me when you go to school." This weekend, Lin Yu's life was just like before. However, there were a few more regular customers in his parents' shop, and a new neighbor had moved in nearby. Life in the small county was still very warm. "Once I succeed completely, I must return to live leisurely in the county. After all, life is a wilderness," You can only roam freely if you have resources. Lin Yu sighed as he looked at the quickly retreating scenery outside. Just then a car at a relatively low speed sped past the intersection. At that moment a dark-skinned person walked across the road. Suddenly the dark-skinned man was knocked 3 meters away, landing right in front of Lin Yu's car, tightly clutching a bucket of something to his chest. Lin Yu was also stunned by the scene before him. He quickly reversed the car to bring the man into his line of sight. The dark-skinned man got up from the ground, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and walked towards Lin Yu's car. Behind him, Sang-won began to feel anxious. She immediately got out of the car and walked towards Lin Yu's vehicle. The dark-skinned man tapped on the car window, while Sang-won closely observed the actions of the man, her hands slipping into her coat pocket. Lin Yu looked at the man in front of him, a bit confused. I can't believe this, am I being scammed? However, after thinking for a moment, he opened the car window. The dark-skinned man instantly revealed a smile, showing a set of notably white teeth. Boss, do you need gasoline? The 98 gasoline is on special today, only 10 yuan 50 per liter. Lin Yu initially wanted to scold him away, but this sudden line left him dumbfounded. What is this? A death dealer? The term popped into Lin Yu's mind, and he swallowed hard. The words he meant to shout back stuck in his throat. Words failed to describe the expression on Lin Yu's face, a blend of speechlessness, shock, and guilt forming a unique expression. The dark-skinned man, seeing Lin Yu's expression, was unfazed. He was now accustomed to it, holding on to the habit of either not making a sale all day or making several sales at once. He looked at Lin Yu, his eyes showing no fear of death, only a thirst for money. Boss, do you need some? Lin Yu glanced at his fuel gauge and realized it was nearly empty. Although the remaining fuel was enough to reach the next gas station, he grew curious about the man in front of him. He looked at the man again and said, fill it up with 98. Sure thing, bro. Hey, race my business card. If there's a chance in the future, you can find me again. Lin Yu took the business card and saw the name on it, Chi Jiamo. He thought to himself that this was a rare talent. He pondered that whenever it came to various technological products, there would still be a need for sales. Even if the salespeople never left their homes, those who came to buy would still break down the door. However, someone still needed to attend to customers. Lin Yu, as the boss, couldn't just do everything himself. He then drove the car to a small gas station by the roadside. Boss, our 98 gasoline is really good. Although the price is a bit high, we only make a modest profit. Lin Yu nodded, memorizing the man's face. He smiled slightly and said, I'll look for you again if there's a chance. Time passed quickly, and after this little episode, Lin Yu drove back to the small entrance of the Shengtang garden. At that moment, the woman who had previously given Lin Yu the side eye in the taxi stood in the same spot, glaring coldly at the entrance. It seemed she had tucked a knife into her waistband again. However, she no longer needed to worry about the previous incident. Previously, she had missed the chance to catch up due to the late discovery, but it was too late once the forensic team arrived. Only then did she realize that the person in front of her was still alive, which extended the time to get to the hospital, resulting in the earlier injury becoming critical due to blood loss and oxygen deprivation. After her wounds were stitched and bandaged, she went to the police station to give a statement before returning to stake out. She explained the knife as a pig-killing knife, and the officers struggled to contain their laughter after hearing her clumsy explanation. Officer, we have undergone very strict and professional training, and no matter how funny it is, we won't laugh unless we can't help it. It could be said that the first eunuch of the new era was born at this moment. If there were a sunflower scripture, this person's learning aptitude would be outstanding. Now she was filled with resentment, wishing she had killed Lin Yu and the others when they were in the taxi. She looked at the car on the other side, the same model as Lin Yu's. You finally arrived. Little did she realize her voice had begun to sharpen, filled with rage, as she glared at Lin Yu, who was getting out of the car. Lin Yu took out a small bag from the car, which contained local specialties that his mother had prepared for him. As Lin Yu slowly approached, Sang-won quietly followed behind him, and the woman drew the knife from her waist, hiding it behind her back. She also noticed that a girl was following Lin Yu and thought carefully, I have a knife, and a little girl is not a significant variable. The advantage is mine. After all, it would only take 2 stabs. When she saw Lin Yu slowly walk through the gate, she charged at him. Seeing this, Sang-won, who was behind Lin Yu, quickly pulled out her gun and shouted, drop your weapon. The woman glanced at Sang-won, momentarily shocked. Seeing the dark barrel of the gun pointed at her, she immediately froze the knife, falling to the ground with a clatter. Because she had encountered guns before, she quickly recognized from the silencer that this was a real gun. It could be said that this person was like someone whose brain was miswired, sometimes very foolish, sometimes very clever. She squatted on the ground, mumbling, so they were right about you possibly having hidden guards, it's true. Lin Yu, seeing this, also stepped aside. Sang-won quickly grabbed her phone to notify Sang-ting to come over. Meanwhile, she felt a bit lost on the ground, staring blankly at the people in front of her, her mind engaged in an internal struggle. Lin Yu, on the other hand, found the face of the person in front of him very familiar. You. Have I seen you before? Mister. Lin, don't get too close to him, it could be dangerous. Lin Yu nodded after thinking for a moment. He realized this was the taxi driver he had encountered before. We took your taxi once, didn't we? Sang-won cautiously approached the person kicking the knife beside her aside. Why? Did you plan to stab me in the street? She turned her head away, unwilling to answer Lin Yu's question. In about 5 minutes, Sang Ting arrived to take the person away. Lin Yu watched the figure of the person being taken away, a contemptuous smile, curling at the corner of his mouth. Is another powerful force planning to target me? Sang Ting stood by, seemingly recalling something said. That person seems to have dissociative identity disorder. Lin Yu asked in surprise, how do you know? At that moment, a notification sound pinged from Lin Yu's phone. He opened it to find a message from the work group. Pan Xiaodong boss, the head of the technical department, notified me last night that our Xingxing mobile platform is ready for internal testing. Lin Yu looked at the messages on his phone, feeling perplexed. He shook his head, knowing that someone in the company had definitely taken it upon themselves to work overtime. It feels like that group of employees decided to come in on their own. Why are they so eager to work overtime when I clearly said no? These employees must have some masochistic tendencies, Lin Yu thought to himself, feeling speechless. Nevertheless, he sent a message. Lin Yu, okay, got it. San-won walked over to Lin Yu and explained, we conducted an investigation on this person and there are records. In fact, he started lurking around a few days ago. Seeing you rush over just now, then suddenly changing your demeanor upon seeing my gun, that's not something a normal person would do. Lin Yu nodded and continued to ask, have you investigated who sent him here? San-won shook her head, no. It seems we still haven't figured it out. We'll have to see if our people can pry anything out of them. Lin Yu understood and returned home, knowing that he needed the most basic information about that person's behavior before drawing any conclusions. However, he felt there was no major issue. This person had definitely used the internet for communication with external contacts. As long as it was through the internet, there was hardly anything that couldn't be uncovered. At that moment, some people were still at their desks in the company. Soon an employee came running from the direction of the restroom. It was clear he was the one who often slacked off in Lin Yu's company. I'm back. How's the basic functionality test going? The employee asked, panting. Away, when did you become so proactive? You used to take at least 2 hours just to come back from the restroom. Someone sitting next to him laughed. Isn't this just me turning over a new leaf? Brother Xiao, come on, are there any issues? Let's see if we can launch the platform directly tomorrow. Away pulled his chair closer and asked with a smile, can you really turn over a new leaf? Come on, what's the good news? There's still about half of the functionality that hasn't been tested yet. Our boss treats us so well. My previous slacking off was just a rebellion against those unscrupulous bosses. Our boss is different and truly good. If I were to go back to how I was before, I wouldn't even feel human anymore, Away said with a guilty expression on his face. Next to him, others were busy typing away at their code. On Su Yao's desk, she held a pen, contemplating how to tone down some of the martial skills of these generals and certain abilities. On the computer screen, it displayed some of Huang Zhong's skills. Baodiagong, during its own turn, it can unleash all the kill cards from its action cards. Su Yao looked at the skill description and said, this could work in entertainment mode, but the inherent crossbow effect is a bit incredible. It seems we need to impose some limitations. Let's set it so that it activates only when the Baodiagong weapon card is acquired. He sighed lightly. He sneezed and thought of those unruly employees, saying helplessly, looks like I need to think of ways to make this group more obedient. The next day, he arrived at the company early again. He walked past his desk and didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, so he said nothing. He walked into the office where a cup of hot tea was already in the kettle. He opened his phone, ready to check various news articles to see if anything significant had happened recently. The beautiful country OAI company is preparing to release a new generation of artificial intelligence logical reasoning models. Lin Yu saw this and smiled, saying, is this preparing to bring out something new to compete with my commercial version? The Supreme Court announced a thorough investigation into campus bullying cases with zero tolerance. Regardless of age, bullying will be criminalized. My World, located on the Steam platform, has sold 5 million copies worldwide, excluding the sales in Longhua. Longhua games are gradually rising. Lin Yu looked at the numbers, understanding the foreign market very well. After all, My World was not released abroad for long, and these sales figures were already quite impressive. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door sounded as Yu Lingxue walked in. Boss, we now have a prototype of 3 Kingdoms Kill. Lin Yu looked at Yu Lingxue in confusion and asked, what did you just say? Are you talking about 3 Kingdoms Kill or the platform? Yu Lingxue replied slowly, it's the battle version prototype of 3 Kingdoms Kill. The rough version has already been made. They said this kind of technology isn't hard to implement. After she finished speaking, she placed a USB drive on the table. The platform is also ready. They discovered a few serious bugs during testing, which they are addressing. Lin Yu nodded and casually picked up the USB drive from the table, plugging it into the computer. Seeing that Lin Yu was about to start playing, Yu Lengxue continued, "There are some matters that require your personal handling." Lin Yu shifted his gaze from the computer only to see Yu Lengxue slowly unfold a densely written paper. He looked puzzled. "Is this a list of things to handle today?" Yu Lengxue nodded and smiled. "Previously, the voiceover company you acquired has now fully resumed operations, and they've already started taking orders. Tian Xiaojing and the new hire Little W want to meet with you. Also, Powell from the Steam platform wants to meet with you. The head of Rongshan capital in the Longwu region also wants to meet with you. Even the provincial governor of our province wants to meet with you. A research team leader from Modu wants to get to know you. And the company Wang Wei Yi and the others have some financial requests that need your signature to approve. And also..." Stop. Lin Yu listened as Yu Lengxue read for nearly 2 minutes, now feeling his scalp tingle. "Did I poke a hornet's nest? Has it only been 2 days, and so many people want to meet me? Various capital, and people from the government." Yu Lengxue also felt very troubled, and said, "My phone was blown up over the weekend." She recalled what those leaders who wanted to meet had said, and then said, "It must be because of our company's monthly financial report issues. Those investors came after seeing our financial report." After Lin Yu heard this, he understood the situation and immediately accessed the company's internal system to start querying. He discovered that the originally non-disclosable monthly financial report had been set to public and was also synchronized to the Xingqian company's official website. At first, he didn't notice anything wrong until he saw a portion of the profits. The company's costs for this month account for 23 of revenue tax prepayments account for 20, and the overall profit margin is 57. Lin Yu was astonished when he saw this. The AI currently had no income, yet the profits from game sales alone were supporting a massive growth. Moreover, this revenue figure was staggering, nearly 600 million in game revenue, and this did not even include the income from the overseas version of the game. This had attracted considerable attention and sparked interest in game development or investment. It's simply too outstanding, or it couldn't be helped. Lin Yu looked at Yu Lengxue with resignation, pondering for a moment. It was simply impossible to meet so many people now. If they wanted to meet, it would take at least a month to arrange. Moreover, the motives of these people were likely impure, and those who enjoyed stabbing others in the back would surely be alerted. Lin Yu felt quite helpless in his heart and murmured, "Is this what it means to be successful, with all sides coming to curry favor and wanting a share of the pie?" Then the corners of his mouth curled slightly, as if he was about to smile. He waved his hand and said, "If we meet one person and not the others will surely have a poor impression of us. It's better not to meet anyone at all. Then he'll say that we are currently busy with our endeavors and our boss is also occupied with projects, so we have to decline them." Yu Lengxue nodded and said, not bad, high emotional intelligence, your attitude is good." Lin Yu waved his hand, signaling Yu Lengxue to leave. However, Yu Lengxue stood still and said, "How about I arrange our internal matters later?" Lin Yu nodded. "Remember to have Sister Pan change a financial officer. Being so careless in work is unacceptable. Although the financial report will eventually need to be sent out, such mistakes are not permissible." Yu Lengxue nodded and then left. Lin Yu opened the trial version of the game, Three Kingdoms Kill, and began to check it out. On the main interface of the game, there was only a button to start the game. He pressed start, preparing to enter combat mode. The interface also displayed a character selection. Lin Yu decided to try it out and chose the 8-player mode. Of course, since the current version did not have an online module yet, apart from Lin Yu, all others were controlled by AI. "Oh, not bad. I want to see if this AI's algorithm is mature." Then he began selecting characters, only to see that all 8 generals were locked by the AI. "Whoa, this AI is a bit too fast. The logic here has some issues." Lin Yu commented with a grimace. Helplessly, only Xiao Qiao remained on the board. After he chose Xiao Qiao, a large character appeared on the screen. He selected the young version of Xiao Qiao. "No wonder it's Peng Su. This version of Xiao Qiao has a nice model, haha." After leaning in to take a closer look, he exclaimed, "Wow, even the white silk threads on her clothes are detailed. Can the phone handle this?" It seems that when the mobile version is released, the modeling detail will need to be toned down. After waiting for the countdown to finish, Lin Yu successfully entered the game. On his screen, it was a third-person perspective. His general character stood beside 4 soldiers. They surrounded Xiao Qiao, who was lying comfortably on a sofa-like bench. She propped her head up with her hand, looking disdainfully at the scene before her. Not bad. This is quite in line with my expectations." As the battle began, a title appeared above, indicating he was the card holder. He was in position 3, while the lord in position 1 was Liu Bei. Just as it was Liu Bai's turn, a bug appeared. Lin Yu had not received a single card until the beginning phase ended. "Where are the initial cards?" "A bug. Forget it. This combat version is just for observing how the generals fight." Lin Yu shook his head, feeling somewhat displeased. He noticed a rotating button on the screen, not knowing what it was, so he clicked it to take a look. Suddenly Lin Yu's perspective shifted to Xiao Qiao's first-person view. In this perspective, he could see the entire battlefield, as well as Xiao Qiao's own body. Cough. The hem of her white hanfu skirt revealed her smooth, fair legs due to her bent posture along with delicate features. 666. This pose must have been designed by Peng Su, truly a connoisseur of LSP. This look who can resist? Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim at the sight before him. Then they entered battle, and all the AI characters received cards, leaving Lin Yu to merely watch. In position 1, Liu Bei played 2 cards from nothingness, and then equipped a Fang Tianhua Ji, ending his turn. At this moment, his general special effect was that a Fang Tianhua Ji was held in his hand. Liu Bei, his sword at his waist was not drawn, but he held the Fang Tianhua Ji instead. This design is interesting. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh at Liu Bei. Now it was position 2, which was Guan Yu. He successfully played a card of the Qinglong Yinhue Dao. A Qinglong Yinhue Dao fell from the sky, directly landing in Guan Yu's hands. Lin Yu glanced at it, and could only say that this sword matched the design perfectly. Then Guan Yu charged at Liu Bei in position 1, slashing at him. Now Liu Bei's clothes were torn, and some blood seeped from his arm. Lin Yu looked at the scene and couldn't help but find it somewhat humorous when he thought of the plot. Guan Yu, in 2024, I directly take my big knife to slash my elder brother. This situation feels awful. Liu Bei could have at least made a blocking move to make it more reasonable. It can't be that he just stands there and lets someone come to slash him. He shook his head and said. He noted this point down and continued to play. Just then it was his turn, and the 2 cards he received appeared at the bottom of his screen. One was a Bagua mirror, and the other was a peach. After playing the Bagua mirror, a pendant of the Bagua mirror also appeared in Xiao Qiao's hand. He then had to end his turn. Next up was Huang Zhong. After playing an equipment card, the Qilin Bao, he began to attack Lin Yu. The equipment fell from the sky, and the general caught it steadily before starting to shoot arrows at Lin Yu. Lin Yu then received a prompt attack by Huang Zhong in position 4. Do you want to activate the Tianxiang skill? After Lin Yu clicked, Xiao Qiao blew a breath towards Guan Yu beside her. Guan Yu then seemingly lost his soul and ran straight to Xiao Qiao's side. He blocked the arrow aimed at Xiao Qiao. Unfortunately, this version hasn't implemented voice acting. Otherwise, haha, Lin Yu said with a smile. Actually, by now Lin Yu felt that there was no need to continue playing. He had already experienced the content of this combat version. Nevertheless, he continued with the game. Time passed quickly, and only Lin Yu and Liu Bei were left in this game. He looked at the screen and sighed. Indeed, a human algorithm is just a human algorithm. This hidden identity game, with its deceit and intrigue, is where the real fun lies. At that moment, Liu Bei was charging towards Lin Yu, while Xiao Qiao threw the Bagua mirror directly into the sky, triggering an effect that drew the exact matching card from the deck. Afterwards, Xiao Qiao's soldiers dodged Liu Bei's final strike. It was Lin Yu's turn, and Liu Bei had no action cards left in hand. Lin Yu played a duel, but with no cards left in Liu Bei's hand and no other players on the field, he couldn't play a kill and could only suffer a forced health deduction. As he watched the screen display rebels win, he finally entered the settlement screen. This is impressive. Not only does it tempt other players to block for you during the game, but it also tempts players' little brothers at the end of the victory settlement. Lin Yu closed this trial version of the game 3 Kingdoms Kill, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. If this game is successfully produced and launched, I wonder how popular it will be. Moreover, the designs of these generals are basically eye-catching for both men and women. A better skin release, such as summer swimsuits for Xiao Qiao and De Qiao, would be amazing. Various XP skins like JK and others would definitely sell like hotcakes. At this time, Yu Lengxue brought all the organized materials and saying, Mr. Lin, these few documents still need your personal review and approval. As Sister Pan said, it's not good to make decisions on her own. Lin Yu looked at the 3 folders in her hands, nodded, and said, put them here for me to take a look. Yu Lengxue then said with some reluctance, Mr. Lin, I originally wanted to reject that Governor Gao, but at that time, he was already downstairs at our company. It would have been inappropriate to turn him down. Also, the previous Tian Xiaojing was also waiting at the company entrance with Xiao W. Lin Yu was startled upon hearing this. A sense of helplessness surged within him. All right, then let's meet Governor Gao first and see what he wants. The people from the dubbing company can wait for now in an office. Yu Lengxue nodded and went out to negotiate with them. Lin Yu opened the documents on the table. Starry Exhibition Planning Proposal Financial Approval Form. My World Professional League Financial Approval Form. Romance of the 3 Kingdoms Copyright Quotation Form. Lin Yu glanced at the first 2, recalling the events they needed to handle, and smiled. It seems Sister Pan is also a bit worried and wants me, her godfather, to take a look to see if it's suitable. He continued to flip through and saw a small approval note. It was clearly written in Sister Pan's handwriting. Their quotation is too low. I find it a bit unreasonable. Moreover, these projects have other sources of income, and I'm afraid this money might jeopardize our company's image, so I asked for Mr. Lin's decision. Lin Yu was taken aback by the note. What's going on? What kind of operation is this? I've seen requests that were too high, but never one that was too low. He flipped to the final financial summary section. This is ridiculous. Come on. You can complete the exhibition for just $100. He carefully checked the financial list and found that the Starry exhibition had caught the attention of short video platforms, which had already negotiated the broadcasting rights price. He pondered for a moment. This World League was indeed a trial-and-error process. These live streaming platforms had seen the profits from previous matches, which is why they flocked in. There were even rumors that Starry needed to hold an exhibition, and they specifically spent $500,000 to purchase the broadcasting rights. This was why the exhibition had a budget of only $100. He couldn't help but chuckle. He understood Sister Pan's concerns, but she didn't know the profits that could be gained from these broadcasting rights. He continued to browse through the professional league. Even with a budget of $20 million, it could still bring nearly $5 million in revenue to Starry. The prize money for this competition was $12 million, with $2 million for the champion, $1 million for the runner-up, and $500,000 for the third place, all divided among 3 competitions. The remaining $150,000 would be distributed as participation awards to the other players based on a certain amount. He shook his head and smiled. Just go ahead and do it. He then took a stamp from the drawer and stamped it down. Finally, regarding the copyright fees, when the people from CCTV received the news that they were going to adapt Romance of the Three Kingdoms into a game, they were very pleased and directly authorized the copyright information to Starry at the price of $1 per episode. Of course, Sister Pan knew this price was definitely a welfare offer, and there might be other implications, so she couldn't make the decision. Lin Yu was also astonished when he saw this price, but he quickly understood. He muttered to himself, it must be due to Wang Weiji's family connections. This is quite aggressive. It's simply reaching heaven. After stamping all 3 documents, he walked out of the office and handed the 3 files to Yu Lingxue. Yu Lingxue took them and said, Governor Gao is already waiting for you in the conference room. Don't worry, I've prepared everything that needs to be prepared. Lin Yu nodded and immediately headed towards the conference room. As he pushed open the door, he saw a slightly gray-haired man sipping tea. Next to him stood a young man holding a briefcase who then chose to sit down in a nearby seat. When the man saw Lin Yu approaching, he said, Mr. Lin, the tea here is really good. Since you like it so much, I'll have Xiao Shui prepare 2 boxes for you to take back. What do you think? Lin Yu replied with a smile as he took a seat. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Governor Gao coughed and then slowly said, Mr. Lin, this is just a joke. We certainly won't take a penny from the people. After Governor Gao finished speaking, he turned to the young man beside him and said, Xiao, go buy me 2 packs of good cigarettes. After the young man left, Governor Gao smiled and said, This is a recent graduate who came to intern at our unit. This little guy is quite clever. Lin Yu gazed at Governor Gao, and upon hearing his words, he couldn't help but think, I thought he was an incorruptible official. It seems it's not appropriate to speak in front of an intern. He then echoed, Our Governor Gao certainly won't misjudge people. I wonder why you suddenly visited today. Governor Gao cleared his throat and said in a serious tone, I wanted to ask, is your monthly financial report accurate? Of course, that financial report was accidentally leaked by the finance department. I don't know which company's crawler directly captured the information. Governor Gao remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, Although our Jiangzhou's economy cannot compare to those nearby regions, we are working hard. After all, we are an agricultural province, and it's still quite difficult to develop. Lin Yu was a bit confused upon hearing this, not understanding Governor Gao's intention. Governor Gao, what do you mean by this? Governor Gao chuckled, but this smile brought a sense of warmth to the people. However, Lin Yu remained very vigilant. Generally, those who seem very gentle and warm-hearted often have deep schemes and strategies. We are currently planning a piece of land in the city center of Chengdu, where there are some very old neighborhoods that are now set to be demolished and renovated. Governor Gao took a sip of tea and continued, Over there we are planning to create a large commercial area, though our province discussed and prepared to leave a piece of land for you. Off. Just as Lin Yu was still trying to gauge the intentions of this man whom he perceived as a smiling tiger, Governor Gao's comment left him completely stunned. Governor Gao looked at Lin Yu's reaction and smiled, saying, What? Are you surprised? Lin Yu came to his senses and asked, What does this mean? Our company has only been established for a month. Aren't you worried about the risks? The economy in Jiangzhou needs revitalization desperately right now. We cannot let go of potential stocks like you. The reason your company has potential is not just that financial report, but also the under 30 talent in Category C. Governor Gao smiled and took out a document from his briefcase. We do not expect much. Once your company grows, it will surely branch out. We only hope that your headquarters is set up in Jiangzhou. Lin Yu thought for a moment and raised another crucial question. Is that the only condition? Won't there be? Just as Lin Yu was about to continue speaking, Governor Gao interrupted. As long as it does not violate principles, all policies in Jiangzhou will lean towards you. If you need a loan now, you can go to the bank. Our government will provide entrepreneurial guarantees for you. You flatter me, Governor Gao. Lin Yu hurriedly waved his hand. At this point, Governor Gao handed the document in his hand to Lin Yu. Lin Yu took it, and upon seeing the content on the first page realized it was a series of reports regarding a plot of land in the old city approximately 15 acres in size identified as Lot No. 1. After glancing at it, he returned the document to Governor Gao. What? Don't you like this piece of land? I have over 80 more. Take a look and see. Is it too small? Here is a 30-acre plan. If it's not enough, I can ask the municipal department to fix the road and combine the two plots for an even larger space. Lin Yu faced Governor Gao and replied, that's a bit exaggerated. It's not that I dislike it, it's just that this building is sufficient for now. I only need this building. Let me contact the owners of this building. What do you think? He suddenly thought that those various cutting-edge technological devices would definitely need to establish a research lab for disguise. In terms of business, if the scale expands in the future, a plot of land will surely be needed to meet his own demands. Currently, Governor Gao was worried. He was also quite afraid that one day a certain province would see the stars and directly poach it, making Jiangzhou's already meager GDP suffer further. He could say he was worried, not afraid of Lin Yu asking for too much, but rather of Lin Yu wanting nothing at all. Lin Yu pondered for a moment. I want two plots, one for building a laboratory and the other for constructing my business building. Governor Gao's eyes lit up, pointing at the stack of land reports. Good little guy, you can't back out. You can choose two plots, and when the bidding is held next week, just bring the bid documents stamped by your company. Lin Yu looked at Governor Gao's attitude, feeling a surge of happiness in his heart. Of course, Lin Yu eventually suppressed the feeling of elation. He also felt a bit of guilt, silently shouting, what the heck, how did I imagine my benefactor as a smiling tiger? It doesn't feel quite human. Lin Yu chose the previously mentioned Lot No. 1 and another plot of around 25 acres, the two places being separated by just one road, making it convenient for him to go back and forth. All right, I wish General Lin abundant wealth. Governor Gao stood up and shook hands with Lin Yu with a smile. Thanks to Governor Gao's care, Lin Yu said happily. At that moment, a knock was heard at the door. Then Governor Gao's assistant Xiao, who walked in saying, Governor, I brought you the soft zhonghua you like to smoke. This assistant is truly timely, Lin Yu thought to himself. Governor Gao smiled and continued, I learned about Mayor Huss' matter yesterday. Don't take it to heart, focus on your development, and if anything arises, I will shield you. After reminding him of this, his assistant said, Governor, we have a meeting in an hour. After sending them to the company entrance, Lin Yu went back to his office. He placed the two land documents on his desk and looked at the contents. This is like a meal delivered by heaven. He then thought of one issue, mainly concerning funding. When it comes time to build a building or a laboratory, there will inevitably be funding issues. After all, the cost of a large building is nearly 100 billion. But he shook his head, smiling slightly. By that time, I'll let the three kingdoms kill and AI assist me in construction. At that moment, Yu Lingxue walked in and said, that assistant seems to have a high emotional intelligence. I saw him standing outside the door the whole time. Moreover, our conference room is soundproof. I don't understand how they can cooperate so well together. Lin Yu smiled at Yu Lingxue. Why shouldn't I be the envious one? You're also expressing envy. Yu Lingxue chuckled awkwardly and said, I'm just trying to learn from others, you know. What do you want, a promotion? Yu Lingxue adjusted her collar and said, if it were an assistant, I think I could do it. Lin Yu shook his head and said, speak up, what else is there? It seems the people from the dubbing company have been waiting for a long time. After Yu Lingxue's reminder, he finally remembered that there were people from the dubbing company to meet. Cough, cough, cough. There's still something to take care of. We'll head over after I'm done here. By the way, I also came for something. The bugs found on our star platform have all been fixed, and the person in charge said we can reach the launch standard now. Lin Yu nodded, thinking to himself, the happy elimination game can finally be launched and begin harvesting. Cough, cough. To save everyone from boredom. However, regarding pricing this time, I plan to adopt the original happy elimination scheme. The design, stamina, and some small props are precisely the sources of income for this game. Thinking of this, he said to Yu Lingxue, you go tell the people from the star platform to publish the mobile version's content and give a preview on the platform. Yu Lingxue nodded, immediately exiting the office to relay these matters to the person in charge. Subsequently, Wei uploaded the new version to various app stores and clicked to publish. Since it was working hours, the app review was very swift. After the promotion on the Star platform's computer, in the mobile version of the Star app quickly climbed the download charts in the app stores. As a result of this move, the internet erupted, with most netizens speculating about the Star app based on previously leaked insider information. In a video announcement on the Star Screenshot platform, the comment section was nearly exploding with activity. Author, I haven't checked Douyin for just a few minutes, and my phone keeps buzzing. I thought I was being cyberbullied. I really would appreciate it. Is this Star app meant to facilitate our community content viewing? It's indeed quite good. Is the Star preparing to launch mobile games? The previous elimination game really piqued my interest during work. Finally, I don't have to sneakily read novels anymore. Are you serious upstairs? Can this phone really play games? At most it can be used for reading. Ooh, can it even handle games? Isn't the Star app just something for us to access game communities conveniently? What are they saying about mobile games in the comments? Are they treating us like Mongolians? Within an hour, Star's announcement about the Star app had immediately piqued the interest of this group, who began discussing the previously released elimination game. Although this game is quite small scale for those who have never played authentic mobile games, it is indeed a surprising matter. Major manufacturers also noticed the online buzz and hurriedly held meetings. At this moment, the head of Legendary Games at Wing Company was making a statement. There is no way mobile games can exist in this world. Even if they could be created, simple games like Tetris would never have a market. Players will quickly get tired of playing, and there is no commercial value. The speaker was none other than Wang Yang, a top planner at Wing Company. Xiao Ming, the head of Wing Company's game department, sat at the main seat, with his eyes slightly narrowed. He understood that the current mobile market is undoubtedly a lucrative cake. He pondered for a moment and addressed Wang Yang. If we want to port our game to mobile, do you have any ideas? Wang Yang thought carefully with his head down and replied, if needed, it might greatly affect the game and the operability wouldn't be very good. Xiao Ming lowered his head in silence for a while, then waved his hand and said, then let's put this matter on hold for now and see what Star does. Meeting dismissed. Not only major manufacturers, but many game bloggers also couldn't resist joining in on this wave of popularity. Hello everyone, I'm game blogger Lu Jianan. I've seen everyone discussing this recently, so let me put on some armor. I'm a huge fan of Star, but in this world there are no games that can be played on mobile. The games you can play on mobile are all trash. You all must have tried them. This game blogger spoke confidently in the video, providing various examples. He elaborated on all relevant theories, discussing operational methods, and how mobile devices simply can't handle these games, attacking the viewpoints online. In the end, he criticized Star for resorting to unscrupulous means to generate hype. He confidently reviewed the video he had just recorded, fantasizing about how much popularity this release could garner. On Lin Yu's side, the people in the room were Tian Xiaojing and the former artist AI Lin Yu, known by her stage name Xiao W. Lin Yu looked at the two in front of him. AI Lin Yu had twin ponytails and an oval face radiating youthful energy. Anyone who didn't know would think she was still a university student. Hard to imagine that she was already 35 years old. However, it was precisely because of this that AI Lin Yu won over many fan groups with her looks and a voice that could be both sweet and commanding. Mr. Lin, AI Lin Yu wants to meet you before she agrees to sign the contract. She's a bit in disbelief and wants to see you in person. Lin Yu nodded, about to say something. AI Lin Yu directly addressed Lin Yu, saying, Mr. Lin, I really didn't expect my former employer to be acquired by you. I'm still your fan. After hearing from former employees that our big boss has become Star Company, I couldn't wait to join. AI Lin Yu said this while taking out her phone to show Lin Yu, this is me, your top fan. So that long string of W is you. At that moment, Lin Yu recalled that since he started live streaming to promote My World, this person had always been solidly in the top 3 of the donation leaderboard. Exactly, doesn't this feel like a face-to-face meeting with the top donor? AI Lin Yu asked with a smile. Then she pressed her hand to her forehead. I had applied to Star before, but unfortunately, I didn't possess the required skills at that time. Now I guess I'm finally realizing my dream. Listening to her, Lin Yu noticed the rapid change in AI Lin Yu's tone, sometimes sweet, sometimes commanding. He coughed twice and smiled, saying, we are also very pleased to have more capable talents join us. Hee, this counts as mutual pursuit, doesn't it? They'll go sign the contract later, AI Lin Yu said before leaving the office. Lin Yu watched AI Lin Yu leave the office and said with a serious tone, now it's your turn, Tian. How do you feel now? After the company's structural optimization. Now the company is finally on the right track. All the people who formed cliques within the company have been fired. With AI Lin Yu joining, we expect to start making a profit next month. Lin Yu looked at the person before him and sensed her confidence from her tone. All right, afterwards, regarding the sound effects and voice acting for the game, you should discuss with Sister Pan. You and Sheng Hui will share the voice acting tasks. Tian Xiaojing nodded after hearing this. Okay, I will do it beautifully. After everyone left, Lin Yu was the only one left in the office. He began to ponder about the content of tomorrow's game. The happy elimination game is already completed, as some materials have been prepared and the production staff has already been arranged. Oh, and there's the issue of the game license. Previously, Longwa introduced the Steam platform promoting the development of the game market. It provided a special policy that as long as a game was released on the Steam platform, it would receive an exemption from the review process for the game license. Moreover, it optimized the application process for individual developers to obtain game licenses. The Star platform has just launched and doesn't yet have the capability to directly obtain game licenses. We still need to apply ourselves. Lin Yu then logged onto the specialized game license application platform, uploading the basic information about his game and the game package. At this moment, within the game department of the National Radio and Television Administration, due to the current downturn in Longwo's game environment, the department responsible for issuing game licenses was quite idle. Sitting at his desk, a man with a crew cut was engrossed in reading a novel on his phone screen. He was completely absorbed in the content, which prominently featured, "After waking up, the player levels of my world collectively dropped. While I remained unchanged, even the player Xiaoyu on the ranking list could only be trampled underfoot by me." He absent-mindedly bit his finger, thoroughly engrossed, when a notification sound from the computer interrupted his thoughts just as he was about to see the critical moment of his duel with player Xiaoyu. He looked at the screen speechlessly and cursed, "What the hell is this? Damn, this is just like being interrupted halfway through a game with my girlfriend." He angrily stared at the screen. "I want to see what kind of nonsense this is." He sank into his chair, the sharp click of his mouse echoing loudly as he opened the task reminder. "Happy Match 3. Even with that name, I'm not feeling happy right now," he muttered. "Oh, so it's a game by Starlight Tech, Lin Yu's company." He scratched his head, his irritation instantly doused like cold water poured over embers. Then again, "Happy Match 3, let me open it and take another look." He downloaded the game. Huh, 2 versions, one for PC, one for mobile. Wait, this is a mobile game. His excitement surged, and he immediately installed the app on his phone. Since this version lacked app signature verification, his phone flashed a security warning. Unfazed, he waited for the countdown to finish, tapped ignore risk and install, and was swiftly inside the game. The Starlight logo flickered and vanished. Then the official interface appeared. He held the full release version, no stamina limits, unlimited use of all power-ups. This version was effectively an internal unrestricted build. Lin Yu, of course, was fully aware. Such modifications existed solely on the remote server. Once the official version launched publicly, backend controls would seamlessly revert it to the standard experience accessible to all players. He tapped Start Game and landed directly on the login screen. With a single tap, his account synced. There in vivid clarity were his friends' rankings and his own on the Stellar platform. His status updated instantly, truly not a small monster. Online on mobile, Happy Match 3, in-game. Most of his friends, by contrast, showed offline or in Minecraft. He selected level 1 and began playing slowly. A large grid materialized before him, colorful blocks cascaded downward, and the tutorial commenced. Matching 3 or more identical blocks clears them. So this is Starlight's new title. Kind of ordinary. Following the tutorial, he dragged a block, for a line vanished in a flash. His phone vibrated sharply, a soft meow chimed. Cute feline motifs bloomed across the screen, while fresh blocks tumbled in to fill the void. Actually, not bad. Almost therapeutic. A flicker of genuine intrigue lit his eyes. As the tutorial advanced, it guided him toward using power-ups for the final stage. He activated a power-up, learning its function, then noticed something extraordinary, a unique block. It was Lin Yu's ingeniously compressed design, a bird-shaped tool that cleared all matching blocks with one tap. But when he tapped it, his finger slipped, swiping instead. The bird icon and a cat block shifted slightly. Instantly, the bird pulsed with radiant light, clearing every identical bird block across the entire screen. Vibrations surged through his palm, crisp celebratory audio burst forth, new blocks rained down. His gaze sharpened, tactile, auditory, and visual stimuli converging into a triple-layered wave of catharsis. A jolt of pure exhilaration shot straight to his temples, and he couldn't help but chuckle low and delighted. Hey, yeah. Whoa, this is something. Only now did he truly grasp he was playing a mobile game. How dare I call it ordinary? Blocks fell anew, and again he spotted a special tile, Lin Yu's one-tap screen clearer. When Lin Yu reviewed the original design document, he found no such functional tile. So he added one, designed purely for maximum euphoria. After all, this genre thrived on stress relief and visceral satisfaction. He'd even removed the step limit from the original plan, every decision engineered for effortless immersion. He saw no loss in revenue from omitting in-app purchases, rather deeper engagement meant longer play sessions, and greater demand for other power-ups. Endless unbridled fun meant longer retention, and inevitably higher sales across the board. Moreover, Happy Match 3 was conceived only to bridge the gap between San Guasha releases, a transitional title intended to gently acclimate mainstream audiences to mobile gaming. The reviewer spotting the tile grew instantly excited, assuming it mirrored the earlier one. He scanned the grid for clusters of matching tiles and swiped. But instead the effect exploded across the entire screen, radiating shockwaves that hammered adjacent tiles relentlessly. Each contraction sent a three-dimensional ripple of pressure, each impact shattering neighboring blocks with satisfying precision. The entire grid emptied in an instant. The level concluded. 3 stars gleamed beside effusive praise. You've just ranked one among your friends and surpassed 99 of players worldwide. His eyes blazed with renewed fervor. He tapped next level without hesitation. He had utterly forgotten his role as a game regulator. Meanwhile, his friends, many still deep in Minecraft, began logging out en masse. One friend glanced idly at the friends list and froze, eyes widening in disbelief. Truly not a small monster. Online on mobile, Happy Match 3, in-game. Eyes alight, he snapped a screenshot and posted it online. At that very moment, inside the State Administration of Press and Publications Game Review Office, bursts of unusual animal sounds and percussive effects echoed through the halls. Time flew. 2 hours vanished. The reviewer scrolled the level list all the way to the top. That's it. Only 50 levels. That's all. Starlight could have given us more. He bit his lips, staring blankly at the interface, until a chime from his desktop snapped him back. Ahem. This isn't slacking off. I'm conducting a compliance review. What if some forbidden content hides in a later level? He hurriedly approved the game, then generated 3 official identifiers within the regulatory system: the game publishing license, copyright registration number, and approval certificate ID, linking them into the database before clicking approved. This streamlined process explained why China's game market felt so underdeveloped. Back in Lin Yu's former world, securing a publishing license often took over a year. Yet a thought struck him. He pulled up Lin Yu's contact details, dialed his number, and spoke warmly. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Zhao from the Saperth Game Review Division. Just call me Zhao. I'd like to ask, does your game platform need integration with an automated license application system similar to Steam's? Lin Yu sat in his office, gently tapping on the desktop, where the computer screen displayed the desktop version of Douyin. The video showed a screenshot of the reviewer happily engaged in a game of happy elimination. He held the phone and said with a smile, Hello, Zhao. This is certainly possible and can help us avoid many troubles in the future. May I ask what I should do? Zhao listened to Lin Yu and felt a sense of respect in his heart. He responded with a smile, Once our leaders agree, I will put some key information on a USB drive, and will send it directly to you via express delivery. I will also send you the development documentation for future operations. All right, thank you very much, then I will trouble you with this. Lin Yu finished speaking and was about to hang up the phone. However, Zhao seemed to have something else to ask. He quickly continued, Mr. Lin, may I ask when this game will be launched? And when will the previous game 3 Kingdoms Kill be launched? Can you be more specific? Lin Yu smiled slightly upon hearing this, saying, Can't wait, He scrolled through the comments section of that post, where various remarks urged for the game's release. My grandmother was ill a few days ago, and is now in bed holding on just to play 3 Kingdoms Kill. The upstairs is truly filial. If you promote it, I will definitely buy a few bottles. All right, when will the recent game be released? When will Happy Elimination be released? When will 3 Kingdoms Kill be released? Image hospital rooftop. Actually, my adopted son also drowned yesterday while trying to save 3 unrelated people. The rescued people even denied him as their savior. He truly didn't get to play 3 Kingdoms Kill before he died. I feel so sorry for my good son. Lin Yu, answer me. When will the game be released? Tell me why. Image below Xingqian Company. Can you understand the despair of a pilot who can only take off facing the poster? What kind of despair is this? Upstairs I saw nothing but a pilot in despair because there was no game to play. The comments section was filled with requests for updates, and Lin Yu's hands trembled slightly as he scrolled through the comments. He only smiled when he saw a pilot's comment. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, the people in the comments section are all amusing, each one is a talent. He looked at the comments section, and the Zhao who was originally on the phone was ignored until the voice on the other end asked, What comments section? Lin Yu cleared his throat a few times and continued, It's still thanks to your timely reviews. We should be ready in a while, perhaps we can launch it tomorrow. 3 Kingdoms Kill is still in production and must be presented to players in the best form. All right then, if there's nothing else I will hang up. I wish Mr. Lin abundant wealth and a flourishing career. Zhao reluctantly hung up the phone. Lin Yu tidied up and Yun Yishuan knocked on the door and walked in. President Lin, I'm here. Is there anything you need to assign? How is the legal department doing now? Is the manpower sufficient? Is it useful? Lin Yu poured a cup of hot tea and said slowly. Yun Yishuan nodded, holding the cup in her hands. We have enough manpower now, and we can prepare multiple teams without any problem. Lin Yu turned and looked at the computer, pulling up the save video. The video was titled, Good News, Mini World Sales have surpassed 200 million. Thank you for your support. In the future, we will strive to create happiness for everyone. He pushed the computer screen to make it easier for Yun Yixuan to see. I want to extract all the money they made. Do you think that would be all right? Yun Yixuan looked at the screen. Regarding the evidence of this game's plagiarism, I have already collected everything. I'm just waiting for you to speak. However, I can't guarantee that we can extract everything since the other party's legal department is no joke. All right, then I will leave it to you. Although the time for litigation is a bit long, we should extract as much meat from the opponent as we can. Just do your best. Yun Yixuan nodded, stood up, and walked outside with the cup in her hand. Ah. Leave the cup. I've said so many cups, and now only 2 are left. It turns out they were all taken by you guys. Lin Yu looked at the cup in her hand and said helplessly, This was just a matter of convenience. I originally planned to take it back later, but I forgot. I will go and get all the cups back now. Yun Yixuan laughed awkwardly and left after putting down the cup. Lin Yu looked at the time. It was already the end of the workday. Just then a message from Lu Yaoyao came in on his phone. Lu Yaoyao video, this is the promotional video for the game you asked me to make previously. It has been completely finished. This was something Lin Yu had assigned to Lu Yaoyao while the game was still under review. He opened the video and found no issues. It was basically a compilation of gameplay highlights. However, the video did not specify the game's release date as it was made during the review process, and at that time it was unclear when the review would be completed. He was preparing to upload the video to a short video platform when Kuchin Yu walked in and said, It's good you haven't left. I thought you had already gone home. Kuchin Yu was still panting. What happened to you? Why are you in such a hurry? It's just, I was afraid you would leave soon. I was a bit rushed. Lin Yu heard Kuchin Yu speaking in a fragmented manner and said, Sit down and take a break. I don't want my good son to get worn out. He took out the only remaining tea cup and poured a cup for Kuchin Yu. Once Kuchin Yu had calmed down, he slowly said, The venue is already set up. It's in this vacant floor, and we have also contacted some gamers. We are just waiting for our command. I was thinking about starting the day after tomorrow. What do you think? All right, but why haven't I seen your promotion? Because it's scheduled to start on Wednesday, I feel that most players will be busy working and unlikely to come. I thought it would be better to contact them in advance. Lin Yu frowned slightly and then said, This is where your thinking is wrong. The purpose of our exhibition is also to increase our influence. If you operate like this, won't it make others think that we are just putting on a show? It does seem to be that way. Kuchin Yu finished speaking and lowered his head in contemplation. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before saying, How about this? Tomorrow we hold a lottery event on our platform allowing all players to participate, and those who win will gain the qualification to enter our exhibition. He paused and continued, Additionally, we should reimburse these players for their travel expenses and lost work time. Kuchin Yu said, Our exhibition is divided into 2 sessions, morning and afternoon, over 3 consecutive days, totaling 6 sessions. With 100 players in each session, wouldn't reimbursing these expenses significantly increase the cost of the exhibition? Lin Yu shook his head while looking at Kuchin Yu and said, Haven't I already mentioned? The goal is to enhance influence. Currently, the daily wage for people in Longhua barely exceeds 200, and considering the travel expenses, spending this little money to gain a good reputation should be something you, as a rich second generation, have thought of right. Kuchin Yu smiled and said, I see now. I was too focused on profit. They'll take care of the lottery today, or it's a quick matter. How much profit can a company gain? Influence is also an important factor, isn't it? Kuchin Yu nodded after hearing this. Then he'll go handle it right now. Tomorrow, I'll also ask my godfather to help with the promotions. Wait, what projects are there at the exhibition? It roughly includes an AI experience gameplay and some people preparing for cosplay. Lin Yu looked a bit dazed and said, Cosplay? What do these players want to cosplay? There are some mods that change the game creatures into anime characters, and then these players started preparing for it. There are also some iron puppets and zombie cosplay. Kuchin Yu explained helplessly. Lin Yu nodded, finding it amusing. He lowered his head in thought for a moment, and upon recalling that group of players who were eagerly urging for game updates, he glanced at the Three Kingdoms Killing Combat Experience version on his computer desktop and suddenly had a brilliant idea. Let's directly bring the Three Kingdoms Killing Combat Experience version to the exhibition for players to experience. This event is bound to be a hit. Kuchin Yu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Great, I initially added some cosplays to the exhibition because there were too few projects, and now this will fill that gap. He stood up and said, All right, let's do it this way. I need to get busy now. This day seems much more promising. Lin Yu suddenly thought of something important and reminded him. Hey, remember, since we've invited the players, we should treat them well. It's not just about blindly supporting them. I don't want to see any negative news about the exhibition. Got him clear on that. Kuchin Yu replied, leaving without looking back. Lin Yu also prepared to tidy up his things and get ready to leave. He would upload the promotional video from his phone to the short video platform. Naturally, the video didn't include a timeline for the launch, so he added it to the video title. Tomorrow at 7, the new mobile game Happy Elimination officially debuts. Finally, he uploaded the game itself using his administrator account on the Star platform and clicked to schedule its release. After completing these tasks, he left the office with his things. As he reached the door, Sang Ting was waiting outside, seemingly with something to say. Lin Yu quickly approached, asking, "What's up? You seem eager to say something." "It's nothing major. I heard from Sang One that you needed that person's information, so I brought it along for you," Sang Ting said slowly. "All right." Lin Yu took the materials and began to read as he walked. This person is truly formidable. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the beginning. This person exhibited symptoms of schizophrenia after experiencing a significant trauma. This significant trauma occurred when he was 32 years old. A dump truck directly crashed into his wife and daughter, killing them instantly. Although he was in the vehicle at the time, he was the only one who miraculously survived. Moreover, the dump truck had plunged straight into a pile of cars. The incident caused quite a stir, and the driver of the dump truck managed to find a flimsy excuse to explain away his fatigue driving. He opened his phone and searched for the major accident involving the dump truck from that year. The opening BGM of the video was "We Are All Living with Great Effort." Lin Yu frowned while watching, feeling somewhat uneasy. After spending some time in a psychiatric hospital, the previously diagnosed symptoms had improved somewhat, which was why he was released. Lin Yu put away the materials and drove back to his residence. He picked up his notebook, accessed the communication interface of Potianshan, and swiftly input all of this person's information into Potianshan to start an investigation. This person has been in contact with someone from Healan country via IP. The output from Potianshan fell silent after discovering a connection to someone from a certain country in England, halting the search. Moore is the CEO of the Lu Phone Game Agency. They are preparing to operate the game Minecraft and have received substantial player sponsorship amounting to approximately £30 million. The server is already running, but due to copyright issues, it is currently operating in violation of regulations. He looked at the output from Potianshan and thought to himself, the trail ends here. Clearly, this company wouldn't resort to hiring a hit on such a trivial matter. It was evident that they were from another organization and they acted very cautiously, hiding their identities. Regardless, as long as it reaches the beautiful country, it's fine. After all, England is also their puppet. They must have acted against me because of them, but it seems they haven't learned their lesson yet. No, wait. Last time they didn't know it was me. Although Lin Yu wasn't entirely clear about this, he still made an accurate guess. Currently, they had no means to act against them directly within Longhua or do anything else. Most of the spies lurking in Longhua had been dealt with by Lin Yu. This was the work of the newly appointed CIA director, who planned to use this person from Longhua as her first successful operation during her tenure. He shook his head, no longer wanting to dwell on this matter, and said slowly, "I hope this person learns a lesson and doesn't get taken down so easily by the consortium." He opened his phone, preparing to check the acceptance of this minigame. Meanwhile, a message notification popped up on the Star platform regarding the Star exhibition. Seeing this, he smiled and said that was quite fast. Lin Yu clicked into the pop-up message and was directly redirected to the promotional page for the Zhengxingchen exhibition application on the Fanqing app. He glanced at the center of the page where the registration button and the module counting the number of registered players were located. Current registration count 1010086. Lin Yu stared at the number in astonishment and exclaimed, "Ah, so many people. This event, wasn't it just announced?" After checking the time, he realized that the event page had only been published for half an hour. Lin Yu had underestimated the number of players during this time period. It was just after work hours, and most were probably logging into the game. Receiving this notification naturally attracted a massive flow of traffic. Moreover, Lin Yu himself had released a preview video for a cheerful puzzle game, which prompted even more players to log in and play at this time. He looked at the page and thought to himself, will this page crash under such heavy traffic? He scrolled down to the player feedback section. "Don't lie to me, Xingqian has recently been making a big splash. I'm looking forward to it. Sanguisha, my beloved Sanguisha, can I experience it? Please make sure to draw me. But I have to work on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. The timing of this event seems a bit unreasonable. Wow, everything is reimbursed 666. This is the scale of Xingqian. I'll take a leave tomorrow, though I really don't want to go to that crummy job. My goodness. So many people over 3 days. 2 batches a day, 100 per batch. That's only 1,200 people. Why are there so many people? It's only been 10 minutes. I saw the number go from 1 to nearly 1,000,000. Spitting blood, Lin Yu frowned and thought, indeed, if the players are drawn from among themselves, the total number of players will exceed 10 million, and the odds are no different from winning the lottery. After some contemplation, he thought of a solution. I can still arrange some other prizes, making participation in the Xingqian exhibition the top prize, and organize some consolation prizes. He looked at the currently stable web page and nodded in satisfaction, saying fortunately, they considered the possibility of heavy traffic, otherwise Qinyu would be in trouble. In fact, Qinyu had launched the page on the company's servers without implementing a series of optimizations. Only when the server system's various usages spiked did he realize that he hadn't accounted for the heavy traffic. Originally, the company's abundant servers could handle simultaneous loads, but due to his oversight, no adjustments were made. He then used his own servers to create a temporary load balancer, distributing some traffic to his own servers. This stabilized the influx of players, ensuring that the page did not encounter issues during access. He gazed at the city nightscape outside his office. Originally anxious due to his mistake, he calmed down after solving the problem. He then recalled the project proposal Lin Yu had given him earlier. Most of the details were well-written steps, even anticipating any possible emergencies. He sighed, deeply reflecting, so this is Lin Yu. Truly a person capable of achieving great things. I do not regret calling him my foster father. After saying this, he turned off the lights and left the office. At this moment, Long Bao, who was still live streaming, naturally received the platform notification and clicked to view the webpage. Wow, is this the new thing from Xingqian? An exhibition? He read the rules carefully and thought for a moment, saying, isn't this the place where you can experience the new game Sanguisha? But wait, there's a lottery. He looked at the screen showing over 1 million people and said somewhat speechlessly, over 1 million competing for 1,200 spots. This probability is really too low. At this point, he thought of a plan. Whoever gets drawn, give the spot to me. I'll pay 200,000 for it. As soon as he said this, the live stream erupted in excitement. However, he wasn't foolish. Entering the live stream of the Xingqian exhibition would bring in profits far exceeding 200,000. But upon hearing his words, the comments in the chat mocked him, calling him clear-headed. 200,000. Who do you think you are? With Xingqian's fame, the number of signups will definitely exceed 1 million, or at that point the probability won't be something you can buy with 200,000. Just 200,000. What is this nonsense? Do you think you can buy that? Long Bao saw the barrage of comments rejecting his offer, saying, all right. I was wrong. If the number of participants in the exhibition increases by every million, how about I add 100,000 for each increment on top of the 200,000? If you go bankrupt, you'll be honest. At that point, you'll go from being an indoor gaming influencer to an urban explorer. Long Bao's daily program in the live stream involved arguing with the trolls in the comments. Currently, he was sitting with one foot on his gaming chair, bringing the microphone of his headset close to his mouth. Due to the risk of being banned for insulting others in the live stream, he began to update his previous MVP quotes. The next day, some players inevitably stayed up overnight on the Fanqing platform, eagerly awaiting the new game. Naturally, some planned to check the game on their way to work. Among them was an office worker who was promptly awakened by her alarm at 6:30 in the morning. He'll sleep for 10 more minutes. She placed her hand on the alarm to silence it. However, after 20 minutes, she managed to get up, quickly dressed, washed up, and ate breakfast before heading out. While sitting on the morning subway, she felt somewhat dazed, swaying slightly as she walked. Seeing her distressed expression and wearing a bank uniform, passers-by could tell it was another soul bound to the grind, having to start work at 7. She successfully boarded the subway, looked around, and muttered to herself, not bad, another day without a seat. Indeed, we are all workers. She stood aside and suddenly saw someone sitting down playing a mobile game. What is this? Her spirits instantly lifted. This is the new game released by Xingqian, didn't you know? The bank clerk, reminded by the other party, recalled that she had left a comment under Lin Yu's video last night. Sigh. This broken class makes me feel like my brain isn't working properly every day. She immediately opened her phone, entering the Starry app. Happy Elimination. She downloaded it, installed it, and immediately entered the game as the logo of the stars flashed by. The game's interface began to appear before her eyes. She clicked to start the game, and after completing the tutorial, she successfully grasped the game's essentials and moved on to the next level. Then a large frame interface slowly appeared before her, and a line of text appeared at the top of the frame. Come on, either eliminate all slowly or clear everything in an instant. She began to eliminate step by step according to the method she knew. Each moment of elimination was accompanied by sound effects and disappearing visuals. The vibration effects gave her a perfect elimination experience again and again. Each time the blocks fell into a complete shape, filling the frame, made her a top perfectionist feel a sense of satisfaction. She became addicted. Some people enjoyed the three-dimensional experience brought by block elimination. Of course, some people play this kind of game because of the completeness of the falling blocks or the continuous elimination of blocks as the blocks continuously descend, providing them with more pleasure. Just as she was engrossed in the game, a hearty voice came from beside her. Miss, what you did just now was incorrect. You should slide that cap block. Startled by the voice, she quickly looked around and found a large crowd of people surrounding her, watching her, leaving her dumbfounded. You. What do you want? The middle-aged man who spoke, seeing the young clerk nearly scared silly, said, "We're just watching you play the game. We won't do anything to you." She remained silent, warily watching the people in front of her. "We're just watching you play. It's just that we have no energy left. We can't play anymore." The man finished speaking, scratching his head while holding out his phone for her to see. After seeing it and glancing at the crowd, she felt a bit speechless. "Uncles, please don't. I'm scared." Seeing her reaction, the man said, "Miss, I really apologize." "Oh no. This is bad. We missed our stop and have gone 2 stops too far." One of the men in the group slapped his forehead. The man who had spoken to the clerk also took a look and hurriedly got off the train. The bank clerk smiled as she watched the group of uncles hurriedly exit the train, lightly laughing. "Really?" She then glanced around and said, "There are 3 more stops before we get off. I'll play a few more rounds. It's fine." She prepared to lean to the side to avoid being surrounded again. Playing the game, she breezed through. Time flew by, and her mood improved thanks to the game. She continued clicking to the next level, but at that moment a phone call came in. "Yina, where have you been? You haven't picked up the money box." Hearing the roar from the other end of the call, she felt a bit dazed. Then she looked up at the subway, seeing the station information, and was instantly petrified. Supervisor. If I say that my subway got stuck in traffic, would you believe me?" "What are you talking about?" "You." Her supervisor on the other end vented for a while, then said, "What nonsense is this? Next time come here earlier." "Okay, I got it." Yina glanced at the game on her phone. There's only 1 stamina left. Anyway, it would still take a while to reach the next station, and it was still in motion. So let's play 1 more round. Go. Lin Yu had already arrived at the office early. He opened his phone to watch short videos and saw that his game Happy Elimination was trending at the top. "If it were before, I would have to promote it myself, but now it's completely unnecessary." "It's nice to be famous now," Lin Yu said with a smile while looking at the trending topics. He immediately found Chin Yu regarding the exhibition issues. However, he noticed that this adopted son seemed to have had a rough night, so he asked, "What's wrong with you? Why do you have such serious dark circles under your eyes?" "Oh, just afraid of unforeseen circumstances, couldn't sleep." He casually brushed it off. Lin Yu saw that there was nothing more to say. What Lin Yu didn't know was that Chin Yu was tossing and turning in bed, constantly thinking about the things Lin Yu had done, murmuring to himself in his sleep. "Whoa, I'll have to live in Lin Yu's shadow for the rest of my life." Even late at night, he was still self-deprecating as an adopted son. "Isn't it natural to live under the shadow of my adoptive father?" Thinking this, he finally fell into a deep sleep. Lin Yu looked at the cup on the desk, noticing that there was only 1 cup and a large teapot left. "I had 2 yesterday. Why is there only 1 left today? This is excessive, really excessive. Who took my cup?" Just then Ling Shua walked in. Seeing Lin Yu frowning at the teapot, thinking she had been negligent, she stepped forward and said, "I was a bit late today." Hearing Ling Shu's explanation, Lin Yu realized she misunderstood and said, "I wasn't talking about you." "Oh," Ling Shua replied awkwardly, then poured the tea. "President Lin, the developers of the 3 Kingdoms kill game said that the bugs you mentioned before have been fixed and the combat experience is now basically perfect." Lin Yu nodded and said, "Make sure they hand over the game's core to Chin Yu. We must ensure that the game's essence isn't stolen by others." Ling Shua took out a USB drive from her pocket and said they will specially create a version for the demo to apply for related copyrights. "All right, just let them pay attention. Is there anything else planned for today?" Ling Shua flipped open her notebook and said, "For now, there are no other arrangements, but someone from the Magic City named Tang Tianxiang said he wants to meet you this Saturday." "Who? Did he say what he does?" Lin Yu asked, his expression slightly bewildered. "According to the phone call, he's a professor at Modi University." Ling Shua shook her head and replied. Lin Yu, having heard her words, murmured, "A professor from Modi University? It seems I have no connection with him whatsoever." "Oh right. They mentioned they're highly interested in our AI technology and wish to procure it." "Ah, so they're clients after all." "No problem. Oh, just arrange for them to attend the exhibition. And next time please speak in complete sentences," Lin Yu said helplessly. Ling Shua nodded, then added, "My apologies. It's just that half my notebook was torn off. The subway was so crowded this morning, while flipping pages it got caught in the closing door." "That excuse sounds rather bizarre." "All right, nothing more to discuss. Please carry on with your duties." Ling Shua then exited the office. Left alone, Lin Yu welcomed the quiet, pulling out his phone to browse short videos. Yet as he scrolled, unsettling videos began appearing on his feed, footage from the preliminary server of the Minecraft Professional League. One player soared in from afar and instantly eliminated another within Lin Yu's viewpoint, as if plucking a chick from the ground. Cheating software. This competition server has only been live for about a day, and already cheaters have emerged. Lin Yu watched the footage intently. The player featured in the video had also been spotted by the cheater, who now hurtled toward him at breakneck speed. Then came a barrage of rapid strikes. Spectators were instantly eliminated, their perspectives shifting into spectator mode. The video's title read, Chen Xing. What kind of monster is this? This is the official competition server. Below the video, numerous players vented their frustrations in the comments. What's going on? What kind of cheat is this? Has Minecraft been overrun by cheaters? I won't comment on how you play solo, but using cheats in PvP. When will Chen Xing finally step in? Got hunted down and instantly killed during yesterday's regional qualifier. I'm emotionally devastated, sobbing emoji. Lin Yu frowned as he scanned the comments. Clearly the cheaters had been active for some time. Moreover, discussions surrounding Minecraft cheating tools were rapidly gaining traction online. Lin Yu kept scrolling, and even stumbled upon rival cheat developers openly clashing in the comments. The Moonlight cheat is the strongest. No, the Solar Flare cheat reigns supreme. Care for a showdown? I paid 188 yuan for the Emperor Heaven cheat, the ultimate powerhouse. One strike, one kill. Everyone else stand aside. Lin Yu stared speechless. He immediately summoned Wang Weijie to discuss the matter. Moments later, Wang Weijie arrived. Lin Yu wasted no time. Cheating in Minecraft has already spiraled out of control. What's your plan? Wang Weijie nodded gravely. I noticed it yesterday too. These cheats surged precisely after we announced the tournament, like clockwork. So someone's orchestrating this behind the scenes, trying to sabotage us. Lin Yu fixed his gaze on Wang Weijie. It certainly looks that way, though nothing's confirmed yet. Earlier minor cheats did surface, but none significantly disrupted gameplay, so we chose not to intervene. Wang Weijie explained, sighing. Lin Yu fell silent, deep in thought, pondering who stood most likely to undermine them. Who could it be? It's frustratingly hard to guess. Lin Yu mused inwardly. Indeed, the most probable suspect was Mini-World. To Lin Yu's surprise, Mini-World was still operating, perhaps emboldened by recent legal troubles, determined to make his path more difficult. Having settled on that conclusion, he calmly continued, Do you have a concrete strategy for combating these cheats? Wang Weijie nodded. Today I purchased 6 different cheating clients. All inject themselves directly into the game client, so we can simply implement signature-based detection on the client side. Lin Yu nodded in agreement and added, also deploy real-time anomaly detection on the server backend during combat. Any abnormal player data should trigger an immediate cheating flag. Wang Weijie nodded again. I'll coordinate with Ding Hongwan to implement this later. Good. As for the developers behind these cheating systems, hand them over to Yun Yishuan's department. Understood. Shall we delay the tournament by 3 days? What do you think? Wang Weijie arose and asked for calling one final matter. Wipe all player data. 3-day delay is sufficient. Lin Yu rinsed his teacup and replied. After Wang Weijie departed, he powered up his computer and launched the Po Tian interface. Please investigate recent online activity related to Minecraft cheating tools and compile comprehensive profiles of their developers. Confirmed. Task fully understood. Initiating execution. As Po Tian's loading symbols scrolled slowly, torrents of data began streaming forth. Internet search reveals 8 distinct Minecraft cheating clients. 3 were developed overseas, 5 originated domestically. The 3 overseas clients focus solely on survival mode optimization. Of the 5 domestic versions, only 1 serves optimization purposes. The remaining 4 are outright balance-breaking aids. As Po Tian continued processing, the truth surfaced. The authors of 4 domestic cheating clients had all received funding from Zhao Gang, alongside implicit unstated directives. Just as I suspected. Yet Zhao Gang, as mere financier, accrued no direct tangible benefit, making criminal prosecution highly improbable. Lin Yu shook his head upon seeing Zhao Gang's profile. By contrast, the cheat developers had clearly violated China's criminal law, specifically the statute on sabotaging computer information systems, and would almost certainly face prosecution. He compiled and packaged all gathered intelligence, preparing printed dossiers for Yun Yishuan, saving her the arduous task of extracting these details through conventional cyber-investigative channels. Eradicating cheating begins at its source. After all, in this world, no digital system is perfectly sealed. Otherwise, Po Tian would never have accessed such sensitive intelligence. Sometime later, Lin Yu summoned Yun Yishuan to his office. She already knew why. He'd briefed Wang Weijie earlier, who'd informed her of the rampant cheating crisis. Director Lin, may I ask what this concerns? Before she could finish, Lin Yu handed her the full dossier. Here are the developers' profiles. Your move. Yun Yishuan accepted the documents, flipped through them, and looked up at Lin Yu, stunned. Yun Yishuan slowly asked, President Lin, where did you get this information? My friend gave it to me. What's wrong? It's fine, President Lin, I was just asking. She recalled her earlier speculation about Lin Yu's identity. It was reasonable, very reasonable. President Lin, it's all good now, I'll go get to work. After finishing her words, Yun Yishuan returned to her department. Lin Yu noticed the expression on Yun Yishuan's face and felt a bit puzzled, but he didn't dwell on it. Time passed quickly, and before long it was afternoon. At 3 o'clock sharp, it was the time for the lottery results on the Star platform, where nearly 12 million participants had signed up. The online buzz had exploded as everyone awaited the results. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, although the registration interface had closed, the lottery results had yet to be displayed. Lin Yu began to issue commands, getting busier by the moment. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, Long Bao stared at the increasing number of registrants on the screen, veins popping on his forehead. His face turned grim, while the viewers in the live chat began to cheer. Wow, 12 million people. Let me calculate 200,000 plus 1,100,000. I'm directly reserving Long Bao City Explorer live broadcast room. You're killing me, nearly 130,000 in price. Long Bao, do you still want to charge for this? After 3 years of streaming, I might end up owing fans 200,000. His fans began to mock Long Bao in the live chat. After staring at the screen for a while, he finally calmed down. Dear fans, if I had 130,000, I wouldn't be live streaming. Forget it, the Star exhibition is beyond my reach. He shook his hands frantically in the live stream, saying, I'm being honest, really. Please let me off. After 3 minutes of entertaining antics, the barrage of comments gradually died down as he shifted his gaze back to the screen. Sure enough, a notification about the lottery results popped up on the screen, displaying a message. Congratulations, you have won a consolation prize of 100 star coins. A consolation prize? It seems luck is still not on my side. Long Bao closed the page and prepared to start his regular live stream. Ha ha ha, if you won, I would unfollow you. 1. Most people were waiting for the notification from the lottery page. There wasn't a single exception among those who signed up. At this moment, a female college student named Luo Ting, lying in a hospital bed, was fixated on the screen. Beside her was her mother, who was seriously ill, resting with her eyes closed. Luo Ting stared at the lottery page, whispering, Please give me the third prize. Then the lottery page popped up, and she immediately covered her phone screen with her hand. Gradually, she moved her hand away, murmuring, Third prize. Third prize. Third prize. Please grant me a third prize. She moved her hand slightly to reveal a character head. What kind of prize would head be? She continued to move her hand. First place? First place, could it be? Oh my, the first place prize. A look of joy lit up her face as she jumped up. However, in that moment, she realized she was in her mother's hospital room and her mother was resting. She tiptoed quietly towards the door. Until she reached the end of the hospital corridor, she finally shouted joyfully, First place prize, I won. I won. However, at that moment, people coming out of the restroom looked at her with unusual expressions. Some whispered, Do you think this girl has lost her mind? At that moment, her father also emerged from the restroom. He saw his daughter jumping with excitement at the door. Standing behind Luo Ting, he asked, Ting, what happened? What did you win? Luo Ting suddenly came to herself, noticing her father behind her, and replied, It's nothing, just an event. I won the first place prize. Okay, you go back and keep an eye on your mother. I have to go earn some money now. Luo Ting's father reminded her after confirming she was fine. Luo Ting looked at her father, noticing the stains on his clothes, the slightly tattered hem, and the faint trace of a bruise on his freshly washed face. She knew her father was working multiple jobs to maintain the family expenses. Watching his retreating figure, she recalled Long Bao's words during the live stream. She opened her phone and began searching for Long Bao's live stream. While she was sending messages, Long Bao was watching the barrage with some viewers stirring up trouble again. Upon seeing these comments, Long Bao's mood to play games shifted. I can't hold back any longer, a bunch of comment trolls, let's settle this. Today's show is advanced. He picked up the microphone, paused the scrolling comments with his mouse, and began preparing to respond one by one. While responding, he would stop to read each comment carefully. Long Bao, this is called breaking promises. Doesn't your dad have any money? Can't he lend you any? Me breaking promises. You really have a big mouth. 130,000, your dad couldn't even make that with a scythe. We are still expecting Long Bao to stream for us. What a waste of my expectations. Alright, let's get back to normal comments and see the next one. Long Bao, I have a qualification for the first prize. I can sell it to you for 200,000. Do you want it? You have a deal. Huh, are you serious? Long Bao, who was used to responding, realized the significance of this comment as he spoke his usual catchphrase. Ting, little baby, wait a moment, don't go. I'm contacting you now. Long Bao clicked on the user's info and began sending a private message. Long Bao, I'm here, is it you, girl? Ting, little baby, yes, that's right, let's connect on Bubble. After a while, Luo Ting looked at her account with a smile, showing a balance of 350,000. Of course, Long Bao knew the value of this qualification. He took out all the money he had and transferred it all to Luo Ting. Long Bao's information was also filled into the Star Exhibition's list system. Luo Ting looked at her account balance with a smile in her eyes. Then she found her father's number and dialed it. In her heart, the status of the Star Exhibition had become unparalleled. Lin Yu was approached by Lin Yu. Adoptive father. The list of personnel arrangements has been finalized, but only a few players have yet to fill in their identity information. Once they finish filling it out, I will report it to the Hat Bureau regarding the large gathering of people. So that means starting tomorrow, is the venue set up properly? Lin Yu nodded and then asked, is everything arranged? We discussed with the property management of the building, and the elements from our company have been set up on our floor. Oh, it's already set up. How about we go take a look now? Lin Yu showed interest upon hearing Ku Qinyu's words. Ku Qinyu smiled and said, let's go. I can guarantee you will be satisfied with the scene arrangement. I had Lu Yaoyao draw many of our elements at the time. Lin Yu stood up after hearing this, ready to take the elevator to the third floor. Moreover, as they rode the elevator, the walls and the sides of the elevator passage were covered with posters of star elements. Lin Yu looked at the large star logo in the elevator. The overall poster had a blue theme integrating various star elements. For example, various creatures from my world, as well as the recently popular promotional material for the game, Three Kingdoms Kill. Ku Qinyu and Lu Yaoyao specially put up posters of certain characters like Xiao Qiao and Guan Yu on the walls. As the elevator just arrived, the specially arranged scene came into view. The entire elevator door area was designed to resemble a lush cave from my world. Cave vines and glowing berries were scattered everywhere, with various light bulbs arranged among the berries, and there was even a rhododendron growing horizontally from the trees right in the middle of the passage. Ahem. Because I don't have a power supply, it's all dark right now. It gives a bit of a cave vibe, doesn't it? Ku Qinyu's said with an awkward smile. Quick, turn on the lights so I can have a look. Ku Qinyu walked to the side and turned on the air switch that controlled the electrical circuit. In an instant, the entire passage was illuminated by various light sources. The glowing berries lit up the whole passage, and beside the rhododendron tree, there was a creeper looking at the elevator door with its head tilted. Lin Yu was startled by the creeper that appeared in this bright scene. Who thought of this creepy creeper? Ha ha, not bad, not bad. Ku Qinyu ran to Lin Yu's side. This thing is indeed a bit scary in the dark. It was deliberately designed by Lu Yaoyao, who is responsible for the art. Lin Yu looked at Ku Qinyu, frowned slightly, pointed at him, and joked, I know it's you. Are you trying to trick me? Ku Qinyu scratched his head. Let's go in and take a look. As Lin Yu stepped through the main door of this lair, he suddenly thought of something. If the results of the lottery come out today, and the event starts the next day, won't that be too rushed? Ku Qinyu shook his head and said, I considered that at the time. Those who are far away are scheduled for the third day, while those close to Jiangzhou are arranged for the first day, and we also have foreign participants in our event. What? There are foreigners? Where did they come from? Lin Yu was a bit surprised and asked in confusion. At the time we announced the event, we didn't restrict foreign players from participating, so those foreign players also joined the lottery. Ku Qinyu waved his hand helplessly. Lin Yu nodded and said, it doesn't matter, anyone can come, but you must treat them according to the same standard, understand? Ku Qinyu nodded, and then led Lin Yu to start touring the venue. The style design still resembled the caves from my world. The entire ceiling was in the color and material of deep slate rocks from my world, with some or blocks occasionally appearing. Lin Yu and Ku Qinyu arrived at an open area. Ku Qinyu stepped forward and said, this area was originally for some employees' offices, but we moved everything to prepare a space for some cosplayers. Lin Yu nodded, examining the area, which contained some large dolls, all elements from MC. On site, there was even Lin Yu's game skin, a block figure waving its hand. In my world, the beauty from the west had been held by Lin Yu in his hand, extending its small pink short hand to wave at the entering players. This already occupied half of the entire floor. Afterwards, they arrived at an area still furnished with employees' desks and chairs, with a neatly arranged array of mobile phones on one side and another side filled with neatly arranged computers. This is the game experience area for players. Additionally, we have implemented certain network and external input device restrictions in this area, so they will not be able to access our game. In this area, which was the game experience area, various game elements were placed on the desks and chairs. The wallpaper was deliberately designed to resemble Three Kingdoms Kill, along with a series of elements from my world, and of course elements from Happy Elimination were all combined together. The blocks from Happy Elimination have also been embedded into the walls, with cat blocks, dog blocks, bird blocks, and so on, all within the walls. Alright, adoptive father, what do you think of this scene design? Ku Qinyu asked Lin Yu with a smile. Why do you treat me like a leader inspecting the place? Lin Yu joked. Ku Qinyu smiled awkwardly and said, I was just afraid there might be something that wasn't done well. No need for that, we should just wait for tomorrow now. Lin Yu returned to the office, seeing that everyone was still diligently typing code. On Su Yao's computer screen, there were numerous adjustments for balance functions displayed. He clapped his hands and said to everyone, you all know about the star exhibition our company is organizing, right? Everyone nodded in unison, and many asked, what's up? Our company's employees have been specially granted a 3-day holiday, and certain special positions will also start their 3-day holiday on the following Sunday. How about that? There will definitely be some feedback from the players, so when work resumes you all can handle it then. After Lin Yu finished speaking, a group of employees erupted into cheers. Lin Yu smiled slightly after hearing this, and then returned to his office. Meanwhile, Awei, who was nearby, said, I really should be damned, how could there be such a heavenly boss in this world? Damn it. His hands clenched into fists. I must come to help tomorrow. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the next day. Since Long Bao was in Wuhan, which is very close to Jiangzhou, it took only about 2 hours by high-speed train, so he was scheduled for the morning of the first day. At that moment, he directly ended the broadcast while receiving the star information and bought a high-speed train ticket overnight. He even provocatively said in the live chat, we still have true fans in our live stream. He directly displayed the screen showing the personal information input for the stars to the viewers in the live stream, then cheekily typed, hey, what do you think? Thanks for the opportunity sent by the darling Ting Tong. His cheeky smile instantly infuriated the haters in the live stream, but this group of haters had no way to deal with him. Darling Ting Tong, we can't let him take advantage of this cheap opportunity. It makes me feel like I've eaten shit. Damn. In a few days I want rumors of you and Darling Ting Tong to spread. Long Bao loves offline fan meetings. Tomorrow I will wait for you downstairs at the Star Building. Just you wait. Seeing this, Long Bao calmly said, come on, I have faced haters before, I can handle them easily. After Long Bao's live stream ended, quite a few fans started booking tickets overnight to prepare to head to Chengdu with him. After shutting down the live stream and packing his broadcasting equipment, he hurriedly made his way to Chengdu. His broadcasting equipment was just a selfie stick. The time had already reached the next day, and Long Bao crawled out of bed in the hotel looking at the time on his phone. It's no big deal. It's only 7 o'clock now. The exhibition starts at 9:30. Because he had arrived in Jiangzhou quite late the night before, he had specially gone out to stroll until midnight. During this time, he felt very dazed, wanting to sleep, but not wanting to miss the star exhibition. 7:10 He'll sleep a little longer. 7:20 He'll sleep a little longer. 7:30 He'll sleep a little longer. 9:50 Wait. Oh, it's 9:50. Seeing the time on his phone, a loud alarm rang in his head, and he immediately shot up from bed. He quickly washed up, got dressed, picked up his selfie stick, turned on his phone, and started the live stream. Brothers, yesterday was really rushed, and I overslept. There's nothing I could do. He scratched his head and said to the viewers in the live stream, what the hell are you wasting the fan spots like this? Why not give me a chance to experience it? After saying this, he immediately sprinted towards the Gemini building in the business district. The hotel he booked was right next to the Star Company, so he arrived quickly around 10 o'clock. At this time, there were indeed haters from Long Bao's group gathered outside the Star Company, holding signs waiting for Long Bao to arrive. Standing at the entrance, Long Bao saw this scene, and after a few seconds those people recognized him when they saw the live stream footage. One of the burly leaders of the hater group walked directly in front of Long Bao. Long Bao then asked, what do you want? The muscular man stood with his hands on his hips, towering over Long Bao. He spoke resentfully, didn't you say my dad swung the sickle and kicked up sparks? Later I'll take you to see him. My dad is a taekwondo coach. Hearing this, Long Bao clearly became confused, secretly cursing, this is bad, there really are haters with such strength. I have to go to the exhibition, oh I won't be accompanying you. After saying this, Long Bao had beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The viewers in the live stream began to laugh at this scene. As expected of Long Bao, online he's a key player, but offline he's just a soft shrimp. Seeing these comments, Long Bao did not forget to say this is what a real man is, he can bend and stretch. He quickly followed the path to the Star Exhibition. Along the way, he recorded various elements of the games and remarked, what kind of fine food are these selected players eating? In the first floor hall, there was a person who looked like a villager, and many others were observing beside him. He heard the villager constantly saying, he. Long Bao, seeing this, became interested and immediately approached. Excuse me, which floor is the Star Exhibition on? The villager began to hum, please go to the elevator and go directly to the 48th floor, thank you. Actually, the villager's voice had a serious nasal tone, but most people could still understand. Long Bao carefully observed and found a line of text behind the villager that read, this villager's intelligent dialogue output is provided by Patian AI. Seeing this, he sighed in the live stream as expected of Star, their strength is unparalleled. Quickly, he followed the various signs on the ground and arrived at the elevator, which also had many Star posters inside. Yes, this is my Xiao Qiao. Long Bao immediately reached out and touched the poster in front of him. The viewers in the live stream began to scold him. Know who allowed you to touch my Xiao Qiao, Long Bao, you scumbag. Whoa, my Xiao Qiao is suffering such an undeserved disaster. Seeing the viewers' intense reactions, Long Bao couldn't help but continue teasing, is this my two-dimensional wife? However, after this action, his live stream's popularity began to soar, ranking first in the platform's live streaming section. Soon the elevator reached the 48th floor where the Star Exhibition was located. As the elevator doors opened, he walked out and was immediately stunned by the scene. After a moment, he finally managed to utter this. This is the flourishing cave. Various objects under the lighting appeared exceptionally beautiful. Long Bao and the viewers in the live stream were all shocked by this scene. After a while, he then sighed, "Is this the one-tune replica of the game world? Started an amazing job. If only my world could have a VR experience in the future." He soon noticed a creeper peeking at him beside a rhododendron. "Haha, you scared me, you little guy." Recalling his various mishaps, Long Bao said, "If this creeper were in a game, it would run up to you and blow up before you even knew it." He carefully looked at the creeper and found many little notes stuck on its back. "God of the leap of faith. Cat magic. Not that scary at all." Seeing this, he noticed there were pens and sticky notes next to the trees and prepared to write something to stick on. What he didn't know was that an iron golem was watching him from behind the glass door. Long Bao tore off the sticky note from the wall, picked up the pen beside him, and prepared to write down the check-in message. At that moment, a sound of glass being tapped came from behind him, made by the iron puppet. He was startled by the sudden noise and immediately turned around. He saw an iron puppet almost reaching the ceiling, knocking on the door. "What the hell is this, bro?" The viewers in the live stream had already seen this scene and flooded the chat with comments urging Long Bao to look back. Long Bao looked back quickly. "There's a big treasure watching you." "What the heck, such a big iron puppet? Is it a robot or a cosplayer?" Long Bao looked at the scene on the other side of the door in astonishment. He walked to one side of the door and entered his identity information on the tablet. The glass door then opened. The iron puppet, which had appeared misty behind the glass door, was now fully revealed before Long Bao. Upon seeing the iron puppet, Long Bao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Next to the iron puppet stood a staff member who stepped forward and said in a slightly nervous tone, "Hello sir, do you need assistance?" The staff member was none other than Wei, who was originally a tech-savvy worker and could be said to be quite socially anxious. However, when it came to connecting players with business in the work group, he mustered the courage to take it on. Hearing the staff member's words, Long Bao came back to his senses and said, I'm just browsing around." "Okay, you can call me Wei. If you have any requests, feel free to come to me at the door." After this exchange, both parties felt a bit nervous. Long Bao glanced again at the iron puppet, gave a sheepish smile, and then prepared to turn back to explore other areas. Just as he turned around, the iron puppet suddenly spoke. "Have you practiced enough? Can you afford to lose now?" Long Bao, who was about to step forward, instantly froze. He remembered this phrase and felt his face heat up again. He immediately turned back to see the gigantic iron puppet standing behind him. Upon seeing the iron puppet's enormous figure, he instantly felt deflated, the blush on his face fading away. I was just playing around in the game before." The viewers in the live stream began to mock him. As expected of Long Bao, "You bully the weak and fear the strong, huh?" Long Bao's face turned pale. "This is too funny. By the way, is this iron puppet really played by a person? It feels a bit scary now. If every AI has memories, then what about all those things I've done to the villagers? And those sheep? Wouldn't that be tragic? Wouldn't the AI ruling the earth be the first to crush me?" The gentleman upstairs, this is a live stream, not a confessional. However, at that moment, the iron puppet's helmet was removed. The person inside was none other than the top troll who had blocked Long Bao outside earlier. 606 you've got to be kidding me. It's really this guy. This guy must have spent a fortune. Did you record a video of us face to face? Share it for everyone to enjoy. Seeing this scene, Long Bao's face darkened. "What the hell, you really are relentless. You're such a dog." The guy laughed as he climbed out of the iron puppet costume. He was sweating and then shook the camera he was holding, smiling as he said, "Look what I have here." Long Bao rushed up to the camera, leaning close to the guy, and said, "Good brother, let's talk this out. We can negotiate about this." The guy feigned a friendly demeanor and flipped through the camera's history videos, saying, "Come on, let's take a look." In the video, Long Bao's various expressions were captured quite subtly. His face, which had twisted from embarrassment, and the stunned expression upon seeing the massive figure were all clearly displayed. Seeing the video, Long Bao's face began to change again. Wei, standing beside him, couldn't help but mutter softly, "Is this the chameleon version of Long Bao?" At that moment, apart from the change in skin color, Long Bao's attitude was also quite friendly, resembling a sun person with red skin. "Bro, you can't handle this thing, just leave it to me." The guy, hearing Long Bao's words, wore a sly smile and leaned closer to Long Bao's ear, saying, "Room 701 at Jiangzhou Hotel, come meet me tonight." After saying this, the guy walked straight to the glass door, opened it, and left, not forgetting to upload the video on his phone and start editing memes. Long Bao stood there in a daze, feeling a chill in his heart. He couldn't help but shiver twice, then reluctantly continued to explore. The earphone from the live stream was hanging at his collar, so the words of that guy were naturally heard by the viewers in the live chat. "I said this guy is targeting him like this. Turns out it's love, deeply felt hatred, intensely expressed." Haha, Long Bao wouldn't really want to go right. "I hope my favorite streamer won't end up dirty after tonight." Damn it, that guy is making progress so fast, woo woo woo. My pure Long Bao, I hate rich people. With this scene unfolding, it's hard to say how many live stream clip experts will edit it in the end. It must be said that Long Bao has truly become popular, now crushing the second place in the platform's live ranking. Of course, this caught the attention of the platform's management. Long Bao glanced at the comments in the live stream. He didn't intend to pay further attention and began to explore on his own. First, he arrived at the cosplay area where he discovered a block figure made from Lin Yu's skin holding a cute pink axolotl. He immediately walked over to take a selfie. Meanwhile, a cosplayer nearby noticed Long Bao's presence, cosplaying as the block figure version of magical girl Sakura. Do you need a photo together? The cosplayer walked up to Long Bao and said, wow, your outfit is really nice. Let's hang out together sometime, add me on Bubble. The cosplayer smiled and replied, sure, let's find a chance to hang out. Maybe collaborate on something. The viewers in the live stream witnessed this scene. Wait, isn't this the million-follower Sakura? What the hell, you want to add her on Bubble? That feels worse than killing me. Am I the only one feeling sorry for that guy just now? What the hell, this is pure scum. That's my Sakura, I hate you, woo woo woo. Remember to be gentle. As they successfully added each other on Bubble, Long Bao took another glance at the camera in the live stream, feeling as if he was showing off to the camera. On Lin Yu's side, he planned to check out the exhibition downstairs and also take pictures with the players. As soon as he entered, he saw Long Bao holding a selfie stick taking pictures everywhere. As he strolled around preparing to walk towards the game experience area, he also caught sight of the person entering through the door. He immediately headed towards the entrance. Lin Yu noticed someone approaching him and smiled, asking, what's up? Are you lost, kid? Mr. Lin, wow, it's really you. I wasn't sure just now, Long Bao said excitedly. Who are you? Lin Yu scrutinized the person before him. Long Bao gave Lin Yu a feeling of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but for a moment, he couldn't recall who it was. Lin Yu looked at the person in front of him, puzzled for a moment, then suddenly remembered, secretly thinking, yes, it's that guy who likes to pay to work. Ahem, that streamer. Upon hearing this, players who were originally seated in various areas rushed over. Suddenly, the noise became quite chaotic, with players gathering in front of Lin Yu. Away noticed this and immediately stepped up to protect Lin Yu, saying, everyone, let's not crowd together to avoid a stampede. Seeing the crowd before him, Lin Yu felt a bit emotional. After all, such a scene was not something everyone could experience. He pressed his hands down, saying, everyone, just enjoy the exhibition and don't do this. However, his words could not suppress the enthusiasm of the players. Mr. Lin, how about we take a group photo together? Yes. Mr. Lin, let's take a photo. Lin Yu saw that this group of players was looking at him with great excitement. He smiled and continued, of course, let's take a photo together when we're about to wrap up. We shouldn't gather too closely to avoid accidents. Naturally, these players had high individual qualities, and after Lin Yu finished explaining, they all returned to their previous positions. Although there were still some lingering gazes, this was still acceptable. Lin Yu looked at the still excited Long Bao and slowly said, so weren't you supposed to participate as a player? Are you going to experience the new game, Three Kingdoms Kill? Well, Mr. Lin, I'm your fervent fan. I'm live streaming, and there are a lot of fans in the stream. Long Bao explained with a smile. Meanwhile, the bullet screen in the live stream started to flood. Mr. Lin, I said it. I knew I would see Mr. Lin at the exhibition. It's really a pity. I didn't win the raffle, sob. Mr. Lin, I want to ask you a question. How did you end up in this stream, brother Chung? Mr. Lin, when will you stream next? Of course, Lin Yu didn't look closely at Long Bao's live stream. He just greeted it briefly and didn't watch much. So aren't you going to experience a round of Three Kingdoms Kill? Once the exhibition is over, you won't be able to experience it anymore. Long Bao, seeing that Lin Yu was unyielding, directly suggested, Mr. Lin, why don't you join me in playing your new Three Kingdoms Kill game? Think of it as promotion. What do you think? Lin Yu originally intended to come down to take a look, but unexpectedly he was pulled into the game. He thought for a moment, since he had nothing else to do, returning to the office would just mean playing games. Then he said, alright, I'll also give it a try. Lin Yu walked over and sat beside him at the computer. This was originally a mobile game, but due to the more detailed modeling on the computer, he decided to play it on the computer. Have you experienced it yet? Do you need to read the beginner's tutorial? Lin Yu asked. Does just looking at the poster count? Long Bao finished speaking with an awkward smile. Lin Yu helplessly looked at Long Bao, saying, here, this is the game tutorial manual. After Long Bao read it in detail for 10 minutes, he said, alright, no problem, this is relatively simple. Then they gathered the other 6 players and began the game. Since they were all separated, their identities were unknown to each other. Games in this situation are the most interesting. Lin Yu murmured to himself. Now it was time to select characters. Long Bao immediately locked in Xiao Qiao without caring about his identity. He looked at Xiao Qiao, and he was extremely amazed by her live demonstration. Wow. He leaned closer to the screen, observing the skin in front of him carefully. He saw the intricate details of the clothing, the exquisite face, and the flowing short hair. He clicked on the clothing settings. In this version, Peng Su had specially designed various outfits for Xiao Qiao, even including different hairstyles. The current version of Xiao Qiao was no longer just about body shape. As he adjusted Xiao Qiao's various parameters, he sighed. My goodness, is Xiao Qiao's live demonstration really this beautiful? It can be said that she has walked out of the two-dimensional world and stood in front of me, although it's still separated by a screen. He switched through all of Xiao Qiao's various body shapes and selected a lowly style that was popular in the live stream. The viewers in the live stream reacted to this. I knew it. My Xiao Qiao wouldn't disappoint me. I love girls. And lolis. Loli, I just like this. Alright, I'll admit it, I'm a Loli fan. Loli, come to me. Sob, sob, sob. Who understands the feeling of redemption for a mature figure? Xiao's eyes speak for me. I knew someone would understand me. Once he entered the game, he saw Xiao Qiao's character as the soldiers behind her raised a long couch-like bench and directly lay down on it. At this moment, not only were many players watching the live stream video, naturally some game companies were also observing the newly released game of Three Kingdoms Kill in the live stream. At this time, Zhao Xiaolin sat in his office. The computer was displaying Long Bao's live stream. On his desk were some game card drafts from Water Margin that his subordinates had handed over. He originally planned to check the live streaming platform to relax during work hours. At this moment, Long Bao's live stream was exploding with popularity and had already activated the site-wide push. As long as you open this client, you can see it directly. Long Bao takes you into the special exhibition hosted by Xingqian. He originally wanted to close it, but upon seeing the word Xingqian, he couldn't help but feel curious and clicked in. What came into view was the exquisite modeling presentation of Xiao Qiao. He glanced at the live stream content on the screen, then picked up the draft on his desk to take a look. After repeatedly looking up and down to compare and confirm, he couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "Wow, are you and we starting from the same starting line?" Zhao Xiaolin looked at the report in his hand, feeling quite distressed. Can the gap really be that huge? He called over the person in charge of the Shuehu Chronicles on his work bubble. Soon the new project leader of Shuehu Chronicles walked into his office. Zhao General, is there something you need? The project leader asked with a puzzled expression. Luda, you've been with me for quite a while now, right? Brother Zhao, you say that, but you're my mentor. If it weren't for your promotion, I wouldn't even know where I'd be working as a coder in some rundown place day and night. Luda wore a slightly ingratiating smile. Come here, I have something to show you. Zhao Xiaolin's expression was calm, which made Luda sense something was off. Luda slowly walked to Zhao Xiaolin's side, looking at the content being live streamed on the computer screen. This is a game of Three Kingdoms. He was amazed by the quality of the game's modeling depicted on the screen. Zhao Xiaolin observed Luda's expression and sighed, saying, Can our Shuehu Chronicles achieve this level of quality? Luda fell silent, glancing at the initial draft materials he had just submitted, pondering. If we were to mimic the combat model of Xingqian, it would probably take around 6 months to produce. Not yet, we have only created various cards. If we aim for this quality, it would roughly take 6 months to complete. Others can release it within 2 months. It will soon be available for play. 2 months. How is that possible? Luda's face displayed an expression of disbelief. Zhao Xiaolin looked at Luda's troubled face and said, Perhaps they started developing this game early on. Is there any way we can get ahead of them? They could hardly imagine that Lin Yu currently had a group of self-motivated workers whose efficiency was naturally far superior to theirs. At this moment, Zhao Xiaolin was filled with pressure and his face felt hot with pain. The words he had previously shared with his investment department at eFactory replayed in his mind. This is definitely a profitable venture. Oh, just look at how much attention Xingqian's game has garnered. You could say Xingqian has already broken through the boundaries. This project is absolutely excellent. Adapting the 4 great classical novels into a game will surely bring in countless profits. Humph, when we finish, won't we be the ones in first place? How could we let a small company take the lead? He had many words to suppress and acquire Xingqian, and now they felt like slaps on his face, intensifying with the release of the gameplay footage for the Three Kingdoms. Luda thought for a moment. An idea he deemed quite good took root in his mind. Of course, I think we can compress the timeline for this group of people and hire more staff, aiming to launch our game within 3 months. Brother Zhao, what do you think? Zhao Xiaolin sighed and said, All right, when we present it, we must showcase our strength. Luda felt a bit anxious, but was reassured by Zhao Xiaolin's firm tone. He had no choice but to brace himself and respond. All right, I'll go back and think of some ways. Since Xingqian had not released their game package yet, even if they wanted to copy it, they wouldn't find any method to do so. Zhao Xiaolin lit a cigarette and took a puff. Then he slowly said, You will be fully responsible for this game. Go ahead and work on it. In the future, we will establish a company using this game, which will make management easier. We at eFactory will invest the money. You just need to handle the development. Hearing Zhao Xiaolin's words, Lu De turned around and brought in a box of Moutai from the door. He then happily said, "All right, thank you very much, Brother Zhao. Just a small token of appreciation, not a formal gift. Brother Zhao, I'll take my leave now." Lu De greeted and left the office. Zhao Xiaolin glanced at Lu De's departing figure, a barely perceptible smile creeping onto his lips. At that moment, a Donut Disturb message lit up on his phone. "Zhao Gang. Little brother, it seems that Xingqian Company has sued me. What should I do now? I received the court summons information." What Zhao Xiaolin didn't know was that the moment Lu De closed the door, his cheerful demeanor turned serious. He clenched his fists and said, "You want me to take the blame? Humph, do you really think I'm foolish? You better behave normally or don't blame me for being unfaithful." Zhao Xiaolin rested his legs on the office desk, continuing to watch the livestream platform. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and the others had successfully entered the game. On Lin Yu's side, he smiled and asked the group of players seated, "I am the Lord. What identities do you all have?" "I am a loyal minister." "I am also a loyal minister." "I am a good citizen." "A very good citizen." "Lin General." As those players spoke one after another, Lin Yu counted and said, "This is amusing. 6 loyal ministers in one game." Due to the current scarcity of generals, there was no way to deduce their identities based on the generals they had chosen. Moreover, these players chose their characters based on their preferences regardless of their identities. This was quite normal at the game's initial release, as they were just casual players wanting to enjoy the game. At this moment, Long Bao weakly said, "Lin General, I am a traitor. Isn't that a bit suspicious?" "Huh." Lin Yu was drawn in by Long Bao's remark and turned to look over. Long Bao noticed Lin Yu and other players staring at him and asked in confusion, "Huh? Is there something suspicious?" One player, grinning, already anticipated his impending fate of being beaten up. He then said, "There's no problem here, nothing will happen after this." Another player looked at him and commented, trying to act tough, "Soon enough you'll be honest." Lin Yu observed Long Bao's demeanor, and his amusement grew even more. "It's alright, playing for the first time is like this." The game finished loading, and the game interface became increasingly exquisite. Each player had a hero poster displayed upon loading, and it was incredibly detailed. Within the game loading bar, there were also several random loading tips. Long Bao naturally noticed one. In the game, do not directly reveal your intentions and identity, or your fate might be quite tragic. Seeing this, Long Bao complained, "Oh, are they just bullying me, the honest one?" Viewers in the live stream burst into mockery upon seeing Long Bao's flustered expression. Another iconic moment of earnestness. Truly are Long Bao sincere to a fault, huh? While you all are merely playing the game, I alone am savoring my xiao qiao. That upper floor pedophile has gone too far. Let all pedophiles line up and each receive a 762. Is there a first-person perspective? He drooling. Lin Yu entered the game as the Lord, selecting Liu Bei as his general. Long Bao occupied seat 2, and being thoroughly earnest, he immediately announced his identity aloud. This drew Lin Yu's sharp attention from seats 1 and 3. At this moment, Long Bao was not yet immersed in gameplay. Instead, he quietly admired the character models. A subtle prompt then appeared beside the interface. Click this button to toggle among multiple perspectives. Naturally intrigued, Long Bao tapped it and discovered he could freely shift between first, second, and third-person views. The chat stream erupted anew. Whoa, it actually works. This feels oddly reminiscent of those indie visual games I've played. First-person view, he switched to the mature figure. And well, let's just say my resolve promptly evaporates. Switch back and forth between second and third person. I must savor my xiao qiao. Long Bao, I'm speaking to you. That De Qiao over there isn't bad either. Does she have a petite variant too? One for each hand. A rocket donation arrived from user Loli Minnow. Long Bao remained absorbed in observation until Lin Yu leaned over and urged, "What are you doing? Play your card already." Only then did Long Bao snap back to reality. "Oh, huh. I was just surveying the battlefield." He casually played a randomly drawn card. The Bagua mirror landed in Xiao Qiao's hands, and she casually dealt Lin Yu a strike card. "Huh, you're attacking me. Have you lost your senses? To win, you must eliminate everyone else first, then duel me alone." Lin Yu sighed, exasperated. Long Bao chuckled sheepishly. My finger slipped." Noticing Long Bao's odd demeanor, Lin Yu silently mused, "Could this fellow be a rebel? He claims to be an infiltrator. Wait, this one must not be spared." A rebel player watching the scene murmured, "Whoa, brother," deliberately declaring himself an infiltrator to draw fire. Impressive tact. After the turn passed to seat 3, that player likewise reflected, "He must be a fellow rebel. No one else would target Lin Zong first." Yes, absolutely. That's it. Of course, several impulsive newcomers on the field simply attacked whoever stood nearby. One such victim protested, "Lord Lin, I'm a loyalist. The one who struck me is surely a rebel." The falsely accused player blinked in bewilderment. "Huh? If you're loyal, then what am I? Did I accidentally strike an ally?" Lin Yu watched the spectacle with quiet amusement. Players had begun mastering the art of hidden identities. The mounting suspicion alone had transformed the match into something delightfully intricate. So this is how this round unfolds. Fascinating, ha ha ha. As turns accumulated, only Lin Yu at seat 1 and the rebel at seat 3 remained. Long Bao, however, fell decisively to Lin Yu's blade within 5 rounds. When the infiltrator identity card was finally revealed, both Lin Yu and the seat 3 player stared in stunned silence. The seat 3 player rose and exclaimed, "Damn, you really are the infiltrator. A true prodigy, though you genuinely fooled me." Long Bao scratched his head and grinned. "I'm just an earnest fellow." To Lin Yu, whether rebel or infiltrator, both were threats to be eliminated without hesitation. Faced with Long Bao's disarming sincerity, the seat 3 player found his retort choked off, eventually muttering, "Fine, you outplayed me." Indeed, even at the end, seat 3 refused to believe in Long Bao's authenticity. Several players dying still cried out, "Lord, I am truly loyal. I bear no ill intent. Don't." They screamed these words, desperately seeking to awaken Lin Yu's last shred of conscience, only for every fallen loyalist upon death to reveal a rebel identity card. Seeing the cards flip, that player couldn't help but burst into laughter. "This is killing me." The livestream audience reacted with equal parts ridicule and restless fascination at the unfolding drama. Lord Lin, can you truly bear to keep us hungry players waiting this long?" This seat 3 genius is utterly hilarious. Perhaps Cao Cao himself possesses him. His suspicious nature is peerless. No wonder it's Long Bao. Don't forget tonight's hotel, alright? Upper floor. Long Bao hater. Have you unlocked new skill points yet? Whoa, I hadn't seen this game before, but now that I have not being able to play makes my skin crawl like ants. Lord Lin. Whoa, can you really be so heartless? Ha ha ha. Lord Lin might indeed be heartless, because if I'd heard that dying plea, "I bear no ill intent," I'd have softened instantly. With identities now fully exposed, restraint dissolved. On Lin Yu's turn, he drew 2 strike cards, one Southern Barbarian Invasion and another strike. After playing a strike, Lin Yu used his final card to heal, but it proved futile. Then, unleashing Southern Barbarian Invasion, he sealed the match's conclusion. Next came the victory screen. Lin Yu's avatar poster materialized before all players, radiant in triumph. Then followed personalized character model sequences, each general offering encouragement to their victorious player. This version featured De Xiao's new skin, approved by Lin Yu and enhanced by Peng Su, with multi-body type support and outfit customization matching Xiao Qiao's polish. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the group of players joyfully launched into the next game. After a morning had passed, they had reached lunchtime. Meanwhile, Wei, who was stationed at the entrance, glanced at his phone and realized it was already late. He immediately walked over to the group of players in the gaming area and began to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, the morning exhibition time has come to a close. If you wish to take photos afterward, if anyone has their own plans, you may leave at your discretion. Our Xingqian has arranged a delightful lunch for you on the 20th floor at the cafeteria. You can collect your meals with your employee ID, or rather your player ID." He paused briefly before continuing. "If you have started a game, please finish it before leaving. Once it's over, do not start another game." After saying this, he moved to the cosplay exhibition area to announce the conclusion of the exhibition. The player in position 3 had completely turned red by now. "Long Bao, are you really this honest, or are you just playing along?" The player was dominated by Long Bao's repeated reverse psychology. When they thought Long Bao was on the 2nd level, their suspicion led them to guess the 3rd level, but the real Long Bao was indeed on the 2nd level. When they believed Long Bao was on the 3rd level, their doubts led them to guess the 2nd level, but unexpectedly Long Bao was actually on the 1st level this time. It can be said that a king cannot predict the movements of a bronze player. In each match, only Long Bao was truly enjoying himself. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle, then remarked, "Life is a gamble. Too bad you guessed wrong on all counts." After hearing the player's words, Long Bao replied, "Do you really think I'm just a foolish streamer? Ha ha. Your playstyle is absolutely disgusting," the player said, gritting his teeth while staring at Long Bao. In the live stream, his loyal fans began to criticize him vehemently. Long Bao is just like this. He enjoys it this way. When he loses, he has plenty of excuses, but when he wins, he puts on a hard facade. Do you remember the previous Iron Puppet? Ha! I suggest Long Bao run away quickly. That player is really about to explode. Lin Yu shook his head, watching the spectacle along with the other players. Truly, it lived up to the name of Three Kingdoms Kill. Even after the game ended, there was an additional free fight competition. However, after a moment, Lin Yu suddenly realized this exhibition was his responsibility, and he had to clean up the mess. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Alright, you two, this kind of play is permissible, otherwise this game would be meaningless." With Lin Yu providing a way out, the player took the opportunity saying next time, when the game is out, just watch how I take you down. Long Bao, hearing this, retorted, is that it? Just wait, okay. Little did he know he would soon be beaten into obedience and would have to go back to Minecraft to continue surviving. Seeing that things had calmed down on their side, Lin Yu walked to the entrance and patted Away on the shoulder with a smile, saying, so feeling nervous today? Away gave a sheepish smile and replied, I just have a bit of social anxiety. I took this job to overcome it. I hope I didn't mess anything up. No, you did well today. Be a bit more confident, Lin Yu said with an encouraging smile at Away. After a while, the players had mostly gathered in the cosplay area when Yu walked in with a camera. President Lin, I'm here. Shall we take some photos? Yu smiled and said, as the person in charge, you seem quite busy. That's because a company came over to discuss purchasing our Xingqian AI services, Yu explained. Who are they? A mobile company came to inquire about a specific procurement for training their required intelligent customer service. Naturally, several other service industry owners also came over. Lin Yu nodded, not saying much, and prepared to walk towards the group of players to take photos. Seeing Lin Yu about to leave, Yu immediately followed and asked, President Lin, how much do you think we should price it? Well, we can charge based on real-time business volume. I hope to completely cover the server costs within a year, and that includes the expenses for establishing multiple supercomputing clusters. You can ask Uncle Ding to calculate it, Yu said, understanding. All right, let's take the photos now. The players, seeing the camera in Yu's hand, exclaimed, wow, just to take a photo you brought a Hasselblad. Ha ha ha. Our boss is generous. This was arranged by him. After a while, click, the camera captured the moment. Lin Yu looked at the photo and couldn't help but smile. He noticed that the player was sideways with a fierce gaze fixed on Long Bao standing in front of him. Lin Yu understood. This player had no idea how many times he had been tricked by Long Bao. This is interesting. The photos will be printed and sent to you according to your addresses, Yu said with a smile to the group of players while looking at the photos in the camera. As they walked out, Yu put his hand in his pocket and chuckled. Meanwhile, a creeper at the entrance began to stir, turning its gaze toward the group of players. This scene startled some female players who screamed. As the creeper moved, a hissing sound began to echo. Oh no, it's going to explode. Run, better to die as a friend than a Taoist. Some players in front immediately turned and ran back. Those players in the back, not yet realizing, got hit in the face with the confetti shot out by the creeper. Ugh. After a moment, those players finally opened their eyes. Wow, that thing runs really fast. This scene was captured by Yu once again. He then walked to everyone and said, thank you all for participating in this Xingqian exhibition. We have some small gifts for you. After saying this, Yu took out some merchandise from Minecraft and distributed it to the players. After lunch, the players gradually left and Lin Yu returned to his office. At this moment, his phone rang and he realized it was a message from Yu. The message read, woo woo woo. I'm finally free. I'm liberated and my mentor's project has come to a successful conclusion. Xiaoyu, congratulations on escaping the sea of suffering. Zhirue replied, sigh. Just as I barely swam back to the shore, I'm about to jump into the next pit. And my liberation only means I can go back to the dormitory to sleep. By the way, there's something special. I need to go meet someone in Jiangzhou with my mentor, a particularly famous person lately. Guess who it is? Lin Yu saw Yu's message and felt a sense of doubt. However, he quickly thought that coming to Jiangzhou, which had been quite popular lately, could only mean meeting him or perhaps someone else. Xiaoyu, this is a bit outrageous, isn't it? Let me guess, is it Lin Yu? Or are you planning to go out and have fun with me? Rue thought, boo-hoo. I am part of the great working class taking a vacation. Leisure time and fun are meant for those who contribute nothing to society. It really is Lin Yu, but unfortunately this Lin Yu is not the same as the one you know. How unfortunate. If it were you, I could have pleaded with my mentor to give me a few days off. Xiaoyu, ha. What if that Lin Yu learns about your situation and actually pleads for you? Rue thought, then I would have to bow down in gratitude, thanking the Imperial Grace. Alright, I need to find out what this Lin Yu looks like to avoid any misunderstandings later. If I want to see if this Lin Yu is as handsome as you described last time, Xiaoyu sneaky smile. I can only say he truly couldn't be more handsome. Rue thought, I saw him, and he indeed looks quite good, falling into the handsome category. Xiaoyu stubborn. This can only be considered. This is undoubtedly handsome. Even as a guy, I find him very attractive. Rue thought him. If he could help me get some time off, he would be incredibly handsome, utterly stunning. Alright. Time passed quickly, and the exhibition continued day by day. During this time, Lin Yu basically had no major issues. Whenever a batch of players came, he would engage deeply with them. Lin Yu also entertained many corporate clients wanting AI services during this event. This didn't trouble Lin Yu much, but Yu was overwhelmed with work. As Saturday arrived in the morning, it was the day when Tang Tianxiang brought Yu over. Soon Tang Tianxiang and Yu were seated in Lin Yu's office. Tang Tianxiang wore a short-sleeved jacket, Although his hair was graying, his demeanor exuded a sense of calmness mixed with warmth. Yu Zhiruwei, on the other hand, wore an elegant white dress that accentuated her overall charm, making her look both beautiful and appropriate. However, Yu Zhiruwei's spirit seemed slightly off, with faint dark circles under her eyes. Previously, Yu Zhiruwei had investigated Lin Yu, but the photos and the data from her investigation were from his middle school days. Thus, she did not recognize that the person in front of her was indeed Lin Yu. Yu Zhiruwei naturally felt that the person before her looked somewhat familiar, but she shook her head, attributing it to having searched for this person's photos online. Lin Yu poured 2 cups of tea for his guests, and the tea on the table was steaming. This morning, he had casually searched for Tang Tianxiang's name online. He then learned about Tang Tianxiang's remarkable achievements, realizing that calling him a pillar of the nation was no exaggeration. With a respectful tone, he said, "Professor Tang, I apologize for my late welcome. I should have informed you to be here earlier." "Ha ha ha. Lin, there is no need to be so polite. We are the ones seeking your assistance." Tang Tianxiang chuckled heartily before getting straight to the point. "Lin, give me the lowdown. How is the AI you developed doing? Is it really far superior to that of beautiful country?" As Tang Tianxiang asked this question, he realized his phrasing was somewhat off. He quickly added, "I don't mean anything bad. I just want to hear your honest opinion." Lin Yu smiled slightly at Tang Tianxiang. "Naturally, it is fully developed independently. Everything is my work. If you want to know to what extent we have reached a level where we can define our own standards." Lin Yu spoke with confidence, and his smile dispelled any lingering doubts in Tang Tianxiang's mind. "Ha ha ha. Lin is quite straightforward. Within our school and the national system, there is a growing need for AI to enhance work efficiency." Lin Yu noticed that Tang Tianxiang still had some concerns. "If you have any requests, feel free to say them directly. We require that this data must be under our control and cannot be leaked," Tang Tianxiang said seriously. Lin Yu picked up his teacup, gently swirling it, feeling a hint of unease. "So that means you need my AI technology?" Tang Tianxiang replied. "Not exactly. We just need to ensure that the data is not stolen by foreign entities. The higher-ups in our country are interested in establishing a data center in Jiangzhou. We will store all the data needed for the AI there." Tang Tianxiang explained again. Lin Yu understood Tang Tianxiang's intentions. "Naturally, that is not an issue at all. Of this is a minor matter. I will arrange for our team to set the data source at the data center directly. You even took the trouble to come here. Couldn't these people find someone else to talk to us?" Tang Tianxiang chuckled. "Huh. The reason I specifically came this time is to meet the emerging talents in our country." Cough, cough. "Do you still have the idea of pursuing a master's degree?" Seeing Lin Yu hesitate, he pointed to the side. "This is my friend's granddaughter. I brought her here to experience graduate studies and to broaden her horizons." Yu Zhiruwei, sitting beside him, felt a bit speechless, but still greeted Lin Yu softly. "Hello, if you do come, you must call me senior sister." "Ha, you are the same age. Technically, you are 3 months older than her. Don't listen to this little girl's nonsense." Lin Yu smiled slightly, already aware of Tang Tianxiang's fate as a mentor. He didn't want to end up working a 24-hour schedule. He examined Yu Zhiruwei closely and found it amusing. "I still prefer a leisurely lifestyle. After all, technology is something that comes from serendipity." Lin Yu coughed a couple of times. Cough, cough. "It is something born from chance. I fear that if I can't meet expectations, I would tarnish Tang Lao's reputation." Tang Tianxiang had already picked up on Lin Yu's intentions, but he had no idea that Lin Yu's technology genuinely came from serendipity, thinking he was just being modest. "All right, that is truly a shame." Tang Tianxiang looked at Lin Yu with a tinge of regret on his face. Seeing this, Lin Yu recalled what Yu Zhiruwei had said earlier. Cough, cough. "Tang Lao, don't be too hasty to return. Why not take some time to experience the local culture of Jiangzhou? Spend a couple of days having fun." Yu Zhiruwei, sitting beside him, beamed with excitement and said to Tang Tianxiang, Yes, Uncle Tang, we should have some fun for a couple of days before heading back." Tang Tianxiang furrowed his brows, casting a surprised glance at Yu Zhiruwei. He found her reaction strange, as if it had been premeditated. He then replied to Lin Yu, "We're about to start a new project, so it's really not convenient to play for much longer. I originally planned to see you and head back immediately. I've already booked the flight for the afternoon." He even pulled out the flight ticket from his pocket to show Lin Yu. "Sigh, Tang Lao, this ticket can be rescheduled anytime." Lin Yu waved his hand and refilled Tang Tianxiang's cup with tea. Seeing this, Yu Zhiruwei chimed in, Yes, Uncle Tang, just stay and explore a bit longer. I'm also from Jiangzhou, and I can take you around. You've been cooped up in the lab for so long you're about to mold." Tang Tianxiang was swayed by Yu Zhiruwei's enthusiasm and began to ponder while stroking his chin. Lin Yu added from the side, "Tang Lao, a bit of leisure time can lead to inspiration, and it might help you find the direction for your new project smoothly." Tang Tianxiang frowned, glancing at Yu Zhiruwei, and then at Lin Yu, sensing something was off. However, he didn't say it outright, instead saying, "All right, then, just for a day. Let's head back on Monday." Yu Zhiruwei was delighted to see Tang Tianxiang relent, exclaiming, "Great, great. If you disagree again, I'll have to consult my grandfather. Would you like my secretary to help you with a guide for Jiangzhou?" Lin Yu said with a smile. Yu Zhiruwei, who had previously looked serious, now wore a slight smile as she watched Tang Tianxiang and Lin Yu. Yu Zhiruwei quickly replied, "No need, I'm quite familiar with Jiangzhou, I'll take him around." Lin Yu nodded in agreement without adding anything further. Seeing this, Tang Tianxiang took out a stack of documents from his briefcase and handed them to Lin Yu. He said, "Regarding the pricing of your AI applications, we haven't done any research before. Can you see what's appropriate? Just fill it in the contract." I'll have our staff in charge of AI prepare the quote later. You just need to give me an address, and I'll send the contract to you directly." Tang Tianxiang nodded, showing a harmonious smile. "Lin Zong, as researchers, we fear the most is a lack of funding. If you encounter any issues later, feel free to contact me if needed." After finishing his words, Tang Tianxiang took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yu. "All right, thank you, Tang Lao. If any issues arise later, I hope you can support me." Tang Tianxiang smiled and prepared to stand up, saying, "Well, then we'll take our leave now." Lin Yu looked at the business card in his hand and placed it in the drawer. "Perfect, I need to go to the exhibition downstairs. Tang Lao, let me see you off." "Is it the Flourishing Cave exhibition you guys are hosting recently?" Yu Zhiruwei asked excitedly. "Yes, that's the one. Do you want to go and take a look?" Upon hearing this, Yu Zhiruwei glanced at Tang Tianxiang, her excitement fading. "Forget it, Uncle Tang doesn't really enjoy things from our generation. I'll just go hang out with my girlfriends later." Lin Yu, seeing this, expressed regret. "Then I'll invite you next time if there's an opportunity." He escorted them downstairs and prepared to return to the exhibition. While in the elevator, a notification pinged on her phone. Yu Zhiruwei thought, "I've seen him. This Lin Yu is really handsome. I approve. Little cat likes wipes tears. This can't be true. Otherwise, this weekend when I get back, I'll have to confirm the research direction with my advisor. Just thinking about it is terrifying." "Xiao Yu, then you definitely didn't thank him profusely." Yu Zhiruwei thought, "How do you know I didn't thank him like that? You're a bit suspicious." "Xiao Yu, ha. Do you really need to be present to know this?" Yu Zhiruwei thought, "Humph. Counting today plus Monday morning, it's exactly 2 days off, right? It's a pity I can't go out with you, though it's not impossible. I have to bring an old man around Jiangzhou. By the way, are you interested? Are you still at work?" "Xiao Yu, is it really that pitiful being a graduate student? What a pity. I won't disturb you, then I'm still at work." Yu Zhiruwei thought, well, at least you've stepped into society and haven't experienced the torment of graduate studies. Why did I think it was a good idea to pursue graduate studies? Humph. This is your problem. You missed the chance to meet a beauty like me. Who knows when the next opportunity will be." Speaking of which, that Lin Yu almost got dragged into the depths of despair by my advisor. Seeing my advisor so enthusiastic about meeting talent was just incredible. "Xiao Yu, all right. So self-absorbed. Ha. A 24-hour work schedule, and it's your advisor. Truly terrifying." That Lin Yu probably knows that's why he refused, right? Yu Zhiruwei thought, "I'm just stating the facts, okay? To be honest, until now I still don't know what you look like now. Next time there's a chance I'll treat you to a meal." Lin Yu stood in the elevator, the door just opening, and he couldn't help but want to laugh. "We just met. How could that be unclear? Xiao Yu, you don't need to care about what happened last time. I'm not General Jean." Yu Zhiruwei thought, "If you keep saying that, I'll really never be able to repay your kindness." "Xiao Yu, all right, I can't procrastinate anymore. I'm taking off." After Lin Yu ended this brief chat, he returned to the player area of the exhibition. At that moment, Yu Zhiruwei held her phone in one hand. The screen displayed the chat content with Lin Yu as she casually rolled down the taxi window. She gazed at the Twin Towers for a while, thinking, "I want to attend the exhibition too." Sigh. As the Xingqian exhibition on the Flourishing Cave was being held, the Douyin short video platform also secured the live broadcast rights. Currently, the Xingqian exhibition has basically gone through the roof. However, amidst all this excitement, the discussions about the game of Three Kingdoms Kill are the hottest. The content in other areas has not changed significantly. It can be said that the new game is the best marketing for this exhibition. Various analyses of the mechanics of the generals, identifying the best generals for each role. Players have already researched the most compatible weapon cards and detailed strategies. However, this is not surprising as there are currently too few generals in the game, and Lin Yu wouldn't feel too astonished. In such a scenario, players who enjoy research can quickly figure things out. At 5 in the afternoon, after sending off 2 batches of players, Lin Yu returned to his office. As he passed by, some employees were organizing the data from this player session, preparing to use it for the next optimization design. Lin Yu began carefully reviewing the recent information regarding this exhibition. Just as he was checking a preview for the game, water margin directly caught his eye. Lin Yu frowned at his phone screen, murmuring softly, "What on earth is going on?" On the video, a procession of Liangshan heroes flashed across the screen in rapid succession, each reciting iconic lines. "To take to the mountains and rob travelers. This is called heroism. In it, a true man lives between heaven and earth. How could he simply fade into obscurity in When injustice appears on the road, one draws the sword without hesitation. Lin Yu watched the promotional video and couldn't help but remark, this ad is truly well-crafted. He glanced at the closing frame where a company name appeared. Produced by Chengdu Guanghua Technology Co., Ltd., launching within the next 3 months. Lin Yu opened Tianyan Cha to investigate the company's background. After entering the name, he discovered the firm had been registered only yesterday and was wholly owned by E-Factory. Relentless pursuit, indeed. I only hope they actually deliver a quality game. Lin Yu mused wryly, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his lips. At that moment, Yuan Yishuan knocked and entered saying, Mr. Lin, we've received an update regarding the mini-world matter. We're planning to head straight to Chengdu. Just ask Pan Jie for leave. Yuan Yishuan paused briefly before adding, Mr. Lin, last time you instructed us to notarize their client software, but after extensive searching, I still can't locate where exactly they copied ours. Well, I see. Lin Yu nodded calmly. He wasn't surprised. Such technical matters were naturally beyond Yuan Yishuan's expertise. He then opened his computer and highlighted several nearly identical asset files. These game assets are exactly the same. And here, the source code section, I embedded traceable markers during development, and those exact markers appear in their files too. Moreover, Lin Yu proceeded to annotate every identical segment with meticulous precision. Yuan Yishuan, standing nearby, stared in astonishment. So essentially, they've just wrapped our game in a payment interface. Precisely. Strip away all the Minecraft-inspired elements, and what remains is little more than a payment gateway. I see. Yuan Yishuan nodded, a subtle smile playing on her lips. This case is utterly unassailable. I'll depart tomorrow. The hearing is scheduled for next Thursday. And don't you have 3 days off starting tomorrow? And, well, never mind. I'd just be restless on vacation. Honestly, I wouldn't know what to do with myself. Yuan Yishuan replied with a light laugh. Lin Yu's lips twitched. Imagining Yu Zhirui's reaction to this scenario sent a quiet shiver down his spine. All right, nothing else, you may go. Once Lin Yu spoke, Yuan Yishuan withdrew quietly. Shortly before closing time, he checked his phone again. Where the devil is Ku Chenyu? No sooner had he spoken than Ku Chenyu appeared, bursting through the door and collapsing breathlessly into Lin Yu's chair. Why do you always arrive gasping for air and cough? Cough. 2 clients requested an on-site inspection of our server room. I escorted them around. All right. How many enterprises attended the Stellar Expo this time? Ku Chenyu drained his teacup in one gulp. How's our revenue shaping up? Lin Yu lifted the teapot and refilled Ku Chenyu's cup. Father, we've taken off. These clients are exceptionally generous. Cough, cough, cough. I mean remarkably generous. And elaborate. And so far over 60 companies have sent representatives to examine our AI services. 36 signed contracts on the spot, another 22 sealed deals after their CEOs arrived personally. Ku Chenyu opened a file and handed it to Lin Yu. Good heavens, 60 contracts in 3 days. What kind of feat is this? Lin Yu stared, genuinely astounded. He accepted the document and began scanning it, listing sold-to enterprises and those expressing serious interest. How did you price the service? And Our AI delivers superior performance, and unlike Goal AI from the United States, it imposes no artificial restrictions. Crucially, all data remains under the client's full control. Ku Chenyu beamed with pride. As for pricing, I'll hold up one finger. Guess how much we've earned? He raised his hand, flashing a 5. In 500 million. Ku Chenyu shook his head. 50 billion. I tallied the contract values repeatedly, afraid I'd miscounted. Lin Yu blinked, stunned by the figure, then recalled a critical detail and asked, how long are the contracts? Uniformly 3 years, with usage quotas. Should a client exhaust their allocated context tokens ahead of schedule, service terminates early, unless renewed. Lin Yu nodded. Though initially surprised by the 3-year term, the quota-based structure reassured him. The sales model was both sound and sustainable. All right, what reward would you like? We don't even have a dedicated sales department yet. This must have worn you thin. Shall we establish one? Ha. Father would never shortchange me. Let's table the sales department for now. I'm managing fine solo. Ku Chenyu grinned broadly. Lin Yu studied him thoughtfully, then said, you'll still receive commission. Let me think. 4%. Hearing the number, Ku Chenyu's heart began pounding wildly. 4% seemed modest, yet against such a colossal base, it was transformative. Truly, Father, you mean it. Though the total order value reaches 50 billion, the advance payments alone will certainly amount to hundreds of millions. Naturally, you've effectively fulfilled the role of our lead sales executive. You've also consumed quite a few glasses of wine these past 2 days. Surely a hero deserves proper recognition. Your alcohol tolerance is extraordinary. Lin Yu teased, recalling how Ku Chenyu, whether at noon or evening, was invariably seen escorting clusters of clients toward nearby hotels. Yu gazed at Lin Yu, a surge of loyalty swelling within him. Wah, now you're truly my father. I'll take that money home and slap it across his face, forcing him to step aside for you. Lin Yu noticed Yu's reaction and felt an urge to laugh. Not to that extent, I still need to make room. You're being a bit excessive. Yu chuckled, sheepishly scratching his head as he said, hee. Then I'll get back to work first. Lin Yu watched Yu's back and suddenly remembered the contracts that old Tang had entrusted to him. Hey, don't go, there are still 2 contracts here. They are quite important, take them back and handle them. Yu took the contracts, nodded, and walked out. Outside, the sky gradually darkened, and Lin Yu, feeling relaxed, began scrolling through short videos. Currently, the internet is flooded with discussions about the exhibition. It can be said that the tide of opinions online changes rapidly. Previously the discussions were about the game 3 Kingdoms Kill. Now, as the exhibition has completely wrapped up, the excitement for the event has surged again, especially the live-streamed recordings from the exhibition at the Flourishing Cave. There are even various player-recorded game videos along with the absurd videos of Long Bao psychologically dominating the player in position 3. Once you click in, you can hear various players' voices. The exhibition only lasted 3 days, and the spots were so limited that even having money wouldn't guarantee a spot. At first I thought it was just a boring exhibition, but unexpectedly, those days I happened to not check my phone. Will there be another chance this year? The spots are just too few. One could say that this year's exhibition, organized by Xingchen, was done with great care. This is a recent photo taken. With Lin Yu bringing game elements into a real exhibition, it has to be our Xingchen. How come other game events couldn't think of this? Upstairs, other manufacturers simply can't replicate this. How could they possibly pull off such low-pixel graphics? I can only say this manufacturer is impressive. The desire to attend is just overwhelming. Charge. When will Xingchen release more spots? It's ridiculous that over 10 million people are vying for a draw. This is just... Sigh. Lin Yu looked at the players' various complaints and said with a smile, with so many people it's simply impossible. There's still no way. If Lin Yu really wanted to organize these players, over 10 million people wanting to contact him would be more than just a hat department issue. Moreover, as the player base grows, the number will definitely exceed 10 million. At this moment, a knock on the door interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. It was Sister Pan who opened the door. Seeing the visitor, Lin Yu asked, "What brings you here? I rarely see you lately." Sister Pan smiled gently, pulled out a chair, and sat down, her lips curling into a smile as she said, "Isn't there a secretary? With her around, it's easier for us to handle more matters." Lin Yu nodded, but after glancing at Lin Yu a couple more times, Sister Pan seemed to have something on her mind, her words caught in her throat. Lin Yu also noticed something was off with Sister Pan. Seeing her hands tightly clenched on the table, he asked her, "What's wrong? Is it company matters or personal issues?" "Hey, personal issues," Sister Pan replied reluctantly. Lin Yu frowned. "Whatever it is, feel free to speak." Sister Pan, seeing Lin Yu's concern, quietly said, "President Lin, I might have to resign." Why? Is it a matter of compensation? Or is the workload too heavy recently?" Lin Yu asked, puzzled. Sister Pan, hearing Lin Yu's question, slowly explained, "No, President Lin, do you remember when I met you before and talked about the Wuqing listed company?" Lin Yu pondered for a moment before recalling. 2 months ago, when hiring Sister Pan, she had described a series of situations about how the chairman's son of Wuqing dealt with her. Wuqing? So that chairman's son is threatening you again? Lin Yu asked with a serious tone. "Yes. I'm worried that my issues might affect our company's current development, or after all, getting to this point hasn't been easy." Sister Pan nodded, expressing all her concerns. Lin Yu thought for a moment before asking, "What does their company do?" It's a technology-based enterprise involved in various industries. I don't have much information about them right now." Sister Pan thought for a moment before saying. Lin Yu nodded, contemplating that he would look into this company's background when he returned. "They can't interfere with us. You don't need to be too nervous. Even if they threaten us, those previous low-level tactics won't have any real impact on me." Sister Pan was silent for a moment before nodding and saying, "Okay, I know I've brought too much trouble. Don't rush to leave. How are they threatening you? What methods did they use?" I don't even know how they got my phone number, as someone called me to relay a message." "Do you have a recording? What was the content, and what did they say?" "Yes." Lin Yu, do I need to send it to you?" Sister Pan asked sheepishly. Lin Yu nodded, and Sister Pan sent it to him on the spot. "All right, you can head back now. I'll check the situation later." After hearing this, Sister Pan stood up to leave. "All right, I'll go back and wait for news." "What do you mean by that? I haven't decided to fire you yet. You're still expected to come to work on your next working day. Don't worry about this matter." Lin Yu pointed at Sister Pan, as he didn't want to lose such a capable and useful manager. Otherwise, many company issues would fall on his shoulders, which would be a real hassle. Sister Pan nodded and left. As the office door opened outside, there was a group of people fiercely typing code on their computers. Lin Yu was well aware of how they found out Sister Pan's contact information. In this era, there's hardly any privacy. There are various ways to obtain someone's information. It can be easily found, which is why others can directly open the box. Lin Yu opened his phone, put on his headphones, and played the recording file. A frivolous voice came out, making one feel quite uncomfortable. Pan Xiaodong, right? Someone asked me to convey a message to you. Don't forget about the Wuqing issue. Although our Kyoto Wu family has declined, we still have influence, so just comply. After all, it's just a matter of lying down for one night. How old are you now? Lin Yu, feeling disgusted after hearing the crucial information, closed the audio file. He searched his memories for any details about Wu Qing, muttering to himself, the Wu family in the capital has fallen. I've never heard of it before. Suddenly a thought struck him. One of his classmates had a notebook from the Wu Qing brand bought during university, which burned out shortly after use, the whole machine igniting spontaneously. He had repeatedly visited their official after-sales point only to be denied service, each time with the reason for refusal being the same: frequent replacements. Eventually, the matter escalated online. Not knowing what to make of it, possibly due to competitors' numerous complaints, the issue suddenly gained traction, prompting Wu Qing's official response. However, during their negotiations, they offered to compensate with 3,000 yuan. The most outrageous part was that they signed an agreement denying that this 3,000 yuan was compensation. Fortunately, his classmate was clever enough to consult someone knowledgeable about the law, only to find out that if he signed, Wu Qing's legal department would immediately accuse him of extortion. One could say that while he wanted Wu Gu to compensate him, Wu Gu was intent on sending him to jail. Once this issue was exposed, Wu Qing's notebook business was thoroughly ruined. To this day, Lin Yu can search for the Wu Qing incident online. It was simply outrageous. Wow, is this the real-life case of treating users like dogs? It serves them right. Lin Yu shook his head and said with a smile. He opened his computer beside him, ready to gather information about the Wu family. He entered the query command into the system, then waited for a moment as a wealth of information began to appear. In January 2024, Wu Qing's notebook business was affected by various public opinions, but there was no proper handling of the situation. The notebook business is now barely surviving. In September 2023, Wu Qing's computer assembly business is barely surviving. In June 2023, Wu Qing's circuit board etching business now survives by relying on state-owned business. In January 2022, the chairman died mysteriously, and his son Wu Xiangwen took over. Lin Yu looked at the various outputs from the system. Before 2022, all businesses were excellent, but after Wu Xiangwen took over, problems emerged one after another. Moreover, these issues were fundamentally the same: an arrogant service attitude. It could be said that after Wu Xiangwen took the helm of the Wu Qing group, the company was thoroughly ruined by him. A smirk of disdain appeared on Lin Yu's lips. Before taking office, he tried to target Sister Pan, and after taking office, he ruined everything, yet he still wants to target Sister Pan. Arrogance, lust, greed, laziness. Lin Yu shook his head. This son is practically collecting all 7 deadly sins. It's a misfortune for the family. A small head controlling a big head is nothing to worry about. Besides, is this called decline? Isn't it practically dead already? After saying this, Lin Yu thought for a moment and decided to proceed with caution. He then input a command into the system to monitor Wu Xiangtian. Task in progress. If there are any movements threatening this company, you will be notified immediately. Lin Yu then picked up his phone and sent a message to Sister Pan, reassuring her not to worry about this matter. He packed his things and drove back home. Meanwhile, in a conference room within the E-Factory, the lights were brightly lit. You've been playing this happy elimination game all day, right? Any conclusions? Seated at the head of the table, Qiu Ming asked Wang Yang. Wang Yang stood up, bowing his head in silence. When he first logged into the Xingxing platform to download Happy Elimination, he initially looked down on the game, thinking, what a mobile game. Wasting my iPhone's memory is worth more than gold. However, after logging into the game and starting to play, he found himself buying 5 stamina packs for 1 yuan without restraint, as well as various items to enhance the gaming experience, all of which he rushed to purchase. By the time he realized that his expenses in the game had already reached the 1,000 yuan level. Time had passed from morning to night, and even while eating, he held his phone in one hand, playing with one hand. Until he heard a colleague call out, Director Qiu wants you to go to the conference room for a meeting. Upon hearing this, he suddenly awoke, staring wide-eyed at the bouncing block interface on his phone. This is truly incredible. Noticing Wang Yang's unusual demeanor, Qiu Ming inquired, what's going on with you? Why aren't you speaking? After Qiu Ming's repeated questioning, Wang Yang finally snapped back to reality. Ahem. I believe Happy Elimination has already tested the potential of mobile games for us. Wang Yang paused, then continued, the content created by Happy Elimination is truly remarkable. Xingchen. has completely sparked a revolution in mobile gaming. I have no qualifications to evaluate it. After saying this, Wang Yang began to reflect on his previous issues. I had been too focused on the operability of the game and completely neglected other aspects. If Lin Yu were present, he would have said, "Who says mobile games lack operability?" Xiaoming, growing impatient, shouted, "You are in our home ground, and you're here to promote Xingqian. What are your intentions?" However, everyone sitting in the conference room had basically experienced the existence of happy elimination. This completely obliterated their preconceived notion that there could be no good games on mobile. Everyone sat in silence, which thoroughly angered Xiaoming at the head of the table. "We may not need to turn legendary games into mobile versions, but we must have mobile games." Wang Yang looked at Xiaoming speechlessly. "Mobile games rely entirely on inspiration. Let's try it later." "Humph." Xiaoming nodded, pulling out a project proposal from his hand. "You all need to expedite this game for me." Wang Yang took the project proposal handed to him by Xiaoming and saw 3 large characters written on it: Water Margin Chronicles, a cross-platform game. Meanwhile, Lin Yu parked his car at the entrance of the community, preparing to walk back. Just then he encountered Ding Hongwen and Su Yao walking hand in hand towards their residence. Ding Hongwen, originally chatting and laughing, noticed Lin Yu from the corner of his eye. "Mr. Lin, are you going home now? Have you eaten? Want to join us for a meal?" Su Yao also greeted Lin Yu along with Ding Hongwen. Seeing this, Lin Yu smiled and said, "Oh, are you back from traveling?" Yes, we just drove back, and I brought back a lot of local specialty ceramics." "Mr. Lin, are you interested in any ceramics?" Su Yao asked with a smile. As Su Yao spoke, a genuine smile adorned her face. Lin Yu, witnessing Su Yao's demeanor and then glancing at Ding Hongwen, felt surprised. "Have you two been to the Porcelain City for some fun?" "Yes, that place is quite nice. An ancient town with various porcelain museums and some villages among other attractions. I would rate it an 8 out of 10. Su Yao gestured an 8 with her hand for Lin Yu to see. Ding Hongwen chimed in, "Mr. Lin, you must not have had your meal yet, right? We bought some ingredients. Would you like to join us for a meal? There are some interesting news from the Porcelain City that we can discuss while eating." Lin Yu, intrigued by Ding Hongwen's words, asked, "What interesting news?" "Let's talk about it during dinner." Su Yao replied slowly. Lin Yu shook his head. "I hope I'm not interrupting your time together. Are you planning a candlelight dinner?" Su Yao's face turned a shade of red as she replied him, "Mr. Lin, you are overthinking it. The dishes are all store-bought. A candlelight dinner is better suited for a restaurant." Soon they returned to their place, with Lin Yu following them into the room. They reached home and heated the purchased food in the microwave. All the dishes were laid out on the table, and the 3 of them sat down to eat. "Mr. Lin, these meals are all brought from the Porcelain City. Try tasting the flavors of the Porcelain City," Su Yao said cheerfully. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. "Then I'll try this cold noodle." Halfway through their meal, Lin Yu remembered the mysterious matter the 2 of them had wanted to discuss earlier. "By the way, what did you want to talk to me about? Is it work-related?" Lin Yu asked, confused, looking at the 2 of them. Su Yao chuckled awkwardly. "I almost forgot. I planned to wait until after the holidays to tell you." She paused before continuing. "While we were visiting the Porcelain Museum, we discovered a rather unique event related to our game." "Related to the game? An event?" Lin Yu felt a bit bewildered and pressed on. Ding Hongwen, who had been enjoying his meal, chimed in, "Yes. We were quite surprised to see that someone would invest heavily in hosting a game development competition." Lin Yu listened intently, pondering the implications. A game development competition. It seems the country is quite eager about game-related content. Su Yao continued, "Indeed, after expert judges evaluated it, the prize money exceeds 10 million, which is quite substantial." Ding Hongwen added, "It's said to be aimed at promoting the spirit of porcelain, creating games themed around porcelain." As Lin Yu listened to the 2 continue their discussion, he felt a slight discomfort. "You 2 have become quite the synchronized duo, haven't you?" One finishes speaking, and the other jumps into support. Ding Hongwen chuckled, scratching his head. "If you visit the official website of the Porcelain Museum, you can find specific details about it. Mr. Lin, should our company participate? It says here that as long as you are a small business or an individual developer, you can join." Lin Yu fell silent for a moment before saying, "You'll think about it later. We can discuss it if opportunities arise." He began to ponder that most of the workforce at his company was currently focused on the development of 3 Kingdoms Kill. However, the project for 3 Kingdoms Kill was nearing completion, with only the storyline module still under production. Soon there would be manpower available to invest in this game development. In his memories, there was a game from his previous life about pottery making called Pottery Master. It was a game that combined pottery crafting with simulation management. Although this game was somewhat lukewarm in his past life, it perfectly matched the theme of this competition. Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. In simulation management games, NPCs often appeared somewhat wooden to some players. Many NPCs were designed based on rigid ideas provided by programmers. However, Lin Yu now had AI at his disposal, which would allow him to elevate simulation management games to a whole new level. When players experience this game, their feedback would undoubtedly be filled with a sense of authenticity. Though this world lacked the concept of simulation management games, Lin Yu's arrival would certainly allow this game to soar. Lin Yu finished his last bite of food and said to the two of them, "All right, I'm done eating. Thank you for the hospitality, though I won't interrupt your time together any longer." Upon hearing this, Su Yao's already flushed face turned even redder. "We aren't married yet, and you already call us a couple." Ding Hongwen, eating nearby, laughed. "Mr. Lin, take care on your way out." Lin Yu placed the dishes in the sink and rinsed them until they were clean before finally leaving. "I'm leaving now. Don't forget tomorrow is a work day." Su Yao replied with a shy smile. "Okay, Mr. Lin, take care." Lin Yu smiled faintly at their reactions before departing. He returned to his room, took out his notebook, and prepared to visit the official website of the Porcelain Museum to check the details of the competition. After finding it through a search engine, he clicked in and indeed found a banner on the website. It read that the Porcelain City Museum was hosting a ceramic game development competition that was in full swing. He clicked to view. Some related rules came into view. Lin Yu noticed some restrictions in the rules, particularly the limitations for small businesses and other individual developers to participate. As he contemplated this rule, he muttered, "Small business. Isn't my company just a small business? It's just that the influence is a bit larger." Fortunately, Lin Yu's comments were not overheard by the individual developers currently making games. Otherwise, he would have been the subject of their disdain. As for why this restriction existed, Lin Yu speculated it was to prevent larger companies from leveraging connections to secure insider advantages. He happily uploaded his company's information, preparing to participate in this competition. After Lin Yu uploaded some basic information, he flipped through and found that 2 individual developers had already uploaded games below. "Please help Dora find out where this porcelain has defects." Sugarman Street Porcelain Battle. Lin Yu looked at the games displayed in front of him, wondering how anyone could give such a sweet name. "Hey, don't say that. A slightly serious game probably lacks appeal, but once it involves sugar, I just have to try it out to see how sweet it really is." Suppressing his urge to play, Lin Yu said. He casually clicked to download it. Opening the game, he found it to be just as expected. At the start, a particularly sweet Dora greeted him, and in the end, a damaged piece of porcelain indeed appeared. Finding problems, it has a kind of find your sister game style. Actually, the essence is not bad, but the game's setting is just too weak. This game should be rated for ages 8 and up. The other game was one that constantly played on jokes. It began with a small porcelain figure and ultimately transformed into a general rising in the east. The main theme of the game is that our sun is threatened by other incoming suns, and you must use the glass porcelain bombs in your hands to bombard them and protect our sun. At the end of the game, a huge voice exclaimed, "You drop salt, I drop vinegar. Shatter." As Lin Yu played, his mouth twitched. He felt increasingly speechless, unable to find any angle to praise it. He opened the comments section on the competition webpage and saw people repeatedly posting "hand pig head hand." If the organizer of the competition saw this game, they would probably be heartbroken. Lin Yu laughed as he browsed through the comments. He closed his computer, grabbed his phone, lay on his bed, and started scrolling through short videos, quickly getting lost in the sword forging competition videos. However, just as the knife test segment approached, a phone call came in. Noticing it was an unknown number, Lin Yu didn't pay much attention and answered. "Lin Xiaoyo, are you free for the bidding meeting next week?" Lin Yu was initially puzzled about whose voice it was, but after a moment he remembered it was the former provincial Governor Gao. "Governor Gao, what's up? I have time." The voice on the other end of the line was cheerful. "I was just worried you might be busy. Recently, the mayor of Porcelain City wants to have a meal with you, and I would be the host. Are you coming?" Lin Yu frowned. "The mayor of Porcelain City? I shouldn't have done anything wrong, right? Ha ha ha. How could it be? I just want to get to know you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately thought of the ceramic game production competition he had just seen, and he couldn't help but sigh. "Wow, I just submitted a little while ago, and these people are already so quick to act. What's wrong? Will there be difficulties?" "There shouldn't be any problems. I will be present then." Lin Yu pondered for a moment and came back to his senses. "No problem. When will it be? Next week? I need to arrange my time." "During the bidding." Cough cough. "I'm not too clear. The bidding time will be notified 2 days in advance, but it will most likely be on Friday. We should prepare then." After Lin Yu listened, he chatted politely with Governor Gao for a while before hanging up the phone. He looked at his notebook, recalling the 2 games he had played earlier. It seems this mayor also played these 2 games and experienced immense despair before coming to find us. At this moment in the Porcelain City government, Lu Feng was sitting in the mayor's office. He had just finished a call with Governor Gao and clearly heard Lin Yu's agreeing voice during the conversation. Sigh. There really is no way out. He still remembered how spirited he felt when he accepted this task from the Central Propaganda Department during the meeting. Using the funds from the Central Propaganda Department, he enthusiastically organized this game production competition. Moreover, the condition from the Central Propaganda Department was that these large companies were not allowed to participate. Previously, those representatives from large companies relied on connections and used fake games to fraudulently obtain a large amount of game subsidies. The propaganda department thus replaced them with a fresh batch of talent, which led to this special condition. Originally, he thought this would go smoothly as it was a good opportunity to promote Porcelain City through the games. He sought cooperation with the director of the Ceramic Museum to jointly hold this competition. However, after the game competition activity was announced for a month, only a few games were uploaded, and the quality of those games. After playing for a while on his office computer, he also found it hard to describe. What porcelain golden sun, what helping Dora? Seeing it was like this, there was no way out, so he started thinking of solutions. He also knew that the recent popularity of Xingqian was immense, and the game was genuinely made, which is why he thought of seeking out Lin Yu himself. Lu Feng looked at the event page on the computer screen, feeling an endless sense of emotion. Xingqian. Lin Yu. Lin, it's all up to you. My career path depends on you saving it. After a night passed, Lin Yu drove to the company building. The villagers who had been guiding players in the lobby on the first floor were deliberately kept behind. Early in the morning, he saw a message from Kuchinyu. Aunt Hong particularly likes the villagers' image on the first floor, and they also have a guiding function, hoping we can keep them around, and they will pay rent. Looking at the content on his phone, Lin Yu naturally agreed, and regarding the rent, he let Kuchinyu handle it. After arriving at the company, due to a large number of people just returning from vacation, the number of people at the workstations increased. What puzzled Lin Yu was that Away was still diligently coding at his workstation. Away, aren't you on vacation today? I remember you participated in the player reception work a few days ago, right? Away came back to his senses. There's nothing good about vacation. I feel that only work can realize my self-worth. Lin Yu's face darkened upon hearing this, thinking speechlessly, what's self-worth? Is self-worth just to be a workhorse? What kind of divine employee is this? He then said, you don't have to be like this, hurry back and enjoy your vacation. Away smiled and said, since I came today, I'll start my vacation tomorrow. Although Away said this, he didn't truly think so in his heart. Come back tomorrow. You tell me not to come, and I insist on coming. Lin Yu nodded, completely unaware of Away's rebellious thoughts as he walked towards his office. Upon entering the office, Yu Lengxue was waiting nearby. As soon as Lin Yu arrived, she immediately approached him. Lin Yu saw that Yu Lengxue had something to say and asked what's wrong. Is there something happening at the company that has you looking like this? Yu Lengxue waited for Lin Yu to sit down, then slowly said, our sister Pan has been sued. She received a court summons last night after work. Huh? Sister Pan? Court summons? Lin Yu pondered for a moment before saying it's Wu Qing who sued her, right? On what grounds? Is she in the office right now? Yes, I'll bring her over. After all, this is a personal matter, and she wants to take a few days off to deal with it. Hearing Yu Lengxue's words, Lin Yu's expression darkened, feeling a strong reluctance towards the company's affairs. He then said, slowly call her over. Before Yu Lengxue could leave the office, Sister Pan hurried over. Hey, Sister Pan, you arrived just in time. Sister Pan nodded and exchanged a glance with Yu Lengxue. Yu Lengxue immediately understood and said to Lin Yu, I'll go take care of my own matters. You two can talk first. Sister Pan sat down in front of Lin Yu and said, Mr. Lin Xiaoxue should have told you about my situation. Wu Qing told me that she signed a non-compete agreement with her before. So now I'm in a heap of trouble, really. Before Sister Pan could finish, Lin Yu interrupted, haven't you left the last company for more than 5 years? Non-compete agreement? What a joke. Isn't the maximum duration for a non-compete 2 years? Sister Pan sighed, filled with regret. I just found out that the last company has been paying my social security all along. The only time it was interrupted was last year, so they are insisting on this and suing me for compensation. Go call Yun Yishuan over. Has she left for Chengdu yet? It seems like they left yesterday afternoon. Sister Pan shook her head. Then I'll send her a message to ask if she's available now. How about we inquire online? Sister Pan nodded after hearing this. Lin Yu took out his phone and dialed Yun Yixuan's number. Mr. Lin, is there something I can help you with? A lazy voice came through. Cough. Sister Pan is facing a lawsuit. We have some questions to ask, so I was wondering if you're free right now. Or should I call you later? Yun Yixuan paused for a moment after hearing this, her tone becoming serious. Cough. Mr. Lin, I understand. Please have Sister Pan explain the situation to me. Lin Yu then handed the phone to Sister Pan, who began to recount the incident along with the court summons details. Since the phone was on speaker, Lin Yu also heard Yun Yixuan's inquiries. Did the company give you any compensation for signing the non-compete agreement? Sister Pan shook her head and replied slowly, at the time, they said I could only get a raise if I signed it. They didn't mention any compensation. Is that it? Their company didn't give you any compensation, so theoretically the non-compete agreement is void and ineffective. This matter can be dismissed without concern. Sister Pan was a bit dazed after hearing this. Huh? Void? Dismissed? Moreover, your actual resignation time was not after the Social Security interruption. If the other party used your identity information to fraudulently pay wages, that's a tax evasion case, and you can report them. Seeing the change in Sister Pan's expression, Lin Yu smiled and poured her a glass of water. Don't worry too much. Oh, let Yinixuan help you when the time comes. Didn't you consult a lawyer when you received the summons? They are just digging their own grave. Even if the court considers the non-compete agreement valid, their action of secretly paying your Social Security is fundamentally untenable. Yinixuan said slowly. After hearing this, Sister Pan smiled and said, I was just thinking of asking Mr. Lin for a leave to consult a lawyer since my knowledge of the law is still lacking. After a while, Lin Yu took back his phone and hung up. He smiled and said, see, it's not a big deal. The company's various affairs still need you to handle. If you have questions, just go to our legal department. Sister Pan sighed in relief, took a sip of water, stood up, and said slowly, then Mr. Lin, I'll get back to work now. Lin Yu noticed Sister Pan's departing figure and casually continued, if they do take it to court later, we can have the company's legal department intervene. Sister Pan acknowledged and then continued to leave. Lin Yu sat in his place sipping tea and began to think about the competition. His mind sank into contemplation, preparing to check the system page for the existence of a pottery master. Sure enough, after casually flipping through, the list of pottery masters appeared before him. Current points, 4090 pottery master, 2000 points. Exchange. He began to ponder whether he should exchange for it directly. Actually, he was quite familiar with the tricks of this game and could easily create some of the content himself. He thought of this, paused for 2 or 3 seconds, but the system still did not emit any task trigger sound. Only one self-made game series task is allowed at the same time. So there is only this one task for self-made games. Looks like I won't be able to exploit the system's loopholes, Lin Yu said with a hint of regret. Then he clicked to exchange without hesitation. In an instant, the game planning document was placed directly in front of Lin Yu. When he opened his eyes, he saw the neatly arranged game plan appear on the table. He picked it up, ready to look at it, the paper still warm to the touch. Did this just get printed? It's still a bit warm. He opened the game plan and began to examine it carefully. After a while, he muttered to himself, sure enough, it's similar to the games I encountered in my past life. First, about the various processes for making ceramics and the different simulation processes. Moreover, this game plan has detailed every step, even down to the implementation of various techniques. No wonder it's a product of the system. This plan is flawless, and all the various craft simulation processes have been thoroughly documented. The level of detail in the sample codes on the planning document made Lin Yu feel pleased. However, the content pertaining to simulation management in this game was somewhat rough. He looked at the subsequent content, and he felt incredibly bored just by himself, let alone the players. This is probably the reason why this game won't become popular. He opened his computer and began to prepare the planning for the simulation management module of this new game. Lin Yu created a file and began to type continuously in the document. He directly decided to restructure the overall framework of the simulation management content. Firstly, it is essential to incorporate AI for integration, otherwise players will quickly grow weary of repetitive events. AI will simulate a series of events in the game, allowing players to engage in dialogue with NPCs autonomously. Each NPC will respond to the player's needs based on their unique personalities. For example, when encountering a wealthy merchant, players can use their own rhetoric to entice him into dropping gold coins. This will truly test the intelligence of AI, seeing whether players can surpass it directly. There will also be many different characters with whom players can communicate using their eloquence. This interaction will influence the transaction rates of the items they create. For players, selling each crafted item will inevitably bring a strong sense of accomplishment. As Lin Yu contemplated this, he realized something very important. Since communication with AI is necessary, a voice recognition system is absolutely essential. Additionally, the game requires specific content that necessitates unique cases to train its dedicated AI. He thought of generating more questions to post on the platform for players to choose from, offering rewards to those who participated. After obtaining the AI training data for the game, players felt as though they had benefited as well. This idea is truly a win-win. Lin Yu nodded and made a brief note in the planning document, deciding that he would let Kuchin Yu handle this matter directly. Meanwhile, in her independent office, Kuchin Yu murmured to herself, I have a bad feeling about this. Initially, there was also a master-disciple system in the game, which Lin Yu decided to incorporate. In the original game, the master-disciple module was quite good. A master would teach players how to craft pottery, satisfying their thirst for knowledge. After becoming a master themselves, players could take on disciples, giving them the joy of being a teacher. Suddenly, Lin Yu had a brilliant idea. Why not allow players to recruit real players as disciples? This means that after a master teaches a player, that player can then accept disciples. At the right moment, a new player would appear, and the master-disciple system would assign this newcomer to an experienced player. Although the experience for new players at the beginning may not be excellent once the game develops. Moreover, within the game, AI could also self-train based on the accumulated data from players. This would allow every player, whether new or veteran, to interact with uniquely characterized NPCs. AI could even learn each player's distinct personality to provide experiences for other players. Veteran players would never tire of the game. They could not only teach new players, but also, after a period of AI training, experience a variety of NPCs. This game will undoubtedly stand the test of time, unless everyone on this planet plays it. A genius. I truly am a genius. Lin Yu smiled slightly at the content he had typed in the document as inspiration continued to flood his mind. He suddenly recalled a game from his past life, CSGO, which featured many collectibles such as various skins and stickers that could be traded. CSGO. An FPS game. It's been a while. My hands are starting to itch. It seems like FPS games need to be put on the agenda. Lin Yu secretly noted this down. However, if such a situation arises, the game could easily turn into a stock market. Moreover, it would attract a lot of speculators, altering the essence of the game. Lin Yu pondered deeply and ultimately decided to incorporate the collectible feature. After all, with collectibles in the game, player retention will surely increase, making it a double-edged sword. Players will delve deeper into the study of crafts. Furthermore, during the ceramic crafting process, unique patterns will emerge during firing, allowing players to use their luck to sell their crafts at a base price. This operation could also provide some economic support for those who are unemployed. He typed in the document outlining the content of the trading module. However, Lin Yu sought to prevent bizarre items from appearing in the market. After players add their crafted items to the auction house, an AI and manual review mechanism will also be implemented. Given the high degree of freedom in this game, players can create all sorts of ceramics at will. If someone decides to be reckless, or someone like Peng Su emerges, it could be disastrous. Although the new Dragon Kingdom is open-minded, once such things appear, they will still be met with severe punishment. Lin Yu looked at the contents of the document and had a rough idea of the game's prototype. It seems that we will need to set up numerous supercomputers downstairs. After all, once the game is released, who knows how much AI computing power it will consume, especially since Yu has also taken on many large company orders. Lin Yu glanced at the content on the screen, then closed it. Time flew quickly as he pondered, and soon it was noon. Just as he was about to head to the cafeteria for lunch, Su Yao called out to him. Mr. Lin, I have a question. Could you come and take a look? Lin Yu felt a bit puzzled, but walked over nonetheless, bending down to look at the screen and asking what's the problem. Ahem. Mr. Lin, there seems to be a minor issue with the balance settings. She slowly pointed to the game issue list. Lin Yu looked over and found that it was about the matchup between himself and Long Bao on the first day of the game. While the hidden identities have their appeal, doesn't it seem a bit exaggerated for the game matchup to develop into an offline free-fighting competition? She paused, then asked, isn't the hidden identity a bit too extreme? At the very least, the loyal minister should be revealed, right? Lin Yu glanced at her with a puzzled expression. How do you know he is a loyal minister just because he says so? Only the individual knows whether they are loyal or not. This aligns with reality and is quite intriguing. Su Yao shook her head, asking in confusion, will the arrangement of personnel identities be unfair to some players? Lin Yu gazed at Su Yao's mind, pondering the identity-based gameplay they were currently developing. Most matches involved 5 or more players. In an 8-player match, the rebels would clearly outnumber all other roles, granting them a decisive numerical advantage during gameplay. While such imbalance might remain tolerable in beginner matches, where no one yet knows their identities, it becomes glaringly apparent once players gain experience. Meanwhile, the traitor remains singular, drawing that role guarantees an overwhelmingly favorable start, rendering the match fundamentally unbalanced. Adding a second traitor, and thereby expanding the match to 9 players, would instead tip the scales back against the rebels. In 5-player matches, however, the ruler's faction holds a pronounced advantage while the rebels are distinctly disadvantaged. Lin Yu pulled up a chair beside him and fell into deep contemplation. Clearly, every player count introduced inherent biases favoring certain roles. Finding a truly balanced configuration seemed profoundly elusive. Su Yao, noticing Lin Yu's continued silence, waited patiently beside him. Ding Hongwen, who had been coding nearby, overheard the discussion, wheeled his chair over, consulted Su Yao briefly, and likewise sank into thoughtful silence. Lin Yu stared at the long-standing design dilemmas inherited from the classic game of Sangua, Sha, yet no elegant solution surfaced in his mind. Altering the core mechanics appeared to be the only viable path forward. In its original tabletop incarnation, Sangua Sha prioritized enjoyment over competitive fairness. Victory or defeat mattered little. What mattered was camaraderie and delight. Even if post-match martial contests occasionally followed, most casual play sessions simply did not demand rigorous balance. Yet Lin Yu now envisioned this game as a competitive sport, a stage where hidden identities generated unparalleled tension and exhilaration. After prolonged reflection, Lin Yu waved his hand lightly. Let's revise the mechanics. Analyze the 5-player format first. Determine which faction is systematically disadvantaged, then grant that side unique compensatory mechanics. Su Yao nodded. Actually, I have another idea. Introduce a 3 versus 3 identity match mode. He recalled the 2 versus 2 ranked mode from his past life, a format that entirely discarded hidden identities, leaving him utterly unmoved. He nodded again, though already familiar with the concept, and asked, could you elaborate? Each match features 2 rulers, one leading the Loyalist Traitor Alliance, the other commanding the Rebel faction. Only the ruler reveals their identity. The Loyalist and Traitor remain concealed. What do you think? Lin Yu listened intently and realized her proposal diverged meaningfully from his own. He murmured, so you're effectively transforming the rebels into an independent faction. Yes, I conceptualized this based on a 6-player framework. Su Yao looked at him expectantly. I believe it's viable. Please authorize its integration into the battle mode. By the way, how far along is the game's development? Lin Yu asked, puzzled. Most core systems are already complete. The only remaining task is narrative content. Lin Yu stared at Su Yao in astonishment. Oh, you've progressed this quickly. Just over 2 weeks. What Lin Yu didn't know was that although his team had officially worked only 2 weeks, several members habitually stayed late, doubling their effective output relative to industry standards. In essence, they compressed roughly a month's worth of labor into 15 days. Su Yao smiled faintly. I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps their efficiency simply exceeds expectations, though I myself hastily designed all the hero mechanics. The development team has been urging me relentlessly. Lin Yu silently mused, have I been too lenient with them? But everything I've done complies strictly with labor law, perhaps even slightly exceeds it. Ding Hongwen scratched his head, then interjected, shall we head out for dinner? Aren't you both hungry? Lin Yu suddenly registered the question and replied, it's quite late. If we delay further, the cafeteria will run out of good dishes. They rose and made their way downstairs to the staff canteen. After dining, they returned to their workstations. Su Yao resumed refining Sangua Sha's core mechanics. Back in his office, Lin Yu found Peng Su already seated. Upon seeing him enter, Peng Su immediately stood and said, Director Lin, I have a minor issue. Could I trouble you for your input? Don't you take a midday nap? What's so urgent? Lin Yu asked, settling into his chair. I don't nap at noon, and this matter concerns my future responsibilities. Your guidance is essential. Peng Su offered an awkward smile and sat back down. Well, go ahead. Peng Su cleared his throat. It concerns the upcoming character customization feature. Per Su Yao's direction, the development team has implemented a costume module. He paused, then added, given our imminent launch, might we outfit our characters in new attire? A summer-themed gift, perhaps? What does Su Yao think? Did you consult her? Yes, I did. She said strategic decisions, including event planning, rest solely with you. Lin Yu smiled faintly. Judging by your tone, you've already completed it. I've designed outfits for the female characters, ready for immediate deployment upon launch. He reached into his pocket, withdrew a USB drive, and placed it on the desk. This morning's updated build includes 3 new skins, each for Xiao Qiao and De Qiao. Lin Yu picked up the drive and inserted it into his computer, glancing at Peng Su. You worked overtime again. Not at all. I actually arrived relatively late. Peng Su scratched his head and laughed. Ah, well, do as you please. Lin Yu shook his head, opened the build, and there, vivid and vibrant, were the summer-exclusive skins. Xiao Qiao stood atop a surfboard riding ocean waves, her hair tied in a neat bun, her voluminous skirt billowing in the sea breeze as the swell carried her forward. How do you find it? I commissioned Lu Yaoyao to paint this promotional poster this morning. I liked it enough to adopt it directly. Lin Yu shook his head. The skin's craftsmanship seems underdeveloped, and the attire is rather minimal. Peng Su listened to Lin Yu's words and smiled, saying, I think these players just enjoy wearing less. This summer series of skins is all about that. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and then said, then let's consider it as a gift for the opening. What do you think? Since the game just launched, Lin Yu did not plan to set up the 3 Kingdoms kill as a paid-in game, but rather as one with continuous in-game purchases. However, after Peng Zu's suggestion, he felt that the starting generals shouldn't all be given away for free. After all, these generals are no longer mere cards, they have been meticulously crafted. This means that players would first need to spend a certain amount of money to purchase the game and gain access to it. Naturally, since players have spent money, gifts should still be given. Having numerous generals along with several skins as gifts wouldn't be a bad idea. In this world, it has already reached the year 24. Most of the player community has a decent standard of living, not consisting of those who are short on money. Looking at the sales figures from my world, it's certainly not lacking. Moreover, the previous legendary game broke 10 million in daily revenue, which is a solid reflection of its success. Gifts? That's not impossible, he continued. What's wrong? You seem a bit reluctant. How could that be? Peng Su thought to himself that in fact this skin was something he had wanted all along. He then said, if this skin is given as a gift, I think there's no problem with that. After listening to Peng Su, he continued to explain, in the end this game will definitely be pay to enter with in-game purchases, and this skin can be considered a gift for entering the game. Peng Su nodded, and then said, President Lin, I will head back now to rush the production of the skins for other generals. They'll be leaving now. Lin Yu continued to look at the game interface displayed on the screen. He attempted to change the character's physique and indeed discovered many details. He gazed and murmured, this skirt is so smooth. Oh, it turns out it's made of rubber. It's a swimming leisure outfit. This is just a series of lace added on top of the dead stock, plus numerous decorations on the clothing. After observing for a while, Lin Yu also tried entering a game against AI. However, at this point he discovered quite a bit of content. Sharks. Oh, are these sharks? Lin Yu was a bit confused as all the minions in front of Xiao Qiao had turned into swimming sharks lined up in front of her ready to guard at any moment. Interesting. Lin Yu smiled slightly and continued to play. The original hit effect was also a shark jumping out of the water to absorb the blow from the opposing general. The attack had transformed into the sharks swimming past to ambush their characters. It turned out that when using certain specific weapons, the original effects had also changed. For instance, the 8 trigrams formation that was originally thrown by Xiao Qiao had also undergone skin beautification with the edges adorned with beautiful wave-patterned effects. After playing around, Lin Yu felt the exquisite nature of this skin. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yu played a few more rounds observing and trying out Xiao Qiao and Qiao's skins. He then complained, it would be great if AI could be integrated into this game against bots. Never mind, let's not complicate this game showcase too much. For now, no need to make things difficult for Kuchen Yu. The experience from real players is what counts. At this moment, Kuchen Yu sneezed in his office and then shouted, hey, who is it? Always thinking about me. Lin Yu's thoughts sank into the system, preparing to check the progress of the 3 Kingdoms kill tasks. He contemplated releasing the game in a beta version for everyone to play. Once the storyline is refined, the game can be officially launched. This is also a great opportunity to collect players' game data for adjustments. Self-made game series, Task 1, complete the production of the 3 Kingdoms kill game within 2 months. Progress 68. He looked at the task progress bar and muttered to himself, it seems the other half of the storyline still requires a lot of time to produce. It seems I can release the storyline first for everyone to play. Just as he entered the system space and recalled the desire to create an FPS game, he prepared to visit the store for a look. Points balance 2090. While searching, he saw some unusual technology. 1 nanometer EUV lithography machine manufacturing process technology, and its detailed explanation 30,010 points redeem. What is this? Such cutting-edge technology is so cheap. Lin Yu exclaimed. He immediately clicked to check the details and found out that many technologies related to lithography machines had to be unlocked first before production could commence. First, there's the optical lens technology valued at 4.0 points, then the light source technology valued at 5.0 points, and also the photoresist process technology valued at 3.0 points, along with a series of other cutting-edge products required for lithography machines. The lithography machine integrates all these advanced technologies together. So it turns out that cutting-edge technologies are still limited by a tech tree, Lin Yu said with some regret. He quickly found the FPS games he liked in his previous life. Counter-Strike, Global Offensive 1.0 points redeem. Valorant 1.0 points redeem. Crossfire 1.0 points redeem. Lin Yu looked at the list of FPS games, realizing there were too many of them. It seems I can take some of their strengths, combine various elements, and create my own independent game. Another task of game creation awaits. For example, the PvE mode from Counter-Strike, the Zombie Hunt, and the Biohazard mode from Crossfire, as well as the 5v5 fair competition from CSGO. If players enjoy skill-based combat, I can also integrate the skill features from Valorant into a unique mode. Lin Yu smiled slightly. Once this FPS game is created, it will be like roguelike games, and most people will call it Star-like thereafter. Lin Yu took the document handed over by Su Yao and opened it. On the top of the document, Su Yao had written her proposed 3v3 battle method. Su Yao's decisions regarding other classic identity matchups are generally based on the number of players, granting each player's special identity skills. For instance, the Lord class heroes have specific Lord skills, and now other identities have also been endowed with skills, such as the Traitor skill and the Rebel skill. These special abilities will have different strengths depending on the varying number of players in each match. He looked at the 8-player match where the first skill was that of the Traitor. It allows the player to randomly select 10 cards from the deck and choose 2 cards to use. From the perspective of other players, it will disguise itself as a create something from nothing effect, and the time taken for the player to select cards will appear as if waiting for other players to make perfect moves. Moreover, this skill can only be used every 2 rounds. Isn't this strength a bit excessive? Lin Yu asked in surprise. Su Yao coughed twice and smiled, saying, cough, cough. Actually, I think while it is indeed a bit excessive, it fits perfectly with the traitor identity. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, and then said, let's do this. With this adjustment, the current version of Three Kingdoms Kill will enter public testing, which will help us collect game data from players. Su Yao was taken aback. So you mean we will launch the public test version of Three Kingdoms Kill for everyone to play tomorrow? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Don't you lack player gameplay data? Once it's in public testing, won't you have data to reference for modifying the mechanics? Su Yao shook her head and then said, well, no. They'll have the development team start preparing it, and once it's done, we'll go live for testing. Later, can you have Lu Yaoyao create a promotional video for the public launch of Three Kingdoms Kill and send it to me? Lin Yu instructed as he saw Su Yao was about to leave. Su Yao nodded, then stood up and left. Lin Yu poured out Su Yao's teacup, gave it a quick rinse, and placed it back in its original position. He opened his phone, preparing to scroll through some videos. The latest video pushed to him was about the AI evaluation of the new version from Beautiful Nation. Hello everyone, I am Steam Technology June. At 4 this morning, Beautiful Nation released a new version of Goal AI called D1. Now let me spend some money to test it and see how good this new AI from Beautiful Nation really is. In the video, he began to list various questions he posed and their relevant answers, starting the AI testing. However, Lin Yu dragged the video bar straight to the end. After various test cases, he compiled a considerable number of test cases and evaluated them continuously. Clearly, the AI from Beautiful Nation only passed about 80 questions. In contrast, the Podian AI passed all except for the Turing test questions, totaling 120 questions. Lin Yu frowned as he watched the video, thinking, it seems like this hidden version still lacks significant strength. He initially hoped that the real Podian AI could enhance the performance of a downgraded version. However, after seeing the results, he felt it was still not intimidating, and he planned to take it slow. The comments section of the video was filled with skepticism, but the Podian AI was mostly praised. Is this it? The video started off by introducing it so excellently I thought it could defeat Podian, but it only encountered Podian's exhaust fumes. Even if Podian is slightly inferior just based on the fact that it's free, isn't that a crushing victory? Indeed, it seems Beautiful Nation is starting to get anxious. They haven't even finished harvesting the previous version's users before they eagerly released a new version. Lin Yu scrolled through the comments, chuckling. Looks like it's time for Podian AI to start charging these users. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time to get off work. At that moment, a message alert rang, pulling Lin Yu out of the video of the knife forging competition. He clicked in to see that Lu Yaoyao had also sent over the completed promotional video for the public test of Three Kingdoms Kill. He quickly uploaded the video to the short video platform. He also sent a message to Lu Junxian. Xiaoyu 1. Wise man. 1. Xiaoyu, not bad, we're in sync. How have you been lately? Wise man, did Lin Zong forget something? Lin Yu scrolled up through the chat history and finally remembered the broadcasting rights issue he had mentioned earlier. Xiaoyu, are you talking about the broadcasting rights? Can't you just discuss that with the person in charge? Wise man, every time I find some free time to go to your company, your secretary always says you are very busy. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but cough twice, so this is why I was turned away according to what I said before. Xiaoyu, ha. I've indeed been quite busy lately with games and exhibitions, it's overwhelming. I have really neglected things. Sigh. Lin Yu sent this message while unable to resist rubbing his nose. Wise man Lin Zong, you shouldn't say that. I understand. Next time, when do you think you can arrange a time? Lu Junxian naturally understood that Lin Yu was being polite, but he also knew the things Lin Yu had been handling lately, so he didn't say much. After reading Lu Junxian's message, Lin Yu thought for a moment and decided to schedule the meeting for next Monday. Xiaoyu, that's perfect. Next Monday, I will be free. Remember to come in the afternoon. Lin Yu returned to the short video platform, preparing to check how the video was doing. To his surprise, the video's popularity exploded within 5 minutes. It seems these players have been waiting too long, Lin Yu said with a helpless smile. He scrolled through the comment section, which was mostly filled with voices of players waiting, all expressing the same anticipation. At this time, Long Bao had just finished his live stream. He slumped in his chair and typed in the chat. After going against Haizi, I'm exhausted. He'll take a 20-minute break. Long Bao then started to open short videos and began to scroll through. He took a sip of water to relieve his dry throat. When he came across the Three Kingdoms Kill video, he intended to shout in excitement, but his attention was completely on his phone. The water that was originally in his mouth choked him and splashed out. Damn. Cough, cough. This water actually dared to try to kill me. Cough, cough, cough. He paused for a moment and immediately addressed the viewers in the live stream. Three Kingdoms Kill is launching tomorrow and the program against Haizi is cancelled. In the live stream room of Long Bao, there were still plenty of comments mocking him, But when he announced that Three Kingdoms Kill would go live tomorrow, the barrage of comments exploded in an instant. What? Is it true? How does Long Bao know? Don't tell me Long Bao sold his secret to Lin Zong. Whoa. Did Lin Zong tell you last night? What? Three Kingdoms Kill is really coming? Seeing that the people in the live stream had no idea about the video Lin Yu had just released, Long Bao quickly opened Douyin on his computer. He found the Xingqian account and clicked on the video released 10 minutes ago. Quick take a look. After playing the video, Long Bao exclaimed, "What? The server opens at 6 in the morning. That's so early. I feel like my life is in danger. No way, I have to end the stream early today. Tomorrow at 6 in the morning, we officially start." With that, Long Bao closed the live stream. Meanwhile, in front of a computer screen in a certain company, there was a person dressed in a suit. If Long Bao were there, he would definitely recognize him on the spot. This was the player who had played with him to the end at the exhibition, almost developing into a free-fighting match. He began to operate on his phone, applying for a leave from the company's headquarters. At the same time, he set an alarm for 6 in the morning. After completing all this, he revealed a smile. "I never expected the game to go live so quickly. Wan Lei will definitely reclaim all the dignity I lost." The next day, it was 6 in the morning. Long Bao had just opened the live stream room. Indeed, he had naturally woken up at 5:30 when the sky was still dimly lit. Long Bao's condition was quite good. Soon spectators began to stream into the room. The number was still relatively small, just around 10 to 20,000, and among them was Wan Lei. Of course, these people were all eager to play Three Kingdoms Kill at the earliest opportunity. He quickly logged into the Fanqing platform and began downloading the newly released Three Kingdoms Kill client. Upon seeing the size of the game, he couldn't help but complain, "What? This game is over 20 gigabytes. This is really a memory hog." The mobile version is a bit better. I checked this morning, and it's only about 5 gigabytes. Since Long Bao's livestream was supported by a gigabit internet connection, the game was downloaded in just a few minutes. He quickly opened the game, eager to explore what was different in the current version of Three Kingdoms Kill compared to the one he had played before. The current open beta version of Three Kingdoms Kill had a game interface that was naturally different from the one at the exhibition. The interface was very streamlined, with the main gameplay buttons integrated into the game screen. The background featured posters of the new skins for Xiao Qiao and De Qiao. The lower left corner also had a module for server-wide chat designed for players to form teams freely. Various currency modules at the top had not yet been set up. Currently, this version of Three Kingdoms Kill had not yet developed the storyline module. When the time comes, players will enter and directly control their generals in a 3D open-world map, allowing them to admire the scenery. He also noticed Xiao Qiao in the background. Oh, it seems this is the new skin added by Xingqian. After this brief interlude, he began to match for a game. At this moment, Long Bao was unaware that Wan Lei, sitting in front of his computer, had Long Bao's live stream on one half of the screen. The other half displayed the game, and when Wan Lei saw Long Bao click start, he immediately clicked start as well. As the game loading bar progressed, he successfully entered the game. After observing Long Bao's ID and the matchmaking screen, Wan Lei closed his live stream room. He had no interest in being a peeping Tom. Wan Lei took a look at the player IDs on his side and quickly zeroed in on a hand. The player in the 5 position was using Long Bao's ID. At this moment, seeing that Xiao Qiao had not been taken, Long Bao wasted no time locking her in. This interface was naturally different, having added a skin selection system. What? Xiao Qiao actually has a skin. Brothers, come take a look. After clicking on the outfit option, he saw a different Xiao Qiao. Many players in the live stream were also watching him play. What? Xiao Qiao actually has such a beautiful skin. I just played a match and didn't know this. Why has no one picked her? I just love the bun hairstyle. She looks so cute. Hee this angle. The LSP is in for a treat. It seems Xingqian has been taken over by the LSP. It's really beautiful. I wonder how much this skin will cost in the official version. If it's over 1,000, I'll accept it. They quickly entered the game, and Long Bao began to marvel at the uniqueness of the skin, unaware that he was about to be targeted. This time, Wan Lei was in the 7th position. To be able to strike Long Bao from a distance, he directly selected Huang Zhong. As the game progressed through rounds, the players began to announce their identities traditionally. When it was Long Bao's turn, he started to equip certain items. Since he didn't have any kill cards in hand, he skipped this round and announced his identity. Rebel brothers, gather for a hand. Wan Lei, seeing Long Bao's message, smirked. Either a traitor or a loyalist. Forget it, no matter what you are, I'll just beat you. Without hesitation, he dealt damage to Long Bao and remarked, those who aren't rebels love to claim they are rebels. Seeing Wan Lei's message, Long Bao frowned. His identity was indeed the internal traitor. Bro, how could it be? In with you guys. Huh. If you're a rebel, I'll eat a pound live on stream. As Wan Lei said this, he chuckled. I didn't even say what I'd eat. He saw this message and immediately felt puzzled. What? This 7th position must be a water friend. No way, I need to activate stream delay. Due to Long Bao's series of messages lacking credibility, he was quickly besieged. The loyalists next to him attacked him, and the rebels next to him also started hitting him, and no one bothered to save him with a peach. As expected, Long Bao was swiftly defeated. Even the powerful internal traitor skills in his hands did not yield greater results. After this match, many viewers who had just joined witnessed Long Bao's defeat, prompting more trolls to seize the opportunity to mock him. Next time, Long Bao, I suggest you avoid speaking. You might as well learn from Ba Gu, who prefers to do nothing at all. Oh, at least he won't make mistakes. As expected of Long Bao, he directly handed over the food in the first match. Long Bao simply glanced at the livestream room. His emotions were still relatively stable, so he continued with the next game, saying, the first match was just a warm-up. Now is the time to showcase my true skills. At this moment, Wan Lei, seeing Long Bao leave after his defeat, also clicked the button to concede. He opened Long Bao's livestream again and continued to match with him. This time, Wan Lei entered the livestream room only to see Long Bao's expression of disbelief as he had just been defeated, realizing that Long Bao had set a few minutes of streaming delay. However, at this moment, a faint smile appeared on Wan Lei's lips as he opened the recent game players list and saw Long Bao's ID change from online to matching status. This was a feature he had tried during the exhibition. A smile crept onto his face as he said, "You don't actually think that a little delay can stop my revenge, do you?" He immediately clicked to start matching, following Long Bao's pace. At this moment, Long Bao was waiting for a match. He saw the mocking comments in the live stream and disdainfully spoke into the microphone. The last match was just a matter of not feeling it, and besides, there must be a sniper lurking in the live stream. Now that I've set a few minutes of delay, this match is really the beginning, alright. This time he was assigned the role of a loyal minister, but he was quite far from the monarch. He began to observe the situation on site, contemplating his next strategy. Suddenly he noticed that one player's ID next to him was very familiar, San Zai. This ID looks a bit familiar. He originally wanted to interact briefly with this player to establish an alliance. However, during this San Zai player's turn, he dealt a kill to Long Bao, who was still interacting with others. He was dumbfounded when he saw the kill directed at him, saying, "Bro, you don't understand what I mean, do you?" And Wan Lei, upon seeing Long Bao's message, smiled faintly and prepared to throw dirt on him again, saying in the game, "Offering kindness without reason, you're either a traitor or a thief. I know people like you all too well." Long Bao was also taken aback by this statement, stopping the small gestures he was making towards the two players next to him. Seeing this, Wan Lei pressed on, saying, "Look, this person is clearly shaken by what I said." Long Bao, seeing these comments, wore a confused expression, unsure how to respond, muttering, "Unjust, oh great judge, I've just started my second game." The cruelty of human nature was vividly displayed. The outcome was that after being targeted by multiple people, the monarch even used a peach to save him, further solidifying his special identity, and after a few rounds he was the first to be eliminated. This time, although the stream had a delay, one could already glimpse the outcome of this match. The live chat was filled with various mocking comments. Long Bao is all soft except for his mouth. Last time, after participating in Long Bao's cremation, what was pulled out of the furnace besides ashes was a titanium alloy mouth that didn't melt. This is Long Bao, certified as a veteran fan for 20 years. The scene of defeat played out live, and the chat began to flood with comments. As expected, either Long Bao is a lying dog or the outcome is always predictable. Long Bao's expression started to shift in the live stream as he coughed twice and continued, "Honestly, next time I won't do anything and just see what happens." Since the end of the game, Wan Lei had been keeping an eye on the live stream, watching for Long Bao's reaction. After Long Bao finished that sentence, he immediately started another match. At the same time, Wan Lei also focused on entering the matching game around the same time. Seeing Long Bao's slightly flushed face, he felt quite satisfied. "I've spent the whole day playing with you, ha." At this moment, Long Bao successfully entered the game with Wan Lei. Long Bao began to assess the situation again and inadvertently caught a glimpse of San Zai's ID. He immediately began to vent. "Damn, San Zai, you were the one who messed with me last time, right? No way, it seems like you were also in the first match. Damn." Long Bao slammed the table and began his pre-battle declaration, gritting his teeth and angrily saying, "So you're the San Zai, huh? Just wait and see, you'll turn you into a furied guy." Soon as the morning passed, the number of viewers in Long Bao's live stream began to grow exponentially, quickly reaching a level similar to that of the Xingqian exhibition live stream. Long Bao's third match priority to go out. Due to Wan Lei giving the monarch a peach while disguising as a loyal minister, Long Bao attacked the peach giver, outcome beaten to death by loyal ministers. Long Bao's 10th match. This time he decided to play a 3v3, but didn't expect San Zai to haunt him. As soon as the game started, they began infighting. Outcome attacked simultaneously by San Zai, who is a rebel, and the opposing team, leading to a quick defeat. Long Bao's 12th match. This time, he decided to play a 5-player game of 3 Kingdoms kill. This time he avoided encountering Sanshirzai. Outcome too obvious and his killing intent eliminated first, but at the end he managed to lay back and win. The comments once again mocked him. No wonder he's my electronic pet. The office frustration from the morning was instantly laughed away by him. Lying dog Long Bao is just a lying dog. No way Long Bao has played all morning without winning a single game. This is killing me with laughter. Long Bao's 25th match, fortunately this time, he was not targeted by Wan Lei, and as an insider, he cooperated well with his teammates from the same faction, which led to a slight victory. During this morning, Wan Lei had thoroughly enjoyed targeting Long Bao. He played over 20 games with 20 of them matching against Long Bao, essentially a complete crush of human nature and emotional intelligence. In reality, Long Bao's gaming skills were decent, but unfortunately, he was targeted by Wan Lei. In a game against ordinary players, Long Bao would naturally still have a fighting chance. After finishing this match, Long Bao looked at the victory screen on his monitor, which also received recognition from Guan Yu. A sense of frustration instantly dissipated as he lifted the streaming delay and switched to real-time broadcasting. He spoke into the microphone. Brothers. Finally, I played like a boss this match. I the insider won, and it feels so liberating. It feels like the thrill of Go Jian enduring hardships to seek revenge. After Wan Lei saw that he had not matched with Long Bao, he continued to watch Long Bao's live stream. Seeing Long Bao like this, he felt a little guilty, and then sent 10 super rockets in the live stream. Long Bao, upon seeing someone gifting, was just thinking of expressing his gratitude. Thank you for the gifts from Sanshirzai. What the heck? Sanshirzai? You're Sanshirzai, right? Long Bao suddenly found his target for venting. He had originally tried to add Sanshirzai during the game, but was repeatedly declined. Sanshirzai, okay, just now you sent gifts and forgot about me, huh? I see that I have plenty of time this afternoon. Long Bao felt a cold sweat on his forehead upon seeing the message sent by Sanshirzai. He immediately said in the live stream, a real man can bend and stretch. That I was wrong. Thank you for the 10 super rockets you sent. May the boss have prosperous fortunes and wishes come true. Meanwhile, the editor behind the screen began to brainstorm catchy titles. Shocking. What is the truth behind Long Bao being tormented all morning? Astounding. Long Bao only achieved 3 victories in today's 3 Kingdoms kill game. Is this a distortion of human nature or an emotional setback? Some viewers started flooding the comments section. Oh no, how can I let my electronic pickled vegetables look so cheerful? Sanshir, can you even handle this? Wah Long Bao, quickly tell me who is behind you. Is it the dealer from your 25th game of 3 Kingdoms kill? Just edited Long Bao's relaxed expression meme everyone can like, and take it away. Long Bao glanced at the comments and said, nothing more, secretly thinking this group of people really enjoys watching me suffer. What kind of crowd is this? Long Bao did not take the viewers' comments seriously, but Mr. Wan took them to heart. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. Long Bao opened his computer, started the live stream, and prepared to continue playing 3 Kingdoms kill. He quickly entered the game, and then saw a familiar ID, Sanshirzai. In an instant, the feeling of frustration surged in his mind. Meanwhile, on Lin Yu's side in his office, the person sitting in front of him was Lu Junxian. Lin Yu picked up the teapot and poured a cup of freshly brewed tea for the person in front of him. He then slowly said, Manager Lu, why did you come in person? Actually, your person in charge could discuss this directly. Cough, cough. President Lin, I can't be worthy of the title of Manager Lu. I can only be considered a worker. Lu Junxian said with an awkward smile. You really are humble. Lin Yu smiled, and then took a sip of tea, continuing, let's get straight to the point, no need for any roundabout discussions. How much are you planning to pay for acquiring the broadcasting rights for the professional competition? Lu Junxian pondered for a moment, and then said, I have always believed that President Lin is very kind to others. Now being so straightforward is also to take care of me. He'll just directly state our company's approximate price as a gesture of reciprocity. He paused, and then continued, President Lin, how does 30 million sound? Lin Yu felt speechless upon hearing Lu Junxian's flattering words. He secretly thought, is he trying to elevate me to a certain height to negotiate a lower price? Seeing Lin Yu remain silent for a while, Lu Junxian interpreted Lin Yu's discomfort with flattery as dissatisfaction. He then continued, however, I discussed this with our leader on the way here, and I feel that this amount is still too low. How about we raise it to 50 million? Just as Lin Yu was about to say something, Lu Junxian interrupted him by extending his hand. President Lin, I think this price can be increased further. Based on the popularity of my world, how about we raise it to 80 million? Listening to Lu Junxian's words, Lin Yu couldn't help but think I didn't say anything, and he is negotiating against himself. Seeing that Lin Yu still hadn't spoken, Lu Junxian's heart raced, feeling an invisible pressure. He continued, how about we add 500,000 more? That's the highest price I can offer. Lin Yu smiled and said, you truly have sincerity. I will have someone contact your company to follow up. Lin Yu felt a bit dazed, realizing that his silence was the problem. He secretly thought, Is this the pressure of silence? A few seconds of silence could earn several million. He nodded and shook hands with Lu Juanxian, saying, I will have the league's person in charge contact you later, make sure to answer. After finalizing the matter, they began chatting about some trivial things. After a while, Lu Juanxian walked out of Lin Yu's office. He instantly felt a huge sense of relief and murmured, so this is President Lin. Usually approachable, but the pressure he gives during work discussions is immense. Truly a person capable of making the company so outstanding. If only I had such strength as President Lin before. If Lin Yu knew all of Lu Zhengxin's thoughts, he could only sigh. This guy really has a vivid imagination. He took out the project plan for the ceramic art master game from his drawer and then called Su Yao into the workspace. Su Yao walked into the office with a puzzled expression. President Lin, is there something you called me for? Is it true that the development team for Three Kingdoms Kill is now only left with the storyline production team? Lin Yu asked. Su Yao nodded and replied, of course, now most of the developers have a lot of idle time. Actually, the storyline is almost done. It should officially go online and start playing next week. That's perfect, we can start developing the new project now. Su Yao looked bewildered after hearing Lin Yu's words. New project. Oh no, I forgot to print a confidentiality agreement. Lin Yu said with some regret. Su Yao then smiled and said, President Lin, actually it's not necessary. The confidentiality agreement we signed for Three Kingdoms Kill is still valid. During work, all games need to be kept confidential. Lin Yu nodded and then handed the ceramic art master project plan to Su Yao. Su Yao took it, opened it, and was immediately captivated by the various novel elements. After some time after looking through it, Su Yao's face showed an expression of admiration as she pointed to the project plan. President Lin, this. Did you come up with this yourself? Seeing Su Yao's expression, Lin Yu couldn't help but cough twice and said awkwardly, of course it was my original creation. Is there a problem? Hearing this, Su Yao secretly thought no wonder he can develop Minecraft and Three Kingdoms Kill consecutively. However, thinking of this, she began to feel anxious, realizing that as a planner, she didn't have a single bit of original game inspiration. Indeed, people are always compared, and it can be infuriating. Su Yao shook her head and continued to flip through the pages. As Su Yao carefully examined the documents, Lin Yu suddenly thought of a question and asked, who are the current members of the planning department? Can they complete the task before closing time? Should we hire 2 more people? Su Yao felt a warm flutter in her heart and smiled as she replied, the planning department currently has about 8 members, more than sufficient. For upcoming updates to my world, Happy Elimination and Sanguisha, our team is fully capable, though everyone usually leaves the office on time each day. When staffing becomes insufficient, just ask Ms. Pan to recruit additional personnel for you. Su Yao had intended to continue reviewing the documents, but realizing the setting was inappropriate, she said, Mr. Lin, I'll return to my workstation now. Lin Yu nodded, and Su Yao left with the planning proposal. Deep City Guanghua Technology Co., Ltd., was in truth little more than a shell company. In reality, the team still operated out of the E Factory's office building. Meanwhile, Lu De sat at his desk playing Sanguisha. Having worked in game development himself, he approached gameplay with a critical eye. Whenever he encountered flaws in Sanguisha, he would voice pointed observations. Yet as he continued playing, his critiques gradually gave way to genuine admiration. This interface is rather unrefined, though the beta version isn't half bad. The player's social features remain underdeveloped. Wait, how did this mature character model end up looking so suggestive? And this button is genuinely oversized. This alone is certain to captivate the LSP demographic. Why do the combat effects look so stunning in every single match? Luda had originally intended to play only 1 round, but without realizing it, he launched into several consecutive matches. Though his commentary remained sharp and skeptical, he played on with rapt fascination from 830M. When work began until his stomach growled so fiercely, he finally snapped out of the game. Staring at Sanguisha, Luda reflected on the art style of his own project Shui, Huji. Attack commands and special skill cards were merely rudimentary demonstrations. For instance, when an attack card was played, the interface simply displayed the card being used, then drew a line during the match to indicate which opponent was targeted. What is this? Are we even developing games in the same era? Xingchun, where is your picture?